Chapter 479. Essence of Sun and Moon. I have come to understand that this method of unraveling the mystery involves utilizing the essence of the sun and moon to counteract malevolent sorcery. How could I have overlooked such a notion? Tang San remarked, the ancestors of Fu Yu were not mistaken. If it is indeed the essence of the sun and moon, it possesses the power to dispel all forms of witchcraft. The sun and the moon. Bai Yi interjected, hands on hips. You, like me, cannot leave this place, otherwise you will be turned to stone immediately. Tang San extended his finger and said, have you forgotten? Li Qiao once mentioned that he had entered here through a different entrance. If we can locate that entryway, then as long as sunlight or moonlight streams in, I shall achieve my goal. While the words of that individual may not be entirely truthful, we have little choice. Bai Yi stated, let us seek that opening. If we cannot find it, I shall carve one out for you by hand, albeit we will surely miss our return journey. The trio resolved to act, promptly setting out in search of the entrance described by Li Qiao. Remarkably, they indeed discovered it, and they could not help but feel relieved that Li Qiao had spoken the truth this time. Unfortunately, it was now nearly evening, and sunlight could not penetrate. They were left to endure a long wait for the moon to rise. The wait dragged on, and Tang San's stomach growled several times as their provisions dwindled. Under Bai Yi's watchful gaze, Tang San could only consume the bare minimum of food and water. In Bai Yi's words, they had exhausted everything, and heaven knows how much longer they must endure this wait. Would they be reduced to gnawing on stones? Finally, at midnight, moonlight began to filter through the opening. Qi Xian nudged Tang San, urging, Tang San, wake up. The moonlight has arrived. As the silvery light bathed Tang San, Bai Yi and Qi Xie discreetly stepped aside. Tang San silently recited the calming incantation, following the dispelling techniques outlined in the witch's canon, absorbing the moon's essence and merging it with his own energy. A warm current surged within him. This legendary method was a first for Tang San. As the moon moved, he realized that time was of the essence, for the moonlight would soon elude them, causing further delays. This thought momentarily distracted him, and the energy within him began to swirl chaotically. Observing the beads of sweat forming on Tang San's forehead, Qi Xie felt anxious, exchanging a worried glance with Bai Yi. Thankfully, Tang San remained aware of his predicament and could not help but recite the calming incantation aloud. Supreme Celestial Star, adapt without cease. Exorcise evil and bind spirits. Safeguarding life and body. Wisdom clear and tranquil, heart and mind at peace. Three souls eternal, essence unlost. Urgently, as commanded. Bai Yi cursed inwardly, thinking, damn it, reciting so loudly, as if to ensure the deaf can hear him. Yet it was evident that Tang San had lost control, transforming his silent recitation into a vocal one. Qi Xie clenched his fists, equally tense. Ultimately, Tang San regained his composure, and a wondrous scene unfolded. Moonlight rushed towards him, as if sprinting. As Tang San seemed to draw in the light, beckoning it forth, his breath steadied. Qi Xie remarked, I believe everything will be just fine. Bai Yi nodded in agreement. Indeed, who would have thought that once again, it was Fu Yu who aided us. Originally, Qi Xie intended to express something, but upon reflection, he realized that without encountering Fu Yu first, acquiring the witch's tome would have been impossible. In tracing the sequence of events, he found himself truly grateful to Fu Yu. As the moonlight faded, Tang San exhaled softly and turned his gaze. What should we do next? Rely on your strength and shatter the statue once more, Bai Yi instructed. Let us proceed and try again, he added. Tang San, with a furrowed brow, lamented, today has truly exhausted me. Had I succumbed to madness earlier, everything would have been over. You merely seek my praise, don't you? Very well, I have believed in you from the beginning. Such arcane matters can only be handled by you, Tang San. Bai Yi remarked. Now, should we return to the main topic? Time waits for no one. Indeed, Tang San replied, infused with newfound confidence. Facing the two statues again, Tang San took a deep breath, embracing one of the statues alone, releasing his breath and forcefully striking the other. He heard the sound of shattering glass. Upon glancing at the two statues, they lay in fragments, from which a green mist began to rise, accompanied by a hissing sound. The mist wafted towards the trio, and Tang San, sensing impending danger, swiftly positioned himself before Qi Xie and Bai Yi, palms together as he chanted incantations. The green mist was halted before the three, prompting Qi Xie to step back, questioning, what is this substance? The flow of the spell's energy, though it is but a remnant of its power, poses little threat, Tang San reassured. After all, the medium has been destroyed. Indeed, the green mist gradually faded until it vanished completely from the air, and the three released a collective sigh of relief. Is everything over? Bai Yi inquired. I am uncertain. Perhaps we should attempt to step outside and see if we remain unpetrified, Tang San suggested, inhaling deeply. Despite witnessing the shattering of the witchcraft's power, a lingering uncertainty gnawed at him. This serendipitous turn of events left him feeling unsteady. This unease persisted until they emerged, witnessing their limbs move freely and gazing at the bright moon above. Unable to contain his joy, Tang San embraced Bai Yi, exclaiming, Bai Yi, we are fine now. Do you see? We are unscathed. Bai Yi, equally elated yet rarely displaying his emotions outwardly, simply smiled and said, though a bit late, it seems we can catch up with Xiao Ning and the others. Shall we descend the mountain now? Tang San asked, glancing at the sky, where dawn was approaching, making it an opportune moment to leave. After some deliberation, they decided to descend in darkness to avoid encountering nearby tribes at dawn. They had not been descending for long when a rumble echoed within the mountain. Without a moment's hesitation, they pressed on, not daring to halt their movements. Fortunately, the perilous northern wind had ceased. By the time they reached the foot of the mountain, the sun was on the verge of breaking through the clouds. Bai Yi chuckled wryly. Given our current appearance, if spotted, we would surely be mistaken for smugglers. Fortunately, there were still prepared garments in the backpack. The trio found a suitable spot to don clean attire before descending the mountain. Upon reaching the main road, they were dismayed to discover the complete absence of passing vehicles. After standing by the roadside for an extended period, not even a solitary human-drawn carriage passed by. In utter helplessness, they retraced their steps until they reached a more populated area, where two uniformed men approached them briskly. Chapter 480. Trapped. It appeared they were encountering a minor inconvenience. I trust your identification documents are in order? Bai Yi inquired. Before he could receive a definitive answer, the two uniformed officers had already arrived, demanding, Who are you? Please present your identification. The trio produced their identification cards, alongside a special permit for the exchange group. The officers examined the 6 documents, exchanging glances before their scrutiny of Tang San and his companions turned somewhat peculiar. This was, of course, understandable, given their unique identities, especially in the current climate of strained cross-strait relations. We're afraid we do not recognize your special permits. You will need to accompany us for verification of your identities before you are free to leave, the officers declared, seizing the trio's documents and presenting an air of authority that suggested compliance was non-negotiable. What shall we do? Tang San whispered to Bai Yi, noting that their departure time was imminent. Failure to cooperate now could lead to more severe consequences. This is no longer just about the 3 of us. It concerns the entire exchange group, particularly the leader. I have a hunch that Bai Yi's background is far from ordinary, Bai Yi responded. Very well, we will accompany you. But our exchange group's departure is imminent. We hope you can expedite the verification process. Rest assured, we will report promptly, the officers replied, nearly escorting the 3 into a nearby police vehicle. This unforeseen turn of events had caught the trio completely off guard. Had Lazy been present, he would undoubtedly have expressed his frustration vocally. However, they remained silent in the back seat. Bai Yi feeling fortunate that the luminous pearl had already been entrusted to Xiao Ning and the others, for otherwise, the situation could have spiraled beyond comprehension. To their astonishment, the nearest police station was over 20 kilometers away. As they entered, their faces seemed to proclaim their foreignness. All eyes were upon them. After leading the trio into an office, the 2 officers closed the door behind them and departed. What on earth is happening? Is it necessary to keep us waiting just to verify the authenticity of some documents? A simple phone call would suffice, Tang San grumbled, a sense of foreboding creeping over him. Bai Yi was lost in thought, furrowing his brow. Observing his demeanor, Tang San fell silent and leaned against the wall. For waiting can be an exasperating ordeal. Half an hour passed without a sign of the officers. 7 Evil rose to attempt to open the door, only to find it locked from the outside, his expression shifting to one of alarm. What the hell is going on? Outside, there was a cacophony, as though some commotion were afoot. Qi Xie felt a surge of anger at the thought of how they had been disregarded after being confined here. With a firm grip, he unlocked the door. Tang San immediately followed suit. Qi Xie, do not act impulsively. The trio dashed outside. only to find all the officers encircled in the center of the office, forming an arch around a man and a woman, both appearing to be in their 60s. Impeccably dressed, the man wore a uniform adorned with medals, while the woman donned a cream-colored professional dress, exuding an air of elegance and grace. Tang San caught a glimpse of the lady and was instantly entranced. Their unexpected emergence cast a hush over the scene. One officer hurried over, demanding, "How did you manage to escape?" Bai Yi let out a muffled grunt. "After such a prolonged verification of our identities, I was beginning to wonder if the intention was to keep us confined. We arrived as invited guests for a special inspection, and yet here we sit, neglected. Even as mere ordinary guests, such treatment is unwarranted. We had an unforeseen situation. Higher-ups have arrived for an inspection, which has caused this delay," the officer replied, his tone polite, yet devoid of any sign of concession. "We need to contact the exchange delegation immediately," Bai Yi insisted. "As far as I understand, this exchange initiative is a joint decision made by the upper echelons on both sides." The gentleman approached, his gait indicating he had undergone military training, and the medals on his chest suggested he was a former warrior. The lady followed, her gaze fixed intently on Tang San, who felt an urge to evade her scrutiny. Despite the passage of time, her features remained largely unchanged. Did she truly still remember him? "I am aware of the exchange delegation from across the strait. Yet I cannot discount the possibility of someone attempting to exploit this situation," the officer stated, causing a heaviness to settle in Bai Yi's heart. It seemed that they would face some significant challenges, thus requiring a more meticulous approach to their identities. "If your conscience is clear, there is no need to fear a midnight knock at the door, is there?" "Bo Zhai," the lady beside him interjected, "while I understand your concerns, this exchange delegation was ultimately established by the higher authorities on both sides. This matter is not directly related to you. However, should your interjection lead to any misunderstandings, you would be hard-pressed to justify it to your superiors. Verifying identities is a simple matter. A single phone call could suffice. Why complicate things unnecessarily?" Her voice was soft and gentle, resonating with warmth. Bai Yi found her words exceedingly reasonable and nodded in agreement. "What this lady says holds merit. Matters on the surface should remain amicable. Tearing apart our relations serves no beneficial purpose for anyone." The lady smiled gently and nodded. Yet her gaze discreetly shifted towards Tang San. He had no time to evade her glance, and their eyes met, her expression revealing a hint of surprise. Tang San offered her a slight nod, though his heart felt as if it were being gripped by an invisible hand, rendering him speechless. It was she. He had heard she had come here with her husband, but he never anticipated they would have the chance to meet. Chu Qing, the 9th princess, though aged, retained her graceful demeanor. Her eyes reflected a flicker of confusion, perhaps questioning why this young man bore such a striking resemblance to Tang San. The gentleman referred to as Bo Zhai nodded in agreement. "Chu Qing, you speak wisely." This name solidified Tang San's certainty regarding the identity of the elegant lady before him. A smile involuntarily crept onto his face as he heard the gentleman say, "It might be unwise for me to meddle in this affair. I could invite trouble upon myself. Thankfully, you have reminded me. I shall contact Old You to investigate. If they pose no issues, I will personally escort them. What do you think?" Observing their interaction, Tang San surmised that the 9th princess must have been well-loved, leading a life of happiness. Overwhelmed with emotion, he felt a pang in his heart and quickly turned away to compose himself, re-emerging with a facade of normalcy. However, Bai Yi, witnessing this change, sensed something was amiss with Tang San. The usually carefree lad seemed unusually sentimental, oscillating between joy and melancholy in mere moments. What was transpiring? Chapter 481. Farewell. The unforeseen twists of events exceeded everyone's expectations. Ultimately, the police vehicle that had brought them would now take the three of them to the hotel where the exchange group resided in Taichung. Tang San lagged leisurely at the rear, and as anticipated, he heard the sound of delicate footsteps behind him. It was she. Lady Chu Qing approached Tang San, who was now merely 5 or 6 meters away from the vehicle. He promptly turned around. With her hands gracefully clasped before her, she radiated elegance, her warm smile reminiscent of the first moment he had laid eyes on her. Tang San swallowed hard and spoke cautiously. "Hello." "Hello," Chu Qing replied, at a loss for words. Upon seeing him, it was as if she had encountered the man from her past. Everything felt so coincidental, for he too hailed from across the river. They stood facing one another, silent, as if the world around them had come to a standstill. Tang San could hear the rhythm of his own heartbeat. Despite the decades that separated their ages, their features were familiar, and the memories of the past felt all too real, stirring emotions that threatened to bring tears to his eyes. Just then, Bai Yi's voice broke the silence. Tang San, are you not leaving? Tang San nodded at Chu Qing. Goodbye. Goodbye. Chu Qing was equally perplexed. Upon seeing him, a flood of memories rushed back, prompting her to forget her composure as she rushed out to call out to the young man who resembled him so closely, yet found herself at a loss for words. Tang San entered the vehicle, unable to resist stealing another glance at Chu Qing. Over the years, I wonder if you have fared well. Your husband seems to treat you with great respect. It appears he must be very kind to you. The car, more impatient than Tang San's heart, began to move. As Chu Qing's figure grew smaller, eventually fading from view, Tang San turned his head away. The driver was one of the officers who had accompanied them moments ago. He had respectfully returned their identification. Now, his tone was notably more courteous as he spoke. How about it? Our director's wife possesses quite the elegance, doesn't she? Director's wife? Bai Yi inquired. Was that person you mentioned just now your director? Yes, he is the director of the headquarters. Today marks his retirement. Hence his visit for inspection, the officer replied. The director's wife is renowned for her virtuous nature. I have heard she was a great beauty in her youth. Bai Yi engaged in lively conversation with the officer, while Tang San absorbed none of it. He chose to close his eyes, leaning against the cushion to rest, which was quite uncharacteristic of him. Bai Yi lightly cleared his throat, ceasing his dialogue with the officer, and turned his gaze to the scenery outside. Upon finally arriving at the hotel where the delegation was staying, the three eagerly exited the vehicle to find Xiao Ning and the others. Meanwhile, Xiao Ning and the others were anxiously waiting in the hotel, aware that they would be departing in 2 days without having seen any sign of their friends. Several times, Lazy impulsively suggested going back to search for them, but Xiao Ning restrained him, reminding him that doing so would contradict Bai Yi and the others' intentions. At that moment, Lazy stirred again. Are we just going to continue waiting like this? The sudden knock at the door sent Lazy into a frenzy. No need for cleaning. Just go? Then we shall indeed leave. Tang San's voice made Lazy doubt his ears. Xiao Shan rushed to the door and opened it, revealing Tang San, whose appearance left him in disbelief. Brother San, he called out, leaping into Tang San's embrace, causing him to stagger back a few steps. Tang San patted Xiao Shan's head. All right, let us step inside first and converse, shall we? Once inside, Lazy shook his head vigorously. Damn it. I nearly thought we would have to leave you behind. You truly have luck on your side. You finally made it out. Now tell us, what on earth happened? Bai Yi succinctly recounted the process of dispelling the sorcery and then inquired about Xiao Ning and the other's situation. Xiao Ning replied, that Guankai looks at us as if he has a knife. Ever since we arrived, we have been avoiding him, fearing he might lose control and provoke a confrontation with us. Well done, Bai Yi commended. It is fortunate to have you here, otherwise, Lazy would likely have lost his composure by now. Lazy sheepishly touched his nose. Sometimes, I truly find him infuriating. That guy constantly jabs at us with his words. I just want to punch him hard. If you do that, we will have lost, Qixia remarked. We can discuss this person's matters later. For now, our primary focus must be on completing our task. Bai Yi instructed everyone to refrain from distractions in the coming days, urging them to remain here and await the time to return. He especially cautioned against any direct confrontations with Guankai. Following Bai Yi's guidance, everyone settled into their respective rooms. The itinerary of the exchange group was nearing its conclusion, and on the eve of their departure, a grand farewell ceremony was held in the hotel banquet hall. The attendees donned their finest attire. Qixia, uneasy about leaving the Night Pearl alone in the hotel room, chose to stay behind and keep watch over it. Tang San once again spotted Chu Qing among the crowd gathered for the event. His heart skipped a beat, and he found himself involuntarily gazing at her. Xiao Ning noticed the intensity of his gaze and teased, "What's wrong? Have you spotted a beautiful lady?" When Tang San turned his attention to the source of her words, he realized it was a middle-aged woman, prompting Xiao Ning to jest. Tang San, I had no idea you were attracted to someone of such age. Don't be ridiculous, Tang San stammered, his face flushing crimson. Well, what does mean? Xiao Ning pressed, refusing to let him off that easily. Look at you, so lost in thought. So, you don't fancy the young ones? That's fine. One day, I might resemble her. Tang San tightened his embrace around Xiao Ning. Stop joking. Sensing the tremor in his body, Xiao Ning's tone softened. What's the matter? Has something occurred? That's Chu Qing, the one I mentioned as Jiu Gugu, Tang San admitted. I never expected to encounter her here again. Xiao Ning pushed him away, a gesture that made Tang San fear she was upset. I meant no harm. I merely recalled past events and felt a wave of nostalgia, he clarified. Are you not going to speak with her? Xiao Ning inquired, her eyes widening. If one day we part ways and you see me again, would you have the heart to ignore me and pretend not to know me? What do you mean by that? Tang San was taken aback by her reaction. Xiao Ning turned her head away, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Seeing her and myself is akin to witnessing our future selves together. Understanding dawned on him, and a sense of melancholy enveloped them. Tang San nodded. If she fails to recognize me, I shall simply walk away, correct? Xiao Ning smiled. Of course, it would be rude otherwise. Go on, I will wait for you here. With that, Tang San approached Chu Qing. She had long noticed the young man and felt a twinge of anxiety. Hello, she greeted. Hello, Tang San replied, surprised to find himself repeating this familiar exchange. He chuckled. I truly appreciate your assistance during our last encounter. No, Chu Qing responded. It may have been because you bear a resemblance to someone that I intervened. Tang San's heart raced. Someone, she remembered him. Chapter 482. The leader, my husband, is rather impatient, and your identities are somewhat sensitive. He does not intend to make things difficult for you. Chu Qing smiled. Despite the clear lines etched upon her face, when she smiled, Tang San felt as though he were gazing upon the maiden he first met. Indeed, Tang San found himself momentarily at a loss for words, overwhelmed by a myriad of emotions. All he desired was to catch one final glimpse. Yet to reveal his identity would be fraught with embarrassment. At that opportune moment, Xiao Ning approached, standing silently beside him. Upon seeing Xiao Ning, Chu Qing's eyes sparkled. What a beautiful young lady. Are you two a couple? Yes, Tang San nodded, and Xiao Ning smiled softly, saying, we must take our leave. The banquet was drawing to a close, and Tang San was unprepared for how swiftly time had flown. In just the span of a few exchanges, the moment of parting had arrived. This was likely their last meeting. A lump formed in his throat, rendering him unable to articulate his farewells. Ultimately, he merely nodded, allowing Xiao Ning to take his hand as they exited the banquet hall. Upon glancing back, Chu Qing's figure had already vanished, leaving Tang San with an unexpected sense of relief. However, Xiao Ning appeared somewhat troubled. Do not dwell on it, Tang San urged. To claim he had not thought about it would be disingenuous. He was not envious of their reunion. Such opportunities were rare, and perhaps this was indeed their final encounter. Knowing she was well would certainly ease his heart. Xiao Ning stepped ahead of him, contemplating aloud, I wonder, when I grow old, will I still be able to remain at ease by your side? Tang San felt a tightening in his chest and hurried to catch up, grasping her arm. Xiao Ning. Just then, Xiao Shan came running towards them, calling out, Brother San Sister Xiao Ning, Captain Zhang wants everyone to gather. Almost forgotten in the moment. They were indeed members of the exchange group. Under Xiao Shan's guidance, they arrived at a conference room on the 3rd floor, where the other members had already assembled, conversing in small clusters. Bai Yi and his companions lingered in a corner, seemingly detached from the others, while Guan Kai sat uncomfortably close to them. Tang San exchanged a glance with Xiao Ning, thinking how Guan Kai was like an adhesive that one could not shake off. He had latched onto them. By boss, you've endured the most arduous journey. Captain Zhang mentioned you traveled to the most remote areas. I wonder what insights you have gained. Guan Kai's voice was pitched just right for everyone to hear, and suddenly, the conference room fell silent. A businessman named Huang interjected, Indeed, by boss. You have yet to share anything regarding your findings after returning. Whatever you discovered should be shared with us. Our investigation focused on local agricultural development. It is a land abundant in fruits not found on the other side of the strait. Unfortunately, there are no relevant policies for import and export, leaving me eager yet constrained. Such a pity. Bai Yi's response startled Tang San. It was remarkable that he could articulate such thoughts about agriculture. Captain Zhang chuckled. Bai boss possesses a long-term vision. However, there are matters I need not mention for you to comprehend. Upon our return, I will do my utmost to report this and see if I can lend you a helping hand. Thank you, Captain Zhang, Bai Yi replied with a smile. By the way, what about the cypress wood? Boss Wang looked taken aback. You visited the cypress wood's origin? Indeed, Bai Yi continued to elaborate. The cypress wood's source is exceedingly rare. Experiencing the invigorating scent of cypress firsthand was truly astonishing. Do not dwell on this matter. Commander Zhang waved his hand dismissively. Cypress wood is a key protected natural resource, not easily exploited. While the prospect may be enticing, it remains unattainable. His words ignited an invigorating atmosphere. Guan Kai let out a disgruntled grunt. This deliberate provocation failed to unsettle Bai Yi, who crossed his arms. How could Guan Kai, in his fervor for revenge, forget that he too was a businessman? He had consumed more salt than Guan Kai had traveled roads. Such trivial tricks were beneath his notice. Commander Zhang took a seat beside Bai Yi. This exchange group has yielded significant rewards. I hope it inspires everyone. Furthermore, there are several newly developed zones welcoming investments. Although the current environment is constrained, one must adopt a long-term perspective. Opportunities are boundless. Commander Zhang, are you attempting to persuade us? Guan Kai furrowed his brow. It seems you've become quite the advocate. I concede to being an advocate, Commander Zhang replied. I have invested in establishing a factory in Shenzhen. I am guiding you with my practical experience. The freedom to invest is yours. Whether to proceed or not is a personal decision, with no coercion implied. Boss Wang, eager to curry favor with Commander Zhang, immediately chimed in. Bai Yi sensed that this so-called exchange group was less about inspection and more about presenting them with opportunities. The focus was not on Taiwan, but rather on the recently highlighted development zones. The thoroughness of the leader's actions left a deep impression on Bai Yi, and his mood lightened considerably, invigorated for their journey to Bagua City. The conversation flourished, centering on the economic development zones. Observing the lively discussions, Commander Zhang wore a satisfied expression. Guan Kai, however, was oblivious to these business matters. Overwhelmed with melancholy, he excused himself and retreated to his room. Commander Zhang showed no intention of leaving. Only he and Bai Yi's group remained in the corner. His expression grew serious. So how is the progress? At the airport, Bai Yi had already sensed that Commander Zhang was no ordinary individual, merely smiling as he replied, smooth. Tang San remained oblivious, while the others wore expressions of astonishment. Commander Zhang continued, as long as things are going smoothly, there will be someone to assist you upon your return, escorting you to Bagua City. You may now rest. You have worked hard. Bai Yi and his companions rose to bid farewell to the other team members before returning to their rooms. Upon entering, Lazy exclaimed, Bai Yi, what is going on? You seem to have known all along who Commander Zhang is. Nonsense, Bai Yi pointed towards the adjoining room. Let us cease this conversation. Be wary of eavesdroppers. Lazy stuck out his tongue, understanding Bai Yi's implication regarding Guan Kai. The group fell silent, each retreating to their respective rooms. Eager to return home the following day and escape Guan Kai, seeking a sense of freedom. Due to the unique nature of the exchange group, it was inevitable that some high-ranking officials were present to bid farewell. Bai Yi, being a prominent figure, engaged in polite conversation, while Tang San and his companions found the situation exceedingly dull. They stood aside, filled with ennui, eager to board the plane and depart without delay. After finally entering the cabin amidst a flurry of farewells, Tang San let out a sigh of relief, only for Guan Kai to unexpectedly plop down beside him. You may deceive others, but you cannot fool me, he stated. Your visit under the pretense of inspection is sheer nonsense. Speak candidly. What is your true purpose here? Irritated, Tang San scratched his scalp, shedding flakes that prompted Guan Kai to move aside. Internally, he relished the moment. Boss Guan, bear with it. I know not what they think, but I adhere to one principle. Harmony brings wealth. As a businessman, you understand this. Let us converse amicably. Sometimes, even those closest to us may not speak the truth. Chapter 483, Testing the Waters. It was better left unmentioned, but once it was brought up, Guan Kai's eyes immediately reddened with fury. Tang San, feeling a twinge of fear, instinctively recoiled as Bai Yi approached, unceremoniously squeezing between them. Apologies, Boss Guan, but we wish to sit together. Is that acceptable? With a scowl, Guan Kai departed to another section of the aircraft. The hours aboard the plane seemed particularly arduous, and upon finally disembarking, Zhang the leader found an excuse to lead Bai Yi and the others through a different exit. Shenwei was already awaiting them, and Bai Yi was taken aback to see him personally driving. After getting into the car and bidding farewell to Zhang, he turned to see Xiao Ning and the others boarding a second vehicle. How did it go? Was everything smooth? Shenwei inquired in a remarkably calm tone. Quite well. The person you mentioned bears a striking resemblance to you. No wonder you said I would understand upon seeing him, Bai Yi remarked casually, noting how Shun Wei's back stiffened at his words. He is my brother, Shen Wei replied. We haven't seen each other in 6 years. Now, we will take you directly to Bagua City. What about the Night Pearl? It's with me, Bai Yi responded, but it's best not to bring it out here. That's fine. As long as the item is authentic, I have no objections, Shen Wei replied, his demeanor notably indifferent. Curious. Bai Yi posed a question he had long pondered. Is there a specific place in Bagua City for the Night Pearl? Shen Wei merely stated. The master has already made arrangements. Bai Yi's interest piqued at the mention of this master. Shen Wei never disclosed his name, yet from the context, it was clear that this master enjoyed a close relationship with the superior, who held his recommendations in high regard. The feng shui arrangement was undertaken at the behest of this master. The timing seemed rather fortuitous, just as Uncle Hong was apprehended. They were chosen by the superior as candidates. What an uncanny coincidence. With so many skilled tomb raiders, why were they selected? Bai Yi considered himself quite low profile, with little renown. By the way, were we specifically chosen by the master? I cannot say, Shen Wei replied in a businesslike manner. I am merely executing orders from the superior. Beyond that, I neither inquire nor concern myself. Indeed, the professionalism of a soldier is undeniable. Bai Yi found himself at a loss for words in the presence of Shen Wei. And beside him, Lei Zi was utterly bored. The journey from Shenzhen to Xinjiang was exceedingly long, traversing from the south to the north. Lei Zi could not help but murmur, why not take a plane? This remark reminded Bai Yi, prompting Shen Wei to respond. There is a reason for everything. It is not intended to cause hardship. Such brevity drew a curious response from Lei Zi. Say, Comrade Xiaoshen, do you always speak so little in your daily life? Shen Wei replied, my existence revolves around accompanying the leader. The response left Lei Zi feeling exasperated, as there seemed to be no common ground with this individual. Bai Yi gently nudged Lei Zi. Enough, he is driving. Let us not distract him. After a considerable journey, they finally arrived at a rest stop where Tang San and others disembarked from the vehicle behind them. Bai Yi approached Tang San. You must find an opportunity to connect with the esteemed individual Shen Wei mentioned. I suspect he might be that mysterious figure. Bai Yi shared his suspicions, feeling a strong intuition that the esteemed individual was seeking to alleviate their predicament by convincing the leader to establish a certain geomantic arrangement, specifically designating them for the task. The timing was too fortuitous, suggesting a significant connection between the mysterious figure and the mastery of esoteric arts. Tang San appeared troubled. He is close to the leader. How can I approach him? Bai Yi had a sudden epiphany. Have you forgotten? He who possesses the Jiang Xian mirror commands the world. I have yet to utilize the Jiang Xian mirror, which remains in the basement. What do you mean? Tang San inquired. Are you suggesting we present the Jiang Xian mirror to the leader? Bai Yi affirmed. Indeed, the geomantic arrangement is not yet concluded, and he must still be near the leader. Before that, we need to find an opportunity to inform the leader about the Jiang Xian mirror, capturing his attention and striving for a meeting. Tang San responded, I have a feeling he will not easily agree to meet with us. That is precisely why we must take the initiative. For now, placing the luminous pearl in the Bagua City concludes our task. The fate of the national geomantic landscape will be resolved, yet whether he will appear again, and when, remains uncertain. Bai Yi remarked, currently, it is merely your speculation. Agreed. Tang San, initially hesitant, felt invigorated by Bai Yi's words, realizing the opportunity must not be squandered. Bai Yi patted Tang San on the shoulder and approached Shen Wei, whispering into his ear. Shen Wei's expression immediately turned rigid, initially displaying uncertainty. After hearing Bai Yi, his demeanor shifted to one of gravity, and he stepped aside. Tang San quickly rushed to Bai Yi's side. What transpired? At first, he was skeptical. I merely informed him that an esteemed master is near the leader, and he should inquire whether the Jiang Xian mirror possesses the legendary powers it is said to have. He should be reaching out now, Bai Yi replied with confidence. If he is indeed a master, the truth will soon reveal itself. We shall wait and see. When Shen Wei returned, he marched towards Bai Yi with a countenance that bore a hint of complexity. The commander has instructed that I must personally witness the Jiangxin mirror. The master wishes to appraise it in person. However, I must caution you. If your claims prove to be false, the promise of a permanent resolution will become void, even if you complete the final task. What? Lei Zi exclaimed, startled. What kind of joke is this? How can you say it doesn't count? That is a question for your companions, Shenwei replied, turning to leave. Bai Yi called him back. Wait a moment. We must meet with the commander in person. Only our companion knows the secrets of the Jiangxin mirror. He gestured toward Tang San, who nodded in agreement. The Jiangxin mirror is intricately linked to the Feng Shui Bureau, and I cannot make decisions without further consultation with the commander. Shenwei maintained his indifferent demeanor, as if this matter were of no concern to him. Please wait a moment. When Shenwei returned, his expression had shifted from tranquility to something more serious. The commander is willing to make an exception to meet with you, and the master is eager to see the Jiangxin mirror. Splendid. Tang San cast a grateful glance at Bai Yi, and the others began to grasp their intentions. Lazy could not help but voice his concern. Isn't this a considerable risk? If that master does not recognize the value of the Jiangxin mirror, then all our efforts to retrieve the purple light pearl will be in vain. What about the promised resolution? We could end up imprisoned, or worse. He gestured at his throat, a look of despair on his face. Bai Yi responded, let us remain optimistic. I trust Tang Sancheng's judgment regarding the Jiangxin mirror. I am willing to take this gamble. Lazy, exasperated, spat on the ground in frustration. Chapter 484. The audience, unexpectedly. Lazy was genuinely upset, squatting silently in disappointment. After all the toil to recover the Pearl of Light, he had believed they were on the verge of success. But Bai Yi's meddling now threatened to render all their efforts futile. How could he not be angry? Tang Sancheng approached him. Lazy, please do not take this personally. It has always been you who has taken the lead. You can do as you wish. Lazy retorted. I recognize that you two have contributed the most. Your achievements overshadow mine, which is but a trivial presence, always trailing behind you. Now, you changed the plan at a whim. And now, we are told that if the Jiangxin mirror proves useless, our earlier promise is null and void. Lazy. Do not overthink it, Tang Sancheng clarified, expressing Bai Yi's reasoning. The change of plans stemmed from an unexpected opportunity. We did not wish to let it slip away. If you must assign blame, let it fall upon me, as Bai Yi merely wished for me not to miss the chance to meet that enigmatic figure. Though Lazy remained silent, the tension in his expression began to ease. Xiao Ning recognized that Lazy was all bark and no bite. What he truly desired was a way out of this predicament. Come now, Lazy, we are all in this together. Do you truly wish to cast us aside? I never said that. Lazy, aware of the need to gracefully step back, rose to his feet. It just unsettles me that they made such a sudden decision without consulting us. However, I must confess, I feel rather at ease now. Bai Yi interjected, isn't that right? Lazy? With Bai Yi and Tang San both having expressed their sentiments, it would be unreasonable for Lazy to remain obstinate. He spat on the ground. In fact, I feel quite comfortable at this moment. Given that, shall we set off now? Shenwei, who had been quietly observing the resolution of their internal discord, approached them as soon as he noted their peaceful settlement. Their journey to Bagua City required passing through Beijing, which worked out well as Bai Yi and the others would first return to retrieve the Jiangxin mirror. Shenwei would depart ahead of them, promising to return shortly. Not wanting to pry into his haste, Bai Yi focused on checking the surveillance at home upon arrival. To his dismay, he discovered an intruder. It was a helper called by Guan Kai, the lid of a teapot. This lad has completely lost his bearings. As if swept away by a flood at the Dragon King's temple, Lazy remarked. He once revered the 7 evils as if they were deities. He is likely bought off. 7 evils speculated. I will head to the basement. Bai Yi went to fetch the Jiangxin mirror, and just as he emerged from the basement, he heard the sound of a car horn outside. Upon opening the door, he saw Shenwei returning. Shenwei waved at Bai Yi. Are we ready to depart now? Tang San felt a twinge of anxiety. Did this mean they were heading to Zhongnanhai? Bai Yi replied, I fear it is not the place you envision. Such an informal meeting will take place elsewhere. Shenwei admired Bai Yi's insight. You are correct, Boss Bai. Our destination is a hotel. This meeting is informal. And the master will be present. Really? The master is willing to meet us? Tang San asked. Of course, the authenticity of the Jiangxin mirror requires verification by the master. Shenwei understood little of Tang San's apprehension. His return was solely to discuss the meeting with the leaders. The arrangement of this feng shui setup was of utmost secrecy, known only to the leaders and himself, along with these individuals. Even the soldiers involved in the previous capture were merely aware of a special mission. Without knowledge of the specifics, strangers could not access the innermost circles to meet the leaders. After deliberation, it was decided that they would meet at a relatively casual yet nearby state guest house, which had been prepared in advance, ensuring complete privacy and safety. As the vehicle entered the guest house, it was surprisingly deserted. Upon disembarking, Tang San noticed a curtain fluttering on the upper floor, a fleeting shadow passing by. He strained his eyes, eager to discern the identity of the figure behind the curtain. Unbeknownst to him, the others had already followed Shun Wei into the lobby. Xiao Ning called back to him, snapping Tang San out of his reverie, prompting him to hastily catch up. In the lobby, a lone female staff member greeted Shun Wei's entrance with an air of urgency. Please proceed to the second room on the right on the second floor. Shun Wei nodded slightly, leading everyone upstairs. The staff member did not follow. Her gaze remained fixed on the ground, embodying an indifference as if everything around her was unrelated to her. Tang San glanced back at her. She was fully aware of being observed, yet remained motionless, maintaining her stance, neither hearing nor asking. This was the attitude she intended to project. Tang San sighed internally, understanding that becoming the last person remaining today was both an honor and a burden for her, a conflicting emotion that likely left her feeling both fortunate and fearful. Returning his attention to the group, he continued to linger at the back. Upon reaching the designated door indicated by the staff, everyone halted, scarcely daring to breathe. Shun Wei gently tapped 3 times on the door. "Commander, they have arrived." "Come in." The voice from within emerged unexpectedly soft, its volume subdued yet resonant. Apart from Shun Wei, the others exchanged glances, their mutual tension palpable. Even through the voice, one could sense the commanding aura of the individual inside. Indeed, those who achieve success are often extraordinary. Shun Wei turned back to the group, seemingly inquiring if they were prepared. Bai Yi nodded on behalf of everyone, prompting Shun Wei to turn back, applying pressure to the door, which opened silently. Inside stood only the commander, his stature, as the legend suggested, not particularly imposing. Yet he wore a warm smile as he regarded the newcomers. "Commander," Shun Wei saluted with a standard military gesture, only to be met with the commander waving a hand dismissively. "Enough. This is an informal setting. You needn't do that. It will only make them anxious." Shun Wei's face flushed, akin to a child chastised, as he quietly stepped aside. The commander suddenly approached Tang San, already tall. Tang San appeared even more towering beside the now seemingly diminutive commander, though the latter exuded an impressive presence, causing Tang San to feel somewhat awkward. The commander kindly grasped Tang San's hand. "You must be Tang San?" "Yes," Tang San replied, suddenly feeling nervous, curious how the commander could identify him among so many. "Good. A promising youth," the commander said, hands clasped behind his back. "I have heard that you possess the Jiangxin mirror. To possess the Jiangxin mirror is to hold dominion over the world. I have consulted a master about this." And he acknowledged it, stating that the Jiangxin mirror embodies the essence of the true dragon. Such a claim is not unfounded, but ultimately, it depends on whether the Jiangxin mirror in your possession is genuine. Chapter 485, Truth and Falsehood. Bai Yi promptly presented the Jiangxin mirror. "Commander, the Jiangxin mirror is here. However, may I ask where the master is?" He articulated the very question that weighed heavily on Tang San's mind, whose gaze fixed intently on the commander before swiftly scanning the surroundings. The commander did not take the Jiangxin mirror. Shun Wei stepped forward, extending his hands, catching the mirror as it fell into his grasp. He then retreated a step, resuming his previous stance, his eyes locked on the commander. Upon receiving a nod from the commander, Shun Wei cradled the Jiangxin mirror and exited. This left a profound impact on Tang San. Indeed, he had not expected such reserved demeanor from the commander. Observing Tang San's expression of disappointment, Bai Yi felt a pang of regret on his behalf. Forgetting any reservations about the commander, he blurted out, "Why can the master not reveal himself?" The expression of the leader was somewhat unexpected, as if he found Bai Yi's question rather inappropriate. Nevertheless, he smiled and remarked, "We should respect the wishes of others, should we not?" It seemed that the master himself was unwilling to make an appearance, leaving Bai Yi in a state of helplessness. However, since Shun Wei had taken something out, it indicated that the master was indeed present and likely nearby. A bold thought began to blossom in his mind. After concluding his meeting with the leader, once he stepped out of this room, could he? The leader then inquired about their experiences in Taiwan, and upon hearing about the level of infrastructure across the strait, he appeared contemplative. His diminutive frame sank into the sofa as his brows knitted together, and after a long pause, he remarked, "The disparity is indeed considerable." Bai Yi was moved by the leader's sense of concern for the nation and its people. Initially, Sending the Jiangxin mirror was merely to fulfill Tang San's wish, but now that this true dragon mirror had fallen into the leader's hands, it had found its rightful owner. With such a leader, there was hope for the future. A gentle knock at the door interrupted their thoughts. It was Shun Wei. Bai Yi calculated that Shun Wei had only been gone for about 5 minutes. Considering the time taken for travel and conversation with the master, the latter must be nearby. If he were on this floor, it certainly wouldn't take 5 minutes. The building had 3 stories. Could he be upstairs? When Shun Wei entered, the Jiangxin mirror was absent from his possession, replaced instead by a piece of paper. As Shun Wei handed the note to the leader, Bai Yi leaned closer to whisper to Tang San. The latter shuddered, recalling the fleeting shadow he had seen upon entering the 3rd floor. Bai Yi's speculation seemed remarkably plausible. That shadow was most likely the master. Given that the entire hotel had been cleared, very few remained. Bai Yi's suggestion sent a thrill through Tang San, yet he nodded affirmatively. This time, they must capture him. After reading the note, the leader sighed and nodded slightly. I never expected you to locate the legendary true dragon mirror. However, for me, its significance is minimal. The leader's reaction exceeded Bai Yi's expectations, leaving him somewhat astonished. But the one who possesses the Jiangxin mirror holds the world, Bai Yi countered. Young man, throughout history, those who have held the world, have they truly possessed it? A change of dynasty merely alters its rulers. The old customs and systems remain unchanged. What I desire most is not the so-called realm or governance, but to dismantle the existing constructs and embrace a new beginning. The leader spoke without grandiose rhetoric, his words delivered in a commonplace tone. Yet they resonated with an undeniable force. Suddenly, Shun Wei murmured, how could the master know the leader's thoughts? His indiscretion drew a reproachful glance from the leader. Yet, this sparked an epiphany in Bai Yi. No wonder the master was so close to the leader. The leader trusted him implicitly. To forge connections, one must engage sincerely. Even with someone of the leader's stature, the master was not only versed in techniques, but also possessed a profound understanding of human nature. Bai Yi considered himself astute. Yet in the presence of someone of the leader's caliber, he dared not presume. The commander remarked, since the mirror of Jiangxin is indeed real, our previous agreement is entirely valid. Now, as long as you place the purple light night pearl at the center of the Bagua city, as per the master's instructions, your task will be complete, and I shall unconditionally fulfill your request for a lasting solution. Bai Yi inquired, however, did the master provide any specific guidance regarding the center of Bagua city? It is merely a central location. This clue is rather vague, he responded. The commander remained silent. And Shun Wei interjected, the master anticipated that you would pose this question, and thus instructed me to convey that someone among you will know the location at the center. Undoubtedly, this referred to Tang San. At that moment, the commander rose, stating, I shall not see you off. Tang San recognized that the opportunity had arrived. The few followed the commander down the stairs, and as the figures of the commander and Shun Wei vanished, Bai Yi darted to the 3rd floor like an arrow, with Tang San hastily trailing behind. Just moments ago, a plan of action had been established between the two, while the others, perplexed, were left in the dark, unsure of the intentions behind their actions, opting to follow suit. As Bai Yi rushed ahead, Tang San called out, alerting him to a potential presence in a nearby room where the door stood ajar. Bai Yi burst inside, only to glimpse a shadow leaping from the window. By the time he reached the window, the figure had already vanished. Tang San entered, panting heavily, and noticed a strip of fabric left upon the windowsill. He picked it up, his mouth trembling. The pattern on this cloth is identical to that found in the infant coffin. It was unmistakably him, yet why? When the individual was so close, could they not meet? Was it a matter of unwillingness? A wave of sorrow washed over Tang San as he bit his lip and closed his eyes, realizing that the person had escaped right before his eyes. Bai Yi, increasingly agitated, pounded his fists on the windowsill and shouted, what is going on here? What is this all about? Lazy rolled his eyes, exasperated, noting, once again, these two are scheming and acting alone. Now they are inexplicably here, wallowing in their frustration. After exhaling deeply, Bai Yi expressed the reason for his sudden rush and pointed to the fabric in Tang San's hand. I refuse to believe that someone with such a meticulous mind would leave behind such an obvious clue. He is revealing his identity, yet why does he not wish to meet Tang San? He intervened to assist us, helping us evade a calamity, indicating that he is well aware of our situation, or rather, Tang San's situation. This demonstrates genuine concern, yet he chooses not to meet. It truly perplexes me. Tang San clutched the fabric tightly in his palm, a myriad of emotions surging within him. Indeed, he had rendered assistance more than once. The most recent instance had been when he caught a glimpse of the man's silhouette. Now, one was on the second floor and the other on the third. Yet again so close. Shinwei's footsteps approached as he searched for them. Upon finding them all gathered in the room, his expression shifted. How did you end up here? What? Are we not allowed to come to this room? Lazy retorted impulsively. Chapter 486. The Stone Tomb. Shinwei's expression grew grave. Although the area was vacated today, it typically housed esteemed guests, and such reckless wandering was ill-advised. Lazy, eager to retort, was halted by Xiao Ning, who insisted, "Enough, we must prioritize our important business." Lazy snorted dismissively, yet Shinwei remained unfazed, his demeanor as tranquil as ever. "The commander is in good spirits today. You are fortunate." Indeed. It was likely the influence of Jiang Xinjing. Rather than seizing it, the commander entrusted it to the master, possibly for alternate purposes. Bai Yi clapped a still disappointed Tang San on the shoulder, saying, "Let us proceed." Shinwei led the 6 of them downstairs, stating, "I will escort you to Bagua City." Escort. Lazy raised an eyebrow, finding the term somewhat exaggerated. With their capabilities, such protection seemed unnecessary. However, Bai Yi held a different view, recognizing that having someone of Shinwei's stature leading them would facilitate many matters. This was, after all, a form of networking. The journey to Bagua City involved 2 vehicles, nestled in Xinjiang, rich in ethnic characteristics, where many local customs were strictly observed. Bai Yi offered some instructions during the ride. They had previously traversed the desert, but only briefly, spending most of their time in the arid expanse. Now, they were to delve into the city. Speaking of the desert, Lazy jested about Qixia. Qixia, I assume that Ainur is with child now? One wonders whether it's a daughter or a son. It's a pity. Though, this child will enter the world without a father. Qixia promptly closed his eyes, regretting his decision to share a vehicle with Lazy. Suddenly, Lazy slapped his own mouth. "Brother Qixia, my apologies. It was thoughtless of me to speak." "It's nothing. You merely spoke the truth. The child will indeed lack paternal companionship at birth, which is unfair to him." Qixia replied, "I feel remorse for him." Returning to Xinjiang, the group's thoughts drifted far afield. Lazy, too, recalled past events, though he feigned indifference, diverting his attention to others. Tang San and Bai Yi, seated in the same vehicle as Xiao Ning, were also burdened with their own concerns, occasionally pulling out strips of cloth, eventually tying one around his wrist. "Shinwei, may I inquire about the appearance of that master?" Bai Yi asked. Strangely, it seemed the master anticipated such inquiries, specifically instructing that not a word could be disclosed. A directive from the commander himself. His lengthy response fell short of expectations, as this individual was indeed on par with Qixia. He truly has a grasp on everything. Tang San couldn't help but comment. Does the commander trust him so implicitly? Shinwei entirely disregarded this question, leaving Tang San feeling somewhat rebuffed. As their vehicle approached a county town, Shinwei informed them they would need to stay the night. This seemed somewhat superfluous. Yet Shinwei's expression suggested he harbored additional intentions. Shinwei unexpectedly led everyone to a dwelling adjacent to a grave, a sepulchre constructed from piled stones. Beside this stone tomb lay a hot spring, marked by a stele inscribed with the words "a resin hot spring," detailing its origins in both Kazakh and Chinese, which was clearly legible to all. A resin, in Kazakh, signifies the divine water that cures all ailments. Xiao Ning remarked, "I never imagined this hot spring held such a beautiful myth, but where is there a place to sleep here?" "There are tents in the back compartment." Shinwei replied coldly, proceeding to retrieve 2 tents, instructing Lazy and Xiaoshan to set them up. As Lazy erected the tent, he muttered, "The vehicle should be moving faster. We could have reached our destination today. I truly do not understand what is going on. Perhaps there are other matters to attend to." Xiaoshan replied, his enthusiasm for tent assembly evident. Noticing Xiaoshan's carefree demeanor, Lazy playfully nudged him. "You're quite something." Having heard this often, Xiaoshan was hardly affected, as everyone claimed to be admirable, yet he remained oblivious to what made them envious. Meanwhile, Xiao Ning stood before the stele, absorbed in the myth, as such places are often intertwined with tales of love. The story resonated deeply with her. Long ago, in the Wusun tribe, A handsome Kazakh youth named Anders fell in love with the beautiful Kazakh maiden, Maina. They were industrious and brave, sustaining themselves and establishing a joyful family on the lush pastures along the west bank of the Kuksu River Gorge. During one hunting expedition, misfortune befell Anders as he was devoured by a ferocious beast. Unbeknownst to him, Maina sat on a rocky hillside, day after day, awaiting his return. As time passed, her tears flowed incessantly into the crevices of the rocks, her ardent sorrow giving birth to the Arezan hot spring. That's a fabrication. Merely a tale to enchant you girls, Bai Yi chuckled. Much like how Meng Jiangnu's tears could bring down the Great Wall, the wall may crumble. But certainly not due to tears. Tang San, however, was not preoccupied with the myth. The proximity of the hot spring to the stone tomb struck him as peculiar. As he pondered, Xiao Ning had already begun to investigate the origins of the stone grave. Legend has it that there was a Kazakh tribe named Bai Yi, whose beautiful daughter fell in love with a poor herdsman's son, Bai Kan. Their union faced vehement opposition from the Bai family, who confined their daughter. The maiden, taking advantage of a musical gathering, fled into the forest, riding for 3 days and nights until she finally found Bai Kan and they wed. The Bai tribe dispatched all their riders to locate them, casting Bai Kan off a cliff to feed the wolves, and forcefully marrying her to a noble of the Wusun. On the night of her marriage, the heartbroken maiden leapt from the cliff to her demise. In her memory, travelers passing by would collect beautiful stones to place atop the cliff, eventually forming a sizable stone grave, which is the origin of the maiden's tomb. See, there are no happy endings, Bai Yi remarked with a smile. Let us not dwell on this any longer. Let us take a rest. Tomorrow, we shall arrive at Bagua City. Upon glancing at the situation, Xiao Ning realized that both narratives concluded unfavorably, causing his spirits to plummet. However, he noticed Tang San, lost in thought with a furrowed brow. What troubles you, Tang San? May I see the map? After taking the map and studying it for a moment, Tang San's demeanor shifted to one of excitement as he strode purposefully toward Shenwei. Do you mean to say that our prolonged stay here is the master's intention? Indeed, Shenwei replied. The master instructed that if you do not inquire, I am not to divulge anything, regardless of when we arrive. We must remain here until the following day before departing. The master's command surely bore significance. Tang San discerned an intriguing correlation between the hot spring and the stone tomb's positioning. Did this stay imply a task for him? The more he pondered, the more unsettled he became, returning to the stone tomb with a contemplative demeanor. What is amiss? Is something wrong here? Xiao Ning inquired. From the legends, there are no corpses within the stone tomb, which resolves that issue, Bai Yi interjected. Otherwise, the remains would have undergone some transformation. Yet, from a geomantic perspective, we must consider Tang San's insights. The mountain waters of 1,000 corpses signify momentum, while those of 100 corpses denote form. When both the momentum and form align harmoniously, it is auspicious. Discord between the two, however, heralds misfortune. If the momentum is malevolent while the form is favorable, only a singular blessing may endure among myriad fates. Should the distant momentum be favorable, yet the nearby form be ominous, calamity will surely follow shortly after burial. The momentum of 1,000 feet, languid and suspended, fails to coalesce. The vitality dissipates into the earth. Tang San remarked. Vitality is the paramount criterion for selecting an auspicious site. This stone tomb occupies a central elevated hill, devoid of the azure dragon on the left and the white tiger on the right, with clear space in front and behind. The vitality of such a hill could be easily swept away by the winds. But does the presence of a hot spring not offer some compensation? Xiao Ning queried. Water should mitigate the situation somewhat. That is precisely the issue, Tang San responded. The hot spring's placement is misaligned with the stone tomb. The missing nexus is what leads to the deterioration of the coffin. External energies are meant to contain internal energies, while flowing water serves to obstruct incoming forces. Favorable momentum from afar, yet an ominous form nearby, creates a geomantic site. Although there is water before the stone tomb, it lacks support behind it, unless. He pointed to a nearby high slope. We relocate the stone tomb to that elevation, thus providing water in front and a mountain behind, completing the geomantic configuration. Allow me to remind you, Lazy interjected, having approached, this stone tomb has been preserved for millennia. We are but outsiders. Do you truly wish to move this sacred site, potentially breaching their taboos? At this, Tang San hesitated. contemplating the master's directive to remain here as a means to rectify the site's deficiencies. Yet, Lazy's argument held merit. Infringing on their taboos was inappropriate, especially given their differing ethnic backgrounds. In that moment, Tang San found himself utterly confounded. Shinwei approached and said, "Do as you wish. I shall do my utmost to cooperate. So, shall we move it or not?" Xiaoshan asked, bewildered. "Why is it that I cannot comprehend much of what you are saying today? I truly do not understand." Tang San remarked, "Shinwei, could you express yourself more straightforwardly? It is not merely a matter of placing the Ziguang Night Pearl at the center of the Bagua city. What then is the significance of this stone tomb that has suddenly appeared? I can only reveal so much regarding the master's arrangements and the chief's orders." Shinwei's words doused everyone in a cold shower of disappointment. It was tantamount to saying nothing at all. All eyes turned to Tang San as their next course of action hinged upon his guidance. With a determined bite of his lip, Tang San declared, "Let us move it." Yet, feeling slightly unsure, he added, "After all, we have the chief backing us. What is there to fear? Very well, let us proceed." The six of them, along with Shinwei, collectively transported the stone tomb to the slope ahead, shifting it a total of over 10 meters. Although termed a stone tomb, it was essentially just a mass of stone. Curiously, once the final stone was set down, a sudden cool breeze swept through, brushing against their faces. Rather than a chilling sensation, it brought a refreshing clarity. A smile blossomed on Tang San face. "All right." Xiao Ning, feeling an inclination towards a hot spring, had to relinquish her thoughts as a young lady in the cold weather, opting instead to engage in light conversation with the small hill. Meanwhile, Shinwei and the seven evils went to gather firewood, preparing to kindle a fire for warmth as nightfall approached. Lazy, seated between Bai Yi and Tang San could not keep his mouth shut. "Why do I find this situation rather peculiar? If that master persuaded the chief to establish this feng shui arrangement for our comfort, I can believe that. But why did he leave such overt evidence of his identity? Regarding the grand scheme of 50 years, Tang San is it feasible?" "Indeed," Tang San asserted, "once the feng shui layout is established, as long as its elements remain unchanged, it will undoubtedly influence the energy field." "How truly enigmatic," Lazy mused. "What about your father?" The mention of your father caused Tang San's expression to shift instantly. It had become common knowledge that the mysterious master was indeed his biological father, yet hearing it articulated so bluntly was a first. Lazy slapped his mouth. "My apologies for my indiscretion." "Well, now that it has been said plainly, it is quite refreshing," Bai Yi interjected. "If he were not Tang San's father, why would he go to such lengths to assist us? However, his infrequent appearances have left many matters shrouded in mystery. We truly cannot fathom his thoughts. On one hand, he is exceedingly attentive, yet on the other, he remains elusive." It seemed that Tang San had not heard their musings, as he remained absorbed in his own contemplations. Is this not also a part of the feng shui grand scheme? The positioning of this hot spring and stone tomb is aligned with the Bagua city and the capital, all along a straight line. I understand now. Indeed, nothing is coincidental. Everything is inevitable. He has sent me here to rectify the deficiencies. Having clarified this point, Tang San was in high spirits. As for Shinwei, he felt a sense of camaraderie with Qi Xie, and the two began to converse. Qi Xie, finally employing a bit of cleverness, managed to extract some information from Shinwei, who vaguely revealed that the commander and the master had been longtime friends. Due to the commander's status, the master seldom appeared in his presence, and Shinwei had only encountered the master twice, both times under very discreet circumstances. The commander had also issued orders forbidding Shinwei from disclosing the master's appearance to outsiders. Apart from this, there was little else to share. Qi Xie conveyed the gathered intelligence to Tang San, who felt immensely grateful, sensing that he was getting closer to his goal. The night was bitterly cold. Everyone huddled around the fire within the tent, still shivering from the chill. The piercing cold of the northwest was now a tangible experience for them. After a long wait for dawn, Shinwei led the group to the nearest town, ordering a lavish spread of beef and lamb to warm them. They paid no heed to appearances, indulging in food and drink, proclaiming that the northern beef and lamb were truly authentic. Upon tasting the boiled lamb, which was devoid of any gamey flavor and paired with a hint of roasted salt, they feasted heartily until they could eat no more. After this hearty meal, the cold was significantly alleviated. Shinwei glanced at the time and remarked that it was getting late. They had to complete their mission today, as someone was still waiting for them. Chapter 488. The kingdom of Wusun. Awaiting them was the director of the street office in Bagua City. Prior to their arrival, Bai Yi had been concerned about locating the true center of Bagua City and determining the best placement for the Night Pearl. Upon arrival, however, he realized that his worries were unfounded. Matters were not as convoluted as he had imagined. The director, uncertain of the purpose of their visit, had merely received orders from above and had procured a map of Bagua City, with the central location clearly marked. Notably, 2 versions of the map were prepared. One was the most recent edition released this year, while the other was quite special, an antique believed to be the earliest map from the time of Bagua City's construction, originally housed in a museum but borrowed for this special occasion. Bai Yi deemed it unnecessary to bring the original map, opting instead to create a replica, as any mishap with the antique could lead to potential damage, a responsibility he was unwilling to shoulder. The director was pleased with this decision and promptly stored the antique map away, as he too wished to avoid any liability. Upon handing the 2 maps to Bai Yi, the director attempted to establish rapport with Shen Wei. Although unaware of Shen Wei's background, he recognized that he was no ordinary individual. However, faced with Shen Wei's icy demeanor, the attempt at camaraderie proved fruitless. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the director took his leave. With the maps in hand, the group did not rush to depart. Instead, they settled back into the vehicle to study the layout meticulously. The entirety of Bagua City was designed in a radiating circular pattern, its streets resembling a magical labyrinth, with pathways interconnected and streets seamlessly linked, a defining characteristic of Bagua City. Historically, Bagua City was referred to as the Kingdom of Wusun, a fact chronicled in the records of the Grand Historian. At that time, Zhang Qian was dispatched to the western regions with the intention of forming an alliance with the Wusun to contain the Xiongnu, thereby alleviating the threat perceived by the Han dynasty. The elderly Wusun king, Mo Kuan, upon receiving Zhang Qian, believed that a marriage alliance with the prosperous and powerful Han would ensure the security of Wusun's own prosperity. Consequently, he presented over 1,000 fine Wusun steeds to Emperor Wu of Han. Previously, Emperor Wu had consulted the Book of Changes and divined that celestial horses would come from the northwest. Elated by the arrival of the Wusun horses, Emperor Wu named them heavenly horses and arranged for the marriage of Lu Shijuan, daughter of King Lu Jian of Jiangdu, to the Wusun king. The Wusun state has long been the cradle of numerous tales and heroes, and later caught the attention of Qiu Chajai, which provided the impetus for the establishment of Bagua City. Geographically, the center of the city's layout is represented by a flower symbolizing the Taiji, embodying yin and yang. From this central point, 8 principal streets radiate outward according to the directions of the Bagua, each extending over 1,000 meters. At intervals, connecting ring roads link the 8 main streets, resulting in a total of 4 concentric rings. The first ring comprises 8 streets, the second 16, the third 32, and the fourth 64, collectively forming the 64 hexagrams of the Bagua. The 8 streets of the first ring are named according to the Bagua directions: Qian, Dui, Kuan, Li, Sun, Zhen, Zhen, and Can, intertwining like a complex Bagua divination bowl. According to contemporary maps, the center of Bagua City lies at the heart of that flower garden. However, Tang San held a different perspective, placing greater importance on the earliest maps. His fingers moved swiftly as he calculated, and with a pen in hand, he sketched on the map, his brow furrowed in concentration. Xiao Ning felt a sense of trust in the earnestness of Tang San. Eventually, Tang San circled a spot on the map. This is the location. It was 300 meters from the current central square, requiring an eastward walk of 300 meters. Shen Wei swallowed hard. Are you certain? The fate of the 50-year feng shui situation hinged on this young man. Had a master been present, Shen Wei believed he would not have felt such anxiety. Now, his heart was in turmoil. After a moment of hesitation, he resolved, very well. Let us take the final step. They abandoned their vehicle and walked directly, finding the streets interconnected. Fortunately, there was a map, and each street bore a sign indicating its name for the convenience of passers-by. Tang San, well-versed in the Bagua, confidently proceeded without needing the signs. Arriving at the city center, after walking another 300 meters east, they were struck dumb by the sight before them, an expanse of bare land, devoid of anything. Where should the luminous pearl be buried? Tang San proposed. Burying it underground is the best method. However, this area must not be excavated or built upon in the future, lest the consequences be dire. Wei was somewhat astonished. The same words were spoken by the master. Your statements are almost verbatim. Is this what is known as tacit understanding? Tang San smiled wryly. Burying it now is not an issue, but the matters that follow need not concern you all. We are well prepared. At least for the next 50 years, there will be no changes here. Wei declared confidently. Please proceed. Do not doubt him, but rather trust in the capabilities of the commander. There is no need for further distress on this matter. Let Tang San choose a suitable location first, while the others commence excavation. Strangely enough, despite the sparse population here, they toiled for 2 hours without encountering a single passerby. The hole was dug quite deep, and as Wei peered down, he finally acquiesced. Very well. Bai Yi retrieved the box containing the luminous pearl, reflecting on the arduous journey across the river. Nearly ensnared by sorcery, almost succumbing to death in a foreign land. He offered a wry smile as he opened the box, and the violet-hued pearl immediately radiated its purple glow, harmonizing beautifully with the sunlight streaming down. Suddenly, a beam of violet light soared skyward, akin to a purple rainbow slicing through the heavens. In the distance, a cacophony of voices arose, evidently startled by this natural phenomenon. Quickly now, Wei urged, and everyone eagerly began to excavate the earth, burying the luminous pearl within. Ning, with a dismayed expression, lamented, after finally witnessing a luminous pearl, now it's gone. What is so remarkable? You've tasted one before, Lazy blurted out. This Lazy, unaware of the intricate details surrounding Ning's rescue, only knew she had been saved by the enchantment of Fuyu. Upon hearing Lazy's mention of her having consumed a luminous pearl, her mouth gaped open as if she could swallow 3 eggs whole. Lazy had misspoken. Initially, he had concealed the truth, fearing Ning would regret the loss of the luminous pearl and worrying she might develop psychological scars due to the parasitic creature. Everything was done with her best interests at heart. Now, witnessing the accusatory gazes directed at him, Lazy promptly fell silent, bending down to bury the violet pearl deeply. With their task accomplished, the group leapt a few times to compact the soil firmly. Simultaneously, the 6 of them exhaled in relief, while Wei stood upright. Addressing them, ladies and gentlemen, the mission is complete. Congratulations. His tone remained unflappable, prompting Ning to interject. This has truly been a harrowing ordeal. I assure you, the reward will be worthwhile, Wei continued, showing no intention of departing. Please return and await further news. From this moment on, you are free to pursue your own activities. They had awaited this very statement, discerning that Wei's presence signified further developments. Bai Yi and the others, uninterested in lingering, departed to find an inn to settle in. Perhaps liberated from their burdens, they all seemed considerably more lively. Ning persistently questioned Lazy about the circumstances of her consumption of the luminous pearl. Chapter 489. The sealing stone. Lazy adamantly refused to divulge any information, merely stating that it had been used as a medicinal catalyst. In reality, it had only been given to the parasitic creature, which subsequently neutralized the poison within Ning. Unwilling to accept this explanation, Ning cornered Lazy, who was on the verge of tears, desperately calling for Tang San's assistance. Tang San, won't you come over? Indeed, Lazy spoke the truth. At that moment, the medicinal catalyst was not directly administered to Ning. Tang San intervened, acting as a mediator. Ning unleashed her frustration upon him, but Tang San, possessing a commendable temperament, remained silent. Only when Ning had exhausted her tirade and began to sip water did he recount the circumstances of that eventful occasion, repeatedly emphasizing that the catalyst had not crossed her lips. Both Xie and Bai Yi also reassured her, and at last, Ning was convinced. Yet, the mere thought of the fat worm left her with little appetite that evening. Ning was generally agreeable, but not particularly discerning. Lazy muttered, "It's just a worm." Most would have forgotten it by now, but He tapped his chopsticks incessantly against his bowl, drawing the attention of the other diners. Tang San felt it was rather inappropriate. "Stop that, people are watching us." "Let them watch," Lazy retorted. "Tell me, Tang San, do you come from a noble lineage? Your appetite is hearty, yet you possess an air of refinement, unlike our crude selves." Lazy sighed, "Alas, it seems we have gained no tangible benefits this time. It's quite disheartening." Upon mentioning this, Tang San lowered his voice. "Not quite. We could still seize an opportunity." "What do you mean? What have you seen?" Lazy's interest was piqued. "Remember the stone tomb we passed on our way here? Beyond that point, I discovered a favorable site. Perhaps we should explore it on our return journey, Tang San suggested. Without any apparent benefits. I can't shake this feeling of unease. What do you all think? There were no objections among the group. It had been quite some time since they had opened a coffin, and they all felt a twinge of excitement. Fortunately, they had brought their tools with them. The following morning, Bai Yi and Tang San rose early to investigate the town square, only to find construction underway. Upon inquiry, they learned that the site where the purple luminous pearl was buried was soon to host a statue. This was indeed a splendid idea. They noticed that Shun Wei was absent from the crowd. Naturally, once such arrangements were made, someone would be tasked with the job, allowing Shun Wei to withdraw. Let us go, Bai Yi suggested. It's time for us to depart. As they walked, absorbing the tranquil atmosphere of Bagua City, Tang San recalled the peaceful little town they had visited last time. Perhaps it was this very serenity that attracted the prominent Taoist figures. Upon returning to the inn, they found everyone prepared and eager. They unanimously decided to explore the favorable site Tang San had mentioned that evening, planning to return to Beijing by train the next day. After an arduous wait, night fell, and they stealthily ventured out. Once they had exited the county town, they walked the rest of the way, where the cold wind and sparse population left only 6 of them on the path. Lazy whistled, unperturbed by the thought of anyone questioning their whereabouts. In the dead of winter, it was likely that only they would be out digging. After walking for about an hour, they finally arrived at the auspicious site Tang San had described. This extraordinary sight indeed elicited a bittersweet smile from everyone except Tang San. It is a subsidence, a phenomenon characterized by the gradual or abrupt sinking of the ground due to the movement of subterranean materials. Observing the lack of excitement among the others, Tang San quickly clarified, if it weren't for this subsidence, I wouldn't have noticed it either. Whether it exists or not, we can simply test it. Lazy promptly retrieved his Luoyang shovel, preferring his own tools over the advanced equipment prepared by Yu Wei on the opposite bank, which he found cumbersome. Upon returning to report to the leader, he brought his own equipment along. With the Luoyang shovel, Lazy unearthed some mud, which he brought to his nose for inspection. It seems there truly is a layer of coal. How peculiar. Could there be coal burning within the tombs of the Northwest? Not surprising at all, Bai Yi interjected. During the Han Dynasty, there were marriages with the Wusun Kingdom. If a Han individual were buried here, they might have adhered to Han customs. Could it be that beneath us lies a Han tomb? Excitement surged within Lazy as he called upon Xiao Ning and Xiao Shan to join him in the endeavor. Xiao Ning, having not excavated in a while, swiftly descended 7 meters before encountering a solid object. As she cleared away the mud, she exclaimed, "It's bricks." Lazy snapped his fingers. Now we're getting somewhere. This kid, Tang San, often devises peculiar strategies, yet they consistently yield results. I'll summon them down. Xiao Ning and Xiao Shan continued to clear the earth, revealing bricks and stones bit by bit. Xiao Shan remarked, "Sister Xiao Ning, this appears to be a wall." Bai Yi, who had just arrived, noted, "This is a ceiling brick. Typically, behind a ceiling brick lies the tomb passage." Everyone gathered behind the ceiling brick, shining their flashlights upon it. The brick was colossal, and Bai Yi led the group in meticulously clearing the wall. The ceiling brick comprised 17 layers, with the upper 2 layers arranged in a staggered pattern and the lower 15 layers laid flat. Each brick was remarkably heavy, weighing several kilograms. The more they uncovered, the more exhilarated Bai Yi became, as it indicated the tomb's occupant was likely of significant wealth or status. The subsequent tasks were much simpler, entrusted to Lazy, who prepared explosives to create an opening in the center of the ceiling brick, just large enough for a person to crawl through. They entered in single file, confirming Bai Yi's hypothesis. Indeed, the tomb passage lay beyond. Once inside the passage, Bai Yi turned to observe the bricks, stating, "These are wedge-shaped bricks, primarily serving to fill gaps and reinforce the ceiling. They are crafted from yellow clay, constructed dry without mortar, ensuring their preservation for millennia." This method was commonly employed during the Han Dynasty, indicating a strong connection between this tomb and that era. The passage was remarkably clean, devoid of any accumulation of soil. Lazy spat on the ground. "It appears we are the first to set foot in here." The tomb consisted of 2 side chambers and 1 main chamber. Its design straightforward yet grand. They first entered a side chamber, which resembled a cave with a vaulted brick structure, the floor elegantly laid with Han bricks. Upon entering, the 6 were astounded by the lacquerware stacked within. The most captivating piece for Bai Yi was a round box adorned with painted bird and cloud patterns. ingeniously designed with a lid that interlocks with the body of the vessel. Within the vessel and along the inner rim, the central bottom and a surrounding band are adorned with black lacquer, while the remainder is coated in red lacquer. The central bottom features intricate designs of birds and clouds, transformed avian motifs, and spirals, rendered in red and matte gray-black lacquer upon the black base. The second circle of the inner bottom showcases transformed avian patterns in red lacquer, while the inner and outer rims depict stylized bird heads, accompanied by wave and dot motifs. The outer base bears stamped inscriptions. Bai Yi, observing the luster of this lacquerware, remarked that it must be cherished by its owner, frequently handled, as the oils from the hands imparted such a sheen. The style of this lacquerware is indicative of the Western Han dynasty, leading him to conclude that the tomb's occupant undoubtedly belonged to that era. Chapter 490. Lady Feng to warrant such an expansive tomb and connect to the Western Han. It is likely that only the princesses sent to marry into the Wusun kingdom could be involved. Bai Yi suddenly comprehended that these exquisite lacquer pieces might very well be part of the bridal dowry, transported all the way from the Western Han to this Wusun kingdom. Regardless, Lazy had already begun to pack these lacquerware items with remarkable agility. He was selective, discarding any pieces that were incomplete and favoring those that appeared splendid and remained intact. For he had long been adept in the art of treasure hunting and understood that only items of good quality could fetch a handsome price. The structure of the tomb was not particularly complex, yet it was remarkable to construct a tomb reminiscent of one's homeland in a foreign land. Upon exiting this side chamber, the group entered another. Curiously, the tomb's owner seemed unconcerned about potential grave robbers, as there were no traps or hidden passages. The group traversed the interior with ease, akin to strolling in their own courtyard. In the other side chamber, they discovered an array of large artifacts, such as bronze chariots, which could not be removed. They could only feast their eyes upon the complete structures of these bronze chariots, with all harnessing components intact. More astonishing were the smoothly operable windows and the exquisitely carved patterns, alongside the remarkably flexible reins that left the onlookers in awe. In a moment of excitement, Xiao Shan leapt onto one of the bronze chariots, which remained utterly still, illustrating its remarkable functionality. From the specifications of these bronze chariots, Bai Yi began to formulate a hypothesis. The princesses of the Western Han dynasty, who had embarked on long journeys to the Wusun kingdom, likely utilized these bronze chariots. Observing these artifacts, he felt a strong inclination that the tomb's owner might indeed be one of those princesses. When we enter the main tomb and see whether the occupant is male or female, we shall discern the truth, he mused. Xiao Ning added, moreover, there will surely be titles inscribed posthumously. Any inscriptions will make it clear. The bronze chariots in the side chamber could not be taken, and with little attachment, they pressed on toward the main tomb. The main chamber was only slightly larger than the side chambers, similarly adorned with Han bricks. The central area of the tomb was elevated, upon which lay a stone coffin. As the six of them stepped inside, Tang San sensed something unusual underfoot and faintly heard delicate sounds. Just as he intended to speak, he was interrupted by Xiao Ning's astonished exclamation. Heavens! This is Lady Feng's tomb. Look at the inscriptions carved upon the stone. Regardless of who Lady Feng may be, Lei Zi interjected, let us open the coffin first. Perhaps due to the absence of any anti-theft measures earlier, everyone's spirits had relaxed. As Lei Zi's hand barely grazed the stone coffin, Tang San suddenly heard the sound from beneath the ground growing increasingly louder. His expression shifted slightly. Something about this place seemed unusual. You all must exercise caution. Do not frighten yourselves. There isn't even a hidden crossbow here. What is there to fear? Lazy chuckled. Yet he proceeded to test the area with a stone before he and Bai Yi combined their efforts to lift the coffin lid. A foul stench wafted out, revealing nothing but a skeleton within. The flesh had long since decayed. Draped over the bones was a long robe adorned with gold thread embroidery along the sleeves, and nestled within was a jade pendant. Bai Yi donned gloves and cautiously retrieved the pendant, then noticed a headdress near the skull. Scattered within the coffin were various arm ornaments, some made of jade and others of stone. After a prolonged period of excavation, one's appetite for discovery naturally expands. Bai Yi had already ceased to regard the stone artifacts with any interest, focusing solely on the valuables. These items were once worn by the master of this tomb. But alas, once the flesh decays, such treasures cannot endure and merely rest within the coffin. Living cannot bring it with them, nor can the deceased take it away. Is this not the essence of existence? Once they had finished collecting the offerings from the coffin, Bai Yi suddenly pondered, how peculiar. This tomb of Lady Feng is filled with Han artifacts. Logically, since she married into Wusun, there should also be Wusun items buried with her. Furthermore, there was merely a stone placed beside the coffin to signify her identity. It seems she never forgot her Han heritage until her dying breath. Was this Lady Feng truly a princess sent in marriage? Tang San, well-versed in numerology, was not particularly knowledgeable about historical matters. No, Xiaoning interjected, believing Lady Feng to be a woman of remarkable character. During her time at the library, she had studied her story during the Western Han dynasty. A Princess Jiao was dispatched for a political marriage, and Lady Feng was merely her maid. After the prior princess sent for marriage, Princess Shijuan, passed away. The Wusun kingdom sent emissaries to Chang'an, requesting another marriage alliance. Consequently, Princess Jiao married into Wusun, and among her attendants was one named Feng Jia. Feng Jia had married Wusun's right general early on. In the Wusun bureaucratic hierarchy, the position of right general was second only to that of the prime minister, thus holding considerable stature. Zheng Ji, the protector of the western regions, was aware of the close ties between the right general and Wu Jiutu, as well as Feng Jia's talents and reputation. He requested Feng Jia to persuade Wu Jiutu to submit to the Han dynasty. Lady Feng accepted this perilous task, personally journeying to the northern mountains to meet Wu Jiutu and expound the benefits and detriments. Upon learning that the Han army had reached Dunhuang and that his people were dissatisfied with his actions, Wu Jiutu, feeling he could not rely on the Xiongnu, reluctantly accepted Feng Jia's counsel and requested her to mediate, hoping the Han dynasty would bestow upon him a title. Eventually, she succeeded in resolving border tensions and was appointed as Lady Feng in the western regions. What an extraordinary woman, Lei Zi remarked. Alas, no matter how remarkable, in the end, it all culminates in a pile of bones. This remark drew Xiaoning's ire. Do not speak so carelessly. Xiaoning, I must remind you. We do not concern ourselves with whose tomb we are excavating. Lei Zi spat on the ground. So, why should a young lady engage in such pursuits? There is too much sentimentality in this. Who is being overly sentimental? I merely hold a deep admiration for Lady Feng's character. She has remained steadfastly loyal to her master, Princess Jiao, throughout her life. Can you claim the same? As Xiaoning contemplated sparring verbally, Tang San grasped her arm. Initially, Xiaoning assumed Tang San was there to mediate and shot him an exasperated glance. What is it? Upon recognizing the pallor of his face, she was taken aback. In a fleeting moment, Tang San's complexion turned ashen. What is the matter? He exclaimed, shaking his head. Run. This place is likely to collapse. What? Lei Zi was utterly bewildered. The area was eerily calm, devoid of any disturbance. Tang San, are you being overly sensitive? Before he could finish his sentence, the Han bricks beneath them began to tremble violently. It became evident that Tang San's warnings were not mere exaggerations. He shouted once more, if you don't run, you might be buried alive. In a swift turn of events, a section of the Han bricks fractured, and the small hill upon which they stood began to plummet downward. Fortunately, Qi Xia acted with remarkable agility, seizing Tang San and Xiaoning, propelling them to safety before they too took flight to pursue the already fleeing Tang San and Xiaoning. Chapter 491. Accumulation of sand. The massive Han bricks crumbled into the abyss, their previously formidable structure dissolving into chaos. Behind them, within the main tomb chamber, the Han bricks cascaded down, striking the stone sarcophagus and sending clouds of dust billowing into the air. The surroundings quickly became obscured in a haze. As they sprinted desperately along the tomb passage, dust fell incessantly from the crevices above, coating their hair in a grimy layer. The tomb passage began to disintegrate due to the collapse of the main chamber, with bricks crashing down behind them. A mere moment's delay could result in calamity, with the debris potentially striking them on the head. What in the world is happening? Exclaimed Lei Zi, as a Han brick grazed his back. Fortunately, his thick clothing provided some protection, but he was already drenched in perspiration, staggering slightly. They were racing against time. A single misstep could spell disaster. The weight of his backpack, filled with lacquerware, severely hampered Lei Zi's speed. As he internally lamented his predicament, Qi Xia glanced back, swiftly snatching the backpack from him. Lei Zi felt an overwhelming gratitude towards Qi Xia, contemplating that had he been a woman, he might have offered his heart in return. As they squeezed through the closing stone door, chaos erupted behind them, and the ground continued to tremble. They crawled through the tunnel, albeit in disarray. Yet they felt a sense of relief upon finally emerging back to the surface. Collapsing to the ground, they gasped for air, as though the atmosphere was insufficient. Xiao Shan rolled over onto the ground, still feeling the vibrations below. Brother Sansheng, what on earth is happening? When we first descended, I sensed something moving beneath us, albeit faintly. The longer we lingered inside, the louder the sounds became. Did you not notice that the bricks on the ground were sinking? Upon finishing his statement, he observed their expressions of confusion. Xiao Ning shook his head, expressing doubt. I'm afraid that apart from you, no one else has noticed. Bai Yi muttered to himself. If the tomb chamber were to collapse suddenly, it could only be due to the accumulation of sand. Fortunately, Tang San was quick to remind us. Otherwise, we would have been buried alive in there. Tang San suddenly realized. Indeed, that sound seemed familiar, but for some reason, I couldn't recall it today. Yes, it was the sound of sand moving beneath us. It was undoubtedly the accumulation of sand. This Madame Foam was truly a remarkable woman. She dismissed ordinary crossbow traps with disdain, desiring nothing less than total destruction, a ruthless strategy. Bai Yi exhaled. I fear encountering such formidable characters. What exactly is the accumulation of sand, and how does it differ from the quicksand traps we encountered before? Although Tang San was the first to sense something was amiss, he was still perplexed as to how sand could cause the tomb chamber to collapse instantaneously. This mechanism must have been established during the tomb's construction. First, a rectangular pit was excavated below the ground, with a layer of pebbles laid at the bottom, filled between with fine sand, upon which brick chambers and stone coffins were constructed. Above the tomb chamber, on its sides and at the rear, there existed a gap of around 40 to 50 centimeters filled with a significant amount of quicksand. Once the quicksand was placed atop the tomb chamber, the soil was compacted over it. Bai Yi explained, once constructed, no one should enter, otherwise, the added weight would cause the quicksand to shift, leading to a collapse of the foundation. Without a solid base, can the tomb chamber remain standing? It would mean total destruction. Xiao Ning murmured. It seems one cannot afford to show mercy. I initially felt softened by her talents, but now it appears she is far more ruthless than us. She intends for us to accompany her in death. Only now did he understand the gravity of the situation. Once descended, do not let the life of this master trouble you. It is futile, do you understand? Lazy exchanged a firm handshake with Xia. Thank you for your help earlier. We are fortunate to have you with us. The group lay on the cold, damp ground for a while, feeling an icy chill enveloping them. They quickly stood up and began walking back to warm their bodies. Before dawn, they returned to the inn, changed into clean clothes, and embarked on their journey home. To evade the security checks at the train station, they racked their brains for solutions. Along the way, they collectively decided to take a brief respite, partly due to the cooling weather, and partly because the matter with Guan Kai remained unresolved, weighing heavily on their minds. The situation concerning Guan Kai had become quite a headache. It was impossible to communicate with a man devoid of reason. Last time, Guan Kai had schemed extensively, only to be thwarted by an unexpected savior, leaving Tang San and the others unscathed. However, they believed that Guan Kai would not easily relent, as evidenced by the murderous glint in his eyes. Since the dissolution of Wu Tong's group, the greatest inconvenience upon their return was the absence of someone to drive them. Upon reaching the Sihiyuan, Bai Yi hesitated as he took out his keys to unlock the door, noticing a mark on the door made by a sharp object. His heart immediately filled with caution. It seemed someone had been there. As the door creaked open, a stone fell from above. And this juvenile trick elicited a chuckle from Bai Yi. This hardly seems characteristic of Boss Guan. It's rather trivial, isn't it? The stone landed with a dull thud, rolling away before gradually coming to rest, exuding a sense of lethargy. Tang San also laughed, exclaiming, "Who could this be?" "I have someone in mind," said Xia. "Once we review the surveillance footage, we'll know if it's him, the muscle-bound, simple-minded fellow." Teapot lid. Everyone simultaneously thought of this individual, leaving only Xiao Shan in the dark, persistently inquiring about his identity. Upon arriving at Bai Yi's room and viewing the footage, laughter erupted. It was unmistakably him. This fellow was adept in martial arts, known for his fierce and ruthless strikes, yet when it came to cunning, he fell woefully short. Compared to his brother-in-law, Professor Shi, they were polar opposites. It seemed he was unaware of the target he was meant to confront. Bai Yi remarked, "To to seize the initiative. We must locate teapot lid first and discern Guan Kai's intentions. Bai Yi possessed Professor Shi's university contact number, and upon calling, disappointment ensued. The professor was currently leading a group of students on an excursion, with no indication of when he would return. Without Professor Shi, they were left in the dark regarding his brother-in-law's circumstances, rendering their original plan null and void. The adversary had already taken the initiative, and they could not afford to remain passive. Xiao Ning pondered aloud. How can we prove that Guanin spoke falsehoods prior to his demise? There is no witness to the dead. Lei Zi shook his head. We cannot clear our names, even if we jumped into the Yellow River. No, there is another way. Bai Yi interjected. If Guanin was injured upon his return, surely Guan Kai would have sought medical assistance for him? A doctor would be unable to treat the poison he suffered from. But if we can prove that Guanin died due to the poison, we could absolve ourselves of suspicion. I believe there is a better solution, Lei Zi said impatiently. What is it? Eliminate him, Lei Zi suggested, gesturing to his own throat. That way, it would all be resolved. The others collectively voiced their disapproval, expressing a single word in unison. Lei Zi, somewhat disgruntled, retorted, it was merely a jest. You're all far too sensitive. However, the knife is already at our throats. We must devise a plan. A mutual downfall would be the worst-case scenario. Bai Yi sighed. He understood this principle well, but Guan Kai was no longer the same man he once was. I have made a decision. Strike first. You mean, instead of waiting for him to come to us, we should restrain him first? Qi Xie queried. That approach carries risks. If we fail to persuade him, the conflict will escalate, and matters will become increasingly convoluted. Lei Zi sighed. In the past, I would have acted alone, eliminated him, and disposed of him in an ancient tomb, likely remaining undiscovered for a decade or more, or perhaps forever. You have already said it. That was in the past. Bai Yi recalled the rodent that Lei Zi had once dispatched, recognizing it as a manifestation of Lei Zi's inherent disposition. That rodent was a desperate fugitive, whose demise would elicit no concern. However, Guan Kai was a different matter. His societal standing was overt, and, should he meet an untimely end, it would likely become a matter of significant investigation. Reluctantly, Bai Yi preferred to avoid any dealings with the police, as there was little to gain from such interactions. What do you mean by taking the initiative? Lei Zi inquired, perplexed. He has been searching for us, yet we can turn the tables and seek him out instead. However, this counteraction is conditional. Lei Zi, your assistance is imperative, Bai Yi replied. You must inquire about Guanin's burial site and whether he consulted a physician during his lifetime. And if so, the identity of that physician. I understand, Lei Zi nodded. You wish to demonstrate that Guanin's death was not a natural occurrence. I shall attend to it immediately. Wait, Bai Yi interjected, producing a pen and paper on which he inscribed several names and addresses. You may seek assistance from these individuals. It appears these are your informants, Lei Zi chuckled. Concealed until now, and finally ready for use. Very well, I shall take my leave. The remainder of the tasks is entrusted to you. He accepted the note, waved it in the air, and departed. Qi Xie remarked. Then I shall seek out the teapot lid, turning foes into friends. Bai Yi remained silent, merely giving Qi Xie a thumbs up. Indeed, though I am uncertain of his whereabouts. This complicates matters. He is a martial arts enthusiast. Upon arriving here, he must have stirred some commotion. I shall approach Boss Air. Upon mentioning Boss Air, Qi Xie recalled a detail. In fact, Boss Air is also one of the witnesses. We could enlist his aid. If I am not mistaken, Guan Kai has already consulted him, yet he is unlikely to believe the veracity of Boss Air's account. Bai Yi commented, when a person becomes obstinate, they become deaf to reason, unwilling to hear. Xiaoshan tugged at Tang San's arm. Why does obstinacy render one deaf? Tang San momentarily faltered, unsure how to articulate an explanation. After a prolonged silence, he said, it is not that one's ears literally become deaf. Rather, the individual is disinclined to heed others' opinions, even when faced with the truth. It is merely a metaphor. Consider it this way. When you find yourself in trouble and I admonish you, would you be inclined to listen? Xiaoshan promptly covered his ears and shook his head. Not at all. With Qi Xie having exited, only Xiao Ning and the others remained. Xiao Ning queried, so what shall we do? Bai Yi instructed, Xiao Ning, you and Xiao Shan should seek out Xie Fangfei. This task suits you perfectly. Inquire if she has encountered any unusual happenings lately. You won't mind, will you? A hint of a smile graced Xiao Ning's lips. You are quite astute. Preventing Xie Fangfei from becoming entangled with Bai Yi was one of Xiao Ning's favorite pastimes. Now, Only Tang San was left feeling somewhat dejected, pondering why he had been left behind. Bai Yi retained Tang San, intending to introduce him to Uncle Hong. This was, in part, due to the necessity of selling the lacquerware and headpieces, but further clarity would come to Tang San once they arrived. Uncle Hong and Master Jiu shared a profound friendship. Bai Yi sought to glean further information about the Hermit of the Mountains from Uncle Hong. However, upon seeing the exquisite lacquerware and jade ornaments, Uncle Hong became engrossed in handling them, exclaiming, "It has been quite some time since you last brought me something of such quality. This batch of lacquerware represents the pinnacle of craftsmanship from the Western Han period, and these jade adornments are likely reserved for royalty. Your recent acquisition is indeed remarkable. The most crucial aspect, Uncle Hong, is that we no longer need to worry about attracting trouble," Bai Yi remarked. "According to our usual arrangement, these items will be entrusted to you." "Not a problem, my old partner," Uncle Hong replied with a hearty laugh. "This time, you have turned misfortune into fortune. It is truly a blessing. Here, I would like you to sample this new tea I received this year, courtesy of that girl Xiaoru." Upon the mention of Yu Xiaoru, Tang San couldn't suppress his curiosity. Yu Xiaoru is the apprentice of Yu Kuai Shou, but as she is still a girl, must she rely on thievery for her livelihood? Alas, this is a source of my concern, Uncle Hong sighed. I hope she can find a good family to marry into, so she need not worry about her future. Times have changed. Relying on petty theft is no longer sustainable. If she were to be caught, what would become of her life as a young woman? While he lamented, he poured tea for the two. Suddenly, he looked at Bai Yi and excitedly slammed the teapot onto the table. "Ah, this presents a perfect opportunity." "What is it?" Bai Yi inquired. "Have you thought of a good idea? Does your antique shop and trading company require more personnel?" Uncle Hong asked. "I would like to help Xiaoru find a suitable job. I trust your character, and I would feel at ease with her working under you. For the trading company, we need employees with proficiency in English. Otherwise, they would only serve as ordinary receptionists, which could be quite dull. A girl like Xiaoru, who has spent years on the move, might find it hard to adjust. However, the antique shop, Bai Yi suggested, would be more fitting for her. The myriad of peculiar old items would surely pique her interest." Indeed, Uncle Hong agreed. "In that case, I shall have Xiaoru reach out to you." "Very well." Bai Yi cleared his throat. "By the way, Uncle Hong, you are already aware of Master Jiu's situation. Have you encountered the hermit he mentioned? That individual has captivated Master Jiu with tales of the ethereal paradise of Penglai. How could I not be aware?" Uncle Hong's expression grew somber. "As a matter of fact, I have met him once." "Oh, Uncle Hong, what did he look like?" Tang San asked eagerly. "Strangely enough, I can never quite recall his visage. I always feel as if his face is somewhat obscured, his features not entirely distinct. However, he was quite tall, like a towering iron structure, reminiscent of your 7 demons." Uncle Hong recounted. "Interestingly, I do have a vivid impression of his silhouette." Uncle Hong, while speaking, dipped his finger into the teacup and began to sketch on the table. To my surprise, his artistic skills were commendable. With just a few strokes, a silhouette sprang to life on the surface. Chapter 493, A Soft Nail. The familiar silhouette quickened Tang San's heartbeat, for he had once seen this figure so vividly in the woods near the pseudo-Qinling. It was undoubtedly the mountain wild man. After finishing his drawing, Uncle Hong pointed to the image on the table and remarked, "I can't shake the feeling that this person's silhouette carries a sense of solitude. Despite being tall, it exudes an aura of loneliness." As he spoke, the tea water drawing began to dry gradually until it vanished entirely. Tang San reached out to touch it, but only felt the solid surface of the table. Noticing something unusual about him, Uncle Hong inquired, "What's the matter?" "It's nothing." Tang San withdrew his finger. "I just find your portrayal strikingly lifelike. This silhouette indeed conveys a profound sense of loneliness. Perhaps it is a heavy burden to bear at such great heights. A legendary figure such as this must be flawless. Or how could others cope?" Uncle Hong chuckled. It was time to depart. After Bai Yi confirmed this, he felt reassured. "Uncle Hong, I must trouble you with the matter of the Mingqi. We shall take our leave now." "Very well, no need for farewells." Uncle Hong was accustomed to this, and did not rise to see them off. As soon as Tang San stepped out of Uncle Hong's door, he remarked, "Indeed, the mysterious figure who appeared repeatedly is none other than him. He knows the entrance to Penglai and has appeared in the pseudo-Qinling. It seems he shares a unique connection with Su Fu and even Qin Shihuang. His presence could unlock many enigmas. Why don't you mention that with his arrival, your own lineage could also be unraveled?" Bai Yi's words struck at his innermost thoughts. Compared to him, there is not a single clue regarding your mother. Are you not at all curious? The thought of the bloodstained cloth made Tang Sanqing's heart ache. Of course I am curious. I long to know what kind of person she was. Yet, she may have long since departed from this world. Otherwise, why would she be alone? The likelihood of this was indeed substantial. The mountain wild man possessed the same crimson blood as Tang Sanqing, which was ageless. But what of his mother? She could very well have been an ordinary person. Considering the era of her birth, she might have left this world long ago. What kind of person was she? What did she look like? Tang Sanqing found himself lost in imagination. Observing his distracted demeanor, Bai Yi sighed and interrupted his reverie. All right, let us get in the car. When the two returned home, Xiao Ning and Xiao Shan had already arrived. Xiao Shan was comforting Xiao Ning. Sister Xiao Ning, don't be upset. I really don't understand why you are angry. Because you are foolish, Xiao Ning replied tersely. Your words are rather sharp. Your naivety certainly blinds you to that. When you say, I am unworthy, what you imply is that only Bai Yi is worthy. Her words dripped with sarcasm. With such a handsome appearance, your heart is truly small. What is going on? Tang Sanqing laughed heartily, finding Xiao Ning's angry expression quite endearing, especially when she pouted her lips like a little girl. Who has made you so furious? It is all thanks to that Xie Fangfei. When I personally approached her, she audaciously suggested that I should seek information elsewhere and that Bai Yi should go alone, without using me as a shield. How does she perceive me? Xiao Ning, fuming, remarked to Bai Yi, she is utterly terrifying. I have never encountered anyone so forward. Bai Yi, can you truly withstand her advances? Xie Fangfei's blatant demeanor took Bai Yi by surprise, and Xiao Ning had indeed encountered a formidable obstacle. It is my oversight, she conceded. If there truly are whispers within this industry, I trust they will circulate swiftly. We need not rely on her for information. Xiao Shan interjected. We were quite literally thrown out. No wonder Xiao Ning was incensed. Xie Fangfei was indeed capable of such actions. Upon hearing Xiao Shan, Xiao Ning continued. Xie Fangfei claims she divulged her address out of consideration for you, Bai Yi, but she does not wish to be disturbed by others. She accused me of harassing her. So I resolved to tolerate her. I mentioned that Bai Yi sent me to seek her counsel, but she insisted that if I had inquiries, I must approach her directly, without intermediaries. Upon uttering this, she expelled us. We were indeed ousted by her. It is infuriating, truly infuriating. Tang Sanqing delivered a playful punch to Bai Yi. This is all you're doing, sending Xiao Ning. I was merely trying to avoid suspicion. Moreover, Xiao Ning has always stood by Fu Yu's side. Reluctant for me to engage with Xie Fangfei, Bai Yi replied, a rare smile breaking through his demeanor. Xiao Ning, calm down. How about this? Choose something you fancy from my antique shop. Pick anything you like. Really? Xiao Ning responded. But don't let me select the most expensive piece. I wouldn't want to burden you. Of course not. Furthermore, regarding this deal with the Ming artifacts, I shall reserve my share for you as well. This revelation delighted Xiao Ning. Xie Fangfei may be ruthless, but you are even more so. However, Bai Yi, I believe she is resolutely pursuing you. Bai Yi offered a wry smile, recalling the many who had once fixed their hearts on him. Yet, none had been as relentless as Xie Fangfei, presenting a challenge indeed. As Bai Yi smiled ruefully, Xiao Ning tightened her resolve. You must remember Fu Yu every moment. Remember that she is still waiting for you. I dare not. Bai Yi confessed. He had never allowed himself such indulgence. Each thought of her brought a pang of heartache, compelling him to limit his recollections to ease his burden. This sentiment was something Xiao Ning, with Tang Sanqing by her side, could never fully comprehend. As the atmosphere grew tense, Qi Xie returned, causing Xiao Ning to momentarily forget her earlier discontent as she eagerly inquired about his findings. Indeed, Qi Xie had deduced correctly. That teapot lid was nothing but a reckless youth, a martial arts enthusiast who, upon arriving in Beijing, sought to challenge every martial arts school, with the second boss among them. When Qi Xie inquired about the teapot lid, the second boss could only smile wryly. The teapot lid's techniques remained as merciless as ever, showing no mercy, and even the madman was left bruised, while the second boss found himself repeatedly retreating in defeat. However, as that fellow departed, he triumphantly declared that he would visit the largest martial arts academy in Beijing tomorrow, which is none other than the Huang family martial arts school. Tomorrow's visit would provide the perfect opportunity to confront him. Tang Sanqing inquired of Qi Xie whether Guan Kai had sought out the second boss to ascertain the truth. Qi Xie nodded, affirming that the second boss had indeed provided an honest account, explaining that Guan Yin's demise was attributed to the poison of a tomb's curse. Yet, Guan Kai remained skeptical and left in a fit of rage, disregarding the second boss's counsel entirely. "We shall first seek the teapot lid at the Huang family martial arts school tomorrow," Bai Yi remarked. This hot-headed youth seems utterly unrepentant. "I know the owner of the Huang family martial arts school. His skills rival those of Qi Xia. It appears he shall face some difficulties tomorrow." "Adversity can be a blessing," Tang San mused. "But where is Lazy? Why has he not returned yet?" Lazy finally made his appearance that evening, looking as though he had toiled throughout the day. Upon entering, he immediately seized a cup of water, drinking incessantly. Once he finished, noticing the piercing gazes of his companions, he wiped his mouth and remarked, "This is truly bizarre. I heard that Guan Yin has not been buried." Chapter 494. Kicking down the door, Lazy had spent the day searching for the doctor who had once treated Guan Yin. The physician, still bewildered, recounted that the patient had not suffered any external trauma, yet his internal organs had undergone significant deterioration, with no clear cause identified. Subsequently, renowned specialists were consulted, but to no avail. Upon learning that there was no hope for Guan Yin's recovery, Guan Kai arrived to take him home from the hospital, and thus the information from the hospital ceased. Next, Lazy endeavored to discover the location of Guan Yin's burial, but this too yielded no results. He found several individuals bearing the same name as Guan Yin in the cemetery, yet their birth and death dates did not align, and none fit the criteria. Lazy speculated that perhaps he had not been interred in the public cemetery. He made several trips to various locations, including rural areas, but to no avail. In desperation, Lazy sought out Bai Yi's acquaintances, who confirmed they had not heard of Guan Kai attending any funeral, nor had they any knowledge of the family arranging any memorial services. Could it be, Tang San pondered, that the body was sent back home for burial? "That is indeed a possibility. I shall inquire further," Bai Yi replied. "If that were the case, the locals would undoubtedly be aware of it. This matter is quite peculiar. I can't shake the feeling of dread," Xiao Ning remarked. "I hope Guan Yin is truly buried in his hometown. Otherwise, where could his body possibly be? Guan Kai is so eager for vengeance. He wouldn't simply abandon his own brother's remains in some desolate wilderness, would he?" As it turned out, the body had not been discarded in the wild. Yet the outcome was scarcely better. The residents of Guan Kai's hometown reported that he had not returned to oversee any funeral arrangements, nor had he been seen there at all. This revelation left everyone perplexed. The most dreadful possibility seemed to be that the body had been cremated. The mere thought of it gave Bai Yi a headache. Meanwhile, Qi Xia had already set off early in the morning for the Huang family martial arts school. The Huang family martial arts school is renowned in the north, consistently achieving excellent results in the annual martial arts competitions. Notably, the only year they faltered was when the teapot lid claimed the championship. The arrival of Qi Jia was somewhat abrupt. However, as he emerged, his steady demeanor evoked a peculiar sensation in Huang Fei, the master of the Huang family martial arts hall. A trained practitioner could be discerned at a glance, prompting Huang Fei to approach him immediately. "May I inquire who you are, esteemed sir?" "Master Huang." "It is a pleasure," Qi Jia replied with a courteous gesture, a gust of wind swirling as he did so, causing Huang Fei's expression to shift slightly. "It is indeed a pleasure. May I ask your surname?" "Qi Jia," he answered. "I am but an unremarkable junior, here today rather unexpectedly." "It has been a long time since I have encountered such an elegant greeting," Huang Fei mused, as if he were gazing upon a chivalrous figure from ancient times. "Though we run a martial arts hall, we also engage in commerce. Might I inquire as to your purpose?" "I have heard that someone intends to challenge our hall today, and I wish to ascertain whether this individual is the one I seek," Qi Jia stated. Huang Fei visibly recoiled at the mention of the challenge. Having received word just yesterday that Han Hongqing, the one who had previously bested his students, was soon to arrive, he felt a weight of concern. The reputation of the hall was at stake. Should someone come to defeat him or his students, it would be a grave blow. With a sigh, Huang Fei pondered the identity of this challenger, reflecting that a true martial artist need not resort to such means to prove their prowess. He sensed that the youth was merely eager to establish his worth. Perhaps he could intervene, and he hoped Huang Fei would allow him to wait for the arrival of the challenger. Qi Jia's unassuming yet assertive presence deeply resonated with Huang Fei. "Very well. That is agreeable," he replied. Instantly, Qi Jia became the esteemed guest of the Huang family martial arts hall. Although the challenger, known as Chahu Gai, was anticipated, the time remained uncertain. In conversation, Qi Jia impressed Huang Fei profoundly, garnering admiration and affection, almost causing him to forget the impending challenge. When Chahu Gai sauntered in, he maintained his usual arrogant demeanor, boldly declaring, "I seek Master Huang." In this modern era, even Qijie found such bravado somewhat amusing. He gently restrained Huang Fei, who was about to rise, and approached Chahu Gai instead. "I hardly expected to see you unchanged after all this time." Upon recognizing Qijie, Chahu Gai was taken aback. "What are you doing here?" Qijie placed a hand on Chahu Gai's shoulder. "How about I first assess your qualifications to challenge others?" Although time had passed, Qijie's formidable presence still instilled a sense of trepidation in Chahu Gai. "No need for that. I am well aware of your capabilities. I have no desire to humiliate myself. Your thoughts mirror those of others. The essence of running a martial arts hall lies in teaching disciples and promoting the art. There is no need to make things difficult for one another. Should you triumph, it would not bode well for the loser. Should you falter, it could lead to despair. Why not engage in a sparring match with me instead?" Qijie suggested with a smile. Chahu Gai held Qijie in high regard, for he was the first to impart a lesson. Scratching his head, he conceded, "Very well, it would be better to spar with you. I find myself rather bored here. Then allow me to take you somewhere where boredom will be a distant memory." With that, Qijie bowed respectfully to the master and led Chahu Gai away. The teapot lid followed Qijie to the entrance of Bai Yi's courtyard. Upon seeing the grand door, the expression on the teapot lid's face changed, as it instinctively reached for its own head. "You live here?" "Not before, but now I do," replied Qijie, his face stern, causing the teapot lid to feel anxious. What was happening? The teapot lid glanced towards the door, and Qijie remarked, "Your little tricks have left us quite disappointed." The teapot lid's mouth trembled. "Qijie, please don't let my brother-in-law find out. Let's talk inside," Qijie suggested, appearing somewhat amused by the situation. "It seems you have indeed been compromised." Like a compliant schoolboy, the teapot lid obediently followed Qijie. The sun was absent that day, and no one was sitting in the courtyard. Qijie led the teapot lid to the living room on the first floor, where he encountered everyone. The teapot lid chuckled awkwardly. "Hello, everyone." "What nonsense," Lazy exclaimed, jumping up. "You don't regard us as friends, but at least consider Qijie a brother. The way you fawned over him made me think you had turned over a new leaf, no longer that prickly hedgehog who pokes at everyone. Apparently, a dog can't change its spots." "Enough," Tang San interjected. "Let him speak. He probably doesn't realize we are the ones he is referring to." I just haven't acted yet," the teapot lid replied. "I understand that taking money to kill is a capital offense. I pondered this and felt something was amiss. So I've been avoiding the employer. I placed stones at the door out of boredom, since there was no one inside. After a few days of waiting, I felt discontented, hence my awkward laughter. Please don't take offense. You are avoiding him? Why? Don't you still want to collect the money?" Lazy retorted dismissively. "That person is simply a madman," the teapot lid said, his face turning crimson. Chapter 495. Division. The teapot lid genuinely sought to revisit martial arts. Primarily influenced by Qijie's impact, he never imagined someone could so effortlessly defeat him, which instilled a sense of frustration within him. After parting ways with Qijie and the others, the teapot lid began to wander aimlessly, lacking financial resources and relying chiefly on his sister and brother-in-law. This dependence rendered him wary of them. Although he occasionally found Professor Sure rather pedantic, he truly regarded his brother-in-law as family, often siding with him when his sister nagged. Thus, when Professor Sure asked the teapot lid to return home, he immediately complied, as his brother-in-law was taking students out for an internship. Unexpectedly, upon his return, he encountered Guan Kai, who had come personally, having heard of the teapot lid's formidable reputation. Upon hearing Guan Kai's words, the teapot lid attempted to shut the door. Being bribed was one thing, but murder required negotiation. Lazy scoffed, seemingly doubting whether the teapot lid had initially refused. Though reckless, the teapot lid was not foolish and immediately flushed with indignation. "My brother-in-law is an intellectual. Although I haven't studied as much as he has, I certainly know right from wrong." "Well then, how did you become complicit with him?" Lazy immediately exposed the teapot lid's deceit. It was not simply because the teapot lid felt ensnared in an inescapable loop from the very beginning. Rather, the allure of money was undeniably potent. 10 yuan elicited no response. 100 still left him unmoved, but upon reaching 1,000, a flicker of temptation stirred within him. At 10,000, the teapot lid began to waver, and at 20,000, For one who had always relied on his sister and brother-in-law for sustenance, the temptation was overwhelming. His brother-in-law, a university professor, earned less than 100 yuan a month, including all benefits. 20,000 was a sum that could lead to dire consequences. The teapot lid had struggled against such thoughts, yet ultimately, the outcome revealed that he was merely a brawny fool, lacking in intellect. A simple phrase from Guan Kai, "Just don't leave any evidence," emboldened him. Fortunately, before he could act, he found himself without a target. Now he thumped his chest in relief, exclaiming, "Thank goodness I didn't continue down that path. I eventually realized that there are no secrets in this world. Murder? That could cost me my head. My brother-in-law is a professor. Would I want to tarnish our family's reputation? Let us get to the point," Xiao Ning interjected. "What is going on with you? Why are you avoiding Guan Kai? That guy is a bit off, to say the least." The teapot lid replied, "Sometimes he seems like a completely different person, exuding an eerie aura. Once, he claimed he wasn't Guan Kai at all." "Wait a moment," Bai Yi said, his face serious. "He claimed he wasn't Guan Kai?" "Yes," the teapot lid confirmed, as he sat beside Qi Xie, immediately attaching himself to him. "It's not just once. He has changed his demeanor suddenly. He is not someone who smiles often, but when his face darkens and his eyes turn red, it's as if he is ready to kill. It's terrifying. I don't fear aggression, but this guy? He is unsettling. Could it be schizophrenia?" Bai Yi mused. "We may understand which brother he is. But does he not know who he himself is? What are you talking about?" The teapot lid asked, bewildered. "T. Shaosher, you must avoid Guan Kai for a while," Bai Yi advised. "Your instincts are correct. This guy is strange. There is no benefit in getting close to him. Best to keep your distance for the time being." In a haze, the teapot lid turned to Qi Xie, clearly resembling a subordinate awaiting his elder brother's guidance. Qi Xie suggested, "It would be wise for you to steer clear for a bit and return later." Tang San chimed in, "Oh, I recall there is a master of martial arts atop Wudong Mountain, renowned for his skills. You could seek him out for advice." "That is an excellent idea." The teapot lid thought, pleased with the suggestion. He eagerly pursued Tang San for the master's whereabouts, and soon after, Qi Xie escorted him away. The way the teapot lid appeared, he was likely about to set off for Wudong Mountain without delay. The insights gleaned from the teapot lid led Bai Yi to contemplate certain matters. When Qi Xie returned, Bai Yi was engrossed in an English medical book. Tang San was explaining to Xiao Shan what language it was, while Xiao Ning observed Bai Yi's rapt attention, suddenly realizing why Xie Feng Fei was so discerning. Among the multitude of men, why had she chosen Bai Yi over Tang San? "I suspect Guan Kai may be afflicted with a peculiar ailment." Bai Yi closed the medical tome, "Dissociative identity disorder, which is quite rare domestically, though there have been cases abroad. Could you possibly simplify that? What is personality?" "I understand that, and I know what fragmentation means, but when combined, what does it signify?" Lazy interjected. "You've studied abroad and know more than we do. Enlighten us." "In essence, it is when an individual possesses two or more distinct personalities simultaneously. To put it plainly, one can be themselves while simultaneously embodying another persona." The teapot lid mentioned that he sometimes claims he is not Guan Kai, which raises suspicions. If Guan Kai truly has dissociative identity disorder, he may interpret situations through different roles in varying contexts. If these roles possess markedly different characteristics, their manifestations would be quite pronounced, Bai Yi elucidated. "I wonder if the one who has been eyeing us with malice and orchestrating revenge could be another facet of Guan Kai's identity, perhaps the imagined Guanin? The real Guan Kai may remain unaware," he pondered. "Unaware?" Tang San expressed confusion. "How could that be? He envisions himself as another person. Yet these events have transpired. How could he forget?" During personality transitions, the original host of the body may completely forget their past identity, almost as if they have psychologically transformed into another being. The shift from one personality to another can occur abruptly. When the subsequent personality assumes control, the original personality is often initially unaware and forgetful of prior events, Bai Yi explained, tapping the thick medical book. "This is a clinically observed phenomenon, substantiated by medical evidence." Lazy spat on the ground. "Are we supposed to ensure he receives treatment?" "Perhaps so," Bai Yi replied. "However, it remains uncertain when this dissociative identity disorder commenced. And this domain is virtually unexplored domestically. If this condition deepens, it may lead to pronounced violent tendencies, akin to a ticking time bomb, poised to explode at any moment." Chapter 496. The Golden Tiger Talisman. "No wonder he has become so deranged," Lazy remarked. If he indeed suffers from this affliction, have we not become his prey? Damn it. I would rather contend with the teapot lid than oppose a madman. Fortunately, we found the teapot lid. It seems we were misguided from the outset. Initially, we believed Guanan had uttered unfavorable words before his demise. But it now appears that the issue lies with Guan Kai himself. Bai Yi sighed, a rare show of exasperation. This ailment. What shall we do? Wait, we are tomb raiders, not physicians. Why must we take on the role of doctors? Lei Zi grumbled, visibly frustrated. Damn it. How did we attract such a troublesome character? It's utterly vexing. Delivering the Buddha to the West has completely severed this calamity. Bai Yi gritted his teeth and said, I will find a solution. For now, you all should be cautious. Limit your outings, and try not to disperse. The infiltration into the medical community was something Bai Yi had not anticipated. Regarding this so-called schizophrenia, Tang San and the others were somewhat perplexed, as they lacked an understanding of the underlying details. Once they dispersed and delved into the research on this so-called division, it naturally yielded no results. Early the next morning, Bai Yi visited the antique shop, as Yu Xiaoru, introduced by Uncle Hong, was due to start her shift. Parking at the entrance of Antique Street, just as he was about to enter, he spotted Yu Xiaoru wandering aimlessly amidst the crowd. Her petite figure was almost engulfed by the throng. When Bai Yi observed her hand nearing the pocket of a well-dressed man, he sprang into action, hastening toward her. Yu Xiaoru. His voice disrupted her plans, and she looked somewhat frustrated as her intended target slipped away. Turning to him with irritation, You've ruined my good fortune. Casting a glance about the crowd, Bai Yi led Yu Xiaoru into his antique shop. Once inside, she donned an air of nonchalance. A young girl, who had evidently navigated the world for years, would not have accumulated such a demeanor without experience. Bai Yi began to doubt whether he had hastily agreed to this arrangement. Could this small shop contain the antics of Yu Kuaishou's prodigy? At this moment, he was uncertain. Uncle Hong had sent him here, being a close friend of his mentor, leaving him with no choice but to comply. Yu Xiaoru, placing her hands behind her back like a little old man, stared intently at an ancient painting on the wall, an imitation of the Ming dynasty from the Qing era. However, this doesn't mean I've agreed to stay, she remarked. So what brings you here? Bai Yi chuckled wryly. Uncle Hong only wants what's best for you. You won't be able to keep me here, she replied. Good intentions aren't always meant to be accepted. Bai Yi recognized that with the reforms, people's perspectives were gradually shifting. Yet a girl as carefree as Yu Xiaoru was indeed a rarity. What are your plans then? Don't act as if we are well acquainted, she retorted. After all, I am still a disciple of Yu Kuaishou. I must remain loyal to my school. I came to express my gratitude for your kindness, but I am accustomed to my freedom. By the way, do you accept this? She produced an object that resembled an antique, though she was unsure of its authenticity. Bai Yi took it from her, examining it closely, his heart racing. It was a tiger tally. Moreover, it bore an identical mark to the one on Tang San. Where did you acquire this? He inquired. Yu Xiaoru extended her hand. Don't forget what I do. It was simply acquired along the way. What sort of person was it? Bai Yi pressed further. What's the matter? Are you going to take it? Yu Xiaoru asked. Bai Yi turned to retrieve his keys, unlocking his drawer. Here is the payment for you. I will accept this item, but could you please tell me in detail from whom you obtained it? Sure, she replied. Yu Xiaoru remarked. That fellow has a sharp face, gaunt and tall, resembling a telegraph pole, as if on the brink of death. I cannot recall precisely what he looked like, but when the opportunity arose, I naturally seized it. As she glanced at the money in her hand, she was taken aback. Is this item truly valuable? Indeed. Bai Yi replied. Although you do not work in my shop, should you come across more antiques like this, feel free to bring them to me. I will gladly acquire them. Well then, it seems we have become partners in this venture, she said. When Uncle Hong inquires, just tell him I was unwilling to stay here. There was nothing he could do, so I shall take my leave. With that, Yu Xiaoru pushed the door and departed. Under ordinary circumstances, Bai Yi would have escorted her out, but the presence of the tiger talisman in his hand ignited an insatiable curiosity within him. This was a golden talisman, albeit only half of it. Originally, the talisman was split in two, with one half in the hands of the generals and the other preserved by the emperor. The half in Bai Yi's possession was not only precious in terms of material, but, crucially, the inscriptions upon it were identical to those on the tiger talisman worn by Tang San, and the sizes seemed to match closely. Filled with excitement, Bai Yi hurried home with the talisman. Tang San was munching on a cake when Bai Yi pulled him into his room. Take off your clothes. What for? Tang San exclaimed, startled, causing the cake to tumble from his hands. Just do as I say. Bai Yi couldn't contain himself and moved forward to unfasten Tang Sanqing's cotton jacket. Tang Sanqing yelped, "Hey Bai Yi, oh my goodness, help." Outside, a knocking sound echoed. "What on earth are you two doing in there?" It was Xiao Ning and the others. And anyone who heard Tang Sanqing's shrill cries would undoubtedly be curious. By this time, Tang Sanqing's jacket had been removed. Bai Yi clapped a hand over his mouth, saying, "Stop your shouting. I merely wish to examine the talisman marking on your body. Had you said so earlier?" Tang Sanqing finally comprehended and began to remove his clothing. Turning around, just as he did so, he felt a cold object pressed against his skin. "What is this?" he asked, noticing it was an exact match in size. After comparing, Bai Yi swiftly turned Tang Sanqing's body back around. "Look at this. It's a military talisman," Tang Sanqing said. "Where did you find it?" "This item was rightfully meant to be in our possession," Bai Yi declared. "I acquired it from a thin man, a student of Yu Kuaishou." What a twist of fate. I never imagined that thin fellow was not a mere country bumpkin. His stature was entirely different. Where might the other half of the talisman be? "Hey, what are you still doing in there?" Xiao Ning's urgent voice called from outside. Bai Yi glanced at the shivering Tang Sanqing. "You should put your clothes back on." Upon entering, Xiao Ning saw Tang Sanqing hastily dressing and immediately covered her eyes. "What are you two doing? Why are you even undressing?" Chapter 497, A Night Exploration. Tang Sanqing quickly protested. "This has nothing to do with me." He insisted on examining the markings on my body as soon as he came in. "I'm freezing. Let me get dressed first." In the midst of the bitter winter, Tang Sanqing, having donned his garments, sought out Bai Yi to request the Golden Tiger Talisman, a genuine artifact of significant weight. The golden texture felt reassuring in his grasp. Tang Sanqing remarked, "It appears that the lean fellow may be a rival." Xiao Ning pursed her lips, stating, "It seems I must seek out Xie Fangfei once more. This time, I shall not present myself to be humiliated. If you wish to go, you may do so. There is no urgency in this matter." Bai Yi's mind was somewhat disordered, pondering the uncanny timing of events. The situation surrounding Guan Kai was pressing. He decided to address that matter first. He instructed that the talisman be kept safe and resolved to visit Xie Fangfei when time permitted to ascertain information about the Slender Man. Bai Yi initiated his inquiries regarding Guan Kai at the hospital. Those afflicted with such ailments often experience significant disruptions in their bodily functions, leading them to seek medical attention. Employing a combination of strategy and financial resources, Bai Yi acquired Guan Kai's medical report. From the findings therein, he was unequivocally convinced that Guan Kai was presently a patient suffering from dissociative identity disorder. Bai Yi promptly reached out to a professor from the university where he had previously audited classes, a recognized authority in the United States. Their connection had been forged over shared libations, and while most foreigners are unaccustomed to strong spirits, this particular professor was an exception. Bai Yi ensured that his trading company's employees would send him a bottle each year. The professor, named Smith, after a thorough discussion over the phone, proposed a rather devious suggestion: to provoke Guan Kai in such a manner that he would revert to a singular identity, thus facilitating dialogue with that persona. As for the method of provocation, Professor Smith left that to Bai Yi's discretion, concluding the conversation with a reminder regarding the timing of this year's shipment of liquor. After this costly international call, Bai Yi pondered what might serve as a catalyst for provoking Guan Kai. An unsettling thought crossed his mind: Guan An's remains. Having searched the public and private cemeteries within the city to no avail, he began to despair, wondering if they had indeed been cremated. Just then, Lei Zi entered without knocking, startling Bai Yi. "Bai Yi, I've just had a thought," he exclaimed, his hand gesturing in the air. But as he opened his mouth to speak, his mind went blank. Frustrated, he smacked his forehead, lamenting, "How could I forget the very words on the tip of my tongue?" As Bai Yi urged him to reflect on the matter, Lei Zi raised his finger. "Do you recall our last expedition to the desert in search of the Lingxi fruit?" Bai Yi distinctly remembered, particularly due to the mirage and the fact that Lei Zi had developed an infatuation with a girl named Ru Xian. Bai Yi's interest piqued. "Have you made a connection?" "I have," Lei Zi exclaimed, clapping his hands in excitement. "What if Guan An's remains were also kept at home? Consider it. People often act extraordinarily in their extremes." Bai Yi froze, realizing that he had overlooked this possibility. Guan Kai was no longer a stable individual. His two personas oscillated within him, capable of extraordinary actions. Bai Yi nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, Lei Zi. It seems we must enlist the help of Qi Xie and Xiao Shan for this endeavor." Xiaoshan, did you not invite me to join as well? Lazy found himself somewhat perplexed. He was too young and lacked the acuity for many matters, suggesting that he should defer to others. However, Bai Yi's retort silenced him instantly. Bai Yi had already procured the location of Guan Kai's residence, and despite the late hour, Xiaoshan had prior experience in reconnaissance. He had previously undertaken solo missions in a small, dark room in the desert, and with Qi Xie accompanying him this time, there was little cause for concern. Lazy's bold conjecture was met with cautious optimism, as they had indeed acquired the details of Guan Kai's abode. Guan Kai's residence was secluded, flanked by bamboo groves, and the desolate path leading to the entrance saw no foot traffic at such a late hour, perfectly suiting their intentions. It was a two-story villa, reportedly a remnant from the era when foreign nationals resided in the area. Upon returning to the country, these properties were sold by the government, and Guan Kai purchased one of them. At first glance, it appeared quite ordinary. However, as Qi Xie and Xiaoshan scaled the wall, they immediately spotted two large wolfhounds in the yard. Towering in stature, even when crouched, they were as tall as a 5 or 6-year-old child, their piercing eyes glimmering ominously in the night. In front of the hounds lay food bowls filled with several chunks of beef, and one of them yawned suddenly, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth. Xiaoshan whispered, "What should we do?" If they entered, the two creatures would undoubtedly raise an alarm with their incessant barking. Qi Xie inhaled deeply and whispered to Xiaoshan, "Stay here and do not move or act independently. I shall return shortly." When Qi Xie returned, he held a bag of steamed buns. Xiaoshan took a whiff and found the aroma quite enticing. Qi Xie chuckled, "This is not for you. It is a tribute for those two esteemed gentlemen." As he spoke, he tossed a bun into the yard. The savory scent of the meat bun was indeed alluring, drawing the attention of the wolfhounds, who approached cautiously, sniffing the air before taking a bite. After a moment, one of the hounds picked up a bun, and Xiaoshan excitedly nudged Qi Xie. Qi Xie signaled for silence, and they waited in the darkness. With one hound leading, the other soon followed suit, both chewing on the buns that had been laced with a special ingredient. Remarkably, after consuming the buns, the two hounds lingered for a while before finally succumbing to drowsiness. Xiaoshan softly inquired, "What was in them?" "Sleeping pills," Qi Xie replied. "It took considerable effort to procure this batch. Now, let us proceed." They deftly descended into the yard. The second floor was illuminated, while the front door of the first floor was securely locked. Qi Xie took a deep breath and pointed to the second floor. Understanding his intent, Xiaoshan followed Qi Xie as they climbed up the external water pipe. They reached the window of the brightly lit room on the second floor and peered inside through the frosted glass. Xiaoshan gestured to himself, then cautiously extended his slender fingers to pry open a small gap in the window. They both leaned in, gazing through the tiny opening. Chapter 498, Rest Inside. The light was bright, and the name Guan Kai echoed in the air. He sat before the mirror, only his profile visible, motionless, enraptured by his own reflection. The stillness was palpable, and Xiaoshan, filled with curiosity, hesitated to speak, but was preemptively silenced by Qi Xie, who shook his head, signaling for absolute silence. Qi Xie's gaze was drawn to the scene on the bed, where a figure lay beneath a blanket. The contours suggested it was indeed a person. Xiaoshan's nose twitched. He had almost swallowed his saliva, but remembering Qi Xie's instructions, he suppressed it. A foul odor wafted through the air, the stench of decaying flesh. Qi Xie too caught the scent, which mingled with the stagnant atmosphere of the room. It seemed that Lazy's suspicions were not unfounded. The body on the bed was likely that of Guanin. As Qi Xie's thoughts wandered, Guan Kai, seated before the mirror, suddenly stood up. Both men quickly sidestepped as Guan Kai approached the window. Fortunately, he veered away and moved to the bedside, murmuring, "Son, I am so sorry." This revelation left Qi Xie bewildered. Previously, Bai Yi had speculated that Guan Kai possessed a dual personality, implying an alternate persona alongside his own, believed to be that of Guanin. However, this utterance of father dismantled all prior assumptions, indicating that Guan Kai's other self was not Guanin but rather his deceased father. "Rest assured, I shall avenge you." Guan Kai's expression twisted into a menacing grimace. His teeth clenched, projecting an unsettling chill, intensifying the already frigid atmosphere. His hand reached for the blanket, as if conversing with a living being beneath it, gently caressing the head hidden there. "Those who caused your demise shall not escape my wrath." As his hand rose, it revealed a viscous substance clinging to his fingers, corpse fluid. The nature of the entity beneath the blanket became painfully clear. Qi Xie recalled that Guanan had been poisoned by a curse. This fluid was indeed a grave revelation. Suddenly, a gust of wind slammed the window shut, prompting Qi Xie to urgently pull Xiaoshan to crawl downwards. Above them, Guan Kai leaned out of the window. Peering down, Xiaoshan shrank back, and Qi Xie quickly moved aside. Guan Kai's eyes fell upon two large guard dogs in the yard, lying peacefully, as if in deep slumber. Even the composed Qi Xie felt a surge of anxiety, placing his hand over his heart, relieved that Guan Kai remained unaware. Shutting the window once more, Xiaoshan glanced at Qi Xie, who nodded, and they swiftly descended into the yard, climbed over the wall, and landed in the adjacent bamboo grove. As soon as they arrived, Xiaoshan muttered, "The stench is unbearable." The two made their way back in darkness. Finding everyone still awake, Xiaoning leaned against Tang San shoulder, covered with a coat, eyes closed but not asleep. Upon their entrance, Xiaoning straightened and opened her eyes, displaying a keen awareness. What happened? Upon sharing his observations, Qi Jie astonished everyone, particularly when Guan Kai referred to the corpse of Guan and as father, a revelation that took all by surprise. Lazy's conjecture was validated, filling him with excitement as he boisterously proclaimed his contribution to the discovery. Xiaoning, with a hint of irritation, remarked, "I understand. You mentioned that when he raised his hand, it was stained with corpse fluid? This detail has piqued Bai Yi's interest. Are you certain?" "Indeed," Qi Jie affirmed. "From your account, we have gleaned much about the poisons involved. If he has been cohabitating with Guan En's corpse since his personality split, he may have already succumbed to the corpse poison. It merely has yet to manifest. If that is the case, we must revise our plans," Bai Yi stated. "However, I believe we need only wait a little longer. Guan Kai will ultimately bring about his own demise. Yet, I sometimes feel that it is not Guan Kai pursuing us, but rather his other persona. This body remains innocent." Nonetheless, a pressing concern lingered. Prior to the manifestation of Guan Kai's corpse poison, he would likely continue to devise ways to confront them. Bai Yi resolved to adopt a strategy of stillness amidst chaos, leading the group to retreat to the humble dwelling where they had previously sought refuge, biding their time until the poison took effect before re-emerging into the world. This approach, although somewhat foolish, was deemed the safest course of action, and no one voiced dissent as they packed up and departed. Their days in that modest abode turned out to be the most tranquil and serene of times. Surrounded by nature, they hiked the nearby hills and fished, living in blissful ignorance of the outside world, which seemed to have forgotten them. After enduring relentless toil, the group finally found respite. Winter arrived early in the north, and when the snow fell in flurries, the six of them joyously engaged in a snowball fight. Delighting in the moment and casting aside thoughts of Guan Kai and the military talisman, which were soon forgotten, the days of contentment passed swiftly. Half a month later, while driving into the city for supplies, Bai Yi casually purchased a newspaper. The headlines were shocking. Entrepreneur Guan Kai had succumbed to a strange illness, and while staff were sorting through his belongings, they discovered a long-deceased corpse in his bedroom. Bai Yi was reading a follow-up report published 2 days after Guan Kai's death. "Oh dear, this young man was said to have an unusual ailment that no one could cure," remarked the newspaper vendor. "They say even his dwelling is undergoing disinfection. It seems that house will become a haunted place." Bai Yi chuckled lightly, tucking the newspaper under his arm, and replied nonchalantly, "The world is indeed filled with peculiarities. Farewell, ma'am." As he drove halfway home, a thought struck Bai Yi. How could Guan Kai be unaware that direct contact with corpse fluid would lead to poisoning? Raised in a family of grave robbers, such knowledge should have been second nature to him. His other persona, which was his father, would undoubtedly comprehend this principle. Was this not akin to self-destruction? What difference was there between this and suicide? Suddenly, a bold idea emerged in Bai Yi's mind. In cases of dissociative identity disorder, there have been instances where patients became aware of their split personalities and attempted to resist, often with tragic outcomes. Could it be that Guan Kai was cognizant of the other persona's control over him and sought liberation? He was lost in a whirlwind of thoughts, nearly steering the vehicle into the fields, drenched in cold sweat and deterred from further musings. Ever since he heard Qi Xie mention Guan Kai's barehanded contact with corpse fluids, particularly the body of Guanan, which still bore the curse of poison, the dire consequences had long been anticipated, had they not? As for the rationale behind such a self-destructive act, the individual in question was no longer present, and it was forever impossible to discern his thoughts. Was he yearning to escape the shackles of his existence, or was it mere folly? Ultimately, none of it mattered. Chapter 499. Trust. The news brought back by Bai Yi elicited a collective sigh of relief, simultaneously awakening the realization that their respite had come to an end. The icy grip of winter had set in. How far could spring be? When the time arrived for blossoms to bloom in the warmth of spring, their period of dormancy would truly conclude. Presently, the matter of the tiger talisman lay once again on the table, accompanied by the elusive golden armor and Tai Sui, both of which had yet to be found. Returning to the courtyard evoked a sense of nostalgia. Everyone busied themselves with preparations, bubbling with joy like children returning from a spring outing. At the entrance, Bai Yi discovered a letter in the mailbox, devoid of a postage stamp, bearing the words "For your eyes only." For your eyes only? The sender remained unnamed. Holding the letter, Bai Yi stepped into the snow, brushing off the snow and mud from his shoes before entering to avoid soiling the interior. He settled by the hearth and opened the envelope, revealing a plain sheet of paper at the top of which was inscribed the name of a company, one that belonged to Guan Kai. This letter was penned by Guan Kai himself. It was astonishing, akin to the turning back of time, receiving correspondence from a departed soul. The sensation was peculiar, rendering everyone speechless. Bai Yi unfolded the letter. The handwriting was hasty and chaotic, as if the writer had been in a state of panic. Some parts were even torn, the text densely packed. Clearing his throat, Bai Yi began to read aloud in a clear voice. I do not know how much longer I shall remain conscious, nor do I understand why I am compelled to write this letter to you. Perhaps I truly have no one left to confide in. I was born into a family of grave robbers. Although my grandfather forbade us from stepping into this world before his passing, my father defied his wishes. Everything began with my grandfather's journal, wherein he uncovered the tomb of Qin Ling, igniting my father's frantic actions. I am a twin brother to Guanin. He entered this world 5 minutes before I did, as my elder brother. The father summoned us together, instructing us to draw lots. The one who drew the fortunate lot would inherit our grandfather's legacy and lead the life of an ordinary person, far removed from the treacherous world of tomb raiding. The one who did not draw the lucky lot would align with Father's plans, embarking on the quest for the Qin tomb and beginning a life of tomb raiding. I confess, I was selfish. Prior to this moment, I had inadvertently glimpsed my father writing the lots and had covertly tampered with them. I had no desire to become a tomb raider. My aspirations extended beyond such a fate. My elder brother, as fate would have it, drew the lot destined for the life of a tomb raider, and immediately thereafter, he was orchestrated to meet his demise. This was Father's cunning strategy to conceal the truth. From that day forth, my elder brother vanished from this world, forever shrouded in my shadow. At this juncture, the letter was torn, revealing the immense emotional turmoil that Guan Kai experienced while writing. Bai Yi glanced around. Everyone was deeply engrossed in the narrative. Tang San bore a particularly grave expression as he continued reading. I relished living under the sun, while my brother and father embarked on their tomb raiding endeavors. My success was attributed to the inheritance left by grandfather, and even more so to my father and brother. I felt a pang of guilt whenever I noticed my elder brother's melancholic demeanor, yet the course of events was irreversible. If given the chance to relive it, I would still adhere to my initial choice. Everything began after our father's passing. My elder brother grew increasingly taciturn, at times even claiming to be me, asserting he was Guan Kai, which left me in a state of confusion regarding our identities. The subsequent events are known to you all. Your encounters with him in the Fo Qin tomb revealed that he had assumed my identity. When he returned to me, his time was fleeting. I took him to the hospital, but there was nothing they could do. Upon returning home, we shared the same room, and he refused to let me leave his side, not even a step. During those 3 days, he spoke extensively, revealing that he and father had long been aware of my meddling. Initially, he harbored no hatred towards me. But over time, as he listened to the myriad unsettling sounds in the tomb, fear morphed into resentment. He grasped my collar, his flesh grotesquely deteriorated, blood and gore staining my face. I could not fathom the potency of the poison. Guanin died in excruciating agony. Bai Yi swallowed hard. Having witnessed his brother's rapid deterioration firsthand, he could envision Guanin's final moments. Yet it was in that moment that blood was smeared onto Guan Kai. Tang San's voice rang out. He smeared the blood onto his brother. Lei Zi, still processing the revelation, questioned, "Are you implying that Guanin intentionally smeared his blood onto Guan Kai out of hatred for his brother's earlier deceit?" Lei Zi's voice grew louder. By heaven, this is a case of brothers turning against one another. Bai Yi raised his hand to interrupt everyone. Continuing to read, since I was stained with my brother's blood, I have sensed something amiss within myself, as if I have lost my memory. Time seems to have vanished abruptly. My brother's death was gruesome, and when I regained consciousness, I found his lifeless body still lying on the bed. I yearned to find someone to give him a proper burial, yet that thought dissipated just as suddenly as it arose. I have completely forgotten my intentions, and this phenomenon has become increasingly frequent. Until one day, someone unexpectedly arrived at my door, presenting me with a document, claiming it was something I had requested to investigate. It contained an address, yet I remain oblivious to who you all are, or when I sought assistance for this inquiry. Everything that has transpired is utterly bewildering. It seems that Guan Kai is unaware of the existence of another persona, but he has begun to notice something is amiss. I feel my moments of clarity diminishing. An invisible entity lurks within my body, and I am terrified, uncertain of when it may usurp my identity and claim my existence. I am no longer Guan Kai. I must chronicle all of this, for perhaps someone can elucidate the nature of my plight. Recently, my skin has begun to peel, and I dread consulting a physician, as my symptoms bear a striking resemblance to those of my brother. I fear that my time is limited. A disheveled, lazy muttered. Why on earth did this fellow place the letter in our mailbox? Do not interrupt me, Bai Yi replied. From this point onward, the handwriting becomes increasingly erratic, each character tilting in disarray. It appears I am on the verge of losing consciousness, with only the final sentence remaining. Perhaps only you can comprehend this. The letter concludes here. Guan Kai must have intended to complete it, yet time was against him. This letter was likely not placed in the mailbox by him personally. Given his status, he could easily dispatch an employee for such a task. Alas, had a surveillance camera been installed at the entrance, we might have identified the individual who delivered the message. The letter trembled gently in Bai Yi's hands as a gust of wind swept in. Xiao Ning stood up to close the door tightly, shivering slightly. It's so cold. Chapter 500, Special Approval Document after being tainted by Guan En's blood. Guan Kai began to exhibit signs of dissociative identity disorder. Qisha remarked, this diverges somewhat from our previous assumptions. Could this phenomenon be related to the poison of the gu? After all, it is one of the mediums of that poison. That is entirely plausible, Bai Yi responded. Abroad, some medical scholars have posited that what is referred to as gu is actually bacteria. Harmful bacteria infiltrating the human body can cause significant damage. However, that remains merely a one-sided conjecture. This enigma has never been truly unraveled. Nevertheless, Guan Kai's immense psychological burden is undoubtedly a contributing factor. This family is indeed intricate. The younger brother has manipulated events to swap lives with the elder. As for the elder, just before his demise, he deliberately smeared his blood upon the younger brother. Truly a case of poetic justice. Lazy chuckled. Ultimately, the instigator is their greedy father. In terms of filial piety, Guan Yi stated that he would not allow his descendants to dig up graves, yet he insisted on opposing his father. As for loyalty, what regard does he have for his sons, showing not an ounce of familial affection? Guan Kai shares this sentiment. Hence, he has birthed another persona, perhaps that of his own father. Bai Yi remarked, did not Qixia witness Guan Kai addressing the corpse of Guan and with his father's tone, expressing his apologies? The preceding events seem to unfold with clarity. Amidst the lightheartedness, there lingers a sense of regret. Bai Yi produced a match, struck it, and ignited the letter, watching it transform into ashes. What a pity. Xiao Ning's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Tang San commented, who would have thought that Master Guan, a master of grave robbing, would ultimately suffer such a fate of extinction? By the way, did Guan Kai have a family? Bai Yi shook his head. No, indeed. A true lineage severed. Lazy spat on the ground. In my view, this Qin Ling is a harbinger of misfortune. Whoever engages with it is destined for calamity. Tang San was taken aback, pondering that if the mountain folk were indeed intertwined with Qin Ling and Su Fu, he too could not escape its grasp. His thoughts drifted to the tiger talisman. Shall we still investigate the matter of the tiger talisman? We must, Bai Yi affirmed. We should also delve into the matter of the Tai Sui and the golden armor, particularly the latter, as it lacks detailed illustrations in the witch's compendium. What exactly is it? We have no leads whatsoever. Outside, snow began to fall gently. Xiao Shan, exhilarated, pushed the door open and ventured out, embodying the essence of the ancient earth. Nurtured by the Changbai Mountains, the colder it became, the more he relished it. Lazy, equally spirited, chased after him, engaging in playful antics in the courtyard, while the remaining 4 bore heavy hearts. In pursuit of clues, there existed a prime destination, Xie Fangfei, the new generation's female encyclopedist. Bai Yi rose. I shall call Xie Fangfei and arrange a visit for tomorrow. Xiaoning shot him a glare. You are quite eager, are you not? Bai Yi had no retort, and Tang San defended him, tugging at Xiaoning. You girls always love to stir trouble. This is for a serious matter. Bai Yi is still under the influence of the longevity curse, posing a constant risk of turning into an evil corpse. As for me, my origins remain a mystery. So please refrain from bothering Bai Yi further. Are you not already familiar with his character? Xiaoning swallowed hard, her expression fierce as she declared, I trust him. But I do not trust that woman. She has the appearance of a vixen. Just that. That enchantress. Her words were harsh, prompting Bai Yi to maintain a stoic face as he made the call. Xiaoning's tongue was as sharp as Lei Zi's, never sparing anyone in conversation. Just as Tang San was about to interject, Qi Xie said, Xiaoning, I believe that the more you speak ill of Xie Fangfei, the more you inadvertently assist her. What do you mean by that? Xiaoning inquired, somewhat perplexed. Compassion is inherent in human nature. After all, Xie Fangfei has not committed any heinous crimes, has she? By disparaging her, do you not act unjustly? Over time, Bai Yi is bound to empathize with her. Xiaoning fell silent, realizing the wisdom of Qi Xie, who, despite his few words, spoke profound truths. Should Bai Yi indeed waver, it would ironically be a stroke of luck for Fuyu. Qi Xie continued, Xiaoning, we understand your sentiments. However, consider placing a bit more faith in the bond between the two of them. Xiaoning's cheeks flushed, and she quietly replied, I understand. Upon receiving a call from Bai Yi, Xie Fangfei's mood was rather subdued. His intention to evade was glaringly evident. Bai Yi inquired about 2 matters, the emaciated man and an entity referred to as golden armor. Xie Fangfei remarked that her information was for trade, quite costly. Her tone laced with clear reproach towards Bai Yi. He feigned ignorance, asserting that price was of no concern provided the information proved valuable. Xie Fangfei concluded the conversation with a promise to contact him again before abruptly hanging up. After disconnecting, Bai Yi retrieved his Pisces jade pendant, pressing it against his face while closing his eyes. Fuyu, we are merely 2 steps away. The day we can be together draws ever closer. The sound of knocking disrupted his reverie. Upon stepping outside, he found Xiao Shan, who had opened the door, and standing there was none other than Shun Wei. Almost forgetting the matter at hand, he recalled that the chief had promised a resolution, which had yet to materialize. Shun Wei brushed the snow from his attire, his demeanor as stoic as ever, as he entered the house, carefully wiping the mud from his shoes before proceeding to the living room. Bai Yi invited Shun Wei to sit. Despite the biting cold, Shun Wei maintained an upright posture, every step embodying the essence of a soldier. Have you come bearing good news today? Bai Yi inquired. Shun Wei handed over a file. This is a special document, personally approved by the chief, and has been distributed to the relevant units. Henceforth, you need not worry about incarceration. However, the chief has requested that I convey a message to know when to stop. Understood. We shall refrain from any excessive actions, Bai Yi replied, accepting the folder. Inside, he found a thin sheet of paper, the talisman for 6 individuals. Very well. I shall take my leave now. Shun Wei had barely settled when he rose to depart, quickly vanishing into the snow. Bai Yi opened the file. Noting that a corner had been dampened by the snow, he extracted the document, which bore an official directive with the chief's handwritten signature in the lower right corner. Lazy glanced at it and thumped his chest, declaring, Damn, seeing that signature brings a sense of relief. I shall store this safely, Bai Yi said, placing the file in the basement. He understood that while the document itself held little significance, the crucial aspect was that the relevant departments had received and acknowledged it. The chief was indeed in his prime, and until his retirement, they need not worry. As for more distant concerns, those could be contemplated in due time. Chapter 501. Husanda 2 days later, Xie Fangfei arrived at their doorstep. Xiaoning happened to be the one to answer the door. Their encounter resembled that of bitter rivals, each ignoring the other as if they were mere phantoms. Upon opening the door, Xiaoning cast a fleeting glance at Xie Fangfei and turned to re-enter, bellowing, Bai Yi, someone is looking for you. The disdain was palpable in her tone. Xie Fangfei stood in the courtyard, unhurried to step inside. Bai Yi emerged, approaching the yard. Please, come in and have a seat. Xie Fangfei eagerly awaited Bai Yi to speak, casting a glance at Xiao Ning, who stood at the entrance of the living room. This time, she had emerged victorious. Xiao Ning, stomping her foot in frustration, recalled what Qi Xia had said a few days prior and swallowed her indignation, retreating to her room, preferring not to see or be seen. I have news regarding the thin man you seek, Xia Fangfei announced as she settled down. Bai Yi served her a cup of tea, his gentlemanly demeanor stirring a profound excitement within her. However, there was also unfortunate news. There were no leads on the golden armor. I have examined all the materials left by Lord Jiao, and none pertain to the golden armor. Bai Yi had anticipated such a scenario, his disappointment not overwhelming. That's all right. But who is this thin man? The tomb raiding factions are divided into northern and southern groups. Xia Fangfei explained. This thin man belongs to the southern faction. He is known as Husandu, and he specializes in dealing with venomous creatures. Bai Yi was aware that the techniques of both northern and southern tomb raiders were quite similar. However, southern raiders had to contend with not only traps, but also the humid weather, which necessitated vigilance against the revival of corpses and poisonous creatures. This was a distinctive characteristic of their craft. This fellow has lost the golden tiger talisman and is now searching for it everywhere, Xia Fangfei continued. I suspect he may soon come looking for me. Ah, how fortuitous. Bai Yi clenched his fist. We have been troubled by his absence. But what is Husandu like? He is a solitary figure, reputed to have a peculiar temperament. Even among his southern counterparts, he is avoided. He possesses extensive knowledge of toxins. It is said that he was once quite rotund, but after inadvertently poisoning himself during a toxicity test, he transformed overnight into a mere wisp of a man. Following this incident, his character changed drastically, leading him to part ways with his previous partner and choose a life of solitude. He is not an easy person to approach, Xia Fangfei elaborated. Moreover, if he is so anxious about the golden tiger talisman, it would be troublesome if he were to discover it is in your possession, she added. How delightful. We have yet to meet him and already have made an enemy. The more anxious he becomes, the more I sense complexities at play. But where have the others gone? Bai Yi mused, noticing the absence of their usual companions. Typically, when someone arrives, everyone rushes out. Yet today, it seems it is just you and me here, he remarked. Undoubtedly, the golden tiger talisman was initially his, but I fear I shall not be returning it, Bai Yi stated. However, why has he suddenly come to the north after being active in the south? I have inquired about this matter. It is said that after entering an ancient tomb, he abruptly traveled north. The purpose remains unclear, Xia Fangfei replied. I can only gather so much information. Should Husandu come looking for me, I will promptly inform you. Thank you. As for the fee, Xia Fangfei raised a hand. Let us keep it at this, she declared. 500. Bai Yi stood to fetch the money. Xia Fangfei smirked, realizing she had hiked the price. Yet Bai Yi accepted without a word. Upon handing the money to her, Xia Fangfei glanced around. And the others? She inquired. Perhaps they are preoccupied with their own affairs, Bai Yi suggested. Suddenly, the conversation between the two came to an abrupt halt. Xia Fangfei took a sip of tea and cast a glance at Bai Yi, realizing it was time for her to leave. She rose leisurely, stating, I shall take my leave now, we will be in touch. She had anticipated that Bai Yi would accompany her, but to her surprise, he merely uttered a casual farewell before remaining rooted to the spot. Feeling somewhat displeased and a touch petulant, Xia Fangfei strode quickly out the door. As soon as she departed, Bai Yi turned around and called out, All right, everyone come out. Xiao Shan was the first to emerge, having been pinned beneath the others and unable to contain himself any longer. With Bai Yi's command, he eagerly wriggled free, causing those who had been atop him to stumble out as well. Lazy gave Xiao Shan a shove, saying, Why the rush? You nearly caused us to fall. The rest had been eavesdropping from their hiding place. Lazy spat on the ground, muttering, That Husandu. I've heard of him. He knows how to use poison. This could be troublesome. We can exchange information when necessary, said Qi Xia. What we seek is the information behind the golden tiger talisman. This was precisely what Bai Yi intended to convey. Indeed, let us wait for news from Xia Fangfei. After Xia Fangfei left the Bai residence and arrived at her own doorstep, she noticed a tall, slender figure lingering in front of her home. A flicker of recognition crossed her mind. She hadn't expected him to arrive so swiftly. Xia Fangfei approached slowly, inquiring, May I ask whom you are looking for? The man turned his head, and upon seeing his appearance, Xia Fangfei felt a twinge of discomfort. He was exceedingly thin, with pronounced cheekbones and an abundance of white in his eyes, making it seem as though he was not looking directly at her, but rather rolling his eyes. His lips were thin and devoid of color, and his emaciated frame made her wonder how he managed to stand there against the gusty winds of Beijing. "I am here to find Lord Jiu," he said, his voice raspy and low. "I am," Xie Fangfei replied solemnly. "You are Husandu." Husandu paused, surprised. "You are Lord Jiu? How do you know my name?" Xie Fangfei smiled, her beauty radiating even more enchantingly with her grin. Originating from the south, Husandu was accustomed to the delicate charm of southern girls, who often embodied the grace of refined young ladies. In contrast, Xie Fangfei possessed the statuesque elegance typical of northern women, enhanced by her fashionable appearance cultivated during her studies in Japan. Having never encountered such a striking woman, Husandu was utterly captivated by her smile, moistening his lips in awe. "It appears you are indeed Husandu. Please, come inside," Xie Fangfei invited, producing her key to unlock the door. "To have found your way to my doorstep must have taken considerable effort. The residence of the Ninth Master is known to very few, and the ability to locate it is a skill in itself. Logically, given that Xie Fangfei now resides here alone, it would be rather inconvenient for outsiders to intrude. The dwelling consists of a simple layout, 2 rooms, and a living area where meals are shared. The Ninth Master had lived here his entire life. Although he has passed, Xie Fangfei has no intention of departing. Most importantly, there is an escape tunnel, a product of the Ninth Master's years of effort. In the event of an emergency, it provides a means of exit. Xie Fangfei possesses remarkable marksmanship, instilling in her a sense of confidence. This slender man before her appears to lack aggression, and the urgency of his visit signifies the importance of his business. To her surprise, the Ninth Master is a woman, an exquisitely beautiful woman. Husandu has not engaged in intimate interactions for many years, save for with the deceased. Following closely behind Xie Fangfei, he observes her graceful figure, his heart racing with anticipation. When she turns to him, she says, "Please, take a seat." "All right," he replies, plopping down into the chair, which remains unmoved due to his slight frame. He watches as Xie Fangfei enters the inner room. Chapter 502. Exchange. Xie Fangfei informs Bai Yi via telephone that the individual he has been waiting for has arrived. After ending the call, she reflects on Husandu's unabashed gaze, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. In contrast, Gong Xiaoqing seems far more tolerable. Husandu resembles a mere wisp of a person. And compared to Bai Yi, Gong Xiaoqing hardly occupies her thoughts. Once she extricates herself from these musings, Xie Fangfei steps out. Husandu, a master of toxins, is quite the representative of the southern faction. Husandu offers a rueful smile. "I wouldn't dare call myself a representative. I have come to inquire about something. A valuable item of mine was stolen in Beijing." "What is it?" Xie Fangfei feigns ignorance, though she is already aware, and her act is convincingly natural, eliciting no suspicion from Husandu. "It is a tiger talisman, crafted from gold, though I possess only half of it." He continues, "This talisman is of great significance to me. I have long heard that the Ninth Master is extraordinarily capable, a veritable sage within the treasure-hunting community. I implore your assistance." "Of course," Xie Fangfei replies. "However, the Ninth Master had his own rules. Your ability to find this place indicates you have done your research." Husandu produces an envelope from his person, sliding it across to Xie Fangfei. "This is a deposit." Without hesitation, she accepts it, saying, "Please wait a moment." Xie Fangfei takes the envelope to the room once occupied by the Ninth Master. Upon opening the door, she approaches the old bed, which, though unremarkable in appearance, is crafted from rosewood. She presses on the headboard, revealing a hidden opening beneath the bed. Tossing the envelope inside, she calls out, "Payment received." As the envelope drops, a voice rises from below, aged and weary, "Understood." The voice continues, "It seems you have once again found someone to impress." Xie Fangfei smiles briefly, restoring the opening to its previous state as she nonchalantly exits, internally questioning, why has Bai Yi not yet arrived? She stepped outside and continued the previous topic, stating that the deposit had been received, and once the item was found, the price would be determined by them. "No problem," Husandu replied. "Please expedite the process." "Isn't it easy to be quick?" Bai Yi remarked. "If it's Bai Yi, won't it be swift?" "Damn, why hasn't it arrived yet?" Just as Xie Fangfei was growing anxious, the sound of a car horn echoed from outside. Finally, it had arrived. Xie Fangfei breathed a sigh of relief, rose to open the door. Bai Yi entered alongside Tang San. As soon as the door opened, Bai Yi noticed Husandu approaching him. He appeared exceedingly thin, and upon seeing another visitor, Husandu seemed slightly on edge. Bai Yi greeted him with a smile. Bai Yi, a pleasure to meet you. Hu Sandu cast a bewildered glance at Xie Fangfei. His eyes filled with confusion. He did not extend his hand for a handshake, having long been aware of Bai Yi's peculiar temperament. Bai Yi, unperturbed, remarked, "The golden tiger charm is in my possession." This revelation ignited Hu Sandu's agitation. "So it is you. Do not misunderstand. I bought it," Bai Yi stated. "I paid for it. It now belongs to me. That charm is mine. Return it to me." Hu Sandu exclaimed, his face flushed with urgency. "That charm is certainly not yours." Bai Yi replied calmly, "This item belongs to our ancestors. It is a relic of the deceased. You merely pilfered it from a corpse. Who are you?" Hu Sandu turned to Xie Fangfei. "Is this your associate? If you want me to retrieve the charm, it is in his hands." Xie Fangfei shrugged. "My job is done. You should settle the remaining payment." Hu Sandu underestimated Xie Fangfei, rendered speechless in disbelief. Something seemed amiss. He felt completely blindsided. And his impression of Xie Fangfei was entirely overturned. Appearances can be deceiving. He pulled out the money from his pocket and nearly slammed it onto the table. Xie Fangfei collected the cash. "The remaining matters you may resolve yourselves. The tea is here. Please help yourselves." Bai Yi thought to himself how advantageous this was for her. Turning back, he met Hu Sandu's gaze directly and stated plainly, "The charm is indeed in my possession. If you wish for its return, that is not out of the question. How much do you want?" The saying goes that greed leads to demise, and this is merely the truth of it. "I do not want money," Bai Yi said. "I wish to know the story behind the tiger charm." Hu Sandu's lips twitched slightly. A minuscule movement that did not escape Bai Yi's keen observation. Such a simple condition seemed to trouble him, indicating that the tale behind the charm was anything but ordinary. Hu Sandu's eyes darted around. "Even if I tell you, will you truly believe it?" "Of course not," Bai Yi replied. "We need you to take us back there to uncover the truth. Once the matter is resolved, I will naturally return the charm to you." Words without proof. "Why should I trust you?" Hu Sandu sneered. His cold laughter coupled with his gaunt frame was quite eerie. "Then, Tang San, let us depart. There is nothing more to discuss." Bai Yi turned with Tang San to leave, but Hu Sandu's throat shifted. "Wait, let me see the golden tiger charm." A glimmer of hope emerged as Bai Yi instructed Tang San to return for the golden tiger talisman while he engaged in casual banter with Hu Sandu. Initially, Hu Sandu was reticent and averted his gaze, but as time passed, Bai Yi discerned that it was not a mere reluctance to meet the other's eyes. Rather, his vision was impaired. Even when attempting to look directly at Bai Yi, his pupils remained askew. Tang San promptly retrieved the talisman, puzzled by Bai Yi's unusual request, as he felt it was characteristic of him to have brought it along beforehand. The situation struck Tang San as rather perplexing. Upon presenting the talisman, he noticed that Qi Xie and Xiao Shan were absent and inquired about their whereabouts from Lei Zi. After much hesitation, Lei Zi finally divulged their location. As soon as Hu Sandu laid eyes on the talisman, he abruptly rose, exclaiming, "Quick, give it to me." "Hold on," Bai Yi replied calmly. "Where did this talisman come from? Take us to it. If you comply, I shall willingly return it to you." Bai Yi's demeanor reminded Tang San of a lawless bandit from 50 years past, unreasonable and brash. He observed Hu Sandu's eyes roll back, revealing only the whites, laced with blood vessels. In his hand, Hu Sandu brandished a box, lifting it high towards Bai Yi. Tang San shouted, "Get down." Bai Yi exhibited no intention of retreating. Instead, he smiled. Just as Tang San grew anxious, a silver needle zipped past his ear, aimed directly at Hu Sandu. Though Hu Sandu's eyes were abnormal, his vision remained keen. He instinctively swerved, narrowly avoiding the needle, which embedded itself into the wall. Staring at the needle, Tang San turned to Bai Yi. "Is that from the tiger bug armor?" Chapter 503. The short arrow. Upon hearing the term tiger bug armor, Hu Sandu's expression shifted dramatically. "You are familiar with the tiger bug armor?" As he regarded the silver needle, his complexion paled. "The stinger of the tiger bug armor is laced with a lethal poison. Incurable." Indeed, Bai Yi was well versed in toxins. He clapped his hands together, stating, "The first strike is crucial. I must be wary of you. Qi Xie, Xiao Shan, come forth." Qi Xie and Xiao Shan sauntered in leisurely, with Qi Xie carrying a square box. Tang San recalled that Bai Yi had previously mentioned his intention to transform the silver needle into a concealed weapon, and today it proved invaluable. To combat poison with poison was the strategy. Hu Sandu, being a seasoned poisoner, required a toxin even more potent than his own to subdue him. Tang San felt a wave of despondency wash over him, realizing Bai Yi had kept him in the dark. Xiao Shan interjected, Bai Gu said that you cannot keep secrets. So we were instructed not to inform you. Was the intent behind having me retrieve the talisman merely to buy time and assess my situation? Husanda chuckled. It is rare to encounter a worthy adversary. Your ability to procure the silver needle from the tiger bug armor suggests you are indeed seasoned practitioners. His countenance, even when adorned with a smile, was not particularly charming, yet at least his eyes had regained their luster. Bai Yi retrieved his gloves and extracted the silver needle. Mindful of its limited quantity and the need to conserve it, he returned the needle to its box, pondering who might have been capable of launching the first silver needle. Surely, the adversary was an expert, and thus, it was a worthy endeavor. The item in your possession must also possess some significance, I presume? The situation abruptly shifted. The two previously opposing parties now found themselves in mutual admiration, recognizing each other's prowess. Husanda produced his concealed weapon, a slender arrow, notably delicate, with a uniquely shaped tip that resembled a barb rather than a sharp point. Qi Xia was taken aback, recalling the torment he endured to escape Ai Newer, where he had willingly faced the agony of having his flesh scraped away by a similar torture device featuring barbed ends. This short arrow bore some resemblance to that hook, albeit with fewer barbs and less intricacy. It was coated with an itching powder. Husanda remarked, compared to yours, my short arrow is significantly less lethal. However, it appears you do not wish to bring about my demise, or else I would not be able to evade it. Xia Fengfei, observing the unexpected turn of events from within, found it astonishing. She had no intention of emerging. Instead, she retrieved a stack of documents from the cabinet and began to scrutinize them meticulously. You are familiar with the tiger insect armor. Do you know the origins of those silver needles? Tang San inquired. I do not, Husanda replied. I have merely heard whispers of them. During my time in Inner Mongolia, descendants of certain golden families mentioned them. However, I remain baffled regarding the nature of the poison on these silver needles. I never expected to see them firsthand today. Would it be permissible for me to examine them closely? Qi Xia handed the box to Husanda, who opened the compartment containing the silver needles. Hesitant to touch them directly, he brought them close to his nose, inhaling their scent, and examined them carefully beneath his eyelids. Suddenly, he produced a small vial of liquid from his chest, dropping a single drop onto a silver needle. There was no reaction. With a sigh, Husanda returned the vial to its place and handed the box back to Qi Xia. There has been no response. Thus far, no poison has eluded detection by this solution. Furthermore, silver is known to react to toxins, typically turning black, yet these silver needles remain as bright as new, which is itself quite unusual. If I may speak frankly, what is the reason for your intense interest in the Golden Tiger Talisman? Bai Yi seized the favorable atmosphere to voice the concern that weighed heavily on everyone's minds. Husanda, who had just been amiable, immediately altered his demeanor, his expression darkening as his eyes rolled in agitation. It was not mere theatrics. He was genuinely struggling to control his gaze, his face rigid. Bai Yi continued, Brother Hu, if our objectives are not in conflict, why create enemies unnecessarily? It would be far more advantageous to collaborate, allowing us all to achieve our respective goals rather than facing them alone. Husanda appeared troubled, his eyes continuing to roll, revealing the whites, while the corners of his mouth twitched. He sighed deeply, stating, matters that cannot be resolved with money are the most vexing. I will not easily part with the tiger talisman, Bai Yi declared. No amount of money you offer will suffice for me. Husanda suddenly felt his body weaken. I have little time left. You are both people of character, so I shall speak plainly. That tiger talisman may be the key and is of utmost importance to me. Bai Yi interrupted Husanda with a wave of his hand. Let's not disturb Master Jiu here. Shall we find a more secluded place to converse? Xia Fengfei, who had been listening from inside, was overwhelmed by a surge of disappointment and anger. She stepped out hastily, exclaiming, Since you are leaving, I shall not see you off. With that, Bai Yi led Husanda and the others away without a single word to Xia Fengfei. Once the door was shut, she could no longer contain her fury and began to weep softly. A figure draped in a black cloak emerged from within, their face obscured by cloth. They extended a hand to gently pat Xia Fengfei's back. Through her tear-stained eyes, she lifted her gaze. Lao San, why are you out here? Do not be distressed. The figure, referred to as Lao San, spoke in a voice laden with age. Xia Fengfei wiped her tears away. Even if he does not care for you, there is still Gong Xiaoqing, is there not? Do not mention Gong Xiaoqing. I will send him back to Japan at once, Xie Fangfei replied. His father has already discovered that I was peeking at the ancestral documents. I do not wish to stir up trouble. Lao San, I fear I may need your assistance in ensuring Gong Xiaoqing departs. Lao San nodded. Leave it to me. I will not allow someone you dislike to remain by your side. With a mere word from you, I could arrange for Bai Yi too. If his heart is not with me, what use is it? Xie Fangfei interjected. Between us lies an invisible chasm, one that I fear may never be crossed. Lao San, will I truly never find a place to belong in this life? Lao San trembled slightly, and tears glistened in his exposed eyes. Xie Fangfei had managed to steady her emotions. I am fine now. Master Jiu has advised you to remain hidden, as it may invite peril. After all these years, they have not found me, Lao San replied. Nonetheless, I have grown accustomed to my current way of life. I shall not venture out carelessly again. Indeed, it is said that those who allow themselves to be remembered are seldom spared from their grasp. You have narrowly escaped once. If Master Jiu were aware, he would not wish for you to face danger again. It is wise to remain cautious. Lao San sighed. Then I shall take my leave for now. Chapter 504. The Resurgence of the Dead. Meanwhile, Bai Yi led Husandu to a tea house located in a back alley, which was devoid of patrons at that hour. The staff guided them to a private room at the back. Bai Yi tapped the wall lightly. The soundproofing is quite good. We can converse freely now. Tea and snacks were served, and the attendant discreetly exited, closing the door behind them. Tang San sat closest to the door, listening intently to the sounds outside. After savoring several cups of tea, Bai Yi and Husandu slowly began to unravel their conversation, revealing that Husandu was indeed a man of remarkable fate. Husandu was adept in the use of poison, a skill honed due to the humid climate of the south, where ancient corpses are prone to resurgence. It is commonly said that there are 5 types of resurgence. The first, skin resurgence. The second, flesh resurgence. These 2 types arise from the effects of the skin or flesh. The third type is known as the blood corpse, which arises from its own blood. These 3 types of corpses are relatively easier to deal with. Simply using a knife, gun, or arrow to pierce their flesh will cause their blood to spill, rendering them incapacitated and harmless. The fourth type is called the bone corpse, where the primary factor lies within the bones, and only injuring the bones can effectively counter it. The fifth type is referred to as the mole corpse, where the transformation into a corpse is attributed to a specific mole on the body. This is the most challenging type to confront, as it wreaks havoc before its mole is struck, making it possible to lure and annihilate rather than capture. Bai Yi recalled hearing his master, He Baosheng, mention the phenomenon of corpses rising. These occurrences are not spontaneous, but rather preceded by signs. Those destined to rise exhibit facial swelling, a purplish-black complexion, upright hair, and blisters forming on their bodies, before slowly opening their eyes and sitting up, subsequently rising to run straight ahead. All corpses share a common trait. They cannot speak, bend, or turn, and their eyes remain fixated forward, unable to shift. If they encounter a living person, the corpse will use its rigid hand to touch the top of the person's head, causing immediate death and transformation into a corpse. This bizarre and terrifying effect is exclusive to the living and is ineffective against other animals. In comparison, the corpse's touch is even more peculiar, especially the act of touching the head. Thus, in the South, among companions who enter a tomb together, it is an unwritten rule not to jokingly touch each other's heads, as this action could provoke a lethal retaliation. Husandu, who once was a robust figure now reduced to a mere shadow of himself, is inextricably linked to this phenomenon. He still remembers the time when he descended into a tomb with 3 others. They had collaborated for 2 or 3 years and shared a profound understanding. On that occasion, as usual, one person stood watch outside while the other 3 entered the burial chamber, with Husandu taking the lead. Despite his towering stature and strength, he moved through the underground as if he were in his element, with the other 2 following closely behind. Their luck was extraordinary that day. They breached directly into the left ear chamber. As Husandu leaped into the chamber, he inhaled sharply at the sight of so much gold and silver. They lay scattered across the floor without any containers. His 2 companions, unable to contain their excitement, rushed forward to collect the treasures. They handed a flashlight to Husandu for illumination as they proceeded, prompting him to smirk, thinking that they had certainly seen their share of the world, yet still reacted with such astonishment. Just as Husandu stood by observing, a gust of wind swept through, prompting one of the men who was bending to collect the gold to look up and exclaim, How strange. Where does this strong wind come from? Another gust followed, causing the second man to jump up as if scalded, frantically waving his hands. He rushed toward Husandu, crying, "Sandu, save me." As he drew closer, Husandu noticed blood gushing from his fingers, where a blood-sucking worm clung. The creature swiftly crawled towards the man's face, directly burrowing into his left eye, vanishing in an instant. A trickle of blood oozed from the corner of the man's left eye, and Husandu knew he was beyond salvation. Another individual, upon witnessing this grim scene, was so terrified that he fled in haste. Husandu called out to him, aware that without a source of light, wandering aimlessly through the ancient tomb was perilous. There was no hope for the man behind him. At the very least, he had to save the other side. Without a moment's hesitation, Husandu seized his flashlight and hurried after him. His companion lay motionless on the ground, blood gushing from his eye socket. Husandu could no longer afford to concern himself with him. He pressed onward towards the other companion, who, in his panic, lost his way and collided violently with the wall of the tomb passage. It was this jolt that roused him, and he stood there, awaiting Husandu's approach. As Husandu approached, he noticed his companion's forehead glistening with sweat. Just as he intended to offer some words of comfort, the man widened his eyes, staring intently at something behind Husandu. A chilling sensation enveloped him as he felt a hand resting atop his head, and every hair on his body stood on end. Someone's hand was on him. "3Do, the corpse is rising." His companion uttered those words before fainting. Husandu felt as though the blood in his veins had turned to ice. He squeezed his eyes shut for a moment, then suddenly bolted, recalling that moment with urgency. He raised his hand, which felt like a withered branch, barely skin clinging to it. Tang San truly wondered if there was any blood still coursing through his veins. After being touched by the rising corpse, a living person would succumb instantly. Bai Yi remarked, "But your life should not have ended, yet here you are in this state." Husandu replied, "Though I was not particularly handsome before, it was far better than this skeletal form. How did you manage to survive?" Bai Yi pressed for clarity. Husandu, aware of having been touched by the corpse, dashed out, retrieving a cloth pouch from his person to swiftly apply pressure to his own acupoint. Chixia's expression shifted dramatically. The act of sealing one's acupoint was inconceivable. If not executed with sufficient force, one could inflict grave harm upon oneself. Husandu inhaled deeply, stating, "At that moment, I felt I had no other option. I thought to temporarily seal myself, allowing the situation to pass before addressing it further. I was concerned that if I left to seal my acupoint elsewhere, I would be too late, so I did it right there in the tomb passage." With a steely resolve, Husandu pierced himself to seek a final chance at survival, losing all sensation thereafter. When he regained consciousness, he found himself still lying in the same spot. He propped himself up, surrounded by darkness, unable to discern his surroundings or even his own form. He groped his way toward the direction of the thief's tunnel, crawling through the tomb passage until he encountered a corpse. He surmised it was his companion who had fainted. The body was cold and rigid, having been lifeless for some time. Husandu inhaled sharply, realizing he had no time to ponder the circumstances of his companion's demise. The sheer fact that he had survived was a stroke of fortune. His hand brushed against a flashlight. He picked it up and switched it on. But it was lifeless, devoid of power. He discarded the flashlight and continued to crawl forward. In the depths of darkness, Husandu heard his own labored breaths. In the desolate underground realm, only his sounds echoed, and this profound silence sent chills down his spine. He yearned to escape this abyss and return to the illuminated world above, for this oppressive darkness was suffocating, threatening to envelop him without a sound. He groped his way into an ear chamber, where a faint glimmer of light emerged, weak yet discernible, filtering through a breach in the earth. This sudden illumination startled Husandu, causing him to close his eyes quickly before gradually reopening them, allowing himself to acclimate to the returning light. When Husandu opened his eyes once more, he found himself able to crawl with his limbs and eventually stand upright. He leaned against the chamber wall for support, casting a glance at his hands, which tightened his heart in dread. The sensation of oppression overwhelmed him, nearly causing him to faint. He placed his hands before his chest, incredulously observing them. They had transformed into claw-like appendages, with sharp fingers resembling bones. Were these truly the hands he once possessed? Husandu swayed slightly and called out, "Old Yang." The lookout outside was Old Yang, the eldest among them. There was no sound from the outside world, and Husandu understood that his family must have sensed the calamity below realizing he had departed alone. He was thoroughly astonished by the transformation of his own body. However, upon seeing the fleshless corpse on the ground, his will to survive surged anew. Bloodworms. There were bloodworms here. With his bony fingers, Husandu reached inside his clothing and retrieved a pouch of powder. As he advanced cautiously, he sprinkled the white powder onto the ground. This was a concoction of his own making, designed to defend against most venomous creatures, including the bloodworms, which would retreat in its presence. The corpse lay face up, its eyes hollowed out, and within the gaping wounds on its face, several bloodworms were tentatively probing. A wave of nausea washed over him, and he resolutely turned away, continuing his ascent. Despite his weakened state, Husandu moved with remarkable swiftness. Upon re-entering the tunnel, a weight lifted from his heart. He struggled to extricate himself from the depths, finally emerging into the blinding sunlight. According to his experience, it was high noon, yet old Yang was nowhere to be seen, and the ropes left outside had vanished without a trace. Husandu felt a parching thirst clawing at his throat. Staggering towards home, he crossed paths with a farmer carrying tools, who, upon seeing Husandu, revealed a look of shock before hastily fleeing, distancing himself from him. Husandu gazed at his hands, an ominous premonition growing ever stronger within him. He crouched down and rolled up his pant leg, revealing his emaciated limbs. A rush of blood surged to his head, and he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, causing him to collapse onto the ground. The earthy scent of the soil jolted Husandu back to reality. How had he come to be in such a state? Struggling to rise, he fled amidst the pointed fingers of several farmers behind him. Husandu's home was in the countryside, and he was grateful for the sparse arrangement of neighboring houses. He made his way to the back wall of his home, pressing himself against it. He had not anticipated that returning home would require such stealth. His emotions were tumultuous. A pang of sorrow struck his heart, prompting him to pinch himself. When had he, Husandu, ever feared anything? Despite his thoughts, he cautiously glanced around the yard for any signs of life before entering. Seeing it was empty, he swiftly pushed open the ajar door and darted into his room. Where was the mirror? In his frantic search, he failed to notice the large mirror hanging on the wall, an occurrence typical of losing one's sanity. It was by chance that he caught sight of a gaunt figure with pronounced cheekbones and eyes that rolled back to reveal only the whites. He recoiled in shock, realizing he was alone and not haunted by apparitions. A sharp pain gripped his chest as he approached the mirror, his hands trembling on his face. There. He could not bear to meet his own gaze. Taking a deep breath, he felt an acute ache in his heart, no matter how hard he tried. His eyes remained misaligned, revealing only the whites. His cheeks had sunken in, giving him the appearance of a mere silhouette, a skeleton. Husandu was overwhelmed, forsaking his thirst as he burst through the door, colliding with his elderly mother. Her words shattered him completely. Who are you? Help. There's a thief. His heart twisted in agony as he pushed past her, vanishing from her sight. Tang San felt a pang of sorrow. The pain of not being recognized by one's kin resonated deeply with him. After recounting his past, Husandu hastily lifted a cup to his lips, attempting to mask the tumult within him. He sighed. It has been 5 years since that fateful day. In all this time, I have only dared to sneak back to see my family, leaving behind money without revealing myself. I have become this wretched figure, and even my former companions shun me, deeming my presence inauspicious. As for old Yang, the lookout, he has not simply left, he has gone missing. You were touched by the resurrection, sealing your own fate. Yet it is a temporal condition. When the time arrives, you shall awaken, said the seventh evil. Your technique is commendable, and your control is deft. Otherwise, you would have perished long ago. Husandu managed a bitter smile. Technique? I found myself in a situation where I had no alternatives left. So I recklessly attempted a remedy. Suffering from rheumatism and living in the dampness of the southern region, my legs often ail me, particularly after spending years underground. The acupuncture treatment was an attempt to alleviate my leg discomfort, although my understanding of the acupuncture points is rather superficial. Many who work underground share this affliction, as the cold and dampness of the subterranean environment, particularly in the south, seems to exacerbate such conditions more than in the north. Husandu's audacious trial inadvertently liberated him. Yet his body has since undergone a transformation that leaves one to ponder whether it is a blessing or a curse. However, what relevance does this hold in relation to the Golden Tiger Talisman? Tang San inquired bluntly. Surely, the Golden Tiger Talisman cannot restore you to your former self? Have you heard of sky burial? Husandu replied, evading the question. Tang San was taken aback, recalling Hai Dongqing, and nodded thoughtfully. Of course, I am familiar with it. It is a funerary ritual that feeds the deceased to eagles. The primary advantage of sky burial is the prevention of corpse reanimation. Husandu continued. Sky burial is also referred to as gold burial. Tang San interjected. Gold corresponds to metal in the 5 elements: gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. Thus, it is reasonable to refer to sky burial as gold burial. Husandu expressed surprise. You, my brother, are quite knowledgeable. Discerning the acupoints is not an issue. Bai Yi remarked, but how does this relate to sky burial? Although corpse reanimation is prevalent in the south, the Tibetans possess a profound understanding of it. Husandu recounted. After my body underwent its transformation, I began to roam in search of solutions. Upon learning of the Tibetan methods regarding corpse reanimation, I journeyed to Tibet to uncover some insights. In Tibet, they refer to corpse reanimation as ruolang, which differs from the southern concept. Though both terms denote the phenomenon of the deceased becoming active again, wreaking havoc upon the living, it is only when a corpse remains intact that it can manifest as ruolang. Those who died in sin or from hunger and cold, with unresolved regrets, may rise again to fulfill their nefarious deeds or seek sustenance. Husandu explained, to prevent the emergence of ruolang, Tibetans categorize funerals into 5 types: gold, wood, water, fire, and earth burials. Bai Yi commented, earth burial is likely the least favored method among Tibetans. Indeed, Husandu concurred, for it is the method most likely to provoke corpse reanimation, or ruolang. As their conversation deepened, Husandu felt an increasing rapport with them. Precisely, only those who have committed heinous crimes and are executed, or those who suffer dismemberment in accidents, are hastily buried by their families in the earth. What did you learn from the Tibetans? Bai Yi inquired. And how does this relate to the golden tiger talisman? Husandu recounted. There exists a tale regarding corpse reanimation in that region. It is said that when the abbot of a temple in Tibet passed away, the entire congregation placed his body in the temple's scripture hall. The monks then sat in vigil, reciting scriptures day and night for 3 consecutive days without rest. On the 3rd night, utterly exhausted, they succumbed to sleep, snoring thunderously. One timid young monk, gripped by fear, could not close his eyes and fixated on the abbot's remains. In the middle of the night, he was shocked to witness the corpse sit up. Terrified, he forgot to awaken the other monks and fled, bolting the temple door behind him, consumed by the instinct to save himself. As a result, the entire temple, housing hundreds of monks, was transformed into a scene of chaos overnight. Fortunately, they could not break through the temple doors. They merely rampaged within, creating an uproar that turned the world upside down. This young monk has indeed caused considerable havoc. Tang San could not help but exclaim. Had he not closed the temple doors, others might have had a chance to survive. In moments of panic, the decisions made by individuals are often misguided. Bai Yi remarked, it is easy to speak of calmness, but how many can genuinely achieve it? Tang San initially thought to retort that Bai Yi was capable of such composure, but refrained from saying so in the presence of Husandu. Instead, directing his gaze towards him. What of those who turned into corpses and rushed out of the temple? Did they not bring calamity upon many? Not at all. Husandu replied, I heard that a hermit rescued the nearby villagers, just as the situation was about to spiral out of control. With the corpses nearly breaching the temple doors, that hermit appeared suddenly. Armed with a magical artifact and reciting incantations, he approached the temple alone, performed a divine dance, and slowly advanced while the corpses followed in a trance. They eventually arrived at the riverbank, where the hermit led them onto a wooden bridge, then cast the magical artifact into the river. Consequently, the corpses leapt after the artifact and vanished beneath the waters, never to resurface. The hermit? Tang San and Bai Yi exchanged glances, each harboring a sense of doubt. Husandu continued, at the time, I was in the southern region of Tibet, where the locals are quite wary of the weak. They designed and constructed low doors specifically as obstacles to prevent the corpses from bending down. You must know more than this, Bai Yi pressed, noticing Husandu's reluctance to address the crucial issue. He emphasized his inquiry once more. Is there a connection between these events and the golden tiger talisman? Husandu meandered around the topic for some time, avoiding the main point. After Bai Yi's repeated questioning, he finally seemed ready to stop evading. Alas, let me speak plainly. I have been to the temple where the incident occurred. And then, Bai Yi could no longer contain his impatience. Husandu, I have invited you here with the intention of collaboration. We merely wish to understand the events surrounding the talisman. As for you, restoring your previous state is your own goal. We have no conflicting interests. Why not join forces? Can you find other partners at this point? This statement struck a chord with Husandu. Indeed, in the south, none of his old friends were willing to collaborate with him, and upon arriving in the north, he found himself devoid of connections and fighting alone. The situation had nearly reached a dead end, and the theft of the Golden Tiger talisman had only compounded his troubles. The individuals before him did not seem to underestimate him, and they imparted a sense of reliability. Husandu, have you not felt a stir of interest? Husandu lifted his teacup once more. When emotions surge within a person, certain gestures often serve as a disguise. Suddenly, Chi Xie spoke up. What incantation did that hermit use to subdue the corpses? The golden light incantation, Tang San replied. It must have been the golden light incantation. Husandu was taken aback. How do you know? If I were there, I would possess that incantation as well, but he utilized a magical artifact. Tang San shook his head. Compared to him, I merely lack one magical artifact. That artifact was not seen by anyone else. Husandu remarked that after the magical artifact sank to the bottom of the water, no one ventured to retrieve it, fearing to disturb those weakened souls who had already succumbed. However, the recluse was not a local. His sudden appearance and swift departure deepened Tang San's suspicions. Husandu continued, stating that he had visited the temple and encountered the young monk responsible for locking the temple gates. There were new monks in the temple, yet this one remained steadfast, atoning for his past transgressions. He was the only individual who had conversed with the recluse at that time. This revelation stirred Tang San's excitement once again. What had the recluse said? The recluse instructed the young monk to recite scriptures by the water's edge on a specific day each year. Husandu's response disappointed Tang San greatly. He continued, expressing that he felt the recluse was his sole hope for restoration. Consequently, he pressed the monk about the recluse's whereabouts upon his departure. Fortune favored him as he discovered the recluse had journeyed to Kekexili. Kekexili lies in the northern region of Tibet. Husandu added, my luck is both favorable and unfavorable. While I have discerned the recluse's destination, Kekexili is situated in northern Tibet, a region notorious for its rampant weak souls. According to the young monk, due to the terrain, the nomads in northern Tibet are unable to construct low shelters to defend against the weak souls, leading to a life of constant trepidation. Finally, Husandu arrived at the crux of his narrative, uninterrupted. He paused briefly before continuing. Despite the active presence of weak souls in northern Tibet and my own prior encounter with them, I could not afford to hesitate. I directly sought the recluse, hoping for a glimmer of hope. The term glimmer of hope he employed suggested that he felt akin to a specter, wandering aimlessly in search of revival. Tang San swallowed hard and spoke with difficulty. Did you find him? Husandu cast a glance at Tang San, whose eyes betrayed a hint of a sideways glance. Fortunately, everyone understood the context and felt no discomfort. Tang San urged, speak up, did you locate him? I did, Husandu replied, but the circumstances at that time were rather peculiar. I could scarcely discern his appearance. I merely engaged in conversation, and upon seeing me, he astonishingly knew I had been marked by the weak souls. Chi Xie suddenly interjected, yet, it is rumored in the industry that your current state is the result of self-poisoning while experimenting with toxic substances. Is this the narrative you have propagated? Husandu responded, if I were to admit that I had been marked by the weak souls, my situation would surely worsen. Chapter 507, Form. Husandu's assertion held truth. Humanity often harbors a sense of aversion towards those who are markedly different or phenomena that elude comprehension. The concept of weak souls transcends the understanding of the majority, presenting a significant taboo for those in the same profession as Husandu. He endeavored to prevent further ostracism from others. The encounter between Husandu and the hermit was rather peculiar. The Kekexili region, often deemed a no-man's land, is sparsely populated and situated at a high altitude. Being a southerner, Husandu found himself struggling to acclimatize. His body had already weakened significantly after the strange events, and altitude sickness rendered him breathless, leading him to collapse on the ground, unconscious. When he regained consciousness, he found himself inside a tent. The sound of boiling water filled the air, a bubbling reminder that it was time to fetch the water. A fire pit blazed warmly, and someone approached, placing a cup of hot water beside Husandu's head. He felt a surge of gratitude upon realizing that this person did not disdain him, but rather had moved him to care for him. "Thank you," he murmured. "The one who has brushed against the reanimated dead dares to come here?" The words of this stranger jolted Husandu's ears. He almost thought he had misheard. This buried secret, known only to him, had been spoken aloud. "How do you know?" Husandu attempted to sit up, but his body felt achy and foreign, as if he had lost dominion over it. He noticed his nails had turned a shade of purple. "Do not be alarmed. Your lips are also purple. This is merely a symptom of altitude sickness," the stranger replied. His tone steady yet tinged with a hint of levity. "If you can snatch your life back from the grasp of the undead, what is there to fear from altitude sickness?" A throbbing pain engulfed Husandu's head, accompanied by a queasy sensation. The stranger placed the cup into his hands and quickly stepped back. Husandu yearned to discern the stranger's appearance, but his own condition was paramount. He cradled the cup, drinking the water fervently to alleviate his discomfort. This was the essence of altitude sickness. It felt as though he were caught in a vice, his body resembling a state of lifelessness. After finishing the warm water, he felt somewhat revitalized and immediately turned to look at the stranger. Tang San felt a shiver of apprehension. What did he look like? It was hard to articulate. He was tall, with distinct features, and there was an impression that he had weathered many storms. As Husandu attempted to recall the details, he found his memory hazy. At that moment, "I felt extremely unwell, so I truly cannot remember clearly. But is that really important?" "Not important, not important. Do continue," Bai Yi interjected hastily, casting a disapproving glance at Tang San. "What he looks like is irrelevant. These people are not artists who can render a likeness after a single encounter." Husandu sensed the stranger's demeanor was remarkably indifferent. Although he was being cared for, there was a palpable distance between them. Before this ordeal, Husandu had considered himself of a tall stature, yet in the presence of this individual, he instinctively felt the urge to shrink slightly to avoid stark comparison. "Given your frame, you surely were not always like this. Though it is fortunate you survived the encounter with the undead, do you wish to return to your former self?" The stranger's words filled Husandu with elation. Hadn't he been traversing far and wide for this very goal? Overcome with joy, he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, bracing himself against the bed. "Really? Do you have a way? Are you, perhaps, the hermit? Who I am is inconsequential. You may call me the wild man." The man proclaimed himself a hermit of the wilderness. He gestured towards Husandu, stating, "You seem quite suitable. I entrust this matter to you. If you assist me in locating a certain item, I shall reveal how to restore it to its original state." Husandu, despite his physical discomfort, retained clarity of mind, yet felt an unsettling strangeness about the man's directness, as if he were compelled to comply. Overwhelmed by the man's commanding presence, an instinctive discomfort arose within him, prompting Husandu to assert, "On what grounds should I acquiesce to your request?" "Then let it be." The hermit murmured, "Perhaps I shall find another suitable individual." At this, Husandu's composure faltered. "Why do you deem me so suitable?" This query echoed the thoughts of Tang San, who wondered why the hermit had so confidently identified Husandu as the right candidate. Pointing to himself, Husandu later realized that the hermit's assertion of his suitability stemmed from his unique physique, which alone could navigate a particular location. Curiosity piqued among the others. The hermit had touched upon Husandu's innermost concerns. Weighing his options, Husandu found himself increasingly swayed by the hermit's insight into his past. "What proof do you possess?" he inquired. "You have already agreed," the man replied, visibly relieved. "Since you have consented, do not overthink it. I inadvertently dropped an item. I would appreciate your assistance in retrieving it. It is a golden tiger talisman. Once you locate it, I shall reveal how you can return to your former self." Everyone's tension dissipated. It became clear why Husandu was so anxious about the golden talisman. Tang San asked if it had been unearthed from the depths of the earth, to which Husandu vigorously shook his head, explaining that the site was exceptionally peculiar, accessible only to his specific physique. The talisman had fallen beneath a cliff, lodged precariously without plummeting, situated where two mountains converged, connected by a massive stone. Below, where the mountains drew closest, lay a narrow crevice where the talisman had become ensnared, necessitating a person to stand there and reach in to retrieve it. However, with the right tools, could one not lower someone else to obtain it? Why must it be someone of your stature? Questioned Chixia, perplexed. Husandu responded, "The terrain is uniquely challenging. The mountains lean against one another, surrounded on all sides by protruding rocks. Should a rope be employed, It would become obstructed midway by these outcroppings, leaving no means to descend further. This is the source of the man's distress. I am but a paper-thin figure. Only I can traverse the limited space to reach the ultimate destination and procure the talisman. Indeed, where's this place? Tang San, filled with insatiable curiosity, yearned to glean more information from Husandu. Just outside Beijing came Husandu's revelation, astonishing everyone and confirming the hermit's frequent presence in the vicinity. Tang San grew animated. If you acquire the talisman, will he disclose the ultimate outcome? Alas, a thief emerged unexpectedly, thwarting my plans. Husandu sighed. Only by handing over the tiger talisman to him will he reveal the method. No wonder, he thought. Bai Yi cast a glance at Tang San, noticing the puppy-like expression on his face, and instantly understood his intentions. Bai Yi cleared his throat. Returning it to you is not out of the question, but what? Husandu asked eagerly. We also wish to meet that hermit of the mountains. Bai Yi replied. What was your agreement with him? He never mentioned refusing to see others, did he? Husandu paused for a moment, then said. He did not explicitly state that. Chapter 508. The Princess's Tomb, although not explicitly stated. Husandu had a gut feeling that the man did not desire to meet too many people, nor wished for many to remember him. He hesitated. Forcefully taking it would not be wise, as the other party was no pushover, and their numbers were considerable. Merely the silver needles of the tiger insect armor they possessed were enough to instill a degree of caution in him. What truly touched Husandu was that these individuals had never looked down on him, always speaking to him directly, which stirred an inexplicable emotion within him. He could not fathom why they were so curious about the hermit. While Husandu pondered this, Bai Yi suddenly placed the golden tiger talisman on the table. Faced with the talisman so close at hand, Husandu was unsure whether to take it or not. Bai Yi remarked, the talisman was purchased with my money, logically. It belongs to me. Now that I have placed it here, I can reclaim it at any moment. If you agree to let us accompany you to meet the hermit, you may keep it. If you are unwilling and intend to resort to force, then there is nothing we can do. With a mix of persuasion and pressure, Husandu acquiesced. Very well. He never stated that he would not see others. We shall go together tomorrow. Did he set a time and place for you? Tang San was taken aback. This was not typical of him. No, he simply instructed me to leave the items in a designated location, Husandu replied. Honestly, I am not quite sure how he will communicate the answer to me. Unrestricted by time, only by location, Tang San murmured. What sort of arrangement is this? We should go now. Husandu, apprehensive that Bai Yi and the others might change their minds, was eager to leave immediately. The sky outside had darkened, and he scrutinized the faces of the four, fearful of detecting any reluctance. Fortunately, they were quite willing to accept his proposal. Tang San had already jumped up, eager to set off. Sitting in Bai Yi's carriage, Husandu suddenly felt a sense of calm wash over him. He was accustomed to traveling at night. Enduring the peculiar gazes of so many during the day was unbearable. Under the cover of darkness, he was like anyone else, free from the scrutiny of others. No one cared to judge his appearance, nor could they perceive the distant gaze in his eyes. Husandu's shoulders sagged, a natural manifestation of his relaxation. The designated location is Princess Mound, a site of great renown. In 1965, archaeological excavations were conducted here, named after the two princesses of Emperor Jiaqing of the Qing dynasty who were interred in this place. The two princesses were buried on the east and west sides, respectively. The eastern grave is that of Princess Zhuangjing Heshua, the third daughter of Jiaqing, born to Empress Hiyu, in December of the 46th year of Qianlong's reign. In the 6th year of Jiaqing, she married the Mongolian prince Suotina Mutabaji. She passed away in March of the 16th year of Jiaqing at the age of 31. The western grave belongs to Princess Zhuangjing Galen, the fourth daughter of Jiaqing, born to Empress Xiaoshu Rui in the 49th year of Qianlong. In the 7th year of Jiaqing, she married the prince of the Mongolian Tumot tribe, Manabadala. She died in May of the 16th year of Jiaqing at the age of 28. According to the ancestral customs of the Qing dynasty, princesses who married outside the royal family could not be buried in the imperial mausoleum or their in-laws' graves, necessitating the construction of separate tombs. As both Princess Zhuangjing Heshua and Princess Zhuangjing Galen passed away in the same year, just 2 months apart, they were interred in the same location. The burial site of Princess Mound is enclosed by a wall, featuring ceremonial gates and halls, surrounded by ancient pines, cypresses, and ginkgo trees, exuding an antique charm. The underground chambers are constructed of brick and stone, remarkably sturdy. Both tombs serve as joint burial sites for couples, accompanied by offerings of weapons, Mongolian sabers, jewelry, and silk. This place has long been developed, watched over by a caretaker. Bai Yi dared not drive too close, parking at a distance before taking a small path. Bai Yi inquired of Husandu where the golden tiger talisman should be placed. Husandu glanced around quietly, leading the way ahead. Despite the chill of the night, a bright moon cast a cool light, allowing the path to be faintly discerned. Several individuals followed closely behind Husandu, who seemed to be searching for something. Tang San and the others were unaware of the situation, merely trailing behind him. Suddenly, Husandu became animated, pointing toward the base of the mound's wall. Look over there. There, a green light glimmered, forming a circle from a distance. Tang San furrowed his brow. It was winter, and if it were summer, one might mistake it for a circle of fireflies. Husandu patted Bai Yi. That's it. The mountain dweller said that upon finding the golden tiger talisman, placing it within the green circle would suffice. Bai Yi was skeptical. Turning to Tang San, what is going on? An illusion, Tang San replied. Do you remember? How could one forget? Encountering such illusions is not a rare occurrence. He continued. This green light marks the area of the illusion. Once something is placed inside, the green light vanishes, and the golden tiger talisman will also disappear. However, it does not truly vanish. It simply becomes invisible to our eyes. Yet the one who cast the spell can retrieve the talisman. It seems he will not appear tonight. Bai Yi understood that if this were the case, the mountain dweller could come at any moment to take the golden tiger talisman, then seek out Husandu to inform him of the method for restoring his health, meaning he might not show up tonight. Tang San, at the very least, would be disappointed for now. Husandu grew anxious. Mr. Bai, what are you waiting for? Quickly place the talisman inside. As Bai Yi and Tang San spoke, Husandu grew increasingly anxious. Suddenly, Shaoshan reached out and seized the tiger talisman. No, we cannot place it inside. If we do, Brother San. His words were cut short as Tang San snatched the talisman back. Shaoshan. Tang San addressed him with an unprecedented sternness. This talisman is our responsibility. You need not concern yourself with it. Bai Yi nodded in agreement. Very well, let us place it inside for now. You take charge. Tang San held the talisman, his hand trembling slightly. Was it truly so difficult to meet? If such a meeting was unwelcome, why leave behind so many traces? Taking a deep breath, he cast the talisman into the verdant circle. As the talisman entered, the circle emitted beams of light that soared upward, gradually fading into nothingness. In an instant, the circle vanished from view, leaving only the surrounding walls visible. It was nothing short of miraculous. Husandu, relieved at the return of the talisman, was astonished by this peculiar phenomenon. So you are all extraordinary individuals. I am truly enlightened. The talisman had been placed within the veil of deception, and Husandu's task was complete. Unfortunately, it had not drawn out the wild mountain dwellers. Bai Yi admired the meticulousness of this individual, yet felt somewhat helpless. With the talisman gone, their only recourse was to keep a close watch on Husandu. However, Husandu had other thoughts. With a quick roll of his eyes, he suddenly dashed eastward. Trying to escape, Tang San called out, Shaoshan. Shaoshan was the first to sprint away, followed closely by Xia. Knowing Husandu's expertise in toxins, Tang San feared for Shaoshan's safety and promptly took off after them. Chapter 509. The Land of Corpse Cultivation. Shaoshan moved with remarkable agility and impressive leaping ability. He was still over 3 meters away from Husandu when he leaped into the air, akin to a marble shot from a slingshot, landing squarely on Husandu's back. With both hands constricting Husandu's neck and his feet pinning down Husandu's arms, he rendered him immobile. Husandu, deprived of his former strength and now unable to struggle, found himself in dire straits. Xia arrived, his expression one of irritation. If you wish to burn bridges, we shall have to resort to force. Husandu lamented, Oh dear Lord, I merely worry that he might regret it later and withhold the means to remove this restraint. What then shall I do? This matter is no longer in your hands, Xia declared. Bai Yi and Tang San pursued them, and Bai Yi was not angered. He had anticipated Husandu's actions. With a smile, he remarked, Husandu, you seem to be in quite a hurry. Mr. Bai, have a heart. If he learns the truth, will I have any hope of recovery? Husandu's legs buckled, and he knelt, Shaoshan still clinging to his back. Please, show some mercy and do not press me further. I long to recover and return to honor my parents. I have not seen them in 5 years. Tears glimmered at the corners of Husandu's eyes as Bai Yi let out a gentle sigh. We do not wish to put you in a difficult position. As I mentioned before, we all harbor different objectives, and until we achieve ours, we cannot allow you to leave. Our intentions are not malevolent. Unless you choose to oppose us. Husandu lamented, thumping his thigh with frustration, exclaiming, what a stroke of misfortune this is. Brother, your luck is quite favorable. Qixie remarked. To have snatched back a life from the clutches of the undead, how would you assess your fortune? Even after carelessly inflicting a fatal wound upon yourself, you still regained consciousness. You are indeed blessed. Husandu sank to the ground, closing his eyes. What do you want me to do? He asked. Simply remain with us. Bai Yi replied. We merely wish to meet that wild man. Very well, I shall stay with you. Husandu nodded heavily, resigning himself to the fact that these individuals were like stubborn adhesive, impossible to shake off. Tang San exhaled in relief, confident that the wild man would not renege on his word. He possessed a certain pride, and as long as he made an appearance, Tang would have the chance to confront him directly and ascertain their relationship. Where was his mother? Who was he? And what was the origin of his crimson blood? Bai Yi inquired about Husandu's place of residence, to which Husandu provided the name of a small inn. Bai Yi drove him there, and upon arrival, they entered Husandu's room to search for any information left by the wild man. The room remained untouched. The blanket Husandu had not folded before leaving was still crumpled in a corner. Determined to stay, Tang San plopped down onto the only chair available. Bai Yi went downstairs, spent a bit of money, and requested the innkeeper for a few blankets, setting up a makeshift bed in Husandu's room. By now, it was past 9 in the evening, and Tang San's stomach rumbled audibly. Qixie glanced at Husandu before rushing out to procure some food and drink. Tang San grabbed a chicken leg and began to devour it. Feeling slightly awkward, Husandu was torn between eating and hunger. Bai Yi tossed him half a roasted chicken, saying eat. Husandu, unhesitant, indulged heartily. Once finished, his hands were greasy, and Tang San tossed him some paper. Husandu found these people rather peculiar and asked, Why are you searching for that wild man? Do not inquire about matters that do not concern you, Bai Yi replied. Based on our understanding of him, he will not withhold answers. It is not in his nature to leave debts unpaid. Have you interacted with him? Husandu probed. If we are to discuss it, we have likely crossed paths many times, Tang San replied indignantly, taking a vigorous bite of the bun in his hand. Alas, Husandu sighed. I can only hope he will come. He did not arrive, or perhaps he did, only to depart again. While the others slept, Tang San and Qixie remained awake. Unable to slumber, Tang's mind was flooded with thoughts, while Qixie kept him company, resolute in his vigil. He could not sleep. His burdens weighed heavily upon him, a habit cultivated over many years. As Tang San heard the whispering sound, the crumpled note had already pierced through the window and was soaring directly towards Qixie. With a swift motion, Qixie pinched the note between his fingers, while the window's glass displayed a small hole the size of a fingertip, revealing the note's trajectory. Qixie could not help but exclaim, What profound internal energy, what overwhelming force. Tang San lunged towards the window, peering outside to catch a glimpse of a shadow turning away. In a flurry, he opened the window, but could only glimpse the small figure retreating. It was him. Just as Tang San was about to dash out, he realized that pursuing him now would be futile, filling him with despondency. He struck the windowsill in frustration, scraping his knuckles and revealing a hint of crimson blood. As the window swung open, a chill breeze rushed in, rousing the slumbering occupants. Xiaoshan was unbothered, having been awakened by Bai Yi, while Husandu shot up, exclaiming, Are they here? Are they here? Qixie raised the crumpled paper in his hand. It turned out to be 2 sheets intertwined. Tang San retrieved one, reading aloud. The mysteries of heaven are difficult to discern and even harder to master. Carefully seek the dragon and recognize the stars. Pulse and heart, delicate and tender, conceal the wind, avoid the killing in the purple reeds. To know the color of bone and stone, the dynamics of yin and yang must be clear. This is the noble standard of the engrave, preserved for future generations as true transmission. Tang San's expression shifted. This single note revealed little, and he was uncertain of its connection to Husandu's earlier actions. Qixie then handed him the other note, which Tang San unfolded, revealing golden urn, burial ground, golden armor. Bai Yi shuddered. Golden armor. Husandu's lips trembled. Did he send this? What does it mean? What does it signify? Bai Yi replied, regardless of its meaning, It seems we may have to accompany you on this journey. This time, Hu Sando showed no resistance. That sounds good, but where are we to go? What do these words truly imply? Tang San had already begun to piece together his thoughts. First, regarding the initial note, the mysteries of heaven are difficult to discern and even harder to master. Carefully seek the dragon and recognize the stars. Pulse and heart, delicate and tender, conceal the wind, avoid the killing in the purple reeds. To know the color of bone and stone, the dynamics of yin and yang must be clear. This is the noble standard of the yin grave, preserved for future generations as true transmission. This is a guide for identifying the beauty of yin graves, which refers to the legendary burial ground for nurturing corpses. Many texts on funerary practices, such as Qin Wuzi's Book of Burial, Guo Pu's Treatise on Burial, Guan Lu's Geographic Guidance, and Yang Junsong's Three Dragon Classics, assert that the burial ground for nurturing corpses is deemed the most terrifying, dangerous, and taboo site in funerary feng shui. If a body is mistakenly buried in such a ground, the muscle and internal organs do not decay. Rather, hair, teeth, and nails continue to grow. The corpse, drawing upon the essence of the sun, moon, and the mountains and rivers, partially restores its bodily functions, resembling a resurrection of the dead spirit that transforms into a zombie, roaming in search of human essence to survive. Chapter 5:10. The Earthworker. What is the difference between a corpse and a zombie? Xiao Shan inquired. They sound quite similar. Hu Sandu sighed and shook his head, remarking on the significant differences between the two phenomena. He explained that a corpse reanimates primarily due to unresolved grievances prior to death, compounded by a humid environment, whereas a zombie must originate from a designated burial ground, wherein it can continue to grow even after death. In contrast, a reanimated corpse cannot. Furthermore, zombies drain human vitality, while a reanimated corpse can claim a life merely by striking the top of a person's head. Bai Yi interjected, saying, Xiao Shan, you have yet to encounter a zombie. We typically refer to them as zombie dumplings. Hu Sandu was taken aback, realizing that referring to zombies as dumplings was indeed a term used within their circle. So, you are all in the same profession. Why didn't you mention it earlier? Perhaps it is you who are a bit slow on the uptake. Bai Yi chuckled before turning to Tang San and inquiring, do these two notes have any connection? Indeed, Tang San replied. The first note, as previously mentioned, pertains to the feng shui incantations of a burial ground. The second note references the golden urn. The golden armor is inextricably linked to this burial site. While I am unaware of the nature of the golden armor, I have heard of the golden urn, which serves as a container for skeletal remains. Being from the southern region, Hu Sandu had already pieced together much of this information. As Tang San elaborated, he could not help but interject, I am aware of this too. The golden urn does not hold ordinary remains, but rather those of zombies. It appears that this young brother has already discerned the significance of the burial site indicated in the note. Correct, it is Yong'an, a millennia-old burial ground. Tang San affirmed. He is directing us to Yong'an in search of the golden armor. However, he has not made the connection to your head tapping very clear. Qi Xie and Xiao Shan exchanged puzzled glances. While Tang San and Hu Sandu were animated in their discussion, Bai Yi appeared to comprehend the situation, leaving the other two bewildered. Qi Xie queried, what exactly is going on? How does the golden urn relate to Yong'an? The golden urn is a vessel employed in the Yong'an region when dealing with zombies. Morticians, or those who specialize in funerary practices, are often summoned to handle zombies, and their compensation must be doubled, Hu Sandu elaborated. I have visited Yong'an. On one occasion, I witnessed an elderly mortician dealing with a zombie. Hu Sandu did not know the mortician personally. Rather, he had stumbled upon the site while searching for burial spots. It was a secluded bamboo grove, devoid of underbrush. And what drew Hu Sandu's attention was a coffin, which led him to spot the mortician. Clad in black, the mortician had a black donkey's hoof by his side. Upon seeing the hoof, Hu Sandu quickly concealed himself within the bamboo, quietly observing the man and the coffin. The mortician, though over 60, was quite nimble. The zombie he was handling was of a lower rank and could not roam freely, though its nails and hair had grown long. The mortician extracted the zombie from its coffin, then sat down with a bottle of liquor, taking a swig before spraying some around the zombie, seemingly to mask the foul odor with the fragrance of alcohol. 10 minutes later, the laborer put away the bottle of wine, stood up from the ground, brushed off the dust from his clothes, and leisurely retrieved an oiled paper umbrella. He positioned the umbrella above the now stiffened corpse, then took out a roll of coarse grass paper. With this paper, he meticulously wiped away the decaying flesh from the body, piece by piece, until only a skeleton remained. The laborer gazed at the stripped bones with great satisfaction. He began by placing the hip bones and the coccyx, followed by the sacrum, lumbar vertebrae, and thoracic vertebrae, arranging them vertically in order. Next, he threaded several bamboo core strings through all the vertebrae to prevent them from scattering. He then proceeded to add the toe bones, tibia, femur, finger bones, radius, and ulna in sequence, finally placing the skull atop the structure. Thus, the entire skeleton was clearly displayed on the ground. However, the work was not yet complete. Beside him lay a small golden urn, into which he carefully placed all the bones. The next task involved dealing with the corpse's internal organs. How should we handle those organs and the decaying flesh? Xiao Shan asked, feeling increasingly uneasy in his throat, having nearly retched several times. With fire, replied the laborer, and it must be from the coffin that once housed the zombie. Break the coffin to fuel the fire, and then throw in the internal organs, decaying flesh, clothing, and the grass paper used for wiping the rot to incinerate them all together. Husandu wiped his nose as the thick black smoke began to rise, the stench nearly overwhelming. Is there a connection between the golden urn and the golden armor? Bai Yi murmured, then looked up to smile at Husandu, saying, Now you truly cannot escape us. We shall seek the golden armor together. To this, Husandu responded not with anger, but with delight. That is certainly agreeable. With this understanding, Bai Yi and the others were disinclined to sleep on the ground. They instructed Husandu to wait for them while they returned to prepare for their journey to Yong'an. Once outside the inn, Tang San asked Bai Yi why he chose to seek the golden armor with Husandu rather than embarking on their own. Bai Yi explained that Husandu was familiar with the area and knowledgeable about poisons, which were abundant in the south. He could prove invaluable. Furthermore, their objective was united, the golden armor, yet none had prior knowledge of it, establishing a fair starting point. Most importantly, Bai Yi believed that while Husandu had sought to distance himself from them, his intentions were not malicious. He merely feared that the mountain folks would withhold clues from him, and he had not resorted to lethal measures. Husandu's concern for his kin further indicated that his nature was not bad, making cooperation feasible. Tang San gazed at the direction the mountain folk had departed, his expression complex. Qi Xie patted his shoulder, saying, Perhaps he believes the time is not yet right for you to meet, or he wishes for you to find the answers on your own. To seek one's own answers. Was it because he could not voice the abandonment of his infant self? Was it truly due to unforeseen circumstances? Tang San wished he could be more resolute, to accept the current situation without questioning why, to cease the pursuit of any elusive truth. Tang San's shoulders slumped, and he thought it best to refrain from pondering the impossible. When Bai Yi and the others returned home, the dawn was just breaking. They had brought back some breakfast, and upon reaching the door, they spotted a shadow hastily departing. The figure was cloaked in a dark cape, a rare sight in this era, making it particularly conspicuous. Qi Xie swiftly pursued, inquiring, Who are you looking for? The individual, upon hearing the question, paid no heed and quickened their pace, vanishing rapidly. Although Qi Xie found this curious, he did not pursue further, muttering to himself, What a strange person! Who could be stranger than us? Bai Yi regarded the three individuals before him. Tang San, endowed with eternal blood and innate mastery of the arts. Qi Xie, an immortal, a descendant of Yu Chao, and Xiao Shan, a being formed from the earth over millennia, possessing the extraordinary ability of bone contraction, along with himself, who was afflicted with the longevity curse. Who among them could be deemed more peculiar? Chapter 511. The countryside gazing at the retreating figure. All that remained was a shroud of black, the cloak enveloping the person entirely, their footsteps swift, evoking a sense of solitude. Lately, there had been a number of individuals lingering nearby. If they were to engage with each one, it would surely be overwhelming. Tang San had already entered, breakfast in hand, eagerly anticipating sharing the recent events with Xiao Ning. Cursing Tang San's forgetfulness in his heart, Bai Yi felt a twinge of jealousy towards Tang San and Xiao Ning, eliciting a wry smile. Lei Zi and Xiao Ning, feeling utterly bored at home, were contemplating whether to seek out Lu Shi when Tang San burst in, arms laden with delicious food, causing their plans to be cast aside. Lei Zi eagerly inquired about the events of the previous night. Tang San animatedly recounted the tale, though his expression grew somber towards the conclusion. From my perspective, he simply does not wish to see you. No matter how you seek him, there always seems to be a small gap, Lazy remarked candidly. It's odd, considering there are no longer any mysteries between you two. Why then does he continue to conceal himself? Focus on your meal, Xiao Ning replied tersely. I believe he wishes for you to uncover the answer yourself. Perhaps there are untold circumstances preventing him from speaking. This viewpoint aligned with Qi Xie's, prompting Lei Zi to interject, given the current cold weather. Heading south seems a prudent choice. It's far better than languishing at home while waiting for winter to pass. The mere mention of traveling south sparked a lively discussion among them. After deliberation, they prepared their belongings. Due to the snowfall in the north, the idea of driving south was wholly abandoned in favor of the more traditional method of taking the train. After 2 days of preparation, they informed Hu Sando to meet them at the train station at the designated time, and thus their journey to the land of the dead would commence. Suddenly, the notion of the golden armor surfaced, a revelation spurred by the woodsman's hint. This prompted Tang San to entertain a bold idea. Could the longevity curse, beyond its ties to the ancestors of Fuyu, also relate to the woodsman? As they sought answers, new clues began to emerge, a rather fortuitous development. The others concurred with Tang San's thoughts, but those matters would be addressed later. The immediate priority was to locate the golden armor. To locate the golden armor, one must first comprehend what it truly is, thereby establishing a foundation for the search. During their journey on the train, Hu Sandu recounted tales of the area, revealing that he had heard locally of an incident during the Cultural Revolution when village officials, in a bid to combat superstition, forcibly pried open the coffin of an ancient tomb. Was there a corpse within? Tang Sanqing had already surmised as much. Otherwise, how could the place possibly be dubbed the land of the corpse? Indeed, it was said that inside the coffin lay a female corpse, her cheeks adorned with a sheen of vibrant rouge, her pallid face displaying protruding fangs, and her garments and adornments preserved in pristine condition. From beneath the embroidered quilt, her long legs emerged, the irregularly sized, sharp toenails piercing through the bound lotus feet, sending the village officials who opened the coffin fleeing in terror. Hu Sandu burst into laughter, remarking how those officials, who wielded authority over the common folk, were reduced to cowards at the mere sight of a zombie. It was truly gratifying to reflect upon. Tang Sanqing understood that this expedition to the land of the corpse would undoubtedly involve a fierce contest with the Zongzi. After all, a millennia-old place of the dead was not so casually named. As they journeyed further south, the climate grew increasingly warm, much to the delight of the party, who had endured the biting cold of the north. Traveling from north to south, they shed layers until they reached their destination, clad solely in woolen sweaters. China, vast and bountiful, boasts distinct seasons, and this gradual shedding of clothing was a testament to that reality. Upon arriving in Yong'an, they quickly realized that the greatest challenge lay in the language barrier, as the local dialect spoken was Minnan, a tongue even more intricate than Cantonese. This was where Hu Sandu's value became evident. Having resided in the south for many years, he found the various regional dialects no obstacle. During their stay at the inn, Hu Sandu remained industrious. As he put it, while the south was currently in its humid season, it was also winter, and compared to the spring and summer, there were far fewer venomous creatures around. An opportune time indeed. Upon reaching Yong'an, the group sought lodging and deliberated on finding the most seasoned local workers, those who had long engaged with the Zongzi and possessed a wealth of information. Most importantly, they wished to behold the golden urn with their own eyes. What exactly was it? And how could human remains be entirely contained within? Furthermore, what ultimately became of the golden urn? This task was entrusted to Hu Sandu, whose eloquence knew no bounds. As he became familiar with Bai Yi and the others, he sensed an irresistible allure in their camaraderie, drawing him in. Hu Sandu realized he had long been deprived of such intimate interactions, yearning for that sense of connection. Yet, upon stepping onto the street, he was met with scrutinizing gazes that made his heart quiver. He would rather face death than be perceived as a monster. Suddenly, someone clapped him on the shoulder. It was Qi Xie. Seeing this man brought Hu Sandu a measure of solace. Qi Xie declared, "I will accompany you." Like a beacon of hope, he stood beside Hu Sandu, sharing the burden of the curious and mocking glances from passers-by. Hu Sandu inhaled deeply, steeling himself for the encounters ahead. With Hu Sandu's fluent Minnan dialect, he managed to gather some information about the local earthworkers. These individuals predominantly reside in the countryside. To locate the most seasoned among them, one must venture down to the area below. When he inquired about the exact location, the shopkeeper mentioned a place that left Hu Sandu momentarily stunned. He had heard of it before. It was the very site where the story he recounted on the train had transpired. A sense of foreboding washed over him as he slapped his forehead, pondering the uncanny coincidence. He had merely been rambling to pass the time. It must be fate, remarked Xia. The connection from the county town to that commune, though it was no longer called a commune, as that era had long since faded into obscurity, led them to the tomb whose Sanda spoke of. It had been reinterred, the top layer of soil still relatively fresh, starkly contrasting with the older layers beneath. Inside, the tomb was empty, and remnants of burnt paper offerings littered the ground before it. After consulting a villager, Husandu learned that the grave of the female corpse had been excavated years prior, and the most skilled earthworker had been summoned for the task. The details of the work were widely known, and the reputation of this earthworker had piqued everyone's curiosity. It turned out he was now 72 years old, long retired from his trade, and lived in seclusion at the edge of the village. Following the villagers' directions, they found the man's home situated far from the neighboring houses, seemingly placed at a deliberate distance. Husandu noted that villagers tended to avoid living close to earthworkers, fearing they might attract malevolent energies. Hence, earthworkers typically resided in more remote areas. Chapter 512. The Golden Jar. As Husandu knocked on the door, a cloud of dust enveloped him. This door was in a rather deplorable state. Dust filled his eyes, making him recoil momentarily, while Tang San stepped forward and called out, "Is anyone there?" The sound of footsteps echoed from within, suggesting the person inside walked with considerable strength. When the door opened, a figure clad in black appeared, his hair streaked with white, his face smooth, and his eyes somewhat clouded. He spoke in a thick regional dialect, prompting Tang San to seek Husandu's assistance. Turning back, Husandu was equally astonished at the sight of the elderly man. Although southern elders often appeared younger than their northern counterparts, this man, in his 70s, was remarkably vigorous. Husandu began conversing with him in dialect, initially met with a stoic expression from the elder, which gradually shifted to surprise and then excitement. Eventually, the elder fully opened the door, inviting them inside. To their surprise, the interior was immaculate, a stark contrast to the dusty door that led them to expect a disheveled space. Upon entering, they found the simple furniture arranged with precision. Husandu explained that although the profession of earthworking was somewhat unconventional, it yielded substantial income, especially when handling certain tasks, leading to a comfortable living rather than the impoverished existence many might presume. It turns out that this elderly gentleman, Dai, is a native of the region, having engaged in the profession of a grave digger since the tender age of 16. According to his own accounts, he has dealt with countless corpses throughout his lifetime. The most perilous incident he recalls involved a zombie that unexpectedly began to move, nearly costing him his life. After narrowly escaping that encounter, his reputation soared, leading to an increasing number of requests for his services, ultimately establishing him as a renowned figure in the surrounding villages. It is said that his work is both efficient and highly regarded. However, as the years have passed and age has caught up with him, having accumulated sufficient wealth, he has grown reluctant to engage with the dead and the decaying flesh. Heeding the advice of his children, he has completely retired from the profession. Elderly individuals often share a common tendency to reminisce about the past during conversations, and once the topic is broached, it becomes an uncontrollable flood of memories. Although a few listeners felt a sense of urgency, they patiently endured as Dai recounted his experiences, gaining a comprehensive understanding of the life of a gravedigger. After a lengthy reflection on the past, the conversation finally shifted to the present. The group expressed a desire to see the golden urn. Dai appeared somewhat troubled, yet he could not resist their persuasion and led them to the grave of a woman from the Republic era. The villagers were taken aback by Dai's sudden appearance at the grave of the female corpse, instinctively retreating in fear. "Dai, what brings you here?" Husandu inquired, perplexed by Dai's intentions. "I no longer possess any golden urns," Dai replied. "Since retiring from this profession, my children have forbidden me from keeping tools at home. Consequently, I have given them away. The golden urn was also meant to be provided by the family of the deceased, so I do not have one. However, if you wish to see it, you can dig and discover it yourselves. Is that appropriate?" Tang San questioned, concerned about the morality of excavating a grave in broad daylight. To his surprise, Dai was unperturbed. "This grave has been piled upon. There is nothing inside. Everyone knows this. Besides, I am here, and you can help me refill it once you are done." With that assurance, the group felt no hesitation. To avoid raising suspicion among the villagers, They sent Husandu to borrow a shovel, opting not to use their own tools. After considerable effort, they unearthed the grave, revealing the golden urn. No one dared to descend into the grave. They merely stood at the edge, observing. Having previously heard the name, they were under the impression that the urn would be made of gold. Thus, upon discovering a concealed urn within, a sense of disappointment washed over them. Even as they acknowledged Dai's willingness to allow them to excavate, the villagers did not impede their actions, and inside lay merely a ceramic urn. The urn has many uses. Historically, it served as a vessel for wine or as a container for water, typically characterized by a narrow opening and a wide belly. There exists an idiom, to invite someone into the urn, which refers to the act of imprisoning someone in an urn and subjecting them to torture over a fire, demonstrating humanity's extreme utilization of such vessels. Wait, Lei Zi was the most astonished. Was it not said to be a golden urn? Where's the gold? This time, even Husanda chuckled. The gold, of course, is within the urn. The bones inside are referred to as the gold. It was indeed a revelation for Lei Zi, who found it somewhat hard to accept this reality. Husando remarked, "It seems you have misunderstood. The customs of the North and South differ significantly. The work of their earthworkers can actually be referred to as secondary burial. I had previously mentioned that Zongzi must be treated with particular care. However, there are typically no rigid corpses involved. From ancient times to the present, secondary burials have always been practiced. After death, the body is initially treated through methods such as burial in soil, weathering, tree placement, water immersion, and entombment. Once the flesh has decayed, the grave is reopened, and the bones are carefully collected, cleaned, dried, and placed in specially crafted ceramic vessels for reinterment on an auspicious date. This is how the process of secondary burial is conducted. However, due to the passage of time, this method is now only employed when a zombie appears, and secondary burials have become increasingly rare." Lei Zi pressed further, "But why is it called a golden urn? Is there a story behind it?" Husando was unsure and turned to Dai Lao for clarification. It was revealed that in ancient times, in certain regions, the deceased would be interred for 3 years before a shaman would chant scriptures. The offspring would then clean and dry the ancestral bones, placing them in a specially crafted ceramic urn, known as a golden altar, measuring approximately 2 feet in height and 1.5 feet in diameter. This golden altar would then be stored in a dry rock crevice. Some areas practiced cremation, but the bones were not completely incinerated. The fire was extinguished, and the bones were cleaned and interred in the golden altar. Thus, the modern golden urn can be said to have evolved from the golden altar. Tang San speculated that perhaps the relatives of the deceased regarded their family members' remains as exceedingly precious, even more valuable than gold. Moreover, while wood decays and bodies decompose, bones can be preserved for a far longer duration. Hence, the vessel for holding the bones came to be known as the golden altar, and through generations, it evolved into the golden urn. This golden urn is but an ordinary ceramic vessel. How could it possibly relate to the golden armor? Bai Yi's primary concern remained the nature of the golden armor. If the bones were indeed what was considered gold, then, taken literally, armor could refer to clothing. Was that the case? Bai Yi pondered this, feeling as if something was obstructing his thoughts. Upon examining the golden urn in the grave, he noted its modest size, which was characteristic of smaller vessels. In the past, women were generally of smaller stature, and their bones were correspondingly petite. A vessel of this size would be sufficient to contain the remains. Suddenly, in a moment of distraction, Bai Yi nudged Tang San, who lost his footing and stumbled, causing Dai Lao's expression to change dramatically, and he shouted something in alarm. As Tang San fell, he landed right next to the golden urn, instinctively placing his hand on it before quickly retracting, exclaiming in apology, "Pardon me, pardon me." At that moment, the golden urn trembled slightly. Tang San stared at his hand, bewildered, for he had not moved it. When he looked up, he saw Husando shouting urgently, "Get up here, quickly." Tang San was taken aback. He immediately rose to his feet, about to crawl back when the golden urn suddenly tipped over towards him. At that moment, Chijia bent down and grasped Tang San's wrist, effortlessly pulling him up. Observing the others, they were in a flurry, hastily shoveling the earth away as dust cascaded down, burying the still vibrating golden urn once more. "What on earth is happening?" Tang San inquired. Husandu replied, "Elder Dai mentioned that this female corpse met an untimely death, and the negative energy is too strong. There was a minor issue during the initial handling." "Minor issue?" Tang San shook his head. It has been reduced to mere bones. Yet it retains such power. This is no trivial matter. Noticing that the soil had been piled back on, Tang San bit his finger and, with a vigorous flick, let blood drip onto the ground while murmuring incantations. Both Elder Dai and Husandu watched in astonishment, with Elder Dai incessantly questioning Tang San about his actions. Lazy, rather irate, interjected, he is merely ensuring the villagers here are not troubled by her resurgence. The actions of Tang San left Elder Dai and Husandu exchanging glances. Once completed, Tang San sighed, realizing that this village was indeed a site of profound een. No wonder the Zongzi frequently appeared. Bai Yi urged Husandu to consult Elder Dai regarding the golden armor, initially a casual inquiry, but unexpectedly, Elder Dai took a step back, nearly losing his balance. Witnessing Elder Dai's reaction, Husandu felt compelled to press on, lunging forward to assist Elder Dai, but his fearsome appearance startled Elder Dai, who gasped and exclaimed, "Do not come any closer. Elder Dai, we are simply seeking the golden armor. Why the agitation?" Husandu pleaded. "Elder Dai, I require the golden armor as a medicinal catalyst. You see my current state. People fear me. Only the golden armor can restore me to my former self." "Alas, what catalyst?" "You might very well become the catalyst yourselves," Elder Dai retorted. "Do you truly understand what golden armor is?" The others were perplexed, and Husandu shook his head. "That is precisely why we have come this far." "Ah, indeed. Those who know are likely all deceased," Elder Dai lamented. "Are you aware of how many types of zombies exist?" Husandu was momentarily taken aback. In their eyes, the Zongzi were merely categorized as large Zongzi, meat Zongzi, and the like. However, when it came to zombies, he turned to the others for answers. Tang San stated, "If we are speaking of zombies, there are 8 types: non-decaying, lying corpses, wandering corpses, hair zombies, green zombies, white zombies, purple zombies, and flying zombies. Non-decaying, lying corpses, and wandering corpses are relatively low-level zombies." Husandu relayed Tang San's words, and Elder Dai rose from the ground. "Knowing this is good. You are truly courting death. The golden armor is the protective gear of flying zombies." "What is a flying zombie?" "You may inquire of your brother here. They are formidable foes. And you are inviting peril. I cannot contend with them. I will take my leave. Do not seek me out again, I implore you." Elder Dai hurriedly departed. And Husandu remarked, "Look at him, terrified to that extent. Tang San, was what we encountered with Wu Tong a flying zombie?" Bai Yi suddenly inquired. "In the eyes of cultivators, what constitutes a flying corpse?" "On that occasion, we encountered a hairy corpse, with a tough exterior akin to bronze and iron, possessing certain magical abilities." Tang San remarked, "It is already quite formidable." The golden armor spoken of by Old Man Dai refers to the protective shell enveloping the flying corpse. The higher the level of the zombie, the tougher the armor becomes. The flying corpse can be regarded as the king of zombies, the most powerful among them, and removing the armor from its body is an exceedingly arduous task. Lazy spat on the ground. "No wonder it runs so swiftly. What shall we do? Since we are here, we must make peace with it." As Bai Yi began to speak, the others chimed in unison. Whenever faced with a choice, Bai Yi would utter this phrase. Xiao Ning stated, "Now we are at the precipice, facing the mountain of blades and the sea of fire. We must press on." Tang San, "You are adept at dealing with such entities. Although we no longer possess the blood vine, we still have the black donkey hooves. However, the black donkey hooves are insufficient against a flying corpse. They may suffice for ordinary zombies, but not for one of such caliber." Tang San grew somewhat agitated. The flying corpse must reside in a place saturated with the heaviest of een energy, likely within an ancient tomb. Locating it should not be difficult. The challenge lies in how to remove the armor from its body. "I suggest we return and deliberate further," Bai Yi proposed. Considering the entire village had suddenly closed its doors, it seemed no one would be willing to accommodate them. The 7 of them, left with no other option, returned to the inn to reconvene. Tang San was quite confident in locating the een-laden ground, but was troubled by how to contend with the Zongzi. The zombies. Wherever a flying corpse is found, there will surely be lesser zombies. Those are manageable. Take, for example, the white zombie and those below its rank. These zombies are either unable to walk or are afraid of light, and the black donkey hooves. With their numbers, they can be dispatched easily. But the situation becomes troublesome once one encounters a purple zombie. Purple zombies are difficult to deal with, as they wield spells created by their predecessors. As for the hairy corpse, We have already experienced its formidable hardness. Even bullets are rendered ineffective against it. However, it is afraid of fire. Yet igniting a blaze to incinerate a zombie is no simple task. Had it not been for Wu Tong, who, in a moment of madness, charged at the hairy corpse of flame, who knows what the outcome would have been? The flying corpse, Tang San furrowed his brow, is akin to an adept practitioner of magical arts, capable of flight. Only those advanced zombies that have cultivated for a millennium can soar. Magic has always been a weakness for zombies. When compared to cultivators, they dwell in entirely different realms. Nevertheless, the flying corpses have compensated for this deficiency, possessing ancient spells passed down through generations for their cultivation. The flying corpse stands as the mightiest among the zombie clan. Lazy, how many black donkey hooves have you prepared? Bai Yi inquired suddenly. Lazy scratched his head, too. Bai Yi sighed, and Lazy added, I haven't used the black donkey hooves in quite some time. I usually carry only one, but this time I brought an additional one. The more he spoke, the less assured he sounded, his hair standing on end. Damn it. Where can we procure so many black donkey hooves now? Chapter 514. Ashes to ashes, everyone turned their gaze towards Husandu, who found himself in quite the predicament. The black donkey hoof, a rare commodity in the southern regions, was not utilized by the southern folk when dealing with Zhongzi. And in this locale, donkeys were non-existent. Where could he possibly procure such an item? Please, spare me, he pleaded. What am I to do? Lazy had only two at his disposal. Xiao Shan and Xiao Ning were priority protectees, leaving the rest to engage in a fierce struggle. After a moment of contemplation, Husandu produced a box from his possession, revealing an assortment of colorful powders. These are my proprietary concoctions, originally intended for dealing with venomous insects. They can also be effective against Zhongzi, particularly those lacking magical defenses. It is worth a try, as these remedies are easy to prepare. Let us use this. Thus, the divergence between the southern and northern approaches became evident. At this juncture, it was the only viable option. Bai Yi instructed Qi Xie to accompany Husandu in search of the necessary ingredients, while the remaining individuals deliberated on other matters. The flying corpses resided in the land of the dead, and Tang San seemed to possess a solid understanding of its exact location. Indeed, the entire village was a site of extreme energy, with a mound at the village's rear harboring the most concentrated. Tang San asserted, if we excavate from that point, we are certain to unearth something valuable. However, he hesitated, adding, but the situation below is entirely unpredictable. This encounter may prove perilously hazardous. Nonetheless, for the sake of the golden armor, we must proceed, correct? Bai Yi smiled, yet Tang San wore a furrowed brow, indicating his trepidation. He understood that suggesting they refrain from venturing forth would only be met with collective dissent, as everyone was resolute in their determination to face the impending challenge together. He refrained from further commentary, for the silver needles of the tiger insect armor would prove useful this time, if applied to the blade. Combined with Husanda's expertise in toxins, their backup strength was indeed formidable. Bai Yi checked the firearms and ammunition, confirming their sufficiency, and instructed Xiao Shan on the proper use of a gun. Given Xiao Shan's limited knowledge of zombies, Bai Yi repeatedly emphasized the critical points of attack against these undead foes. Meanwhile, Tang San inscribed several talismans with his own blood. These were immobilization talismans, affixed to the foreheads of the zombies to render them motionless. However, they were only effective against lesser zombies. Tang San tirelessly crafted the talismans, his fingers growing pale from the exertion. Xiao Ning urged him to cease, fearing that Husandu might become suspicious upon seeing the blood on the talismans. Her concern stemmed from her empathy for Tang Sanqing's excessive blood loss. With preparations complete, they awaited the dawn for their departure. The journey ahead promised peril, and none could find solace in sleep that night. Even Xiao Shan tossed and turned, struggling to find rest. At last, daybreak arrived, and they were ready to set forth. Husandu, having barely slept, prepared the toxins for dealing with the insects. Before their departure, he distributed a box containing a powder of red and green hues. When questioned about its nature, he merely smiled and said nothing, only asserting that with this, insects would be deterred, and if they encountered zombies, scattering the powder into the zombies' eyes would yield remarkable results. As an expert in his field, he commanded their trust. There was no advantage in deceiving them. Having tidied everything up, the group set off towards the village. Although they had revealed their presence there the previous day, today they chose not to enter the village. Instead, They took a different path directly to the hillside, where the soil was remarkably loose, indicating an abundance of underground water resources. What intrigued Tang San was that this place was considered a land of extreme. The villagers, though unaware of the concept of, instinctively avoided this area, where not a blade of grass grew, and no one dared to cultivate the land. The absence of people was, paradoxically, a boon for the group. Initially planning to act under the cover of night, their impatience led them to commence their endeavors during the day. Lazy extracted a luoyang shovel and probed into the earth. The soil he unearthed was dark with a reddish hue. Kicking Tang San, he exclaimed, "What is this red stuff? Is it vermilion?" Tang San leaned closer to sniff it. "Doesn't seem like it. Give it a whiff yourself." The earthy scent, mingled with a metallic tang, prompted Lazy to swallow hard before spitting on the ground. "Damn, this smells like blood. This soil contains blood." The initial probe of the luoyang shovel had descended at least 8 meters, deep enough for a well. Lazy's expression turned peculiar. "Could we have stumbled upon a corpse? This is a graveyard." Bai Yi suggested another attempt, and Lazy chose a different spot. This time, the shovel delved 12 meters deeper, revealing more of the same blood-tinged earth, saturated with a gruesome scent. Lazy grimaced. "Damn, my intuition isn't great. Tang San, your choice of location is eerily precise." Suddenly, Bai Yi snatched the luoyang shovel from Lazy. "Let us ascertain the extent of this area." Bai Yi aimed to determine the boundaries of the bloodied soil, which evidently held significance. Their destination was assuredly within this peculiar zone. The luoyang shovel repeatedly pierced the ground, consuming considerable time, but the outcome left everyone astounded. Within a radius of 30 meters around the hill, every inch was tainted with this sanguine soil. This did not even account for what lay beneath the hill. Tang San had mentioned the previous night that the vicinity of the flying corpse must harbor lesser zombies. Could they all be concealed below? A chill ran down everyone's spine, until Sandu broke the silence. "Shall we descend? Having come this far, they might as well proceed." Lazy, pinching his waist, spat. "It's not like we haven't seen worse." "What are you all afraid of?" Ning rolled her eyes. "You're not scared? Then why are your legs shaking like a leaf?" Lazy smacked his thigh, realizing it trembled uncontrollably, revealing his inner trepidation. He squeezed his leg fiercely. "What am I afraid of?" "Stop the shivering." His antics elicited laughter from the group. Once the laughter subsided, they commenced their excavation in earnest. Determining where to dig was an art in itself. After deliberation, Bai Yi and the others agreed to start at the far eastern edge, ensuring a clear retreat direction. No one mentioned the flying corpse again. Their focus remained resolutely on the task at hand. After digging down 6 meters, they encountered a layer of tiles. The newcomers, being inexperienced, couldn't contain their excitement and jumped onto the tiles. Bai Yi, gripping one of them, warned, "Don't step on it." "What's wrong?" Little Mountain was about to step forward when Bai Yi pulled him back, exclaiming, "This is fire tile." Confused, Little Mountain was unaware of the significance of the fire tile that caused such alarm in Bai Yi. Glancing at Lazy, he noticed that Lazy had already set down his tools and instructed the others to do the same. "Do not move. We must not shatter it, or we will be in grave trouble." Ning had also heard of the fire tile from her father, while Sandu, an experienced excavator, understood its perilous nature. Only Tang San was oblivious. "What is this fire tile?" Lazy shot him a disdainful look. "It is something that can turn us to ashes." Chapter 515. Fire tile. The fire tile was a creation of the Yuan dynasty, a peculiar contrivance that only they could conceive. Gritting his teeth, Lazy elaborated. "This material is as fragile as glass. It may appear to be an ordinary tile, yet one must not tread upon it directly. It is prone to cracking. And once it does, the sparks that erupt can ignite the layer of flammable oil beneath, transforming this place into an inferno, leaving us charred before we even realize it." This was the first time Tang San had encountered such an extraordinary hazard. "What should we do?" he inquired. Sandu replied, "The presence of fire tiles here indicates that there must be something extraordinary below. Despite the dangers, we must proceed." This site was renowned in ancient times as a place where 3 families nurtured a Yuan. It is not surprising to find tombs related to the Yuan dynasty here. Enough with the talk of 3 families nurturing a Yuan. Let us consider how to descend, Lazy interjected. "This is my first encounter with fire tiles, and we may very well be standing atop one right now." This was the most terrifying aspect. One might not even need to move, yet if the fire erupted, they could perish without understanding how. Bai Yi urged everyone to remain still while he pondered. His mentor, He Baosheng, had once imparted a crucial piece of advice. When faced with fire tiles, the only solution was to locate the edge of the fire tile and break through there. Even if flames erupted, being at the edge would offer a chance to escape, allowing time to flee once the fire subsided. Bai Yi felt fortunate that they had begun their excavation from the very edge. But where was the edge of the fire tile? After sharing the method of circumvention, everyone focused intently on the ground beneath them. Xiaoning picked up her tools. "Let me handle this. You all climb up first." Without hesitation, the others ascended. And once atop, Tang San quickly lowered a rope. Should Xiaoning locate and break the edge of the fire tile, she could immediately grasp the rope, and they would all pull her to safety from the flames. However, timing was crucial. Otherwise, Xiaoning could sustain injury. Xiaoning's excavation technique was remarkably adept. She first gauged the distance between the fire tile and the clay layer, then carefully wedged her tool into the soil before using her hands to dig. Her movements were rhythmic and swift, maintaining a straight line. Sandu, watching from above, was left in awe. "This technique. I have only heard one person could master it, Xiao Tianyi. Have you heard of him?" Indeed, Xiao Tianyi was none other than Xiaoning's father. The adage holds true, a tiger begets no dog. Although Xiaoning was reluctant to inherit her father's legacy, she had undoubtedly inherited his talent. The onlookers fixated their gaze upon Xiaoning's actions, her hands never ceasing for even a moment. After half an hour, the edge of the fiery tile was finally within reach. Xiaoning stood in the mud, not daring to approach the blazing tile. Fortunately, the surrounding earth provided support. Otherwise, she would have been left standing atop the scorching surface. The mere thought of it twisted her heart with anxiety. It was disingenuous to claim she was untroubled. The rope swung perilously around her, indicating that those above were equally vigilant. Xiaoning meticulously wiped away the dirt surrounding the tile, confirming it was indeed the final piece. She swallowed hard and called out, "I am going to smash it." Tang San immediately leaned over, shouting, "Secure the rope first." "I know, you fool," Xiaoning murmured, though words failed to escape her lips. Obediently, she tied the rope around her waist, giving it a firm tug to ensure its security. She then picked up a nearby stone, though it was small. A single blow would shatter the tile. Tang San stepped back, entrusting the life-saving rope to Lazy, Bai Yi, and Xiaoshan. While he strained to listen intently to the sounds below, Xiaoning hesitated for 3 seconds, gripping the stone tightly, before resolutely bringing it down upon the tile. At the sound of a sharp crack, Tang San shouted, "Pull." The tile shattered into fragments, and a rush of hot air surged upward. The reaction was swift. Xiaoning's heart constricted as her body was abruptly lifted. At that moment, flames surged toward her feet, and she could distinctly feel the searing heat. Fear gripped her. The sensation of narrowly escaping death was unbearable. Her hands clutched the rope tightly, leaving 2 crimson imprints on her palms. The searing heat beneath her feet showed no sign of abating. Looking down, her soul nearly fled. The flames soared high, relentlessly pursuing her. The fiery tongues licked upward, and had Bai Yi and the others not acted swiftly, her pant legs would have ignited, and the soles of her shoes burned painfully. Tang San and Sandu rushed forward to assist. The ground beneath them began to heat up. Finally, Xiaoning was pulled up, and without a moment's hesitation to untie the rope around her waist, she was hoisted onto Qixie's back. "Run!" The flames leaped, greedily licking the edges of the earth, sending plumes of black smoke billowing into the sky, coiling together in the air. Such a commotion was bound to attract the villagers nearby. Qixie sprinted away with Xiaoning, while Lazy and the others gathered the scattered tools and ran tirelessly until they reached a thicket not far from the hill, where they finally paused. Looking at Xiaoning on Qixie's back, beads of sweat adorned her forehead, her hair thoroughly dampened, and the soles of her shoes still smoldering. Tang San noted a hole had already burned through. As soon as Xiaoning was set down on the ground, she collapsed, overwhelmed by the fright she had just endured. The thought of the flames severing the rope and causing her to plummet sent her spiraling into fear, and she burst into tears. Tang San quickly covered her mouth, saying, "Do not cry. A fire has broken out, and the villagers will surely come." Xiaoning's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she clasped Tang San's hand. Upon his release, she quickly remarked, "I truly fear that I may perish and never see you again." This sentiment nearly brought tears to Tang San's own eyes. Lazy, unable to contain himself, interjected, "What's the worst that could happen? Death, perhaps, but a fiery cremation is far superior to burial. No worms to contend with. We could find a golden urn to inter your remains, and Tang San would cherish it daily. How does that sound? Get lost? Xiao Ning retorted, inspecting her shoe's sole. Thankfully, although it had been singed, it was not yet worn through, and she could manage for now. The area had grown increasingly tumultuous, as the ominous black smoke attracted a throng of villagers. Husanda lamented, "This fire will surely bring us trouble. If the villagers report this, we may find ourselves in a predicament, making our descent impossible." The group fell silent, for Husanda's concerns were not unfounded. Who knew what lay beneath this fiery surface? Especially so close to the village? Tang San felt a wave of despondency wash over him. He glanced at Bai Yi. Their expedition had barely commenced, and already they faced an unforeseen obstacle. The small village was nearly entirely gathered, encircling the smoldering pit, buzzing with speculation about its origin and the nature of what lay below. Then, Elder Dai appeared. "Oh no," Husanda fretted. "Will this old man jeopardize our plans?" As Elder Dai approached, the crowd instinctively parted, granting him passage to the mouth of the pit. Tang San's ears perked up. It was evident that the villagers sought the elder's counsel. The outcome now rested upon his words, and Tang San's palms grew clammy with apprehension. Elder Dai's voice resonated through the air. "Everyone disperse. What lies beneath is deeply mysterious. Do not open your doors tonight, and if you hear commotion outside, do not venture out. It will surely bring misfortune." Upon hearing this, the villagers, already a mix of curiosity and fear regarding the strange occurrence, shared a silent understanding and began to disperse in small groups. A few eager youths, keen on witnessing the spectacle, were promptly ushered away by the elders. "Why linger? Haven't we had our fill of strange happenings in our village? There will be plenty more to see in the future." Tang San exhaled in relief, for he alone had grasped the weight of Elder Dai's words. Others looked to him, and he relayed the elder's advice, causing a collective sigh of relief. Truly, the elder's experience had proven invaluable. With the crowd dissipating, Elder Dai lingered at the edge of the pit, gazing into its depths. Tang San's ears perked up once more as he overheard the elder mutter, "This matter is truly eerie." It seemed even he was at a loss for explanation. As Elder Dai departed slowly, the hillside returned to tranquility. Yet, in the interest of caution, they refrained from approaching the pit immediately, wary of villagers whose curiosity might lead to unforeseen encounters. Xiao Ning leaned against Tang San's back, while Xiao Shan offered her water. Only then did she realize her throat felt parched, and suddenly, a thought struck her. Wait, when the fire ignited earlier, did anyone catch a whiff of an unusual odor? Upon Xiao Ning's reminder, everyone recalled the pungent odor that had permeated the air while they were preoccupied with rescuing him and evading danger. The intensity of the flames had exceeded their expectations. Husandu remarked, "It's possible that the methane from underground has erupted." This seemed plausible, so rather than rushing forward, they decided to take a moment to replenish their energy with the provisions they had. The thick black smoke lingered in the atmosphere for quite some time before it gradually dissipated, eventually vanishing completely. As dusk descended, smoke began to rise from the chimneys of every household in the village, accompanied by the enticing aroma of cooked rice. Tang San inhaled deeply, exclaiming, "How delightful." Lazy kicked him playfully, stating, "My sense of smell is sharper than yours. I haven't detected anything." In response, Tang San scratched his head and humbly confessed, "I was merely imagining the deliciousness of warm dishes." Husandu, gripping his water bottle with his gnarled hands, suddenly spoke, "I wonder how my family is doing. I haven't been back to see them in quite some time." Bai Yi inquired, "How did you become involved in this line of work, Husandu?" With a wry smile, Husandu replied, "It was for the sake of money. You are well aware of the chaos of those times. This work brought in quick cash, and there was little oversight. However, compared to the past, one must tread carefully now, for the world has changed. What are your plans if things return to how they once were?" Husandu continued, "After spending several years away, I've realized that comfort lies at home. I wish to present myself before my parents and honor them properly. This is my final endeavor. After this, I shall wash my hands of this life and retire from it completely, whether it be farming or engaging in business. I seek a life of stability. What about you all? What are your plans?" Husandu asked. Bai Yi sighed, "We can only take it one step at a time." As nightfall enveloped them, Lazy remarked, "Once darkness falls, we are in a precarious situation. These lowly zombies fear sunlight, and with the sun bidding farewell, we must rely solely on ourselves." No one hesitated further. With the assurance from old Bai, they knew that no one would emerge to confront them that night. Collecting their essential items, they proceeded towards the theft hole. The depths were shrouded in darkness. Even with the flashlight, they could only perceive the beam of light. Husandu volunteered to descend first. The rope was lowered, extending over 30 meters before he finally reached the bottom. It appeared that there was an additional 20 meters from the fire-tiled roof to the underground. The villagers gathered, unable to see much, and worried about Husandu's safety alone below. Bai Yi quickly followed him down, leaving Qi Xie to descend last. The Luoyang shovel was nearly extended to its full length before it barely made contact with the ground. Observing Qi Xie as he descended with the shovel, Husandu was in awe, feeling as though he had suddenly become a frog at the bottom of a well. The space below was vast, far removed from the anticipated tomb chambers or passageways. Instead, it revealed a complete and expansive area. As the flashlight scanned the surroundings, there was no visible end. The emptiness was filled with stones and a charred scent of soil, yet the zombies they had dreaded were nowhere to be seen. Tang San, are you certain you Haven T made a mistake? As Lei Zi raised his voice, an echo reverberated, causing him to quickly lower the volume. What is happening? You have never made a mistake before. Tang San was equally taken aback by the scene below. However, how could he explain the fire tile incident? Since there was nothing beneath, what was the point of making such an effort? Bai Yi shared this sentiment. Something must be amiss, otherwise the fire tile would have been entirely unnecessary. Xiaoshan leaped far ahead, wandering through the darkness, only to feel a surge of fear and promptly returned, declaring, "There's nothing ahead." Xiao Ning shined the flashlight against the wall, suddenly gasping and stepping back, tripping over a stone and falling backward, only to be caught by Tang San. "What happened?" he asked. "Look at the wall," Xiao Ning exclaimed, tightly closing his eyes, unable to utter another word. "What is wrong with the wall?" Tang San skeptically directed the flashlight at it, only to be struck with horror. What on earth is this? The wall was covered with pale, ghastly bones, causing Tang San to feel nauseous. Husandu stepped forward, compelled to observe closely. The wall was densely packed with bones. It was unmistakably a wall of bones. Tang San turned the flashlight to the opposite wall, finding it equally horrifying, as it was shrouded with a similar array of bones, pale with a bluish tinge, all astonishingly uniform in size. "These are all shin bones," Husandu remarked, an icy dread creeping upon him. "How many people as shin bones does this entail?" Indeed, the wall stretched an impressive 60 meters, both sides entirely covered with bones. How many lives were lost, how many bones removed, to construct these ghastly walls? The image of a river of blood suddenly flooded their minds. Xiaoshan crouched down, retching, while Qijia patted his back, insisting, "Just don't look." Although they were aware that it was best not to look, their eyes betrayed them, drawn to the two walls. Bai Yi noted a disturbing detail. The shin bones were remarkably large, adult-sized. Naturally, if they belonged to adults, it would be horrifying. If they were of children, the cruelty would be unfathomable. Xiao Ning swallowed hard, asking, "What kind of people were these?" "If I were you, I would refrain from asking that. The question we should pose is who could be so heartless as to kill so many and leave their remains incomplete?" Systematically dismantling their shin bones and displaying them on the walls, Lei Zi remarked, "This person must be mentally unwell. What's the term? A pervert." Tang San suddenly recalled the golden urn. These bones must have been there for quite some time. Judging by the fire tile, it must date back to the late Yuan or early Ming dynasty. Yet, after all these years, the bones remained as sturdy as gold. Calling the container for the bones a golden urn indeed made perfect sense. "Wait," Bai Yi interjected, "look. There are inscriptions on these bones." Bai Yi's discovery captivated everyone, overriding their feelings of disgust and eeriness as they gathered closely to observe. The scent emanating from the bones sent shivers down their spines. Xiao Ning pinched his nose before daring to approach. The inscriptions on the bones were not particularly conspicuous, appearing somewhat blurred under the flashlight's beam. Dimming the light rendered the text clearer. "What language is this?" Tang San could not recognize the characters. "This is Mongolian script," Bai Yi explained, though it differs somewhat from contemporary Mongolian. It is a precursor to the modern script. "Have you studied it?" Lei Zi inquired. "Can you comprehend it?" "I did engage in some study for a while," Bai Yi replied, turning to Tang San. "Do you remember?" "Of course." Tang San recalled the bamboo slips that had vanished, with their unintelligible inscriptions prompting Bai Yi to learn the scripts of various ethnicities and dynasties. It seemed that today, this knowledge would prove invaluable. The Mongolian tribes initially had no written language during their rise along the Onan River. In 1204, when Genghis Khan was campaigning against the Naimans. The Uyghur official Tatar Tang San, despite being captured, steadfastly safeguarded the state seal. Genghis Khan greatly admired his loyalty to his homeland and appointed him to oversee the Mongolian state documents and seals, instructing him to teach the prince and the nobles the Uyghur script for writing the Mongolian language. Thus, the Mongolians adopted the Uyghur script for their language. Later, they created the Altan Gali script, which is the classical Mongolian script. Upon finishing, Bai Yi noticed the weariness in everyone's eyes. "What troubles you?" "We're not interested in this history. We simply wish to know what is inscribed on the bones," Xiao Ning urged. "Please tell us quickly. It's exasperating." "Very well," Bai Yi replied. "This inscription is a single character, and it denotes kill. Now, look at the other bones and see if there are additional inscriptions," Bai Yi instructed. The others began to search, examining each bone in turn, only to find themselves disheartened. Not every shin bone bore writing. The inscriptions were scattered across the bones. Lazy, growing impatient with Bai Yi's relentless focus on the Mongolian script, remarked, "What is the significance of this? We came here for the golden armor, did we not?" Surprisingly, the others rallied around Bai Yi, eagerly collecting every piece of text. Lazy, at a loss, muttered, "I truly don't understand what you intend to do." Their objective was straightforward: to compile all the inscriptions on the bones, piece them together, and ascertain the identities of those individuals. If fortune favored them, they might even uncover the identities of those who constructed this place and meticulously erected these 2 walls of bones. Initially, their progress was sluggish due to the sheer volume of work involved. The walls spanned over 60 meters, with a total length of 120 meters, not to mention the height. This was no trivial endeavor. However, once Bai Yi discovered the underlying pattern, the task became manageable. All the inscribed bones were aligned in a straight line, with a 2-meter interval between them. With this revelation, the team quickly transcribed all the characters. Lazy, who had been reluctant at first, eventually capitulated and joined in the effort to compile the inscriptions. As all the Mongolian script converged, the weight of the task fell solely upon Bai Yi's shoulders. The Mongolian script possesses a distinctive characteristic. The letters assume different shapes depending on their position within a word, and their pronunciation, spelling rules, and formatting bear a resemblance to Uyghur script. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Bai Yi had Tang San and Qi Xia illuminating the space with flashlights. He began by translating the Mongolian characters into Chinese characters, subsequently attempting to amalgamate them into coherent sentences. Lazy could not help but murmur, "If we dawdle any longer, dawn will break, and I will be utterly exhausted. Do not rush. It will be ready soon. I assure you, these revelations will astound you," Bai Yi replied, his expression brimming with excitement. At last, the text was organized, and Bai Yi recited it aloud. The sentences posed no grammatical issues, yet the content was profoundly chilling, particularly for Lazy. The Golden Eagle Order haunted him, and now it resurfaced, quickening his heartbeat, as the inscriptions on the leg bones clearly indicated that all of this belonged to the Golden Eagle Order, and the leg bones on the wall were remnants of the Yuan dynasty. Was this not a case of self-inflicted carnage? Lazy was acutely aware of the ruthless nature of the Golden Eagle Order's assassins, who exhibited a savagery akin to that of beasts, showing no mercy to enemies, nor to their own kin. Are you even paying attention? Since earlier, Lazy had been out of sorts. Even the small hill seemed more composed than he was. And Xiao Ning nearly shouted, "These Yuan people were slain by the Han." "Actually, it should refer to the southern people," Bai Yi interjected. "To be precise, during the Yuan dynasty, there was indeed a distinction between the Han and the southern people." "Oh, I see." Lazy slowly grasped the situation. During the Yuan dynasty, people were classified into 4 categories: Mongolians, various ethnicities from the western regions, Han, and southern people. The term various ethnicities referred to the diverse groups in the western regions, while Han denoted those under the rule of the Jin dynasty, and southern people referred to those governed by the southern Song dynasty. These leg bones were extracted from Mongolians who perished at the hands of the southern people. At the end of the Yuan dynasty and the onset of the Ming dynasty, the southern people, long oppressed by the Mongolians, finally seized the opportunity to rebel, killing numerous Mongolians in retaliation for their enduring suffering. Naturally, these Mongolians were not slain simultaneously but were killed at different times and locations, subsequently discarded in desolate wilderness. The assassins of the Golden Eagle Order dragged these Mongolians, who had perished at the hands of the southern people, to this accursed place, removing all their leg bones to construct these two bone walls. Suddenly, Tang San realized something was amiss. Could their purpose in doing this be to cultivate zombies, intending for these zombies to one day exact revenge? His words rendered the group speechless. If this were true, with so many leg bones present, how many zombies could have been nurtured in this graveyard? Where could they be now? Everyone nervously scanned their surroundings, and apart from the bones on the walls, there were no zombies. Yet this felt wrong. The situation was decidedly peculiar. The unique method of revenge employed by the Golden Eagle Order's assassins is truly horrifying. When will this cycle of vengeance cease? You kill me. I kill you. Round and round it goes, seemingly endless. Ultimately, they resort to such astonishing means of retaliation. The mere thought sends a chill down Lazy's spine. Their relentless pursuit of the Unloading Ridge warriors is entirely understandable. A band of lunatics. These madmen have been tirelessly seeking the whereabouts of the Unloading Ridge warriors, prepared to kill without hesitation, with themselves also being targets. Goosebumps rise on Lazy's skin. There must be some deeper intrigue at play, Do remarked. If they are intent on cultivating zombies for revenge, then bodies are indispensable. Furthermore, these bone walls, aside from documenting the past, undoubtedly serve other purposes. Otherwise, why go to such lengths? Everyone understood what Do was implying. What other functions might these two bone walls serve? Bai Yi cast a glance at Tang San, who had remained enveloped in silence. His reticence began to irritate Xiaoning, prompting her to pinch the back of his hand. You fool, what are you pondering? In chapter 518, titled Hairy Zombie, Tang San nearly bit his lip in anxiety. I have a foreboding feeling. These leg bones seem to signify some sort of ritual. The rituals of the Mongolian people are generally well known, yet this foreboding atmosphere feels unprecedented. Lazy shivered. This place is exceedingly sinister. We must leave at once. Leave? Where to? The only company in this desolate space, aside from the chilling bones on the two walls, was emptiness. No, not a soul, but rather an absence of zombies. Bai Yi collected the neatly arranged notes, and though darkness surrounded them, it did not alleviate their unease. They felt as though strange entities might suddenly emerge from the bone walls, catching them off guard. Aside from the unique sound of air moving in the empty space, Tang San detected a peculiar whistling noise. He circled around, searching for its source. Tang San, what are you doing? Lazy's mood had darkened, rendering him increasingly sensitive. There are strange sounds. Tang San covered his ears. The piercing noise assailed his eardrums, prompting him to crouch down. Tang San, what is wrong? Seeing the pain etched across his face as he clutched his ears, Xiaoning was thoroughly alarmed. What is happening? Be wary of that sharp sound. It has returned, slicing through my heart as though with a knife. If sound could kill, it would surely be this one. The source of the noise eluded him, and Tang San's hair stood on end. Suddenly, he sprang to his feet, hands clasped. Show yourself. What is happening? Do interjected. Could it be? Before he could finish, a shadow lunged at Tang San. Do, who had sensed something amiss, retrieved a box of poison powder from his person and hurled it toward the shadow. In the dim light of the flashlight, smoke began to rise. It's a zongzi, Do declared. Tang San had long suspected that the source of the sound was due to someone casting a spell, especially when the shadow appeared so suddenly. The absence of light was disadvantageous for them. Fortunately, Husanda's quick reflexes afforded Tang San a moment to respond. It was a type of zombie. Damn it, Now, neither knives nor guns would prove effective. Lazy handed the black donkey's hoof to Xiaoning and Xiao Shan, instructing them to protect themselves. They seemed particularly interested in Tang San. Although Husandu applied poison powder to the, only a small amount managed to enter its eyes, while the rest remained trapped behind its protective armor. Fortunately, there was only one, and its origin remained a mystery. This was remarkably tall, and Bai Yi deliberately shone a flashlight into its eyes. Simultaneously, Xiaoning noticed that there was missing a bone in its left leg, a hollow space where it should have been. As soon as she finished speaking, they lunged at Tang San. In a panic, Tang San pulled out a talisman and, in the flurry of chaos, attempted to slap it onto the creature, but due to its towering height, the talisman landed on its chin instead of its forehead. Nonetheless, upon contact, the talisman emitted a flash of green light, and was flung back, emitting a howl. Lazy exclaimed excitedly, "Well done. What a load of nonsense." Even Tang San, who rarely used foul language, exclaimed in frustration, "That was ineffective. It needs to be on the forehead." Indeed, while the head felt a slight impact. It quickly regained its agility and charged forward once more. The group began to retreat in disarray, realizing this approach was futile. What if more appeared? Qi Xie snatched a talisman from Tang San's hand and hurled it at the Lazy, drawing his gun, hesitated, pondering this apparent immunity to blades and bullets. Damn it. I refuse to believe in the supernatural. Are you truly invulnerable? Lazy fired 3 shots at the. As the bullets made contact, Tang San heard a loud bang, followed by the sound of bullets clattering to the ground. Qi Xie cursed Lazy under his breath, furious that he would shoot in the midst of their struggle with the. Such recklessness could cost him his life. Without time to scold Lazy, Qi Xie leaped into action with the talisman. To his dismay, this leaping ability surpassed his own, causing him to miss entirely. Fortunately, Xiaoshan also jumped into the fray, landing on this neck, forcing it back to the ground. Tang San shouted in concern, "Be careful. Don't let it bite you." Bai Yi shone the flashlight again, and Qi Xie saw this forehead clearly. With a swift motion, he pressed the talisman onto it, and the instantly froze in place. Xiaoshan jumped off its neck, and Qi Xie wiped the sweat from his brow, thanking him. "Thanks, Xiaoshan." Xiaoshan chuckled. "I may not be able to fly, but I can certainly jump higher than it can." Ugh, it's truly ugly. As they stood motionless, an odd occurrence took place. Upon being subdued by the talisman, its fur vanished entirely, revealing that this layer had acted as its protective barrier. Clearly, this flying zombie possessed some form of magic. Tang San remarked. His piercing howl is only effective against those with magical abilities. Just now, only I heard that jarring sound, while you all remained unresponsive. It is no wonder that he charged directly at me. My reaction is a testament to my cultivation. I see. But does this resolve our issues? Hu Xinduo inquired cautiously. It is hard to say. I cannot ascertain how long it will last. Tang San inhaled deeply. However, when he is in motion, his magic becomes active, causing his fur to elongate and form a protective shell. Now that he is still, the fur has vanished, and so has that layer of armor. What are we waiting for? Let us eliminate him. Lazy exclaimed. Should we wait for him to recover? Hold on, Bai Yi interjected. Look at his attire. It resembles that of a soldier from the Yuan dynasty. Could it be that all the owners of these leg bones were Yuan soldiers? Oh dear, does that even matter? Lazy replied, his voice trembling with fear. Where on earth did this thing come from? Surely it isn't here to scout the area? The origins of this flying corpse indeed raised suspicions. The dimness of the surroundings hindered visibility, and who knows from where it emerged. Yet, the direction was unmistakable. It approached from the front, and as it lunged at Tang San, he had seen it clearly. He stepped forward towards the direction from which the flying corpse had come, first walking, then leaping, appearing almost entranced, while the others remained utterly bewildered. Lazy, uninterested in Tang San's actions, focused solely on how to dispose of the zombie. Bai Yi, should we incinerate it? Just as he spoke, the hand of the furry zombie suddenly twitched, prompting everyone to act without hesitation. As flames ignited upon the flying corpse, it began to stir, emitting a ghastly wail. Tang San, already ahead, turned back and unleashed a spell upon the creature, casting the golden light incantation. Chapter 519. The bones of the dead. As the incantation echoed, the flames grew more intense, and the anguished cries of the flying corpse filled the air. The creature's body gradually disintegrated amidst the fire, ultimately vanishing, leaving behind a puddle of a black, paint-like substance on the ground, as the flames slowly extinguished. Why didn't you use the golden light incantation sooner? Lazy remarked, still feeling apprehensive. The golden light incantation is a lethal spell, Tang San explained. Each time I employ it, my vitality diminishes by 1 point. There is not merely one flying corpse here. I wish to reserve it for the last encounter. Just now, he was far too loud. What if he alerted the other zombies? Lazy touched his forehead, which surprisingly felt hot, and he chuckled ruefully. That ghastly thing was howling so loudly. Damn it, I fear we have already alerted others. This indeed posed a significant problem. The situation had suddenly turned unfavorable. They were in the light, while the zombies lurked in the shadows. To reverse this predicament, they needed to swiftly locate the source of this furry corpse and discern where these zombies were hiding, taking the initiative. Tang San continued towards the spot where the furry corpse had charged, occasionally glancing upwards and then focusing on the ground, entirely disregarding the bone walls on either side, as they were not the source of the furry corpse's sudden appearance. What on earth is he up to? Hu Xinduo muttered. Bai Yi remarked. Do not underestimate him. Although he may appear both delectable and befuddled, feigning a partial understanding of the task at hand, he possesses an innate sharpness. Especially in moments of peril, his latent potential invariably emerges. Trusting his instincts is undoubtedly the right course. Latent potential? Husindo pondered. This modern term was unfamiliar to him. Bai Yi merely smiled, offering no elucidation on its meaning. This was neither the time nor the place for imparting wisdom. Tang San advanced approximately 30 meters, bent down, and brushed the dust from the ground. Here, the footprints left by the flying corpses were evident. Yet they vanished further ahead. This time, Tang San relied not on intuition, but on the knowledge of trace evidence he had acquired from Bai Yi in the pseudo-Qin tomb. Zombies, as entities, also leave traces behind. After clearing the dust around the footprints, the underlying mystery swiftly revealed itself, a hexagonal interface. At its center lay a peculiar symbol, a circular form with a gash torn through its middle, from which a bone protruded. Beneath the bone, two small dots seemed to represent spilled blood. As the others approached, Lazy felt a jolt upon seeing the shape, an uncomfortable sensation intensifying within him. He sensed that the circle symbolized a full moon, now rent asunder by an unseen force, and that the bone resembled a lower leg bone. Indeed, Lazy exclaimed. Husindo crouched down, illuminating the symbol with his flashlight. This design features a lower leg bone, and the bones on the walls flanking it are also lower leg bones. What connection do these bones have with anyone? Their inclusion within this symbol suggests they hold significant meaning for us. Bai Yi responded, Tang San, your hypothesis may hold merit. This appears to be a ritual, though we remain unaware of its purpose and its relation to the burial ground. Tang San seemed oblivious to their conversation, placing his hand upon the bone and pressing down forcefully. The hexagon silently opened, revealing a dark void. Startled by his discovery, he patted his chest, exclaiming, You nearly scared me to death. Your courage remains as diminutive as ever, Bai Yi teased, stepping forward to illuminate the descent below. A staircase led directly downwards, and he marveled at the mechanism. Its opening was so quiet that even Tang San had not heard it. A testament to its exquisite craftsmanship. Bai Yi was the first to descend, with Tang San hastily following. In contrast to their eagerness, Lazy lingered, casting cautious glances before spitting on the ground, as if that simple act bestowed upon him sufficient courage. The words Golden Eagle Order were discovered inscribed upon the lower leg bone, signifying danger. Once Lazy descended, he found that the others had already ventured far ahead, intensifying his unease, prompting him to quicken his pace in pursuit. However, after only a few strides, something snagged his ankle. Looking down, his hair stood on end as he screamed, calling the others back. It was a hand, reduced to mere bone, its fingers grasping at Lazy's pant leg. Husindo was the first to rush over, pulling the hand away. Good heavens! Your scream was so harrowing that we thought something grave had befallen you. It's merely a skeleton. As everyone focused their attention on the skeletal remains, the atmosphere turned somber. It was evident that this individual had perished face down on the ground, possibly lying in that position after death. With arms outstretched forward, he presented a pitiful and helpless sight. His body bore no scars, and his tibia remained intact. This was certainly not a Yuan individual. Husindo pointed to the well-preserved skeleton, stating, The tibia is present, and its owner must have been of modest stature. Bai Yi gestured towards the pelvis, asserting, Had this been a female, the pelvis would be more developed. Aside from the less pronounced pelvis, the joints are relatively robust, indicating that this was undoubtedly a male. Without any visible wounds, Qixia added, At the very least, there are no significant traumatic injuries. Indeed, but did this person enter without clothing? Xiaoning, being a female, often pondered from a different perspective. After death, even if the flesh has decayed, there should be some trace of clothing remaining, yet there are no signs of fabric around. Did he die unclothed? As she uttered the last words, a blush crept across Xiaoning's face, but no one paid it any mind, for she had touched upon a crucial point. Tang San shone his flashlight around, and to his astonishment, he discovered that there were indeed more skeletons sprawled across the ground. As Xiaoning had suggested, there was absolutely no evidence of clothing or personal belongings. Truly, they had died in the nude. Tang San counted roughly 7 corpses, all devoid of any clothing, their bones intact, including the tibiae. Suddenly, Lazy approached Tang San's position, squatting down with an expression of disbelief as he turned over one of the skeletons. Beneath it lay something, deep scratches inscribed with 2 characters. Lazy examined it several times, his expression shifting subtly. Hesitant to speak in front of Husandu, he struggled to contain his shock, which was evident enough for even the oblivious Tang San to notice. Lazy, what is it? Have you discovered something? This appears to be the name of the individual, presumably etched by his own finger before his demise. Lazy inhaled deeply, quickly regaining his composure. Chifeng? Xiao Ning approached and read aloud the name. That's quite unique. Is there even a surname Qi? While the 3 of them deliberated the significance of the name Chifeng, Bai Yi and Husandu began to examine the layout of the area. In stark contrast to the upper level, the configuration below was far more intricate. Descending the stairs led to a long passage, approximately 5 meters wide, extending so far that its end remained unseen. The walls below were finally not the unsettling bone walls, but solid stone. Suddenly, Xiao Shan exclaimed with enthusiasm, "Look! There's a brazier." Chapter 520. The torture chamber. The discovery of the brazier was a delightful surprise. Xiao Shan eagerly approached and ignited the fire within, illuminating the entire space. Husandu exhaled in relief. This certainly brings a sense of comfort. In the underground world, is there anything more reassuring than light? As the light illuminated the scene, the corpses on the ground became starkly visible, all lying in identical postures. Judging by the skeletal structure, they were all male, varying in height. Beneath one of the braziers hung an iron chain. Bai Yi approached and tugged at it, causing a door beside the brazier to swing open. It became apparent that there was a hidden mechanism at play. The glow from the brazier revealed only the immediate surroundings, while metal chains hung from the upper walls, cascading down to the floor. At the center stood an object resembling an incense burner, albeit with a somewhat different form. Compared to the intricate designs of incense burners from the Central Plains, this vessel appeared more simplistic and rugged. The others gathered around, and Xiao Shan was the first to leap inside. Upon entry, he was immediately overwhelmed by the stench, exclaiming, "It reeks." Indeed, the odor was unbearable. A cacophony of scents merging in the confined space, creating an unparalleled miasma that nearly suffocated Lazy. He lingered at the entrance, reluctant to venture further. Heightened sensitivity to smell had become a disadvantage in this instance. Inside, another brazier was lit, revealing a scene that left everyone astounded. It was unequivocally a torture chamber. Various instruments of torment hung from the walls, and at the center stood a large furnace, filled with dust and ominous dark remnants, emanating a foul odor. Bai Yi furrowed his brow and remarked, "No wonder the bones outside are so clean. The flesh must be here." As soon as Bai Yi's words fell, Xiao Ning frowned, casting her gaze towards Lazy at the doorway. Her focus was not on him, but rather a diversion from her own rising nausea. Inscribed upon the furnace, which bore the remnants of human flesh, were characters in Mongolian. It was evident who had constructed this chamber of horrors. The iron chains and frames on the walls were clearly designed to restrain human bodies. Bai Yi picked up a forked iron implement from one of the racks, its barbs glinting ominously. Such devices were alarmingly common, capable of embedding themselves in flesh, and with a swift pull, they could tear through skin and sinew, inflicting unimaginable pain without the need for blunt force. The torment inflicted upon the victim was sufficient for their suffering. A bronze box caught Tang San's eye. What is this? Measuring 2 meters in length, it was conspicuous within the torture chamber. As he pondered its purpose, he opened the box, and a gasp escaped his lips. It was lined with nails, each as thick as a finger and with razor-sharp tips. The purpose of this device was all too clear. Placing a person inside and closing the lid would lead to a hellish fate. Tang San took a step back, while Husandu, upon glimpsing the interior, felt a wave of dread wash over him. This method is truly ruthless. A swift death would be more merciful. Yet, there was more. Another object stirred their deepest fears. It appeared to be merely a stick, but its intended use was chilling. This was not a mere instrument for striking, but rather a tool for inflicting torment. The punishment referred to here involves inserting a stick directly into a person's mouth or rectum, penetrating the entire length and rupturing the gastrointestinal tract, leading to an excruciatingly painful death. It is ominously dubbed the opening smile, a name that evokes discomfort. Everything associated with this term is deeply unsettling. Lazy, throughout this ordeal, remained outside, suddenly closing his eyes and leaning against the wall, clutching his chest and gasping for breath. Xiao Shan approached him, asking, "Brother Lei, what's wrong?" Lazy replied with a bitter smile, I'm fine. Just feeling a bit uneasy. You needn't worry about me. I truly am all right. Bai Yi had already noticed Lei Zi's unusual behavior. Initially, he had shown little reaction to the 7 corpses, but upon seeing the 2 characters' chi foam, he began to act strangely. Even if the stench in the torture chamber was unbearable, it could be understood why Lei Zi did not enter. However, his expression of agony was excessive. This was the Yuan dynasty's torture chamber, with the upper layer's bone wall constructed from the bones of Yuan soldiers. Such cruel punishments would certainly not be inflicted upon their own. Hu Sando remarked, "It seems this was once a secret stronghold of the Yuan." Xiao Ning suddenly exclaimed, "We shouldn't linger here. It's too frightening. I feel as though we are being watched, perhaps by the souls of those who suffered and perished here. Let us go quickly." The others, not wishing to remain any longer, surveyed the area for anything of value before hastily exiting and sealing the door behind them, completely isolating themselves from the torture chamber. Once outside, they felt the air was considerably fresher, even though the atmosphere below remained murky. Lei Zi's complexion eased somewhat, and Bai Yi patted his shoulder, saying, "If you're feeling all right, we should proceed." "Let us go," Lei Zi responded, "but the stench is unbearable." After walking nearly 10 meters, they encountered another iron chain beneath the fire pit. Everyone exchanged glances, and it was Hu Sando who approached to tug at it, revealing yet another hidden door. Having learned from their previous experience, Lei Zi and Xiao Ning both averted their eyes as the door opened, only to be met with exclamations of delight from the others. Xiao Shan happily rushed inside to ignite the fire pit, while Tang San urged Lei Zi, "Quickly look. This is something you'll love." Lei Zi, unimpressed, turned back and retorted, "What could possibly excite me?" He spat on the ground, rudely pushing Tang San aside, and stepped inside, exclaiming, "Good heavens, we've struck it rich this time." Inside lay an abundance of jade, gold, and silver, countless treasures. Lei Zi dashed towards the items, ready to grab them, but was halted by Hu Sando, who grasped his wrist, saying, "Wait, something's not right." "What's wrong?" Lei Zi, relishing the thrill of discovering valuable objects, questioned. "So many items just piled on the ground without a single chest," Hu Sando observed. "Moreover, look closely at the dust on these objects." Bai Yi squatted down to examine a string of agate on the ground, noticing that the fine layer of dust contained some white powder, exceedingly fine and almost invisible unless viewed closely. How did Hu Sando discern this detail? He was curious. And Hu Sando spoke up, "I have encountered a similar situation before. With such jewelry, if one carelessly reaches out, they may become poisoned. Fortunately, I managed to free myself. Otherwise, I would have met my demise." Indeed, the previous torture chamber was meticulously organized, yet this place is in utter disarray. Xiao Ning seemed to understand. "What should we do now?" Hu Sando replied with a smile, "Leave it to me." He took a whiff, but first shielded his nose with his hand, inhaling through the gaps between his fingers. After a careful examination, he produced a box he always carried with him. This was no ordinary box, but rather one of exquisite craftsmanship, adorned with numerous small compartments. Hu Sando was quite familiar with these sections, and, without hesitation, extracted one, stepped back. The others obediently retreated to a safe distance, watching as Hu Sando sprinkled the powder from the box onto the most valuable items. The powder wafted down gracefully, and immediately a hissing sound reached Tang San's ears. Chapter 521. The Wandering Corpse. A plume of smoke arose, and Hu Sando clicked his tongue. That was quite ruthless. Had we been quicker, our hands would surely be in ruins now. Ruined hands. Lei Zi instinctively drew his hands back. What about now? Is there no longer an issue? This part is fine. But over there, I do not have enough of the medicine. Hu Sando said, "The items here are also the most valuable. Consuming them all may prove impossible." "No matter." Lei Zi, already quite satisfied, began to pack the jade and stones into his bag. "This will suffice. Damn it, after enduring so much fright. These treasures can serve as compensation." The abundance of valuable items reminded Qi Xie of the last Huangjin army's tomb, so concentrated and with no coffin in sight. It is clear they serve a specific purpose. Bai Yi remarked, during the late Yuan and early Ming dynasties, perhaps they were prepared for emergencies. The Golden Eagle Order was originally a clandestine assassin organization known to follow the emperor's commands, executing special tasks that even high-ranking ministers could scarcely hope to witness. This is precisely why their assassination operations were executed with remarkable success, catching many off guard. The presence of a torture chamber and wealth suggests a carefully laid plan, undoubtedly orchestrated by this enigmatic organization. Qixia added. Following the massacre of the Yuan soldiers, their resentment grew, compounded by the dynasty's collapse, prompting these frenzied actions, constructing secret chambers, carrying out covert missions, and relocating wealth for unforeseen circumstances, while also nurturing corpses to create zombies. These conclusions seem credible. Yet, we must return to the beginning. Where are those zombies? If that hairy zombie emerged from here, where are the others? Tang San pondered in confusion. I cannot be mistaken. This is the center of the corpse-rearing ground. How could there be only one hairy zombie? This predicament rendered everyone into a profound silence. Even the exuberant lazy fell quiet. After a prolonged moment, the group, with an unspoken understanding, continued onward, remaining vigilant for any hidden chambers nearby. The further they advanced, the more they discerned various peculiarities scattered throughout the surroundings. Fortunately, there were no lethal traps, and their journey thus far had been relatively smooth. It was not until they noticed an unexpected proliferation of iron chains adorning the walls, with the braziers becoming increasingly concentrated, that unease began to ripple through the group. As they cautiously pulled apart the chains, they discovered an abundance of golden urns within. There were 12 concealed chambers, each densely filled with these urns. Bai Yi casually opened one, only to find it empty. Yet, an enticing fragrance wafted from within, subtle and alluring. Lazy inhaled deeply. How delightful. It's empty. Yet there lingers this exquisite scent. Tang San's apprehension deepened. These golden urns were meant to contain remains, yet they were devoid of contents. Where, then, were the corpses? Upon closer inspection of the numerous urns, a grim calculation ensued, correlating their count with the small leg bones embedded in the bone wall. Could it be that each golden urn represented a deceased individual, and the bones were taken from these very souls? Where, then, were the bodies? Suddenly, the ground trembled beneath them, a deep rumbling echoing through the air. Tang San's complexion paled as he glanced at the others, who remained oblivious to the subtle vibrations. The earth is shifting. Everyone, be cautious, something approaches us. Instantly, they fell into a state of alertness. Xiaoshan and Lazy, armed with black donkey hooves, pointed toward the direction indicated by Tang San. As the tremors intensified beneath their feet, shadows began to coalesce ahead, and despite knowing of their numbers, the reality of their approaching presence ignited a parched tension in their throats, a weariness in their eyes, rendering their bodies momentarily rigid, unsure of how to react. Husandu murmured, beware of the lower-tier zombies. If their eyes are dusted with powder, do not engage directly with those of higher rank. Understood, Lazy gritted his teeth. Let us confront them head-on. The zombies, advancing in an orderly formation reminiscent of an army, finally emerged before them. Their bodies were slightly hunched, faces pallid and ashen, with desiccated skin tightly clinging to their bones. Their left calves were hollow, lacking bones, yet this did not impede their movement. Their eyes were clouded, exuding an air of death, and their garments were tattered and stained with noticeable blood. Each bore a unique visage of demise. Some had blood oozing from their chests. Others were missing arms, and some had severed fingers. These undead swayed their heads and gradually closed in. Fear not. These are merely wandering corpses, Tang San declared. Qijia, Xiaoshan, I entrust you with the talismans. Remember to place them on the forehead. Xiaoshan and Qixia were fully prepared, the talisman papers in their hands rustling in the chilling wind. They exchanged a glance, and the distant wails of the wandering corpses drew near. With a swift motion, they plunged into the throng of the corpses, their hands deftly applying talismans to the foreheads of the undead. A chorus of anguished cries erupted as their bodies stiffened, powerless against the onslaught of Bai Yi and his companions, who swiftly dispatched them. The sound of crackling ash filled the air, while the remaining corpses, undeterred by the fate of their fallen brethren, charged forward with flailing arms. In the midst of the chaos, Tang San found himself overwhelmed by the cacophony, his mind dulled. These were but lowly corpses, devoid of the protective shells like those of the more formidable, and as bullets pierced their chests, they disintegrated into nothingness. He was startled by his own sympathy for these wretched beings. In a moment of distraction, one of the wandering corpses evaded Xiaoshan and Qixia, lunging for Tang San's throat. Quick as lightning, Bai Yi fired, striking the creature in the eye, unleashing a thick, viscous liquid that splattered across Tang San's face. The heat of the substance shocked him, and he instinctively wiped it away with his sleeve, when suddenly he heard Husandu's voice. Do not move. His arm froze mid-motion. Paralyzed by the command, Husandu pulled him to safety and produced a water flask, rinsing Tang San's face. This stuff cannot get into your eyes, or you'll lose your sight. Tang San breathed a sigh of relief, grateful for Husandu's timely warning. He gasped upon seeing the scene before him. The ground slick with the viscous fluid, while remnants of the undead still fought on. Only 6 or 7 remaining. We're out of talismans, Xiaoshan exclaimed in alarm. His hands now empty. Despite their lowly prowess, the corpses sensed the opportunity, and one charged at Xiaoshan. He retaliated with a swift kick to its chest, sending it staggering back. Bai Yi seized the moment, throwing a dagger that struck true to the creature's heart. The sound of a heart bursting echoed as the corpse vanished before Xiaoshan. The remaining undead let out a mournful wail, surging forward as if in collective resignation to their demise. Perhaps transforming into smoke was their ultimate liberation. Bai Yi and Lazy granted them this release, each bullet finding its mark in the chests of the wandering corpses, delivering them from their torment. Chapter 522. Bullets with the last of the corpses dispatched. The 7 were utterly spent. Xiaoning leaned against the wall, clutching the black donkey's hoof tightly. The relentless assault of the wandering corpses had drained their strength. Lacking offensive capabilities, Xiaoning relied solely on the hoof for defense, her anxiety rapidly depleting her energy. Tang San still felt the heat on his face, relieved to find no visible injuries. And he touched his cheeks, grateful that his sight remained intact. As they gathered, panting from exertion, Bai Yi suddenly froze. This is a protracted battle. It seems we must expend our stamina before higher-level zombies emerge. We may not be able to endure this. He was exhibiting the ambition of a zombie while undermining his own comrades' morale. Lazy spat on the ground, declaring, "Damn it, I'm not afraid. If they have the guts, let them come at me. These zombies are cunning. They've learned to play tricks. I still intend to carry away my treasures and enjoy life. And I refuse to perish here or become one of them." The mention of becoming a zombie sent shivers through the crowd. Tang San spoke up. "What if one of us turns into a zombie?" Lazy responded loudly, "If I become one, don't hesitate. Just put me down. I won't accept being neither human nor ghost, nor being unable to see the sun. Understand?" Silence enveloped them. Even Tang San, who had posed the question, fell silent. Noticing the lack of response, Lazy felt an overwhelming frustration and scratched his head, suddenly asking Tang San, "Are you hungry?" "Yes." Tang San replied honestly, having been easily fatigued and, after the recent fierce battle, his stomach was already growling. He pulled out some rations from his pack, urging, "Eat quickly, consume as much as you can. Learn from this. It is essential." Bai Yi decided to let everyone replenish their energy. They had been bustling all day and had not slept at night, thus growing utterly exhausted. The first wave had been the wandering corpses, but the subsequent ones would be far more formidable. Bai Yi instructed everyone to finish their food and quickly close their eyes for a brief rest, taking turns to listen for any signs of danger in order to regain their strength. This moment of respite proved invaluable, as the second wave of zombies soon charged towards them. This time, they needed to be even more vigilant. Their talismans had diminished, and their strength waned somewhat. The approaching zombies were purple, white, and green, all emanating a noxious aura that warned against lingering too close, for the consequences of inhaling that miasma were unimaginable. After briefing everyone, Tang San felt a headache creeping in. Was it time to deploy the golden light incantation already? Xiaoshan took the opportunity to count the zombies, noting a total of 12, significantly fewer than before, yet these were far more formidable due to their foul aura. Suddenly, Husandu sprang into action, pouring powder from his pouch onto the ground, creating a line that served as a barrier between them and the zombies. With his voice trembling from anxiety, Husandu stuttered, "This might hold them off for a while, preventing the zombies from approaching immediately." Indeed, as the zombies neared the line, they recoiled as if burned by fire, halting on the other side to gaze at them with curiosity. "What should we do?" Xiao Ning's voice quivered with desperation. The previous wandering corpses had already been repugnant, and these emanating foulness were far worse. She tugged at Tang San's arm, shaking him. "Lazy, conserve your bullets. Take them out one by one while they haven't crossed over." Compared to Xiao Ning, Bai Yi and Lazy remained far more composed. Bai Yi tore a strip from his clothing and wrapped it around his right arm, which had grown nearly numb, seeking to awaken it. Lazy spat on the ground and exclaimed, "All right, I have longed to challenge you and see whose marksmanship is superior. Let us begin." The two men were indeed engrossed in their competition when suddenly, Husando shouted, "Not good. You both must hurry, look." It turned out that these zombies possessed intelligence. Compared to the previously encountered wandering corpses, they were far more cunning. They began to leap around the nearby ravine, causing the powder to scatter. If this continued, the protective barrier of the ravine would be compromised. Bai Yi and Lazy quickly sprang into action. Bai Yi fired a shot that pierced the heart of the foremost zombie, and Tang San distinctly heard the bullet penetrate through solid flesh, marking one less foe. Unwilling to lag behind, Lazy immediately fired 3 shots in rapid succession, all of which found their mark. He couldn't suppress a sense of pride and turned to Bai Yi with a gesture, asking, "What do you think?" Bai Yi merely chuckled coldly. "There are still 8 left." He then discharged 4 more shots, eliminating 4 additional zombies. As Bai Yi surpassed him in numbers, Lazy grew anxious. He fired once more, but the bullet merely grazed the shoulder of a zombie, missing its target. At that moment, Bai Yi fired again, striking true to the heart. "Thank me," he quipped. Frustrated, Lazy spat on the ground again and called out, "At least leave one for me." Unfortunately for him, his excessive chatter allowed Bai Yi to dispatch 2 more zombies, leaving only 1 remaining. Lazy dared not utter another word. He fired and successfully eliminated the last one. However, in the contest of skill against Bai Yi, he had undoubtedly lost. Opening his chamber, he noted the dwindling number of bullets and hurriedly reloaded. Looking at Bai Yi, he conceded, "I admit defeat. In comparison to you, I lack a certain composure." Bai Yi smiled and replied, "With age, you will come to understand the essence of composure. Moreover, it is not the quantity of words that matters, but their precision. This is a lesson you must grasp." "Thanks to your powder, what exactly is that?" Qi Xia inquired, noting a familiar scent. "Bloodvine." Husando's response left Qi Xia astounded, and Tang San immediately asked, "This substance is exceedingly rare. It was rumored to have become extinct. Where did you procure it?" "I discovered it while excavating previously," Husando explained. "This is all I have." "Do you recognize Bloodvine?" "Not only do we recognize it, but we have also encountered it before. However, like you, we exhausted our supply long ago." Tang San replied. "What shall we do now?" Husando shook his head, gesturing towards the sky. "We shall leave it to fate. With the zombies dealt with." Bai Yi surmised that next would be the hairy zombies. He exhaled deeply and turned to Tang San, saying, "Tang San, it's your turn now." The hairy zombie, with its steely sinews, was impervious to bullets and thrown knives. Only Tang San's golden light spell could subdue it. Tang San nodded. "All right. Leave it to me." After the hairy zombies were vanquished, the flying zombies would likely appear. Bai Yi mused in anticipation. What might the carapace of the flying zombies look like? His hand, which had been gripping the gun, throbbed with pain, prompting him to switch the weapon to his left hand. His right hand bore a split at the webbing, a consequence of the hasty firing. The recoil had taken its toll. Looking at Lazy, he noted that he was not faring much better, as he anxiously checked his firearm. Meanwhile, the revolver on Tang San's person remained untouched, its chamber still filled with bullets. Xiao Ning and Xiao Shan, lacking proficiency in marksmanship, could only wield black donkey hooves as their makeshift weapons. As they contemplated the impending threat of the zombie, a heavy pall of dread enveloped them. Suddenly, a piercing cry pierced the air, a human voice. Tang San, upon hearing it, was momentarily taken aback. How peculiar! Who else could possibly be here? Chapter 523. An unintentional intruder. The cry was heart-wrenching, soon followed by a flurry of hurried footsteps approaching their direction. Tang San alerted the others. "They're coming." The footsteps drew nearer, and Lazy raised his gun, only to hear a voice call out, "Don't shoot. I'm a human, not a zombie." As the figure advanced, he stumbled and fell to the ground, raising his head in a disheveled state, his hair coated in dust, while a viscous substance clung to his body, rendering him even more pathetic. He appeared to be a man of about 40, short in stature, dressed akin to a villager, yet speaking in standard Mandarin devoid of any local dialect. Damn it, where did this person come from? Lazy pondered with growing confusion. The villager struggled to crawl closer, his clothes in tatters, pleading, "Help me. A zombie is chasing me. Where did you spring from? This is utter chaos." Lazy expressed his discontent, and the others shared his skepticism, hesitant to assist the man. The unfortunate villager managed to drag himself to the wall, wearing a distressed expression as he explained. I hail from the village ahead. I've been working outside for several years and just returned. Get to the point. Lazy commanded, brandishing his gun, which frightened the man into recoiling. Please, spare my life. I merely wanted to sneak in and take something. What could possibly be inside worth stealing? And how did you know there was something to take? Lazy waved his gun in front of the man's face, compelling him to evade. I fell in. The villager seemed genuinely terrified, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, his speech trembling and unclear. I heard people say there's an ancient tomb within this hill, and I thought to sneak in and sell something to pay off my gambling debts. If I don't, I might lose my life. His explanation bore a semblance of reason, yet the notion of falling in raised questions. How did you fall in? And where is the zombie that was pursuing you? Just then, as Lazy turned with his gun, a shadow lunged at him, knocking him aside. It was Tang San, who, clutching a box of powder, collided with Lazy and sent the powder scattering into the eyes of the flying zombie. The zombie, momentarily stunned, retreated, its hands instinctively reaching for its eyes. Seizing the opportunity, Tang San joined his fingers together and recited a chant. Heaven and earth, the great purity, the root of all energies. Cultivated through countless eons, may I attain divine powers. Within and outside the three realms, only the Tao is supreme. My body radiates golden light, enveloping me, invisible to the sight, unheard by the ears, encompassing heaven and earth, nurturing all beings. Reciting countless times, my body shines with light. The three realms serve, and the five emperors welcome. All deities pay homage, commanding the thunder. Ghosts and demons tremble, spirits lose form. Within lies thunder, the god of thunder in disguise. Wisdom flows freely, the five energies surge. Golden light manifests swiftly, shielding the true practitioner. Urgently, as commanded, a beam of golden light shot from Tang Sancheng's hand, cleaving through the air towards the flying corpse. It was evident that the creature was struck with terror, turning to flee, but it was too late. The golden light pierced through, dividing it in twain before it could utter a sound, reducing it to nothingness. How splendid! Xiaoshan couldn't help but cheer for Tang Sancheng. Marvelous, Brother Sancheng. Tang Sancheng, with a wry smile, replied, What is so marvelous about it? Was that the very zombie that was pursuing you? Yes, but it seemed different, the villager remarked. The one that flew earlier was larger and bore a closer resemblance to an ordinary person, unlike this ugly one. Flying? The group exchanged glances, contemplating the possibility of a flying corpse. Bai Yi asked solemnly, Where did you fall from? Not far from here. The villager suddenly realized, You don't believe me, do you? I'll take you there. The hole should still be there. Please don't leave me behind. I'm frightened. Tang Sancheng scrutinized the man's back intently, causing even Xiao Ning to feel a shiver. She leaned in to whisper in Tang Sancheng's ear, Have you discerned something? No, nothing, he responded. I am merely pondering how he could fall without sustaining any injuries. This was directed at Bai Yi, who secretly acknowledged the young man's growing cleverness. Indeed, while the man appeared grimy and disheveled, from this height, it seemed implausible that he could have fallen and still run so swiftly, especially outrunning a flying corpse. Bai Yi loaded his gun, aiming it at the villager. Where do you intend to lead us? The villager swallowed hard, attempting to maintain his facade. Led? What are you talking about? I don't understand. If you don't believe me, come with me, and you'll see. See what? Tang Sancheng countered. Do you not realize? Being human is no simple endeavor. Since you have already perished, why masquerade as a human for fleeting pleasure? At this, Xiaoshan was bewildered. Brother Sancheng, what do you mean? The villager turned to face Tang Sancheng, a faint, sinister smile gracing his lips. You are quite intriguing. In an instant, the man seemed transformed, exuding an oppressive aura. Tang Sancheng took a step back as the man's gaze fixated on the gun in Bai Yi's hand, his eyes widening in horror as the gun barrel inexplicably bent downward. Bai Yi's face paled as he looked at Tang Sancheng. Tang Sancheng, flying corpse. Tang Sancheng proclaimed, You are the flying corpse. The flying corpse possessed formidable sorcery, distinct from the Taoist arts, more elusive and diabolical. The villager's eyes gleamed. You are mistaken. I am not a flying corpse. I am the king of zombies. A surge of air rippled through the atmosphere, causing all to feel as though an invisible hand was propelling them backward, colliding against the wall. Tang Sancheng was no exception. He slammed into the stone wall with such force that he felt as if his bones might shatter. As he glanced around, a colossal shadow loomed over him. He lifted his gaze to behold a pair of obsidian eyes, seemingly imbued with the power to draw everything into their depths. The once unremarkable villager had transformed significantly. He now appeared tall and imposing, adorned in dark garments, with long, flowing black hair cascading down to his shoulders. His features were strikingly rugged, and those captivating eyes fixated on Tang San, who felt an unsettling chill at the intensity of the stare. "You are quite intriguing," the flying corpse suddenly chuckled. Tang San was taken aback, unsure that a zombie could express amusement so effortlessly. Where was the zombie? He felt an urge to resist, yet his body remained immobile. Turning to observe the others, he noticed their eyes tightly shut, completely devoid of awareness. Why was he the only one? His lips parted, and he managed to utter, "We seek but one thing. This does not concern me." The flying corpse pivoted, revealing two pronounced protrusions on its back that tore through its clothing, dark as night. The creature's gaze shifted to Xiao Ning, its expression one of surprise. Tang San found this exchange perplexing. They seemed unfamiliar with one another. He recalled his master's teachings. Zombies exist beyond the 6 realms, a uniquely exceptional existence. Compared to their reanimated counterparts, they possessed greater intelligence, and those of higher rank wielded formidable powers. This flying corpse proclaimed itself as the king of zombies, undoubtedly of significant lineage. Tang San observed that the others appeared to have succumbed to slumber, while he alone remained conscious, aware that it was due to his own magical prowess. The flying corpse was particularly fixated on Xiao Ning. As it turned to her, the protrusions on its back stood out prominently, resembling wings, yet unspread. To Tang San's astonishment, beneath those wings, glimmers of golden armor emerged. This could only be the golden armor. With such a monumental discovery, he lamented that he could not share it with Bai Yi and the others, who lay sprawled on the ground in various positions. He realized that the flying corpse had employed a spell to deceive their senses, masking its true nature as an ordinary villager, a ruse that had even ensnared him. The notion of a zombie king raced through his mind. He recalled the ancient text stating that only those with a millennium of cultivation could ascend to such a status. These beings were indistinguishable from ordinary humans, able to roam freely in sunlight, blending seamlessly among the populace, their true nature concealed from the average eye. Tang San watched as the flying corpse approached Xiao Ning, who lay unconscious, her eyes firmly shut, her lashes appearing even more delicate, adding an ethereal beauty to her countenance. The creature's hand brushed against her face, an action that ignited Tang San's ire. "Do not touch her," he shouted, causing the flying corpse to pause, its hand hovering just a centimeter from Xiao Ning's face. It turned to him, wearing a smile tinged with melancholy, gazing longingly at Xiao Ning. "She bears a striking resemblance," it mused. "Resemble whom?" Tang San inquired. The flying zombie paid no heed to him, fixating intently on Xiao Ning's face, its eyes gleaming with a crimson light. Tang San was struck with fear. "Do not touch her. I understand that those bitten by you become zombies. If you must bite, then let it be me." His words resonated with conviction, and to his astonishment, the flying zombie chuckled, turning to him. "You and she possess a certain charm. Come with me. It is becoming increasingly rare to find someone as intriguing as I. That old fellow has ceased to seek me out, engrossed instead with Dijun. Just wait and see how I will deal with him. However, now that you are here." Tang San was bewildered. This creature seemed to know Dijun, and disdain colored its features when speaking of him. Who else could be so close to Dijun, capable of entering the ancient Kunlun, if not the wild men? Did this flying zombie have an acquaintance with him? Tang San felt a surge of excitement mingled with apprehension, worried that this creature might whimsically decide to bite both him and Xiao Ning. "What are you planning?" Tang San addressed the others. "I know I am no match for you. I leave it to your discretion. We have slain so many zombies, all of whom were your subordinates." "Nonsense." The flying zombie appeared genuinely irate. "They should have perished long ago, living as a torment for them. How could it be that those wandering corpses and purple zombies were not its minions?" Their deaths elicited no response from it, which seemed to remain unfazed, exuding an air of nonchalance. Tang San felt an indescribable sensation rising within him. The energy coursing through his body was stagnated, and invoking a spell was utterly beyond his capability. Before this shaggy zombie, he felt utterly defenseless. Looking at the others, he noticed their eyes tightly shut, utterly immobilized. Tang San was in a state of desperation when suddenly he recalled the two characters beneath the corpse. a thought igniting within him as he discreetly traced symbols on the ground. The flying zombie scooped up Xiao Ning and gestured towards Tang San with a finger. Against his will, he found himself rising and following closely behind. From his vantage point, the golden plates beneath its wings became increasingly pronounced. The golden armor was right before him, yet he could do nothing but feel anxious within. The flying zombie led Tang San onward, and as they approached the end, a large hole indeed loomed above, leading directly below. If his conjecture was correct, it aligned perfectly with the hill above. But how was he to ascend? Tang San was in a state of distress when suddenly, with a resounding thud, a pair of expansive black wings unfurled, shimmering with golden light beneath. He was captivated by the sight of those wings as they swept towards him. Unable to evade, he allowed himself to be lifted by them, ascending from the underground chamber into the air. The rush of wind was deafening, forcing its way into his ears, creating an uncomfortable sensation. While his mouth filled with the gust, all he could hope for was that Bai Yi and the others would discover the message he had left behind. At last, the discomfort abated, and he came to a halt, rolling off the wings. The flying corpse folded its wings upon its back, and curiously, when they were retracted, they became nearly invisible unless scrutinized closely. As a discerning individual, Tang San noted that the killing intent of this creature was not particularly strong. In fact, it seemed to exhibit an unusual interest in him and Xiao Ning. This being's demeanor was far from that of a malicious zombie. What could its origins be? The surroundings were illuminated, not by torches, but by two luminous pearls overhead, casting a daylight-like glow. On a stone bed lay a fur covering. Particularly striking was the fox fur, pure white and eye-catching. In the center, a stone hearth bubbled with a pot of wine, its aroma wafting enticingly. Tang San couldn't help but exclaim, "How fragrant!" The flying corpse gently placed Xiao Ning on the stone bed, draping the fox fur over her. This considerate act made Tang San's heart race, and a thought surfaced. Could this creature have taken a liking to Xiao Ning? Startled by his own apprehension, he stammered, "What have you brought Xiao Ning here for? What do you intend to do?" His anxious demeanor only elicited laughter from the flying corpse. Tang San rushed to Xiao Ning's side, shaking her incessantly. "Xiao Ning, wake up. Please wake up." She blinked and opened her eyes, momentarily bewildered. "Tang San, where are we?" Upon hearing her voice, the flying corpse was equally astonished, for it was identical to the one he had encountered before. What a remarkable coincidence. Noticing the creature's gaze, Xiao Ning was startled. "Tang San, hurry and use the golden light spell." Tang San offered a bitter smile. "If I were a match for it, would we have been captured here in the first place? What on earth is this being?" Xiao Ning, feeling a sense of urgency, pinched Tang San. The figure before them was tall and imposing, yet exuded an aura of malevolence that chilled her spirit. The memory of her last moments of consciousness intensified her anxiety, almost bringing her to tears. She feared not death itself, but the thought of being consumed by insects afterwards. She feared ghosts, feared the undead, and feared monsters. The entity before her was nothing short of a monster. Realizing her words might not be entirely accurate, the flying corpse stroked its chin, noting the resemblance between this girl and the one named Wu. Both were forthright, sharing striking similarities in appearance and voice. Could it be that the concept of reincarnation held some truth? Was this young girl indeed Wu in a new life? Xiao Ning leaped down and, gazing up at the three luminous pearls overhead, momentarily lost track of the current situation. She exclaimed, "Tang San Chung, look at these beautiful luminous pearls. Oh my, I am witnessing them with my own eyes." Chapter 525, Jiangchun. Observing Tang San Chung winking at her, Xiao Ning finally regained her composure. Realizing that this was not the time to admire the luminous pearls. "You brought us here. What are your intentions? You resemble Wu, and you possess the ability to wield Taoist magic with ease, even employing the golden light divine spell." "Quite intriguing," the flying corpse remarked. "You know Emperor Jun. Who exactly are you?" Tang San Chung found this flying corpse to be utterly enigmatic, embodying a blend of good and evil. What was its connection to the recent wandering corpses and the hairy corpses? At that moment, a thought struck Tang San Chung. Based on the clues they had gathered, these corpses were deliberately created for the purpose of exacting revenge on the southern people. If the corpses had already been cultivated, why had they not caused greater chaos? Logically, the hairy and purple corpses were aggressive, and once unleashed, they would surely turn the vicinity into a realm of the undead, leading humanity towards a hellish fate. Yet, these corpses seldom ventured out. Although there were numerous corpses locally, they were all buried, preserved in the corpse-rearing grounds, and thus remained intact, lacking the ability to create significant disturbances. The earthworkers could easily manage them, and truly lethal corpses were, in fact, quite scarce. The organization of the Golden Eagle Order had painstakingly orchestrated this trap. Was it not all for naught? He was perplexed, especially about the ceremonial bone walls. What was their origin? Enough with the you. I am called Jiang Chun. As soon as the hairy corpse finished speaking, Tang San's heart skipped a beat. How could this be? I have encountered Emperor Jun, which I believe to be the most astonishing experience of my life. Yet here is Jiang Chun, who I initially thought was merely a pawn in the revenge plot, but he is entirely different. Who is Jiang Chun? In terms of rarity, he surpasses even Emperor Jun. The latter's survival was due to sheer luck. His entire clan perished, leaving him alone, forever confined to the ancient Kunlun. Jiang Chun, however, is somewhat different. He exists as a primordial figure. All corpses are his subjects, belonging to the Pangu lineage. And Tang San was utterly unaware of the connection between Jiang Chun and Emperor Jun, realizing the weight of Jiang Chen's stature. Tang San understood that his own strength was insufficient to seize the golden armor from him by brute force. Yet, there was a connection between them, one tied to Emperor Jun, another to the wild man, and, of course, Xiao Ning, whom Jiang Chun had consistently compared to someone named Wu. Who was Wu? Tang San's palms grew slightly sweaty as he began to grasp the gravity of the situation. Suddenly, he turned away, lifted his garment, and revealed his tiger talisman mark. Acting on instinct, he believed that if Jiang Chun truly knew the wild man, he would certainly possess knowledge that Tang San lacked. Upon seeing the tiger talisman, a look of surprise crossed Jiang Chen's face. He opened his mouth to speak, but then quickly closed it, shaking his head. You should conceal that physique of yours. It's quite cold. Xiao Ning had already turned away, covering her eyes, utterly perplexed by Tang San's inexplicable behavior. Was he truly waiting here to be slaughtered? She glanced back at Jiang Chun, observing that he bore no ill intentions toward them, which alleviated her anxiety somewhat. She immediately tugged at Tang San, inquiring, who exactly is he? Is he akin to Emperor Jun, a member of the Pangu clan, the true king of zombies? Not just an ordinary ghoul, Tang San whispered. Moreover, he is not just acquainted with my father. He seems to have connections with the wild men as well. And there is a certain link with Emperor Jun. I sense no malice from him. Let us learn more. Jiang Chen's ears perked up, having overheard Tang San's every word. I never imagined you had encountered Emperor Jun. What a curious tale. Pray, enlighten me. How has that old fellow fared? Tang San furrowed his brow, replying, aside from being unable to leave the ancient Kunlun, everything else remains as usual. Ah, how typical, Jiang Chun remarked. It seems he has yet to discover a way out of ancient Kunlun, trapped for so many years. He is not faring much better than I am. Which brings me some comfort. This statement sounded rather peculiar to Xiao Ning, who incredulously retorted, you are truly odd, rather than feeling sympathy for others' misfortunes. You seem pleased by their plight. Is this not sheer schadenfreude? Upon her words, Jiang Chen's expression softened considerably, eliciting a shiver of discomfort in Tang San. This sentiment felt exceedingly strange. Could it be that Jiang Chun harbored feelings for Xiao Ning? This could not possibly come to fruition. Even if he were unable to defeat him, he should not concede so easily. Tang San nudged Xiao Ning, urging her, speak less. Jiang Chun inquired, what brings you here? How did you find yourself in this place without reason? Without hesitation, Tang San divulged their purpose and the necessity of Husando, prompting Jiang Chun to frown repeatedly. Once again, it is his doing. That rascal only brings me trouble. The rascal he referred to was undoubtedly the wild man. As a member of the Pangu clan, Jiang Chun, being older, found it somewhat reasonable to call him a youngster, despite it sounding odd. Tang San scratched his head. Could you spare us 2 pieces? Jiang Chun swiftly removed the wine from the hearth, unperturbed by the heat, and downed several gulps before fixing his gaze intently on Tang San. Did the one who summoned you here to seek the golden armor not enlighten you about what it is? And no, Tang San responded cautiously, gesturing behind Jiang Chun. However, I have already seen it. How many pieces did you see? Jiang Chun inquired. 3 on the left, 3 on the right. In total, there are 6 pieces. Tang San replied, all concealed beneath the wings. Your eyesight is commendable, yet you surely do not comprehend what these armor pieces signify for me, Jiang Chun remarked. The next time I encounter that rascal, I shall make him regret it. Alas, were there not so few in this world who understand us, I might have spared him. Otherwise, I would have dealt with him ruthlessly. After uttering this, Jiang Qin finished the remaining wine in one gulp and tossed the flask into the hearth, where it erupted into a flurry of ash. Xiao Ning queried, "Are you saying you cannot exist without the golden armor? Each piece of the golden armor represents my cultivation. For every piece I remove, it takes me 100 years to restore." Jiang Qin remarked, "This old fellow had previously asked me for 2 pieces, and now he seeks another 2. Does he wish for my demise?" The most significant aspect is that Jiang Qin did not appear genuinely angered. It was evident that he shared a profound camaraderie with the mountain hermit. No wonder the hermit had been guiding everyone to seek the golden armor from the outset. He knew precisely what it was. "So, will you give it or not?" Xiao Ning inquired impatiently. Tang San promptly tugged at Xiao Ning, but Jiang Qin's demeanor was one of delight. "Ah, she resembles Wu, both in appearance and temperament." If Di Jun were to see this, he would likely be utterly entranced. "Not at all," Xiao Ning retorted. "When he saw me, although surprised, he did not express anything." "You've met?" Jiang Qin's expression shifted dramatically, his eyes turning crimson, ferocity evident upon his face, frightening Xiao Ning to seek refuge behind Tang San. Chapter 526. Victory and Defeat. With his eyes now a deep red and fangs bared, Jiang Qin's visage morphed into a fearsome shade of blue-purple. Tang San understood that he was no match for Jiang Qin and feared the latter's potential fury might harm them. He clasped his hands at his chest, resolved that even if he could not contend with the golden light divine spell, he would fight nonetheless. Fortunately, Jiang Qin abruptly descended into madness, only to regain his composure moments later. His eyes gradually returned to their previous state, and his countenance calmed. Upon hearing that Di Jun had encountered Xiao Ning, he was instantly consumed by rage, suggesting that their enmity was far from trivial. Xiao Ning was terrified, clinging tightly to Tang San's garment, while he gasped for breath. It was only when Jiang Qin fully regained his composure that their hearts found respite. Suddenly, Jiang Qin seized Tang San by the collar. When he saw her, did he say anything? Aside from a peculiar glance, he spoke not a word. "We did not linger long inside," replied Tang San. "You mentioned Xiao Ning resembles Wu. Is Wu the celestial maiden depicted on the wall? Xiao Ning, do you recall?" At that moment, someone knelt in reverence, and the woman, treading upon mythical beasts, bore an uncanny resemblance to you, did she not? Jiang Qin released his grip, abruptly turning away in silence. The once imposing Jiang Qin now appeared pitiable. Xiao Ning glanced at Tang San, realizing that his words had struck true. Wu was indeed the celestial maiden on the wall, and she bore an astonishing likeness to her. One, Di Jun, the other, Jiang Qin. Both are deeply affected by the presence of the woman named Wu, leaving one to ponder the story behind their sentiments. Xiao Ning pressed a hand to her heart and slowly approached Jiang Qin. "Excuse me, brother Jiang Qin," she ventured. Upon hearing her voice, Jiang Qin turned abruptly, his eyes glistening with unshed tears, startling Xiao Ning. He remarked, "So, this is how she refers to me." The more valiant the hero, the more tender their heart. Evidently, the enmity between Jiang Qin and Di Jun has endured for far too long. Summoning her courage, Xiao Ning continued, "You all claim I resemble her. I have seen the celestial maiden on the wall. Indeed, she bears a striking resemblance to me, radiating an extraordinary valor that I cannot hope to match." When Di Jun laid eyes upon me, though astonished, he must have recognized the truth, thus maintaining a semblance of calm. "Wu is Wu, and I am merely Xiao Ning. We are fundamentally different beings. If my existence evokes painful memories for you, I apologize. In that sense, he has bested me once." Jiang Qin replied, "No wonder Wu chose him. I believe I am beginning to understand." "Who, then, is this Wu? Is she of the same lineage as Di Jun?" Tang San, gathering his courage, inquired. Though this was not his foremost question, he merely wished to proceed in order. "Do you know the 4 great beasts of antiquity?" Jiang Qin responded enigmatically. "Of course, and I had the misfortune of witnessing Qiongqi last time." Tang San recounted, "Fearsome indeed. And we barely escaped with our lives." "Indeed, yet Wu managed to slay one of these formidable beasts. It is astonishing, considering she is but a woman." Jiang Qin explained, "Di Jun and I were once sworn brothers. Yet we beheld Wu vanquishing the beast at the same moment, resulting in Di Jun's desires fulfilled while I ventured to distant lands. Our brotherhood shattered. Quite simple, isn't it? So that is how it is. Tang San reflected. Yet it is unfortunate that Di Jun alone remains, while Wu surely perished in that cataclysm. I feel sympathy for both of you. There are no clear winners or losers. If Di Jun and Wu had perished together, your jealousy would seem justified. But now, Di Jun too is pitiable, living alone in ancient Kunlun, clinging to memories of the past. Is that not more painful than death? Xiao Ning felt a profound resonance with these words. Were I in his position, I would rather embrace death than endure such torment. As Tang San considered Xiao Ning's earnestness, he too was overcome with sorrow, only to hear her remark, ultimately, neither of you gained Wu, yet both cherished a beautiful memory of affection. Who truly won or lost? You are quite eloquent for a young girl. Jiang Qin's spirits lifted unexpectedly. What did you say your name was? Xiao Ning, she replied, relieved. Xiao, as in the instrument, and Ning, meaning tranquility. Indeed, you speak the truth. He did not win, nor did I lose, Jiang Qin rejoiced. No, he is far more pitiable. At least I can roam freely. Whereas he is confined to ancient Kunlun. Ah, the man of the mountains, Tang San interjected. Young man, I am a person of great loyalty. I once offered him 2 pieces of golden armor, a testament to my profound sense of brotherhood. Jiang Qin remarked. He brought you here to illuminate your path. Having reached this juncture, it is evident he holds a particular affection for you. However, regarding the golden armor, allow me to ponder further. Xiao Ning inquired. Were those zombies not sent by you to confront us? Jiang Qin frowned. Certainly not. We, the Panga clan, are born as true zombies, those like them. Cultivated as evil corpses are not of my kind. Then why did you disguise yourself as a villager to deceive us? Xiao Ning was utterly perplexed. What was the purpose of that? This young man possesses the golden light divine spell. I was merely curious about his identity, Jiang Qin explained. I did not anticipate there would indeed be a connection. What is the true nature of those zombies? Tang San queried. Elder Jiang Qin, they lack their calf bones. And why have they constructed a wall of bones? Moreover, despite the passage of years, they have not been allowed to perish here. They are merely bound. What is the explanation for this? The one who first discovered this place was a hermit, skilled in sorcery beyond your comprehension. Upon realizing that someone was deliberately cultivating malevolent zombies here, he set up formations to control this area. Yet, he knew that this method could only restrain them temporarily. Over time, it would prove futile. Ordinary zombies become dormant upon their death in a nurturing ground, but to form a higher-grade zombie, certain conditions must be met concerning their birth and death, born on a red sand day and perished on a black sand day. This batch of primordial beings is quite intriguing. They possess some dark arts. It appears that in their culture, they believe the calf is the focal point of one's strength, and the bones of the deceased calves are the essence of that power. Thus, constructing the bone wall is intended to enhance the area's energy, accelerating the cultivation of zombies. Ah, so it is indeed a form of ritual, Tang San mused. It makes sense now why the hermit took measures. No wonder these cultivated zombies have not had the opportunity to wreak havoc. The assassins of the Golden Eagle Order not only possess formidable skills, but are also well-versed in these dark arts, a truly vexing situation. It seems that in the future, Lazy must exercise exceptional caution. Being discovered by the assassins of the Golden Throne Order would spell trouble. Why do you remain here? Xiao Ning, now unafraid of Jiang Qin, observed him as a tall and valiant man, quite handsome, his demeanor notably different from earlier. It is precisely due to the hermit's machinations. Jiang Qin replied curtly. That fellow constantly toys with others as if they were mere pawns. Chapter 527. Collecting the Yuan spirit. Tang San could deeply relate. Time and again, he found himself ensnared in the hermit's schemes, always advancing in the direction dictated by him, toying with him at will. Jiang Qin continued. He claims I am the zombie king, the only one capable of managing these zombies. With a few words, he brought me here. However, I suppose it serves as a pastime. These zombies yearn to escape every few days, and I am determined to prevent their exodus. Then why not simply eradicate them? Xiao Ning pondered aloud, only to swiftly realize. I understand now. You say it's to pass the time, but if they were all gone, you would have no entertainment left. Astute, Jiang Qin replied, suddenly striking his thigh with force. Now, thanks to you, they are destroyed, and it appears this misfortune is yet again due to him. Tang San was drenched in sweat, utterly astonished that the formidable king of zombies could behave like a mere child. Jiang Qin remarked, it seems I shall have no more amusement. However, I could seek out Di Jun. After an endless exchange, the conversation circled back. Jiang Chun, gazing at Tang San and Xiao Ning, abruptly pointed to the luminous pearls atop his head, proposing, "Let us strike a bargain. Given our shared history, you may take 2 of the 3 luminous pearls, but do not harbor thoughts of the golden armor." This proposition was an immense temptation for Xiao Ning, for her greatest desire in life was to possess these luminous pearls. She swallowed hard, and Tang San understood that she was indeed tempted. The pearls rested just above them, and relinquishing the golden armor would grant them 2 luminous pearls. "The luminous pearls are truly wonderful," Xiao Ning spoke. "My lifelong wish has been to illuminate my surroundings with one at night, even after death. If I were to keep one in my mouth, no insects would dare to approach, and I would not decay. However, I trust that one day, Tang San will gift me one. For now, I shall forego it." Such eloquence nearly brought tears to Tang San's eyes. It was astonishing that Xiao Ning would so readily forsake the opportunity to acquire the pearls. She then sat beside Jiang Chun, saying, "Brother Jiang, you claim that the mountain dweller is your friend, a rare individual with whom you can converse. Tang San could very well be the son of that mountain dweller, making him your nephew. It would not be unreasonable for a nephew to request a small gift for their first meeting, would it?" "Wait a moment," Jiang Chun suddenly chuckled. "You address me as brother, yet he must call me uncle? First, you have created confusion. Considering your ages, you are quite similar. So you should rightfully refer to me as uncle. Yet you have just called me brother Jiang. Your request for a meeting gift is rather excessive. I find it hard to comply." Tang San, feeling awkward, asked, "Senior Jiang, what must I do to receive 2 pieces of golden armor? If you can remove them, they are yours to take." "It depends on your abilities," Jiang Chun replied with a sudden smile. "After all, you are his son. I am eager to see if your capabilities measure up to even 1% of his." The mention of 1% left Tang San feeling defeated. Perhaps 10% would have been acceptable, but 1% implied he fell far short of his father's prowess. Suddenly, Tang San's spirit surged. "It is a deal." A glimmer of interest sparkled in Jiang Chen's eyes. The child's demeanor was unlike that of his father. Had his father been present, he would surely have resorted to cunning tactics. Yet this boy was refreshingly straightforward in agreeing to his request. Was this forthrightness inherited from his mother? With a rustle, he unfurled his wings, revealing 6 pieces of golden armor tightly affixed to his back, glimmering resplendently. Jiang Chun instructed, "One on the left, one on the right. Do you understand?" "I comprehend," Tang San replied. Tang San reached out directly to take the golden armor, but it remained immovable. Simultaneously, a surge of electric current pushed his hand away, causing him to retract it in pain. A fierce determination ignited within him as he bit his left index finger, and upon the emergence of blood, he began to inscribe a talisman with his right hand. Xiao Ning, anxiously observing Tang San's actions, fidgeted with her hands, occasionally glancing up at the 3 luminous pearls above them, her expression a blend of tears and laughter. As Tang San completed the talisman on his hand, he once again extended it toward the golden armor on his left. This time, the sensation of electric shock dissipated, filling him with secret joy. He attempted to exert force, yet the armor remained steadfast. Jiang Chun remarked, "Young man, you possess a remarkable talent for the mystical arts, but it is regrettable that you have not fully harnessed it. Such potential is truly a pity." His words struck Tang San, prompting him to realize that Jiang Chun was also a practitioner of magic. The golden armor was merely protective gear. There should be no reason it could not be removed. It was evident that Jiang Chun was currently engaged in a contest of magic with him. Tang San understood that in order to seize the golden armor, he needed to distract Jiang Chun, rendering him unable to cast his spells, thereby creating an opportunity for himself. The most effective method, he concluded, was to employ the technique of seizing the primordial spirit. This technique could indeed disorient the opponent's mind, and once Jiang Chen's attention was diverted, there would be a chance to act. With this thought in mind, Tang San immediately set to work, biting his finger anew and inscribing a talisman in midair toward the golden armor. He chanted fervently in his heart, 8 trigrams, spiritual and profound, command the heavenly soldiers. The 64 generals deliver clear retribution. Draw the bow, unleash the arrows, ignite the flames of heaven. With my heart's method, mobilize 1,000,000 troops. Draw the bow and shoot arrows, protect and uphold the law. United in spirit, the Qian Yuan thrives. The 3 realms obey the talisman, 8 trigrams. The heavens collect the demons. In the mortal realm, recite the Qian Kuan incantation. In the underworld, transform into a myriad of soldiers. The 64 generals heed the command. I serve under the decree of Fushi and King One. Divine weapons hasten as the law dictates. Jiang Chun initially intended to challenge Tang San playfully and had not exerted his full strength in his spellcasting. However, Tang San's invocation of the primordial spirit momentarily clouded Jiang Chun's mind, abruptly interrupting his concentration. By the time Jiang Chun regained his composure, he heard Xiao Ning cheering behind him. Turning around, he saw that Tang San was already holding 2 pieces of the golden armor. These 2 pieces of armor were as thin as paper, no larger than the size of a thumb, and their golden hue was exceptionally pure. Though they clearly were not made of gold, Tang San did not display joy on his face. Instead, he sighed and said, "Senior Jiang Chun, you intended to gift me the golden armor, yet you were merely toying with me, weren't you? You did not use your full strength. Otherwise, with my capabilities, seizing the primordial spirit would not have distracted you." Xiao Ning was taken aback, and Jiang Chun rose to his feet. "In this vast world, few are my friends, and even fewer can live as long as I have. While Emperor Jun is my adversary, your father is my confidant. Such a rare bond is precious. Since he brought you here, I naturally owe him this favor. I merely wished to see what his son was like and did not expect you to be so much more straightforward than he is. Truly remarkable." "Thank you, Senior Jiang Chun," Tang San replied, "but could you share more about him?" "I cannot." Jiang Chun spoke with unwavering resolve. "I truly envy him for having his own family, unlike us. Eternally solitary, with our kind repelling one another." From his tone, it was evident that he still had relatives, although they did not maintain contact. Xiao Ning suddenly inquired, "Those bitten by zombies also transform into zombies. Have you ever bitten anyone? Once they become zombies, they could accompany you, could they not?" "You are mistaken." Jiang Chun's gaze grew piercing. "Ordinary zombies are often oblivious to their own existence, not knowing whether they were once human or not, nor even if they are still alive. Can such beings truly accompany me? There exists no other Jiang Chun in this world, and that is all there is to it." Chapter 528. A choice between 2, then how many have you bitten? Xiao Ning boldly asked. "None." Jiang Chun suddenly sighed. "There was a moment when I longed to bite, for if I did, she would become my kind, living alongside me. Yet, I could not bring myself to do it. It was Wu, and Xiao Ning's heart ached, not for Wu, but for Jiang Chun. This man, so resolute towards his beloved, ultimately could not be selfish." Jiang Chun gazed at the golden armor in Tang San's hands. "Thanks to you, I must take some time to recuperate. One thing still eludes my understanding." Tang San had further questions. "Previously, you believed those zombies could occupy your time, yet now, why do you merely watch us kill them? What then will you use to pass the time?" Jiang Chun laughed heartily. "The world is vast, filled with wonders. I have lingered here long enough, do you know? From the Ming Dynasty until now, I have grown somewhat weary." "Then you have indeed benefited. While we are amidst a fierce battle," Xiao Ning expressed her dissatisfaction. "Does that mean I shall have no spectacle to enjoy?" Jiang Chun's words ignited an impulse in Tang San and Xiao Ning to bang their heads against the wall. Remembering Bai Yi and the others still below in the tunnels, Tang San shouted, "Oh no, Bai Yi and the others are still down there. We must hurry to join them." "Wait." Jiang Chun's expression suddenly turned grave. "There is still one more hairy zombie, another one." Tang San and Xiao Ning exchanged glances. Their faces falling. "Another hairy zombie?" Tang San stamped his feet in frustration. "Senior Jiang Chun, why did you only remember now? Enough with the nonsense. Let us hurry down." Xiao Ning shouted impatiently. Xiao Ning's loud voice startled Jiang Chun, leaving him no choice but to act swiftly, leading Tang San and Xiao Ning downward. Upon reaching the passage below, Jiang Chun's eyes subtly glimmered red. Indeed, one has slipped through. Tang San's heart raced as he hurried towards Bai Yi and the others. Jiang Chun, trailing behind, remarked, "As soon as we depart, they will awaken. With a certain level of defensive capability, we may be able to withstand them for a while." The 2 in front paid no heed to Jiang Chun's words. With a firm stomp of his foot, Jiang Chun leaped forward, grasping both Tang San and Xiao Ning in one hand, arriving almost instantaneously at Bai Yi's location. The sight before Tang San rendered him speechless. Xiao Shan lay half reclined on the ground, his clothes torn into strips. Qi Xie fared slightly better, crouching and gasping for breath. Lei Zi and Bai Yi held guns in their hands, their resolve wavering as Husan Do was gripped by the hair zombie. Its fangs sunk deep into Husan Do's neck. "Tang San," Bai Yi called out, his expression unchanged upon seeing Tang San descend from the sky. However, upon noticing Jiang Chen behind him, his demeanor shifted slightly. Who is he? No wonder he failed to recognize him, as Jiang Chen reverted to his original form. They had immediately lost consciousness. Jiang Chen glanced at the hair zombie ahead and shook his head. It's futile. We are out of time. What do you mean? Tang San's mind momentarily clouded, but he quickly grasped the dire situation as blood flowed from Husan Do's neck, soaking into his clothing. Tang San's throat grew parched. Feeling the wind from Jiang Chen's body stirring his hair and garments, Jiang Chen extended his hand, and at his beckoning, the hair zombie emitted a wretched cry, its body drawn towards Jiang Chen's palm. The creature attempted to turn, but it was utterly immobilized. Jiang Chen smiled slightly. You have lived long enough. The hair zombie disintegrated in Jiang Chen's grasp, and Tang San heard a faint thud, as light as a whisper. The creature was effortlessly obliterated like a mere toy. Husan Do collapsed to the ground, a gaping wound in his neck from which blood gushed forth. His frail body convulsed, and he could barely utter a sound. Bai Yi approached with his gun, supporting Husan Do's form. Husan Do, how are you holding up? Husan Do continued to convulse as blood seeped through his clothes, staining Bai Yi's hands. Hold on, Bai Yi urged. You promised to recover and reunite with your parents. Tang San approached as well, producing the golden armor. Husan Do, look, I found the golden armor. I found it. You must endure. Unable to restrain himself any longer, Husan Do's fangs erupted from his mouth, his nails elongated, and his eyes turned crimson. In his final moments of clarity, he implored, kill me, quickly. I do not wish to become a monster. Tang San looked to Jiang Chen for help. Elder Jiang Chen, is there any hope for him? Can he be saved? Jiang Chen shook his head. It's too late. The one who bit him was the hair zombie. Now, we have only two options. Two options? How do we choose? Allow him to become a zombie, immortal and unaging, or help him find peace and end his suffering. Jiang Chen remarked. He has only just begun to transform. Soon he will become utterly rigid. This process will be excruciating. Once he is fully petrified, he will merely exist as an ordinary shambling corpse, leading a life devoid of vitality. Husan Do's body hunched forward, his mouth filled with blood as his fangs erupted from his gums, leaving him drenched in crimson. The wound on his neck ceased bleeding, darkening as the blood congealed around the orifice. His hands clutched tightly at Bai Yi. I seek liberation. Bai Yi turned away, and Jiang Chen continued. While he still has a breath left, put an end to his suffering. Otherwise, his agony will only intensify. With a resounding bang, the gunshot echoed, striking Husan Do's heart. The bullet grazed Bai Yi's arm as it entered. The muzzle of Lazy's gun still smoked as Husan Do finally exhaled his last breath, a smile lingering at the corners of his mouth. After firing, Lazy promptly shut his eyes, a tear slipping from the corner, which he quickly wiped away. Brother, I shall accompany you on your journey. Husan Do's head rested against Bai Yi's chest, his withered form now devoid of life. The lanky figure that had inadvertently intruded upon their lives had departed forever. Bai Yi held Husan Do tightly, unprepared for the sudden appearance of the fur-covered zombie after their brief revival. A harrowing struggle had culminated in this outcome. Tang San clenched the golden armor in his palm, knowing Husan Do would never use it again. His heart ached for the unfortunate southern man, who simply yearned for home. Bai Yi lifted his gaze to Jiang Chen, whose expression remained stoic, as if such an ending was only logical. Just moments before, Jiang Chen had acted swiftly, revealing his extraordinary nature. Yet they could hardly reconcile him with the timid, diminutive villager they had encountered earlier. Chapter 529. Return home. Jiang Chen affirmed. No more zombies will emerge here. I am certain of it. The remnants left by the Yuan people have all been vanquished. You may leave now. Tang San inquired. Senior Jiang Chen, what are your plans? Jiang Chen suddenly turned to Xiao Ning. I wish to pay a visit to that old fossil Dijuan. It has been years since we last met, and I find myself missing him. You shall depart as you arrived. He glanced at Tang San. You owe me a favor. Perhaps one day, I shall come to collect. The situation was not as he had expected. Hadn't they agreed that they could take it with them? Tang San wanted to argue, but Jiang Chen did not allow him to speak. He advanced a few steps, leaving behind only a shadow, which quickly vanished from sight. Xiaoshan curiously asked, who is he? Let us discuss it outside, Tang San replied. It is a long story. Lazy gazed at the lifeless Husan Do still cradled in Bai Yi's arms. He had ceased to transform, now resembling an ordinary corpse. As Husan Do exhaled his final breath, His previously protruding fangs suddenly retracted. Lazy pondered aloud. What shall we do with Husandu? Bai Yi began to search Husandu's body and, indeed, discovered a photograph, a black-and-white family portrait that bore the marks of time. The image depicted a younger, more robust version of Husandu, his features strikingly handsome. Bai Yi sighed as he flipped the photograph over. Revealing a home address inscribed on the back, the ink faded enough to suggest it had not been pinned recently. Let us take him home, Bai Yi declared, and proceeded to tend to Husandu's wounds, carefully removing his clothing and cleansing the injuries thoroughly. He rummaged through Husandu's backpack, retrieving a clean outfit to dress him in. Seeing Husandu appear more presentable, Bai Yi felt a sense of relief. However, Husandu's eyes remained wide open, unyielding to closure despite Bai Yi's gentle attempts to close them. Eventually, they conceded to the inevitability of Husandu's eternal slumber and, bearing his lifeless form, made their way toward the exit. The presence of the body dissuaded others from entering the village, leading them instead into a nearby forest. Given that they were over 1,000 kilometers from Husandu's hometown, carrying him was indeed cumbersome. After much deliberation, they resolved to cremate him and return with his ashes to fulfill his unspoken wish to return home. The photograph did not turn to ash along with Husandu's body. It was undoubtedly a cherished possession during his life. Bai Yi placed it alongside Husandu's ashes. The essence of Husandu left an enigmatic impression on them, sensitive and peculiar. Yet he had been reticent with friends. Were it not for his desire to rescue Lazy, he would not have stepped forward, only to be ensnared by the control of Mao Jiang. The thought of this grieved Bai Yi deeply, for in Husandu, he discerned the shadow of Dali, which profoundly moved him. With the ceremonial items retrieved from the underground chamber and Husandu's ashes in hand, they arrived at his hometown. Standing on a nearby hillside that overlooked his village, they dug a small grave and interred Husandu's ashes. Bai Yi spoke softly from this vantage point. You can see your village, Husandu. You are home now. Look down this path, and you shall see your parents. Tang San sighed and cast a handful of earth into the grave, murmuring, "Rest in peace." They lingered beside the little mound for a while before departing. At that moment, Tang San recounted the events involving Jiang Chun. Though those who ventured into the underworld were not well acquainted with Jiang Chun, they possessed some knowledge of the intricate relationships among Jiang Chun, Dijuan, and the Mountain Man. It was apparent that the Mountain Man knew both figures and shared amicable ties with them, yet a rift had formed between Jiang Chun and Dijuan due to misunderstandings, placing the Mountain Man in a difficult position. Jiang Chun recognized Tang San, clearly having heard about him from the Mountain Man, yet he remained reticent, likely adhering to the Mountain Man's wishes. Nevertheless, it was evident from Jiang Chen's words that the Mountain Man was indeed his father. This revelation struck Tang San as remarkably profound, as it was the first time he had heard this truth from another's lips. Tang San produced the golden armor and handed it to Bai Yi. The golden armor, only one piece remains. Once you gather all the pieces of the Tai Sui, you need not worry about becoming a malevolent corpse. I am grateful for your assistance. Bai Yi clenched the golden armor, contemplating the high probability of locating the Tai Sui, sensing that the day of his liberation was drawing near. Tang San, in a sullen mood, remarked, "That's good news." Bai Yi had grasped a fragment of his future, yet he pondered how much longer it would take for him to seize his own destiny. He yearned to uncover the truth of his origins and the whereabouts of his mother. The enigma of his lineage seemed an interminable quest. Was it time to seek out the Tai Sui? Lazy exclaimed with excitement. This harvest is quite promising. We can consult Uncle Hong about the distribution channels upon our return. This fellow Lazy, whenever money was at stake, found his spirits lifted. Yet beneath his jovial facade lay a heavy heart. After sharing a laugh, he quickly averted his gaze, his expression darkening as he mourned Husandu. Bai Yi and his companions descended into the village, where they inquired about Husandu's family. They left a sum of money with Hu's parents, claiming it was a token from Husandu. Witnessing the elderly couple's eager anticipation for their son's return rendered Bai Yi speechless, they hurriedly departed the village, embarking on their journey homeward. Upon their return to Beijing, Lazy's mood remained burdened. After entrusting the artifacts they had collected to Uncle Hong, they refrained from seeking the Tai Sui immediately, choosing instead to wait for the arrival of spring, a time for rejuvenation and rest at home. However, Xiaoshan noticed Lazy's restless nights. One midnight, while getting a drink, he passed by Lazy's room and heard the sounds of murmurs followed by a startled cry. Hastily, Xiaoshan rushed inside to find Lazy sitting upright, drenched in sweat, veins bulging on his forehead, his fists clenched tightly, his throat convulsing, and his eyes wide open, as if engaged in a fierce struggle. "Brother Lei, are you all right?" Xiaoshan switched on the light, taken aback by Lei Zi's state. Lei Zi, awakening from his dream, managed a bitter smile and shook his head. "I'm fine. What time is it?" Noticing it was only 4 in the morning, Lei Zi urged Xiaoshan to leave. As Xiaoshan reached the door, Lei Zi added, "Do not mention this to them. I wouldn't want to cause them worry." Xiaoshan is a naive young man. When Lei Zi made a request, he readily agreed, only to soon realize that the matter was far from simple. Lei Zi was not just occasionally troubled. For an entire week, he had been plagued by nightly murmurs. Xiaoshan felt embarrassed to intrude further, standing at the doorway, listening to Lei Zi's anguished ramblings, torn within himself about whether to inform Lei Zi. However, unbeknownst to him, there was no need to speak, for Tang San's extraordinary ears had already discerned that something was amiss. Chapter 530. Crimson Edge. Lei Zi knew he could not evade the truth any longer. Over the past few days, he had maintained a forced smile. Yet internally, he was tormented. For him, the nightly hours of sleep had become a form of torture. The moment he closed his eyes, he found himself in that underground chamber of horrors, suspended against the wall, utterly exposed. Shadowy figures loomed before him, approaching with implements of torture, leading to a frenzied experience that felt all too real. Each time Lei Zi awoke from these nightmares, he found himself enduring the pangs of cruel torment. The inquiries from Tang San and the others prompted Lei Zi to abandon any pretense of escape, and he recounted the dreadful dreams that had haunted him each night. The group listened in stunned silence, comprehending the chilling atmosphere of that torture chamber. Yet, for Lei Zi to be so deeply affected psychologically was indeed alarming. After all, that chamber was the work of the Golden Eagle organization, and the weight of the Golden Eagle Order had long been a burden upon Lei Zi's heart. Seated in a bamboo chair in the living room, Lei Zi appeared utterly fatigued. He had not enjoyed a good night's sleep in days, which had adversely affected his appetite, leaving him thoroughly drained. Lei Zi felt that mere words could never accurately convey the horror of his dreams. They were far too terrifying. The torturous methods seemed to be enacted upon him, with barbs digging into his flesh, causing skin to tear and blood to ooze. Though it was merely a dream, the pain felt achingly real, and he had visibly lost weight. After listening to Lei Zi's account, Bai Yi felt a sense of unease. Everyone knew Lei Zi's character, blunt and seemingly heartless. For him to be reduced to such a state indicated that something truly extraordinary had transpired. "Lei Zi, is there something you are concealing from us?" Tang San inquired. "There is," Lei Zi sighed, sinking deeper into his chair. "Do you remember the bones we discovered outside the chamber?" "How could I forget? We even found the character's Crimson Edge," Tang San replied. "At that moment, I sensed something was amiss, yet I didn't have the opportunity to ask. What about those bones? Do you know something about them?" "They belong to the unloading mountain warriors." Lei Zi swallowed hard. "Especially that Crimson Edge. He was a prominent figure among them, and his mysterious disappearance sent shockwaves throughout the community. It was a significant event." "That doesn't add up," Tang San remarked. "I recall you mentioning that the unloading mountain warriors seldom met, rarely gathering together. His disappearance, in that context, shouldn't be too surprising. But we know the list of the unloading mountain warriors. Even if they do not know each other personally, their names are known," Lei Zi remarked, much like the witch's ledger. The unloading ridge warriors possess their own register, chronicling the names of all warriors from antiquity to the present. These are their true names. However, to safeguard their identities, they adopt alternate names in everyday life, never disclosing their real ones. While everyone refers to him as Lei Zi, his true name remains a mystery. After a moment of contemplation, Qi Xie inquired, "Is chiefing his true name?" "Indeed," Lei Zi replied with a wry smile. "One could say he is the finest among us unloading ridge warriors. It was he who led us to excavate the tombs of the Yuan people. Unfortunately, he fell into the clutches of the Golden Eagle organization, and one can only imagine the tortures he endured. They would not have treated him kindly." Lei Zi covered his face with his hands, exclaiming, "It is truly astonishing that even chiefings succumb to their grasp. I am terrified, genuinely terrified. In my dreams, I seem to become chiefing, suffering the same agonies he does. Damn it, this feeling is utterly unbearable, it is agonizing." "Among them, there are those who practice dark arts," Tang San interjected. "This is the crux of the matter." "Indeed." Lei Zi pondered, realization dawning upon him. "How could I have overlooked this? The knowledge to employ sorcery in the cultivation of zombies makes such an organization profoundly terrifying. Will their descendants inherit this dreadful ability? If so, the ramifications of capture are simply unthinkable. A shiver ran down Lazy's spine. Please, do not frighten me further. Lazy. This is not a solution, Bai Yi observed, noting the hollowness in Lazy's face. You have already succumbed to fear, though no one has approached you. I am troubled as well, Lazy retorted through gritted teeth. It feels like I am ensnared in a nightmare. I am genuinely worried that I might succumb to illness. This is a psychological ailment, Bai Yi stated. Allow me to find you a neurologist. This doctor is renowned in our country, a leader in his field. And while this specialty may be underappreciated domestically, he is well connected internationally. A neurologist? Lazy furrowed his brow. Have you mistaken me for a lunatic? I am not ill. Most people think along those lines, Bai Yi chuckled. Associating neurology with mental illness is misleading. Neurology merely aims to alleviate your mental strain, allowing you to rest peacefully. Do you have any other alternatives? Lazy found himself momentarily speechless, and with the encouragement of others, he ultimately acquiesced, agreeing to let Bai Yi accompany him to meet the doctor the following day. When the next day arrived, Bai Yi rose early and took Lazy to the esteemed hospital. Since Bai Yi had a personal rapport with the doctor, and the specialty was somewhat niche with few patients, Lazy became the first patient of Dr. Xie. Dr. Xie, in his 50s and somewhat balding, appeared somewhat melancholic due to a lack of recognition at the hospital. Upon seeing Bai Yi, he greeted him as a kindred spirit. Ah, Bai Yi, you have finally arrived. Dr. Xie specializes in neuroses and is quite adept in this realm. Lazy's condition aligned with this specialty. After Bai Yi explained Lazy's situation, Dr. Xie's expression grew serious. This condition is quite grave. If it continues, bodily deterioration is inevitable. Is there a viable solution? Bai Yi inquired, expressing that he had not enjoyed a good night's sleep for over a week and his appetite was poor. Let us first attend to your condition, Dr. Xie replied. Alas, those suffering from neurasthenia often harbor emotional turmoil. I shall prescribe some calming medication, and if necessary, I can resort to hypnosis for treatment. Bai Yi was taken aback. That may be unnecessary. I have heard that the administration consistently opposes such methods. Do not mention those antiquated individuals, Dr. Xie retorted, displaying irritation. A bunch of relics, lacking exposure to the world. Fortunately, there is you. Should you pursue a medical career, you would undoubtedly become one of the foremost physicians in the country. Let us not dwell on that, Bai Yi responded. I still advise against hypnosis. If word of it spreads, it could jeopardize your future. Bai Yi's true concern stemmed from the possibility that hypnosis could unveil one's innermost secrets. If Lazy's hidden truths were to be revealed, it would spell trouble. As the three conversed, a sudden commotion outside captured their attention. Chapter 531, The Last Words. Dr. Xie, embodying the essence of a healer, promptly rushed outside to investigate the noise. It turned out that a critically ill patient had been brought in, blood streaming uncontrollably upon entry, staining the hospital's foyer crimson. This sight terrified other patients, who fled in fear, unwilling to approach. Bai Yi and Lazy followed suit, drawn by curiosity. They beheld the man lying on a stretcher, clearly beyond saving. How much blood could one possess to spill incessantly and create such a pool? Lazy felt uneasy, having grown sensitive to blood recently. Just as he was about to avert his gaze from the stretcher, the man's arm emerged from beneath the white cloth, causing Lazy's face to drain of color. On the left wrist was a faint impression, unmistakably a bite mark, one he recognized all too well from childhood quarrels with his senior brother. An imprint he had inflicted with all his might. After all these years, it remained. The individual on the stretcher was none other than Tang San. Lazy hesitated to approach. Who knew if members of the Golden Eagle organization were present? Gripping Bai Yi's arm tightly, he conveyed his unease. Bai Yi, perceiving the gravity of the situation, urged Lazy to leave and find a secluded spot to compose himself. Bai Yi then hurried off to seek Dr. Xie's assistance in uncovering more information. Uncertainty loomed over the condition of his senior brother, and memories of their childhood skirmishes flooded Lazy's mind, nearly bringing him to tears. He pinched himself fiercely to suppress his emotions. He was well aware of his brother's prowess. To be so grievously injured must mean he had faced formidable adversaries. Were these individuals still nearby? A surge of vigilance coursed through Lazy as he scanned the surroundings, finding them eerily empty. Realizing this was no time for indecision, he rose to seek out Bai Yi. Just as he exited the staircase, he collided with Bai Yi, who was rushing down. I have already retrieved your medication. We must leave at once, Bai Yi urged. Lazy was pulled out of the hospital by Bai Yi, obediently following him home. Although he longed to see his senior brother, he suppressed the desire, knowing that patience was essential. Upon returning home, Bai Yi ushered everyone into his study. Sensing that the situation was dire, Zhu Xin had undoubtedly fallen victim to the assassins of the Golden Eagle Order. Bai Yi had ventured alone to seek Dr. Xie, who, without needing to be prompted, had already returned from witnessing the scene, fully apprised of the grim details. Upon seeing Bai Yi, Dr. Xie shook his head repeatedly, exclaiming, "The death was horrendous, truly horrific. The body was like a sieve. One must wonder what kind of enmity could drive someone to such brutality." "Dr. Xie, how did he die?" Bai Yi inquired. "From my assessment, it appears to be the work of a sharp instrument. The wounds suggest simultaneous stabbings, totaling 36 punctures, primarily concentrated in the chest, all of uniform depth." Dr. Xie recalled the gruesome sight with a shudder, adding, "Alas, his internal organs were nearly spilling out. He was clinging to the last vestiges of life. Did he manage to contact his family? What was his name? Such a pity," Bai Yi lamented. Feeling he had pressed too hastily for answers, sighing deeply, the dying man had uttered only 2 words, "Hurry, hurry." Dr. Xie interjected, "Bai Yi, I have an unsettling feeling about this death. 36 holes in the body, all of equal depth." Hearing this, Lazy's heart skipped a beat. "Do you recall that box? The one containing the nails?" "Indeed," Tang San affirmed. "Lazy, you suspect. It must have been them. They have found my senior brother." Lazy replied, "When my senior brother said hurry, did he mean for me to flee? Could he have sensed danger nearby? Impossible." Bai Yi countered, "Dr. Xie mentioned that he was completely unconscious at the time, merely mumbling those 2 phrases in a daze, and his face was covered. Do you truly believe your senior brother could have seen you?" Lazy's spirits plummeted further. He was already grappling with mental anguish when this misfortune befell his senior brother, truly a case of misfortune compounding misfortune. Tang San observed Lazy with concern, asking, "Are you all right, Lazy?" "Damn it," Lazy snapped back. "How could I be fine? They found Zhu San, yet you remain unharmed. You are safe for now." Bai Yi reassured him, "You must muster your strength. Only then can you confront these adversaries." "Lazy, have you taken the medicine Dr. Xie prescribed?" Lazy stammered, "And no. But I shall take it immediately." "You are right. Wallowing in despair serves no purpose." He promptly went to take his medicine. Zhu San's death had become a double-edged sword, revealing its more favorable aspects. As Lazy began to regain his composure, Qi Xie finally spoke. "You weren't entirely truthful just now, were you?" Bai Yi frowned slightly. "You see through me. I did indeed see Zhu San one last time." Aside from this omission, Bai Yi had been candid about everything else. After his meeting with Dr. Xie, he had learned not only of Zhu San's peculiar injuries, but also that he was still hanging on to life. Bai Yi had insisted on seeing Zhu San one last time, donning Dr. Xie's coat to avoid raising suspicion. After infiltrating Zhu San's hospital room, he was met with a ghastly sight. Zhu San was drenched in blood, with 2 wounds gushing forth crimson streams. Other injuries had already coagulated, their darkened blood stark against his pale skin, revealing a total of 36 gaping holes, 36 in all. Bai Yi felt an involuntary shiver course through him after just a fleeting glance. The medical staff were making their utmost efforts, but eventually, the emergency physician shook his head. Declaring it futile, they had done all they could. 2 female nurses could scarcely bear the sight of such gore. Upon hearing the doctor's words, they promptly fled the room. Their destination all too predictable. The attending physician, perhaps too focused, only noticed Bai Yi, clad in a white coat and mask, when he turned to leave. However, Bai Yi bore the name tag of Dr. Xie, prompting the attending doctor to shake his head in disapproval. "Old Xie, what does this have to do with your neurology? Let us go?" A wave of anxiety washed over Bai Yi, who feigned agreement with a nod. Once the doctor departed, he quickly crouched beside Zhu San, who had already drawn his last breath. Sighing, Bai Yi removed his mask, and at that moment, Zhu San's eyes suddenly opened wide. He seemed to recognize Bai Yi, his expression fraught with emotion. Astonishingly, he was still clinging to life despite the torment he had endured. Chapter 532, Last Words, Part 2. Zhu San's face was a portrait of agony, yet it also bore a hint of solace. He attempted to reach for Bai Yi's hand, and Bai Yi understood this instinct. When faced with death, one yearns for a semblance of support, a flicker of vitality. Given Zhu San's precarious condition, Grasping Bai Yi's hand was a formidable challenge, yet Bai Yi firmly clasped his wrist. Do you have final words to share? Leaning closer, Bai Yi pressed his ear to Zhu San's lips, which trembled as he attempted to speak. Bai Yi sought clarity. Please, repeat that. Silence enveloped them. And as Bai Yi examined Zhu San's eyes and felt for his breath, it became painfully evident that Zhu San had indeed passed away. Exhausted, Bai Yi donned his mask once more, mourning the loss. Fortunately, Lei Zi was not a witness to this tragic scene. After much contemplation, Bai Yi resolved not to disclose Zhu San's dying words to Lei Zi, recognizing that the latter's mental state was precarious. Hearing such news would serve no beneficial purpose. Thus, Bai Yi chose to slightly alter the experience, conveying it through Dr. Xie's voice instead. What had Zhu San uttered? Despite the playful banter between Xiao Ning and Lei Zi, there existed a bond of genuine friendship. Bai Yi glanced outside, spotting Tang San shaking his head. He is yet to arrive. Zhu San's last words hinted that they were close to finding Lei Zi. As soon as Bai Yi spoke, a sharp intake of breath echoed in the air, with Tang San's concern visibly etched upon his face. Bai Yi shot him a glare. I knew you would react this way. Now you understand why I withheld this information, don't you? Lei Zi's mental state is already fragile. If he were to learn of this, he would likely be consumed by anxiety, unable to cope with unforeseen circumstances. Indeed, keeping it from him is the right course of action, Xiao Ning concurred. Yet, what to do next? Qi Xie remarked. Zhu San's words carry weight. They share a bond as fellow warriors and have grown up together. The implication of their imminent reunion with Lei Zi is profound. Indeed, they are on the verge of locating Lei Zi. These few words are imbued with a sense of crisis, accompanied by an abundance of enigmas. They are undoubtedly the descendants of the Golden Eagle Order's assassins. However, why do they assert that they are close to finding Lei Zi? What channels are they employing to track him down? Lei Zi has changed his name and identity. And aside from his recent interactions with Zhu San, he has had no dealings with his peers. Zhu San certainly has not betrayed Lei Zi. Otherwise, they would have found him long ago, wouldn't they? As for the list, it is highly probable that it pertains to the roster of a lineage that has been passed down through the ages. The names on the list are their original ones, whereas these individuals utilize aliases in their daily lives. Beyond the names, there is no additional information, making the task of locating these individuals exceedingly challenging. Could Zhu San be implying that this list has fallen into the hands of the Golden Eagle organization? Such thoughts left everyone perplexed. Xiao Ning remarked, it is of utmost importance that Lei Zi regains his spirits promptly. How we proceed with other matters can wait. For the time being, everyone chose to refrain from further discussion until Lei Zi had recuperated. Bai Yi expressed, I hope these medications prove beneficial. Curiously, the initial concerns of the group had dissipated. It is indeed true that when faced with a crisis, one can unleash their latent potential. Lei Zi was resolutely striving to restore himself. In addition to adhering to a regimen of medication and nutrition, he took walks to relax his mind and retired early each night, even if sleep eluded him. After half a month, his ability to slumber returned to its prior state, and he himself sensed the transformation, brimming with inexplicable excitement. He dared not cease the medication, continuing his course. A person as unruly as Lei Zi managed to adhere to the rules, which further illuminated the depths of his formidable nature. Once Lei Zi's condition improved, Bai Yi relayed Zhu San's final words to him, to which Lei Zi responded with remarkable calmness. If Qi Feng can be found by them, it is merely a matter of time before they locate me as well. Having survived this long and fought alongside you, I suppose it is fitting to depart with some sense of closure. What nonsense are you spouting? Tang San shouted. We are not to be trifled with. Let them come. The outcome is yet to be determined. Indeed, Lei Zi mused, stroking his head. Some among them may possess sorcery, but we have Tang San, along with the skills of Qi Xie and Xiao Shan. What do I have to fear? Very well, I shall return to rest. After all, the river will find its way to the bridge. You all need not worry too much. Bai Yi exchanged a knowing glance with Qi Xie. Everything was understood without the need for words. In the depths of winter, the midnight wind felt like blades against the skin. Lei Zi inhaled deeply and resolutely pushed open the door to step outside. At this hour, Tang San was sound asleep, oblivious to any commotion, and the others were likely lost in slumber as well. Lei Zi carefully closed the door, realizing that remaining with them would only put them at risk. They were targeting him, whether by blade or by noose. His presence alone sufficed. Brothers, I shall take my leave first. He thought silently as he bid farewell to the door and made his way toward the alley. Suddenly, two figures darted past, and Bai Yi's voice echoed. Are you truly planning to walk away just like that? Lazy was taken aback, stammering. How did you all end up here? Qixia chuckled. We anticipated you would act this way. It's curious how someone so boisterous can suddenly become so tranquil. It suggests there are thoughts brewing beneath the surface. Indeed, Lazy, your mind has always been rather simplistic, making it all too easy to predict your actions. Even at this moment, Bai Yi still found the time to jest with Lazy. Lazy, caught in a mixture of laughter and distress, continued forward with his backpack slung over his shoulder. Since parting ways with my master and fellow disciples, I have traversed the Jianghu alone, forming fleeting partnerships based on mutual benefit, devoid of any true camaraderie. If it were those companions, I would feel indifferent. But you are different. We have faced life and death together multiple times, never relinquishing our bonds lightly. Yet, the stronger the connection, the heavier the burden I feel. I cannot bear to hold on to you any longer. My presence only endangers you. If I depart, you shall be safe. As Lazy passed by Qixia, he trembled in the cold wind. Qixia grasped his arm. You underestimate us. We are not cowardly souls. Is your misguided kindness truly the right course of action? Lazy's words were interrupted by Bai Yi. Let's make a wager. Not only have we anticipated this, but even Tang San, who is notoriously slow on the uptake, has discerned your intentions. Do you believe it? If we return and find Tang San and the others waiting for you, you must cease your talk of solitude and not dragging us down with you. If they are not present, we shall let you go, and the farther you stray, the better. Chapter 533. The list you. Have you informed them? Lazy, ever astute despite the chill numbing his body, quickly deduced that Bai Yi and the others had colluded. Bai Yi offered a wry smile. We returned to our respective rooms last night, as you witnessed. To leave, you would have certainly been the last to sleep. Did you hear any disturbances? Are you afraid to wager, worried that Tang San and the others cannot fathom your thoughts? Are you truly concerned about leaving? Fine, let's gamble. What do I have to fear? In the darkness, Lazy's eyes glistened with a hint of red. He genuinely feared that not everyone shared his concerns or wished to stand by him in adversity. If he were to enter, what if Tang San and the others remained in slumber? Fortunately, as he reached the doorway, Lazy noticed a light flickering within the house. He inhaled sharply, partly from excitement and partly from the cold inducing a runny nose. Pushing the door open, he found Tang San, Xiaoning, and Xiaoshan pacing in the living room. Upon seeing Lazy return, Xiaoshan bounded over. Lazy, where have you been? Why aren't you asleep? Lazy instinctively concealed his backpack behind him. Xiaoning shot a glare at Lazy. Do you take us for fools? Do you look down upon us, thinking you could simply walk away, having spent so much time with us? If the Golden Eagle Order seeks you, we are implicated as well, and trouble will find us regardless. So what does it matter if you leave or stay? Lazy turned to glance at Bai Yi and Qixia, then abruptly hurled his backpack to the ground. I'm not leaving. Let us just go to sleep. Surprisingly, everyone ceased their chatter and retreated to their respective chambers, eager to burrow back into their still warm blankets. Lazy, having abruptly descended from a heightened emotional state, silently began to pack his belongings before obediently returning to his room. Unable to contain his impatience, he lay upon his bed, hands cradling his head, as thoughts began to resurface in his mind. At the break of dawn the following day, Lazy was the first to rise, braving the snowfall to procure breakfast. Seated alone, he commenced his meal, an uncommon display of leisure that piqued the curiosity of his companions. Once everyone had gathered around the table, Lazy leisurely remarked, "In the shadows, I am illuminated, and thus I find myself at a disadvantage." Tang San, with a mouthful of fried dough sticks, could only manage a muffled grunt. While the others remained silent, Lazy continued, "Before his demise, my master mentioned a list we first learned of through his words. Last night, I was reminded of many childhood memories, particularly one. My master would mysteriously vanish every 3 years, never disclosing his whereabouts, and we never dared to inquire. Knowing the numerous taboos within our sect, I pondered whether his periodic disappearances might correlate with that list. Do you not find it curious? We are forbidden from recognizing one another, yet how is the integrity of the list maintained? Each master is strictly limited to 2 disciples, and upon reaching adulthood, we must part ways. In the vast sea of humanity, who among us is of the same sect remains a mystery. Only our own brothers and master are known to us." "Indeed," Tang San responded. having stuffed his mouth with too much food, nearly dropping it as he hurriedly covered his mouth with his hand. Thus, Qi Xie grasped the implication. You suspect your master meets with his peers every 3 years? Precisely, Lazy affirmed. Otherwise, how could the list remain intact? Such regularity is too conspicuous, yet I remain ignorant of my master's destinations. In my youth, I lacked the foresight to consider these matters thoroughly. Now, uncovering this truth proves exceedingly challenging. Bai Yi suggested, I believe we should focus on what is actionable, such as the location of your brother's incident. I have heard that the police are now involved, treating it as a major case. Panic has gripped the city, and rumors among the populace speak of a serial killer in our midst. Your assistance in this matter would be invaluable, Lazy replied, unusually polite. But do exercise caution. Bai Yi nodded. I am aware. These individuals could well be camouflaged among ordinary citizens, making them indistinguishable. Tang San appeared perplexed. So what shall we do? We can remain here, while you and Qi Xie handle the rest. Bai Yi pointed at Tang San's ears. Your keen ears will be of great assistance if you stay here, attuned to the sounds nearby. Understood. Tang San acquiesced, now resigned to his role. Bai Yi promptly pulled Qi Xie outside, while Lazy, unable to roam freely, found himself bored at home, suffering from ennui. Fortunately, he had Xiao Ning to engage in playful banter, which alleviated his tedium. Otherwise, it would have felt akin to imprisonment. In the courtyard, Xiao Shan was busy building a snowman, relishing winter, his favorite season. Just as he was engrossed in his task, a knock resonated at the door. Assuming it was Bai Yi and the others returning swiftly, he hastened to answer. However, upon seeing the figure outside, he took a step back in trepidation. The individual before him was shrouded in darkness, revealing only a pair of cold eyes, and though his voice bore the weight of age, his stature was imposing and asymmetrical. I seek Bai Yi, the figure stated, his gaze chilling Xiao Shan, who, feeling childish, crossed his arms and replied, My elder brother Bai is not here. Who are you? You need not know, came the gravelly, hoarse response, which suggested a voice steeped in decades. Xiao Shan, irked, retorted, You are indeed peculiar. You come looking for someone. Yet I have no business with you. Why act so grand? This latter remark was learned from Lazy, and given Xiao Shan's youthful demeanor, it did not provoke ire. Meanwhile, Tang San, having heard the commotion, emerged to witness the standoff between Xiao Shan and the stranger, puzzled by the scene. Xiao Shan, who is this? He inquired. A stranger, Xiao Shan replied curtly. The man appeared increasingly agitated, and, upon seeing Tang San, pressed on, I am searching for one named Bai Yi. Where is he? He has gone out. Tang San assessed the cloaked figure with suspicion. It was uncommon for someone to be so thoroughly concealed. If it were a woman of the Hui ethnicity, such attire might be expected, but for a man, it seemed absurd. When shall he return? The stranger showed no intention of leaving, determined to wait for Bai Yi. Uncertain of the man's intentions, Tang San hesitated at the threshold. Just then, Bai Yi's voice echoed. What on earth is happening? Upon hearing Bai Yi's voice, the stranger moved towards him, exclaiming, You have returned. Bai Yi, quick to react, asked, Do you know me? The man approached, clearly recognizing Bai Yi's voice, yet Bai Yi had no recollection of him. Suddenly, it dawned on Bai Yi. This was the individual who had hastily departed from his doorstep during their last encounter. Chapter 534. The assassin. The man bluntly stated, Fang Fei is missing. What do you mean? Bai Yi was taken aback, struggling to comprehend the connection between Fang Fei's disappearance and himself. Moreover, who exactly was this man to her? She is missing. She may have been abducted, the man continued. Only you can assist her. And who are you? Bai Yi demanded. On what grounds should I trust you? Lao San was taken aback. Upon realizing that Xie Fang Fei had vanished, he was consumed by anxiety. Xie Fang Fei always informed him whenever she intended to leave, yet this time. A week had passed without any sign of her return or even a word of departure. This unprecedented situation intensified his unease. What further convinced Lao San that external forces were at play was the discovery of a scratch in Xie Fang Fei's room, bearing the hue of her favorite lipstick. She typically handled it with utmost care. How could she have made such a long mark on the wall? Lao San, daunted by the prospect of venturing outside, remained in the basement for 7 days, yet Xie Fang Fei remained utterly unreachable. Finally, he could endure no longer. After much contemplation, he concluded that only Bai Yi could assist him and rushed to seek his help. Bai Yi exhaled deeply, bewildered by the convergence of various troubles. He gestured dismissively, advising, "Return and wait a while longer. Perhaps she will return soon. You know how women are." "I understand," Lao San replied, his voice growing increasingly ominous. "But she is not an ordinary woman. Though she may have her moods, she wouldn't irresponsibly disappear without a trace. I never imagined the man she cared for would show her such indifference. I will not plead with you any longer." Enraged, Lao San turned to leave, leaving Bai Yi deep in thought. As Lao San's figure receded into the distance, Bai Yi called out, "Wait." Lao San halted but did not turn back, coldly retorting, "What more do you wish to say? Have any peculiar individuals sought her out recently?" Bai Yi inquired. "Most of the visitors have indeed been rather odd." Lao San replied curtly, "I don't know what you're trying to find out. If you wish to inquire, go ask her directly. You are quite the peculiar one." Xiao Shan interjected, unable to contain herself. "Even I can tell that my brother Bai intends to take charge of this matter. You ought to be more considerate in your responses." Tang San affectionately ruffled Xiao Shan's hair, acknowledging her growing maturity and quick wit. Lao San, momentarily taken aback, fixed his gaze on Bai Yi, who nodded in affirmation. "Come with me inside, but consider my earlier question carefully." "Understood," Lao San replied, elated, as he followed Bai Yi inside. This was Lao San's first visit to Bai Yi's home, and he felt somewhat awkward, clearly lacking in social finesse. Xiao Ning emerged with tea, placing it before Lao San, her curious eyes fixed upon him, her heart racing. Even in the cold weather, he needn't have been so fully equipped. "I've thought about your earlier question," Lao San suddenly spoke, startling Xiao Ning, who felt she had lost her composure. She quickly retreated to a corner, aware of her indiscretion. "Recently, indeed, several individuals have sought her out, inquiring about a certain Feng Yuntian, who is also involved in treasure hunting," Lao San divulged. The expression on Lei Zi's face shifted dramatically. He exchanged a glance with Bai Yi, gesturing towards himself and giving a slight nod. Bai Yi's heart sank as he realized that Feng Yuntian was indeed Lei Zi's true name, and the identities of these individuals were all too apparent. Bai Yi had abruptly called out to Lao San earlier because of this realization. Seeking out those who had unburdened the mountain's strength and consulting the knowledgeable figures of the underworld was indeed a viable approach. Yet since Lei Zi was using an alias, Xie Fangfei's claim of ignorance was entirely plausible. "Do you know the origins of those individuals?" Bai Yi inquired. "No, not even Fangfei knows," Lao San replied. Thus, after they left, Fangfei searched extensively but found nothing. A thought struck Bai Yi. Had Fangfei's curiosity led her to investigate these individuals, resulting in her current predicament? Although he merely speculated, he refrained from voicing it. "By the way, after all this talk, may I ask your esteemed name?" "Lao San." "Everyone calls me that, Jiu Yi and Fangfei alike," the man responded. "Brother Lao San, what do these individuals look like? Did you catch a glimpse?" Bai Yi questioned. Lao San shook his head. "I only heard their voices. I did not see their faces as I was in the basement at the time." From the sounds, there were 6 of them, all conversing, but the one who spoke the most was evidently the leader. Judging by his voice, he seemed to be in his 40s, while the youngest among them appeared to be in his 30s. "You remained in the basement the entire time?" Bai Yi mused, relying solely on voices. "It will be challenging to locate them. This matter may prove difficult. Brother Lao San, could you provide us with a detailed account of the situation at that time? I will do my utmost to capture the nuances and discern any useful information." After a considerable pause, Lao San clenched his fists, as if steeling himself for a monumental revelation. "In truth, I know who they are." "And who might they be?" Xiao Shan asked innocently. "If you knew all along, why didn't you say so sooner?" "This is merely wasting time," he added. Bai Yi shot Xiao Shan a reproachful glance for his loquacity, then turned back to Lao San. "Brother Lao San, please continue." "They are assassins of the Golden Eagle Order," Lao San declared. "The one in charge is named Su He, which means axe in Mongolian. He was the one who came to seek Fangfei that day." "Axe." Xia nodded. "That name carries some significance. A person is often a reflection of their name." Lei Zi raised an eyebrow, though inwardly he felt a sense of trepidation. "Indeed," Lao San affirmed. "The name suits him. He is as sharp as an axe." The moment he arrived, I recognized his voice. "Who exactly are you?" Tang San Chung could no longer contain his curiosity. "You can discern someone's identity by their voice. It seems you two are quite familiar." Lao San closed his eyes. Despite only his eyes being visible, they conveyed a profound sense of despair and anguish. For Fangfei's sake, what more was there to conceal? Rising to his feet, Lao San tore away the black cloth from his face, revealing his true visage. Everyone gasped in shock as they beheld the visage of the third brother, whose face was marred, one half entirely obscured in darkness, while the other half bore a ghastly red hue, scarred by deep, menacing wounds that had healed into what resembled coiling earthworms upon his countenance. With a bitter smile, he once again covered his face, declaring, "This is the legacy of Bai Yi. Even if he were to turn to ashes, I would recognize him." Chapter 535. The 7 What enmity exists between you and Suha that he would treat you thus? Tang San inquired, observing the third brother. Despite the obscured visage, the previous glimpse had left an indelible impression of dread within him. The third brother swayed slightly, falling into silence for several moments, his hands gripping the arms of the chair, knuckles protruding. Unbeknownst to others, a fierce internal struggle raged within him as he thought of Xie Fangfei. Ultimately, he resolved, "I am indeed a member of this organization. I am not Han, but Mongolian." Damn it. Lazy reacted most strongly, exclaiming a curse before realizing the impending doom that loomed. The third brother before him was a member of the Golden Eagle organization. He swiftly inched behind Qi Xie for safety. Noticing the sudden silence among the group, the third brother spoke up. "It appears you are familiar with this organization." "Renowned indeed." Bai Yi, the astute one, replied languidly. "I have heard that the Golden Eagle Order has persistently pursued the exile warriors for centuries without respite, employing exceedingly brutal methods that are beyond comprehension. I find it curious. Even if the exile warriors once harbored grievances with the Mongols, surely after all these years, they should have laid aside their hatred. Times have changed. It is natural for ordinary people to perceive it this way." The third brother sighed, his eyes dimming. "Yet the reality is far more complex than you imagine. We are all descendants of the Golden Eagle organization, with bloodlines that are undeniably pure. The Golden Eagle organization will forever consist of only 7 individuals. Excluding you, it is no wonder that only 6 seek Xie Fangfei," Xiao Ning interjected. Logically, she ought not to be overly concerned about her absence, yet the depth of her worry for her safety bewildered her. "Perhaps I am simply incapable of becoming a villain," she mused inwardly. 7. Eternally 7. "It seems you have shattered this equilibrium," Qi Xie inquired. "What compelled you to make such a momentous decision to leave the organization?" "Because I uncovered the secret that the Golden Eagle will always consist of merely 7 individuals." The third brother then rolled back his sleeve, revealing a mark upon his arm, an impression that resembled a burn, shallow yet distinct. This pattern, Tang San gasped in astonishment. He recalled the underground chamber where he had, with his own hand, brushed aside the dust to reveal the hidden mystery below. The mark on the third brother's arm bore an uncanny resemblance to that very design. A circular emblem, with a tear at its center from which a bone protruded, while 2 dots below seemed to symbolize blood droplets. The circle represented a full moon, and a force appeared to have rent the moon asunder. This was the sensation Tang San had experienced then. He stifled his exclamation, hearing Bai Yi's voice inquiring, "What is this design?" "It is the symbol of the organization." Old Sen lowered his sleeves and suddenly remarked, "You do not appear to be very astonished. Either you have encountered this before, or your capacity for acceptance is remarkably high." Everyone turned their gaze towards Bai Yi, eager to see how he would respond. Bai Yi nodded. "Indeed, the world is vast and filled with wonders. We have witnessed many extraordinary events. To us now, this is merely a pattern. I had always assumed it was just a symbol, a mere insignia of an organization, yet I have come to realize that it is far from a simple design. It serves as a medium for the practice of sorcery." Old Sen closed his eyes. "Our ancestors have concealed this from us with great difficulty. It was only before my father's passing that he revealed this secret to me. He uncovered the truth 60 years ago, yet dared not speak of it. The others within the organization are deeply entrenched in their beliefs and missions. He feared that disclosing this would provoke madness among them. However, he entrusted this secret to me. And unlike him, I cannot guard this knowledge for a lifetime." "What exactly is this secret?" Lazy blurted out, momentarily forgetting his own identity. "Didn't they say that this mark is actually a medium for sorcery?" Xiao Ning retorted sharply. "How did you manage to misinterpret that? Aren't you usually quite perceptive?" Xiao Ning's irritation was palpable. Tang San presumed her annoyance stemmed from her discontent with Xie Fangfei, and he became wary. It is said that one should never provoke an angry woman, lest she transform into a ferocious tigress. The wisdom of the ancients rings true. It is indeed difficult to nurture both women and scoundrels, and thus Tang San fell silent. Old San seemed taken aback by Xiao Ning's sudden fury, pausing for a moment before continuing. Indeed, this mark is a medium for sorcery. My father stumbled upon this secret by chance. This sorcery bears resemblance to the voodoo practices of the South Seas, intricately linked to our birth dates. Historically, the 7 members of the Golden Eagle Order, while not born in the same year, share identical birth months and days, and their times of birth coincide, all descending from the earliest 7. It is rather uncanny. How can there be so many coincidences in the world? The thought that even their births might have been orchestrated left me feeling quite uncomfortable. It was not only Old San who felt uneasy. Everyone felt as though a thorn had been lodged in their hearts. From the ancestors of these 7 individuals, their fates had been manipulated. While they pursued the destruction of others, were their own lives truly any better? The current 7 of us revolve around Su He, and I have long suspected that Su He's forebears are the ones who cast this sorcery. His ancestors were the original leaders of the Golden Eagle Order, a position passed down through generations. What astonishes me most is that our families consistently bear sons. Is it not a tad too fortuitous? Furthermore, every generation of males aligns perfectly with their birth times. Old San surveyed the room, and not a single person spoke. Bai Yi merely gestured for Old San to continue. My father shared the same perplexities as I did. Therefore, upon joining the organization, he embarked on a quest for truth that ultimately bore fruit. He discovered that the mothers of the 7 of us had all been approached individually by Su He's father. When my father inquired about what my mother had said during that encounter, she surprisingly recalled nothing, merely stating that her mind had been in a daze at the time. The 3rd brother remarked that our father suspected that the mothers of the 7 of us had been subjected to dark sorcery, resulting in the peculiar circumstances of our births. This notion held merit. If true, it was indeed a terrifying prospect. How could one manipulate the lives of future generations in such a manner? Yet, the truth of the matter likely resided solely with Su He. My father had once taken my mother to the southern seas. The 3rd brother noted that this trip had yielded significant revelations. He had encountered a renowned local shaman and learned that not only had my mother been ensnared by sorcery, but he himself had also fallen victim to it long ago. Your father must have met a practitioner of black magic, Bai Yi remarked. Black magic, originally a sorcery from the southern seas, evolved from the Gu techniques of the Miao region in Sichuan and Yunnan, blending with local shamanistic practices. It can both save lives and bring unseen harm. Black magic and Gu are regarded as the 2 principal forms of malevolence. The 3rd brother pondered, gazing intently at Bai Yi's face. I think I understand why she is so fixated on you. Seemingly veering off topic, when Bai Yi pressed for clarification, the 3rd brother shook his head. It's nothing, just a thought about something else. He began to grasp why Xie Fangfei was so devoted to Bai Yi. His tall, handsome stature and vast knowledge made him a formidable presence, leaving him to question his own worthiness to compete. Chapter 536. Dark Sorcery, although closely related to the southern seas. It was not strictly black magic. There remained distinctions. My father learned from the shaman that this was an ancient form of sorcery, akin to black magic. The 3rd brother shook his head. As for its precise origins, that remains a mystery. The purpose of this sorcery is to influence the unborn, ensuring they arrive at desired times and are invariably male. How revolting, Xiao Ning exclaimed, her face scrunching in distaste. Every child's birth should be a divine blessing. Yet to produce male heirs through such means, at predetermined times, is truly nauseating. Her words struck a raw nerve, considering that the 3rd brother himself had been born in such a manner. Tang San cast a glance at Xiao Ning, about to mediate, when the 3rd brother interjected, indeed. Even I find it repugnant. This sorcery is cast upon both genders. The female side remains unknown, whereas for males, it manifests as the mark upon our hands. Honestly, I cannot recall when this mark first appeared, but my father claims it was present at birth. If this sorcery was intended to ensure the birth of male infants to inherit the organization's legacy, then the underground cultivation of zombies must have employed similar dark arts to expedite their development. Had it not been for Jiang Chun's presence, that place might have transformed into a hellish realm. It is truly frightening to contemplate who would wield such sorcery. Although many details remain unclear, the fundamental narrative has become evident. The earliest leader of the Golden Eagle Order possessed dark sorcery, a craft that has been passed down through generations. The current leader, Su He, may very well wield this malevolent power. The Golden Eagle Order has always consisted of 7 male members, all of whom share the same birth hour, and the edicts from years past have persisted. How many of them have perished at your hands? Lazy suddenly inquired. Not many, replied Lao San. They are exceedingly cautious. Although we obtained the list, the names are their real names, and these individuals have long since assumed new identities in the real world, making them difficult to locate. Since I joined the organization, we have managed to find 4, all of whom have been dealt with. No, it's 5. Lazy silently screamed. His senior brother was recently slain, bringing the total to 5 of their comrades who had met a tragic end at their hands. A pang of anguish gripped Lazy's heart. He yearned to confront Lao San and demand clarity on how they had brutally slain their own brethren. A single glance from Bai Yi quelled that impulse. Now was not the time for rashness. Lazy swallowed hard, his heart unsettled. At that moment, a pair of hands reached out, resting gently on the back of his hand. He looked up to see Xiaoshan. The little fellow elicited a smile from Lazy. There is something I don't quite understand, Tang San interjected. Since you located the previous 4, and had not sought out Xie Fangfei before, why pursue her this time? Indeed, Tang San had hit the nail on the head. Lao San frowned slightly. The previous 4 had also sought information from Jiu Yi, but they did not visit in person. This time, they were ostensibly looking for Jiu Yi. However, they were unaware that Jiu Yi had already passed away. Now, it is Fangfei who leads. I cannot fathom the connection between their departure and her disappearance. Was Feng Yuntian, whom they inquired about, also on the list? Xiao Ning interjected. What is the nature of the list in your possession? This was disclosed by an individual we previously captured. It turns out that within there exists a list compiling the names of all its members. Sui deceived that person, promising him freedom if he could procure the list. We do not know how he obtained it, but Sui would not engage in a losing trade. His betrayal incited Sui's loathing. One could say he met the most tragic fate among the 4. Just look at Zhu San's demise to understand the brutality of their methods. That treacherous scoundrel certainly deserved his fate. Lazy mused inwardly. But why has Fangfei vanished? Lao San pondered. Could it be related to you? How did you fall out with Su He and his associates? And how does it connect to Jiu Yi and Fangfei? Bai Yi remarked. After all you've shared, it would not be surprising if they treated you with the same ruthlessness they showed for your betrayal. Indeed, Lao San conceded. After my father's passing, I sought to extricate myself from this enigmatic organization, but I have been unable to find a way out. Suhi has sensed my intentions. I am no match for his cunning. As Lao San spoke, he gently caressed his own face. The haunting memories of that dreadful nightmare, still vivid, as if it had occurred just yesterday. He had perceived my treachery. Initially, he merely issued a warning, but soon he orchestrated the isolation of everyone from me, branding me as a traitor. At that time, my intentions were merely to distance myself, with no actual actions undertaken. Yet he treated me in this manner. I prefer not to delve into the subsequent events. The process is something you can surmise. How did you manage to escape? Lazy pressed for answers. After Su He and his men had transformed me into this state, they ordered others to drag me out and bury me alive. However, there was one individual in the organization who had grown up with me. He took pity on me and left a small opening for me to breathe while I was buried. This was how I narrowly escaped death. Just as I emerged, exhausted and weary, I collapsed by the roadside. It was then that Jiu Yi and Fangfei stumbled upon me, brought me back, and after discerning my background, offered me a place to stay. Now, having been reduced to this state, I am reluctant to face others, residing instead in a basement, where I assist Jiu Yi with various trivial matters. Even when I venture out, it is only at night. If Sui were to discover I had survived, he would undoubtedly seek my life. Is this true or false? Bai Yi observed that the wounds on Lao San's face were genuine. The inhumane treatment he had endured was real. If Lao San were indeed feigning proximity, it would require immense resolve. Yet, one must always maintain an escape route. Lazy's identity must be fiercely protected. I shall extract further information from Lao San before proceeding. Bai Yi engaged Lao San in extensive conversation, subtly inquiring about the Golden Eagle Order, leaving the truth of it all for later contemplation. Lao San was overjoyed. Are you going to help me find Fangfei? It would be unreasonable not to, Bai Yi replied, glancing at the time. Brother Lao San, you should return for now. I will also seek information through some mutual friends I share with Fangfei. Lao San had no objections. He had already spent a considerable amount of time out. After his departure, Lazy remarked, how much of what this kid said is true and how much is false? We still do not know. However, the disappearance of Xie Fangfei is indeed peculiar. Bai Yi responded, Lao San defected from the Golden Eagle Order. Only Jiu Yi and Feng Fei know the truth. Unfortunately, Jiu Yi has passed, and Feng Fei is missing, leaving the details of this matter impossible to verify. What difference does that make? It's as if there is no evidence left, Xiao Ning blurted out. Xie Feng Fei should have no connection to the Golden Eagle Order. How could they possibly harbor murderous intent towards her? Bai Yi shook his head. If they intended to use Xie Feng Fei, there would be no reason for such drastic measures. Chapter 537. Omen. Seeing everyone so engrossed in the matter, Lazy felt a surge of indignation and retained a measure of skepticism towards Lao San. His physique indeed aligned with that of a Mongolian, and the marks on his hands were consistent. Nevertheless, Lazy could not shake the feeling of unease, as if a net were slowly closing in on him, with no means of escape. As Lazy's mood soured, Tang San remarked, "Shouldn't you be taking your medication? Be cautious, or you might find yourself unable to sleep tonight." This statement reminded Lazy of the present circumstances. One must truly muster their spirits, as Lazy delivered a light punch to Tang Sancheng's abdomen. "You rascal! Do not jest with me. I assure you, even without medication, I shall not encounter any issues." He turned to Bai Yi and inquired, "What shall we do next? You dismissed the third in order to ponder, did you not?" Although these individuals had seen through the matter, Bai Yi remained perplexed and at a loss. The malevolent sorcery had unsettled him, prompting him to ask Tang Sancheng about the dark arts he heard from Jiang Chun. After careful reflection, Tang Sancheng found nothing particularly noteworthy. However, he was aware of the origins of this sinister magic. Abruptly, he declared, "We must seek out an individual who may possess the means to counter this dark sorcery." "Who might that be?" The others inquired with curiosity. "Are you familiar with the Maoshan sect?" Tang Sancheng replied, "During my cultivation, although I primarily focused on Taoism, I encountered various sects and formed a special bond with one individual from the Maoshan school." "The Maoshan school?" Lazy frowned. "Is that the Maoshan arts?" "Precisely," Tang Sancheng affirmed. "I believe the Maoshan arts may be capable of combating that dark sorcery. If we can enlist his assistance, we shall have an additional layer of assurance. I have heard that the Maoshan arts are primarily concerned with exorcising demons and vanquishing evil." Lazy expressed skepticism. "That sounds rather implausible, does it not?" "In truth, the Maoshan arts amalgamate the practices of both Taoism and Buddhism, infused with elements of witchcraft," Tang Sancheng elucidated. "The potency of his spells indicates a righteous heart. Otherwise, one unworthy would not possess such profound Maoshan mastery. Enlisting his aid is undoubtedly the right course. What is the rationale behind this?" Xiao Ning inquired with intrigue. "I have heard of the Maoshan arts, yet you imply it is intertwined with one's character." Tang Sancheng appeared somewhat troubled. "I believe it is best for me to locate him and allow him to elucidate the intricacies of the matter." The group found no fault with Tang Sancheng's suggestion. Indeed, the mysterious sorcery akin to a curse was quite extraordinary, and having additional assistance would be beneficial. To find his old friend, Tang Sancheng made a special journey to the mountain, a place known only to a few. He knew his friend frequented the mountain's grass hut every 15th of the lunar month, and with 3 days remaining until that date, Tang Sancheng ascended the mountain alone. The recent snowfall had begun to melt, rendering the paths treacherous. After enduring some hardship, he finally reached the summit. Halfway up the mountain stood a well-constructed grass hut, with remnants of snow atop the roof. A warm vapor wafted from within, confirming Tang Sancheng's suspicions that his friend was indeed inside. Upon reaching the door, he caught a whiff of a delectable aroma. After the arduous climb, his stomach grumbled without warning, prompting laughter from within. "You glutton, just as you were before. And you remain unchanged, speaking as directly as ever, without regard for my feelings," Tang Sancheng retorted, stepping inside unceremoniously. He settled by the fire, gazing at the cured duck legs suspended above. Without a moment's hesitation, he grabbed one, hurriedly stuffing it into his mouth. "Delicious. It has been ages since we last met. What brings you to seek me out?" The individual possesses an exceptionally fair complexion, appearing rather frail, with delicate features that exude an air of ethereal grace, as though untouched by the mundane world. His hair, exceedingly soft, rests obediently upon his head, while his elongated eyes, though belonging to a male form, carry an unexpected hint of allure. In need of assistance, Tang Sancheng confided his troubles, focusing particularly on matters of sorcery. The listener displayed keen interest, curiosity evident upon his countenance, which pleased Tang Sancheng immensely. After detailing his concerns, he inquired, "You Bai, what are your thoughts on this sorcery?" It is said that the art of necromancy originated from the transmission of ancient practices to the southern seas, evolving through local shamanistic traditions. However, I am aware of an alternative narrative. When the Tang dynasty's Tripitaka master journeyed to the land of India in search of enlightenment, upon his return, he traversed the Tongtian River within Annam, which flows into the upper reaches of the Mekong River in Siam. There, a turtle spirit attempted to capsize his vessel, aiming to bring harm to the monk. Although the monk survived, the sacred texts he sought sank to the riverbed. Fortunately, his disciple retrieved a portion of the Mahayana scriptures, while the remaining Theravada prophecies were swept away into Siam, presented to the Siamese monks. It is said that these prophecies are the precursors to the present-day necromantic arts. Prophecy. Tang San mused, "You Bai, if you were to encounter the practitioner of this sorcery, how confident would you feel in overcoming them?" "Uncertain," Yu Bai replied, delicately nibbling at a duck leg. Tang San felt a mixture of admiration and frustration towards Yu Bai. He appreciated his qualities, yet found his languid demeanor lacking the assertiveness characteristic of a man. At times, it struck Tang San as rather awkward. Suddenly, Yu Bai realized, "So you truly seek me only in dire circumstances. Why would you approach me with such life and death matters? I wish to live a few more years." The origins of this sorcery are mere conjectures. Without a clear diagnosis, neither of us can assist. Stumbling upon the truth by chance, the odds are far too slim. Tang San, I still desire to live. Tang San had long known Yu Bai to be exceedingly averse to death. Even the sight of an ant meeting its demise would leave him unsettled for days. Yet this very man had mastered the arts of Maoshan, emerging as a leading figure within the field. How capricious fate can be. With a glint of mischief in his eyes, Tang San rose to depart. But Yu Bai grasped his arm. "Where are you going? You've declared your disinterest, and you refuse to assist." "Naturally, I must take my leave," Tang San retorted. "After all these years, you still lack curiosity. It seems my visit was in vain." Yu Bai relished the feeling of being needed. Just as he began to bask in that sensation, Tang San attempted to leave. Yu Bai halted him, saying, "Let us discuss this calmly. Why are you so hasty? If you are unwilling to help out of fear, what can I do? Perhaps I could manage to confront it myself without solely relying on your Maoshan techniques." Tang San seized upon this vulnerability. "So, will you go or not?" "Yes," Yu Bai replied, somewhat exasperated. Such a rare opportunity to witness sorcery. I am curious to discover who truly possesses superior skills. One can only surmise that an arrogant individual might find it difficult to remain unmoved, especially upon discovering the existence of such rare and arcane arts. At that moment, Tang San felt as though he were possessed by Bai Yi. Chapter 538. Yu Bai. Who is Yu Bai? He is a practitioner of the Maoshan arts, possessing exceptional skill. As for his appearance, it has been universally described by those who have encountered him as graceful and refined. His personality? He revels in pretense, delighting in showcasing his Maoshan prowess while projecting an image of an aloof sage. Moreover, he has an undeniable fondness for beautiful women, to an extreme degree. Upon entering Bai Yi's abode and laying eyes on Xiao Ning, his gaze became transfixed. Tang San promptly nudged him, admonishing, "Do not gawk. She is my partner." "Oh. A misunderstanding." Yu Bai chuckled. "Allow me to make introductions." Tang San proceeded to introduce the others to Yu Bai. However, it was clear that Yu Bai took issue with Bai Yi's striking appearance. How could a man be allowed to possess a beauty that rivaled his own? Furthermore, Tang San himself had become significantly more handsome than before. Shaking his head, Yu Bai remarked, "Is there even room for me here?" Initially, there was none. Lazy poked his head in. "However, if you are willing to squeeze in with me, it is not an issue." Yu Bai regarded Lazy with a look of discomfort, shaking his head. "No, I could never share space with you. I have no affinity for unsightly things." Lazy shot Tang San a glare, as if to question what sort of companion he had brought back. Tang San scratched his head and pulled Yu Bai aside. "You can stay in my room. I will squeeze in with Lazy." "Agreed," Yu Bai declared, high and mighty as he claimed Tang San's room. Tang San was soon confronted by Lazy, but it was not only him. Others quickly gathered around. Xiao Ning could hardly conceal her disdain for Yu Bai's demeanor. "Tang San, is this what you deem a sage? His appearance is excessively delicate. Does he not seem rather untrustworthy?" "Indeed," Lazy concurred. "He certainly has an air of superiority upon arrival." "He is not truly like that," Tang San defended Yu Bai. Though he may exhibit some pretentiousness, he possesses genuine ability. It is merely that he has not chosen an appropriate name. The character Bai in his name signifies high standards, a love for cleanliness, and an affinity for beauty. In his own words, he loves all things exquisite. Consider this. It is precisely because of this that he cannot abide the existence of malevolent arts. He is wholly devoted to eradicating them, which is undeniably beneficial for us, is it not? Bai Yi stood in support of Tang San. If Tang San vouches for his capabilities, it is likely true. Let us not judge by appearances. It has been long established that there are always those beyond us. This truth should not elude you. Although his looks and manner of speaking may be somewhat peculiar, do not view him through a distorted lens. Understood? Bai Yi was perplexed by his own fervent defense of Bai, stumbling over his words as Tang San nearly erupted in laughter. Bai Yi, too, found himself surprised by the unexpected nature of those around him. Yet Bai would prove to be even more surprising in ways yet to be revealed. The esteemed individual has returned, along with the third brother. The third brother expressed his dissatisfaction regarding the lack of news from Bai Yi. Bai Yi, the time is stretching on, and I am increasingly concerned. You are aware of the lair of the Golden Eagle organization, are you not? Bai Yi suddenly inquired. I have not been idle these past few days. I have sought out everyone acquainted with Xie Fangfei, yet none have seen her. We can only hypothesize that someone from the Golden Eagle has abducted her. How about we confront the Golden Eagle organization directly? The third brother fell silent for a moment, and after a long pause, he replied, They believe I am dead, so their stronghold should remain unchanged. If you wish to go, I can guide you. Very well. When shall we set forth? Bai Yi's expression remained unchanged, utterly composed. He understood what such an action entailed. It could very well be a trap. Yet he was resolute in his determination to resolve this crisis for Lei Zi without hesitation. We could depart as soon as tomorrow, the third brother stated. The dangers that await there may rival those you face with each excavation. Be prepared. His tone was exceedingly flat, leaving no room for discernment regarding the sincerity of his words. Was the third brother a mere opportunity or a ticking time bomb? On the eve of their departure, Bai finally showcased his professional side. At that moment, he held a teacup, his little finger elegantly raised, higher even than Xiao Ning's. Lei Zi rolled his eyes dismissively and shot a fierce glare at Tang San, who could only manage a forced smile, having brought this upon himself. Tang San chuckled lightly as Bai began. As we prepare to depart, there are a few points I wish to remind you all. Since our third brother mentioned that sorcery is akin to curses, I will offer a warning from the perspective of curses. Once afflicted by a curse, only the practitioner can dispel it. The best approach is to avoid being cursed altogether. Easier said than done, Lei Zi retorted with irritation. It's quite simple. First, those in a fortunate phase are unlikely to be cursed. Only those with misfortune are susceptible. However, judging by your luck, Bai shook his head. This tactic is futile. As Lei Zi opened his mouth to respond, he noticed Bai Yi shake his head, compelling him to suppress his anger and allow this flamboyant character to continue. Bai, entirely indifferent to those around him, continued. Moreover, there are other methods. The ox, tiger, dragon, and horse are significant zodiac signs. Individuals born under these signs are less prone to curses unless they are experiencing an ill-fated period. Do any of you possess a major zodiac sign? Receiving no affirmative answers, he added dismissively, Well, that idea is out the window. His tone was so flippant that it provoked a desire among the group to retaliate. They had been patient long enough, after all. He was, at least, attempting to impart wisdom. Let's get practical, he declared. I have amulets here. Each of you shall take one. By the way, Tang San, you believe in the Tao, so why not carry a talisman for some added protection? Bai continued. As for the black dog whip, do you think you can find it? This item is remarkable, whether male or female, when worn. It renders one generally immune to ordinary curses. What is a black dog? Tang San suddenly grasped the meaning. Oh, you mean a black dog? Lei Zi found himself in a bit of a quandary. With so many of us, if each person were to prepare a whip, it would require considerable effort. However, it's of no consequence. I shall venture to the countryside tomorrow, and if necessary, I shall spend a little money. By the way, when collecting the dog blood, do not waste any. That is black dog blood, particularly effective against malevolent forces. Upon hearing about the black dog blood, Bai displayed an expression of distaste. You all handle that. It is best to store it in clean jars, understand? The emphasis in that question made Xiao Ning roll his eyes, and he noticed that Lei Zi wore a similar expression. It was rare for them to be in such accord. Tang San cleared his throat gently. "You Bai, are there any other methods?" "Yes. One can also employ food to cast a curse. If there is a cup of boiling water, steaming yet with a cold bottom, do not drink it under any circumstances. Should a companion fall victim to a curse, immediately sprinkle black dog blood on them." After contemplating for a moment, Yu Bai concluded, "That is all I can think of for now. Let us first handle our immediate tasks." Chapter 539. The Black Dog Whip. Yu Bai had evidently assumed the role of leader among them. However, with a wave of Bai Yi's hand, Lei Zi and Xiao Shan exited. Lei Zi could drive, and Xiao Shan cherished his freedom. The two set off to the countryside to procure the Black Dog Whips and blood. Tang San drew several talismans to adorn himself, while the others utilized the amulets provided by Yu Bai. Although Yu Bai's tone was somewhat off-kilter, he spoke only of practical methods, and Bai Yi gradually accepted him. Nonetheless, Xiao Ning found it peculiar that in such cold weather, Yu Bai insisted on changing into a new outfit each day. Was that not exhausting? Tang San remarked that Yu Bai had always been this way, particularly fastidious, and he invariably carried the most clothing when going out, caring more about appearance than even girls do. However, one must not suggest that he lacks masculinity, for Yu Bai firmly believed that he exuded a certain virility, albeit one that most could not perceive. Those unable to discern it were, in Yu Bai's eyes, nothing more than the quintessential mundane. Xiao Ning discreetly inquired if Tang San could sense it. Tang San shrugged, resignedly replying, "I suppose I am merely one of the mundane as well." Driving to the countryside, Lei Zi discovered, as he had anticipated, that in the midst of winter, dogs had become a rarity. After visiting numerous households, either none were available or they had been sold long ago. After considerable effort, they managed to gather 8 dogs, which, when including Lao San and Yu Bai, amounted to more than 8 individuals. They spent a substantial sum and enlisted a local butcher to assist in slaughtering the animals to extract the black dog whips. The butcher, aware of their intention to collect blood, had placed a porcelain jar beneath in advance, ensuring not a single drop was wasted. Lei Zi decided to give all the dog meat to the butcher, feeling that if he returned with all that blood, Yu Bai would likely be repulsed. For the sake of everyone, it was better to spare them that discomfort. With 8 black dog whips in hand and a porcelain jar filled with black dog blood, Lei Zi and Xiao Shan triumphantly made their way back. Upon revealing their acquisitions, Yu Bai immediately covered his nose, pointing at the whips. "Quickly, soak these in water to dispel the odor. How am I to carry such things on my person?" Despite all precautions, Yu Bai's pretentiousness still managed to irk Lei Zi, who retorted with irritation, "Fine, I'll fetch the water for soaking. However, I've never heard that soaking it would eliminate the odor." Yu Bai remained silent, leisurely following Lei Zi into the kitchen. Observing as Lei Zi placed 8 black dog whips into the water, he extracted a packet of powder from his pocket and sprinkled it into the basin. The powder had no discernible scent, undetectable even to Lei Zi's extraordinary nose. Yet, curiously, upon contact with the water, it transformed into a vivid red hue, significantly diminishing the fishy smell of the whips. Lei Zi gazed at Yu Bai with curiosity, who wore a smug expression, declaring, "You all lack experience. Just wait for 2 hours, the stench will vanish entirely." Lei Zi, tempted to bash his head against the wall in frustration, ultimately refrained, deeming it not worth the effort. As for the large vat of black dog blood, it needed to be divided into 8 portions. Xiao Ning had temporarily stepped out to procure 8 large water bottles, filling them accordingly. The remainder, under Yu Bai's direction, was sprinkled around the house, said to ward off evil spirits. With these essential preparations completed, they awaited the following day when Lao San would lead them to the lair of the Golden Eagle Order. However, Lao San had been notably tight-lipped about the location of this lair, revealing only on the eve of their departure that it was situated on an expansive grassland, a considerable distance from Beijing, requiring a 6-hour drive. Bai Yi expressed concern that the other 6 members of the Golden Eagle Order might not be present at the lair. Lao San, however, suggested they gamble on fortune, stating, "I have a feeling that if Fang Fei was indeed taken by them, she must have been brought back there. Yet, I cannot fathom their motive for taking her." It was not just Lao San who found this perplexing. The others also struggled to connect the dots. Xie Fang Fei was unaware of Lei Zi's identity, and the facts remained unchanged regardless of how thoroughly they were investigated. What could possibly justify their sudden decision to abduct her? Bai Yi found a crucial distinction in that they had taken Fang Fei rather than killed her. The Golden Eagle Order was notoriously ruthless. If they intended to kill, it would be a straightforward task. Their objective must have been to determine the manner of her demise, swift and merciful or a fate worse than death, indicating that Fang Fei possessed some intrinsic value that warranted her abduction. Due to the number of participants, Bai Yi temporarily commandeered the trading company's vehicle. The 8 individuals were divided into 2 groups, unsurprisingly. No one wished to share a vehicle with Yu Bai and endure his incessant chatter. Lei Zi and Xiao Shan eagerly boarded Bai Yi's car, while Tang San sighed, resigned to dragging Yu Bai into the one driven by Qi Xia. After a moment's contemplation, Xiao Ning reluctantly followed suit, unaware of the reasons behind their avoidance. Yu Bai was engrossed in his own world, content in his solitude. Qi Xia remained unperturbed, while Tang San engaged Yu Bai in discussions about sorcery and curses. As time passed, Xiao Ning recognized that Yu Bai was indeed a formidable individual, far from the superficial impression of being merely feminine. The expanse of grassland is known as Bahang grassland, which lies entirely within the borders of Hebei. Bai Yi inquired of Lao San why the Mongolians would choose to make their dwelling here. Lao San merely replied that the Golden Eagle Order had resided there for generations, though he was uncertain of the reasons behind it. Nonetheless, since it had been passed down, it must hold some significance. Upon arriving at their destination, Tang San immediately understood the rationale behind this choice. He glanced at Yu Bai and asked, "What do you think, brother Yu Bai? You seem to have grown wiser." Yu Bai raked his fingers through his hair, which was tousled by the strong wind. "This place is quite ominous, while it doesn't compare to the millennium-old burial grounds. The heavy aura of death here suggests it serves as a place for the dead." Tang San recognized that the avoidance of the millennium-old burial site was undoubtedly due to the presence of formidable officers stationed there, individuals too ruthless and powerful for them to contend with. Hence, they had opted for this location, which, though once a vibrant grassland filled with abundant water resources, bore an oddly peculiar terrain, sheltered in front yet exposed behind, effectively transforming a prime feng shui site into a place of malevolence. Moreover, Lao San mentioned that the headquarters of the Golden Eagle Order was situated here, yet the vast landscape before them resembled a winter tableau, devoid of any prominent structures or tents, indicating that they likely had to descend underground. After Lao San merely checked the direction upon disembarking, he instructed everyone to return to the vehicle, leading the way with his car alongside Bai Yi. Driving directly toward the heart of the grassland, Lao San's demeanor grew tense, and Bai Yi, observing this, remained on guard. They had now fully entered enemy territory, the outcome of which remained uncertain. At that moment, Bai Yi was unaware that this was also a place of ominous energy where the dead could be nurtured. It was winter, the ground was frozen, and the grassland had lost its verdant hue, with only a few scattered sheep foraging for food, likely belonging to nearby herders. While seated in the vehicle, Yu Bai suddenly remarked, "Tang San, don't you think this grassland resembles a naturally formed bagua diagram? Alas, it is marred by a gap, rendering the diagram incomplete." Indeed, Tang San noted the destruction of the terrain to the north, where the once perfect bagua diagram had been defaced. In chapter 540, The Underground Palace, Lao San signaled for Bai Yi to stop the vehicle. He was the first to exit, searching the ground for something. With his eyes closed, he navigated the area without losing his bearings. Now he sought a specific stone slab, counting silently as he moved. Upon reaching the number 7, he halted, crouched down, and pressed his hand against the ground. Feeling the stone's texture beneath his fingers, he lifted his head, declaring, "This is the spot." "What lies beneath?" Xiao Ning inquired. "The underground palace." Lao San's words astonished everyone. An underground palace? The enormity of constructing such a structure below ground was staggering. Bai Yi remarked, "Your organization has only ever numbered 7 individuals. How could you possibly manage such an undertaking? Could it be? Indeed, it seems you've grasped the situation." Lao San responded, "Without external support, how could such a grand endeavor be accomplished underground? We have cleared obstacles for the royal family, thus securing their backing. This subterranean structure is modeled after the Yuan dynasty's imperial palace, albeit on a slightly smaller scale." As the third elder spoke, he activated a mechanism that caused a stone block to shift aside, revealing a staircase leading downward. Familiar with the surroundings, he naturally took the lead, with the others following closely behind, their packs upon their backs. Upon descending, a cascade of blossoms caught Lei Zi's eye. Could they be crabapple flowers? The third elder turned back, surprise flickering in his gaze. Indeed, beneath lay a grove of crabapple trees. In this season, the flowers were in full bloom, a phenomenon attributed to the warm, moist conditions underground. The third elder, leading the way, soon reached the spot where a fire basin was located and ignited it, illuminating the magnificent sight of the crabapple blossoms. Their graceful forms and resplendent colors have long earned them admiration from both the refined and the common, often referred to as the immortal among flowers and flower of the favored concubine. This particular grove was extraordinary, comprising varieties such as the 4 species of shifu crabapple, the weeping crabapple, the quince crabapple, and the attached stem crabapple. Spanning half the size of a football field, the vibrant blossoms captivated all, while typical crabapple flowers lack fragrance. Even the esteemed shifu variety possesses none, although they bloom with greater brilliance than their counterparts. When the buds are yet to bloom, their crimson hue resembles scattered rouge, transforming to a pinkish shade reminiscent of dawn's early light. The shifu crabapple flowers, larger in size, cluster in groups of 4 to 7, all reaching skyward. Under the glow of the firelight, their beauty was further enhanced, creating a stark contrast to the surroundings above. Although lacking scent, the sight enthralled everyone. Bai, who had always favored beauty, exclaimed in awe, "It's stunning. But do refrain from touching." Noticing Bai about to lean in, the third elder quickly cautioned. The soil beneath these crabapples contains toxic substances. The petals are poisonous, and contact with human skin can result in corrosion. Startled, Bai withdrew his hand. While Lazy spat on the ground in irritation, what a way to greet us upon arrival. But how can poison be infused into the petals? These crabapples bloom throughout the seasons, primarily due to arsenic buried in the ground. The third elder explained, using poison as nourishment has yielded unexpected results, disrupting the natural blooming cycle of the crabapples. I visited this place in my youth and, having accidentally touched them, still bear the marks on the back of my hand. He displayed his hand, revealing a long, faint scar, further validating his membership in the Golden Eagle Order. The group shifted their attention from the grove of crabapples to the grand expanse beyond, which was meticulously constructed in accordance with the architectural style of the Yuan dynasty's imperial palace. The main hall, reminiscent of the Ming Hall of the Yuan dynasty, boasted an eye-shaped layout, elevated 10 feet above the ground across 3 tiers, each adorned with intricately carved white jade railings depicting dragons and phoenixes. Below the railings, stone heads protruded, serving as outlets for rainwater, mirroring the design of the Hall of Supreme Harmony in today's Forbidden City. The third elder remarked, "This grand hall is typically empty, uninhabited, and devoid of furnishings." Behind the hall lay a colonnade, with the northern end leading to the rear sleeping quarters, known as the Fragrance Pavilion, measuring 50 feet in width, 20 feet in depth, and 70 feet in height, colloquially referred to as the Crossbow Hall. The third elder spoke little of the Fragrance Pavilion, his vague demeanor suggesting to Bai Yi that something intriguing might still reside within. The Grand Hall encompasses 11 official chambers, 5 sleeping quarters, and 6 additional rooms flanking either side, not to mention the 3 rooms within the Incense Pavilion. In total, the number of accessible rooms is considerable. Bai Yi inquired where Lao San and his companions typically convened, to which Lao San hesitated briefly before responding, "We generally meet in the sleeping quarters of the Grand Hall. However, we cannot enter directly, for fear of an unexpected encounter. We must extinguish the brazier now." As soon as Lao San finished speaking, Xiaoshan eagerly extinguished the brazier. Lazy, skeptical, remarked, "If that is the case, it would have been prudent not to light the brazier in the first place. We have already startled the snake. So what trickery is this?" Yet, if they remained within the Grand Hall, the flames would remain concealed from view, one of the mysteries of the situation. The angle between the flowerbed and the Grand Hall created a visual blind spot. Lao San, unfazed by Lazy's attitude, expressed his concern, "I worry that once we leave, someone may emerge from the Grand Hall and see the brazier, thus realizing that we have intruded." Lazy found himself at a loss for words, his heart racing. With the extinguishing of the brazier, darkness enveloped them. Lao San instructed everyone to refrain from using their flashlights, instead guiding them forward by holding onto the hem of one another's garments. Tang San relied on his hearing, while Lazy utilized his sense of smell, both attuned to the sounds around them. Their footsteps produced no sound, attributable to the soft-soled shoes they wore and the well-fitted bricks beneath them, devoid of gaps, further muffled their movements. a feat accomplished with considerable effort. Lao San navigated the space with ease, unimpeded by the surrounding objects, which instilled Bai Yi with an increased trust in him. Such familiarity could only stem from prolonged exposure to this environment. Under Lao San's guidance, they arrived at a location known as Yinchungu. It was only here that Lao San permitted them to switch on their flashlights. He explained, "This place is generally deserted. It was once part of the imperial harem. Here, a secret passage leads to the chambers behind the main hall. We must proceed through here." As they approached, Lao San noticed a faint glimmer of light emanating from the main hall. Bai suddenly interjected, "It appears our efforts have not been in vain. There are indeed people present. If we advance now, we will encounter them directly." His tone remained flat and matter-of-fact, leaving Tang San unable to decipher Bai's true intentions. Just as he was about to speak, Bai Yi added, "Prepare yourselves. Should we cross paths, a fierce battle is inevitable. However, before we act, it is prudent to ascertain whether Xie Fangfei is in their possession, so we must proceed with caution." Lao San cast a grateful glance at Bai Yi. "Thank you. You are too kind," Bai Yi replied. "Now, lead us downward." Within Yinchungu, the space was divided into an inner hall and an outer hall. Lao San guided them into the inner hall, a resting area featuring a bed-like structure reminiscent of those used by ancient people. After feeling around for a moment, Lao San discovered that the wooden boards beneath the bed could be shifted aside, revealing a passage. With a sigh of relief, he declared, "This is it. Let us proceed." Chapter 541. The leather-bound descent. The passage twisted and turned, narrow enough to accommodate only one person at a time. Nevertheless, they maintained a single file, proceeding under the guidance of the third brother. Suddenly, Lazy tugged at Tang San's garment ahead of him. Upon turning back, Tang San found Lazy whispering, "Do you sense anything unusual?" Tang San shook his head slightly. At least for now, he had not discerned anything amiss. Noticing Lazy's palpable tension, he murmured, "Do not be overly anxious. We are shrouded in darkness." Lazy scoffed coldly, "I fear we are merely deluding ourselves into thinking we are concealed." A shiver coursed through Tang San at the possibility, which was not entirely unfounded. As they paused, the others behind them grew restless. Bai urged, "Hurry up. We risk losing our connection." "Stop talking so much," Lazy retorted, his annoyance with Bai evident. Bai could not abide being interrupted. From his perspective, he must not become an object of discontent. Tang San shot a glance at Bai. "It's my fault. I'll hasten my pace." The trio quickened their steps to match those ahead. The corridor, though not extensive, was part of the underground palace constructed at a 3-to-1 ratio. When the third brother halted, the others promptly followed suit, wary of colliding into him. Before them stood a wall. "This is where we need to go," the third brother announced. "Are there no mechanisms?" Tang San inquired. "There are, but once activated, those behind us will immediately discover our presence, thereby exposing our tracks. We must devise another plan." All eyes turned to Xiao Ning, who understood immediately. She moved to the forefront, retrieving her tools to commence excavation. She first bored a small hole through which she could glimpse the scene beyond the wall. Upon completion, her curiosity overwhelmed her, and she peered inside. The sight made her cover her mouth in shock. It was Xie Fangfei, bound to a frame. Her limbs were splayed apart in a distressing manner. Her hair was disheveled, and her face bore the marks of exhaustion. How could this once vibrant young woman have been reduced to such a state? Xiao Ning felt a pang of sorrow as she shifted aside, allowing the third brother to see the scene. Upon his glance, his fists clenched tightly, his eyes aflame with fury, pressing his face against the wall as he murmured, "Why? Why has this happened?" Bai Yi and the others were equally baffled. Why target Xie Fangfei? What could be the motive? Xiao Ning gently patted the third brother's back. "Now is not the time for anger. We must rescue her. This task relies on you. Stay focused." Her words struck him like a revelation. The redness around his eyes subsided as he declared, "Behind this wall lies the main hall, where we convene for discussion. We can only see Fangfei bound here. The other 6 remain unseen. We must act swiftly to enter." His hand roamed the wall until it grasped a metal chain, which he yanked forcefully, causing a concealed door in the brick wall to swing open. The third brother surged forward, racing towards Xie Fangfei. "Stop!" Bai interjected, halting him in his tracks. "Do not touch her." Time was running out. The third brother's hand had already made contact with Xie Fangfei's body. As she opened her eyes, a profound despair shone within them. Upon recognizing the third brother's face, Xie Fangfei exclaimed in agitation, "Is it really you?" Suddenly, Her abdomen swelled as if she were 5 or 6 months pregnant. Yu Bai, in a frenzy, produced some black dog-esque blood from his person and splashed it onto Xie Fangfei. The foul stench enveloped her, rendering her utterly distressed. The third brother grasped Yu Bai's wrist firmly, demanding, "What are you doing?" With considerable force, he caused Yu Bai to wince in pain, prompting him to shove the third brother away. "You lunatic, can't you see? She has been cursed. If you wish for her to survive, you must heed my words." Staring at Xie Fangfei's suddenly distended belly, the third brother was incredulous. "How could they do this to you?" Yu Bai moved to untie Xie Fangfei, and her body slumped weakly. Disgusted by the blood-soaked state of Xie Fangfei, Yu Bai quickly recoiled, but the third brother rushed forward to catch her. Cradling her in his arms, he tenderly stroked her forehead, which was still burning with fever. "What shall we do now?" She had been afflicted by a bovine skin curse, wherein the sorcerer shrinks a whole piece of cowhide into a dust-like form through incantations. This dust is then secretly placed in the food or drink of the victim, who unknowingly consumes it. The sorcerer uses this to coerce the victim into returning within a specified time frame or completing a task. Otherwise, the curse remains active. If the deadline passes, the cowhide expands within the victim's belly, potentially leading to a fatal rupture. In the past, many women in the South Seas, fearing their husbands would not return, employed this curse before their husbands' departures to ensure their timely return, threatening them with grave consequences if they failed. This was a form of intermediate cursing technique. "Do they intend to coerce this young lady into doing something for them?" Tang San inquired. "Is there a way to break the curse?" Yu Bai wore an expression of despair. "I have already stated that only the one who cast the curse can break it. For now, we can only temporarily suppress it, but we cannot remove it. To truly lift the curse, we must locate the sorcerer and compel them to undo their spell." Fangfei, the third brother, asked, "Where have they taken her?" Xie Fangfei attempted to speak, but as she inhaled, a sharp pain gripped her belly, rendering her speechless. She merely raised her hand to point in a direction. The third brother understood. "They went to the Xianga. Let us go to the Xianga." He lifted Xie Fangfei onto his back, tears streaming down her face from the pain. The nature of her affliction was evident, highlighting the potency of the curse. The third brother hastened towards Xianga, familiar with the terrain, and the area was illuminated with lights. Bai Yi marveled at the depth of the third brother's devotion to Xie Fangfei, closely following him to ensure they remained vigilant against any potential ambush. The signboard of Xianga was now in sight when a sudden gust of wind swept through, tousling their hair wildly. How could such a fierce wind arise underground? Recalling the prior warning from Yu Bai, everyone clutched their talismans tightly, aware of their protective powers against malevolent spells. Suddenly, Yu Bai leapt forward with remarkable agility, landing gracefully before Lao San and Xie Fangfei. "Be careful," shouted Tang San, sensing an impending attack directed at Yu Bai. As Yu Bai waved his hand through the air, Tang San felt a gust of energy strike him, indicating that this was no ordinary spell. Someone was forcefully assaulting Yu Bai. Standing motionless, Yu Bai employed a technique from the Maoshan school of sorcery that rendered him impervious to harm. This seemingly simple maneuver involved channeling spiritual energy into his skin's capillaries, causing them to swell and harden. However, when external force surpasses internal strength, pain and injury can still occur, and clearly, his assailant had underestimated him. In response, Yu Bai unleashed the Five Thunder Mantra, a potent offensive spell within the Maoshan tradition, comparable in lethality to the Golden Light spell of Taoist practices. Observing the direction of his incantation, it appeared that Yu Bai had pinpointed the location of the spellcaster. Chapter 542. The command to withdraw with the invocation of his Five Thunder Mantra. Yu Bai forced the spellcaster to reveal himself. As he emerged, Lao San retreated 2 steps. "It's Su He." Upon seeing Su He, Tang San felt an unsettling aura. Su He's movements were stiff and unnatural as he engaged Yu Bai in combat. Lei Zi and Bai Yi drew their weapons, prepared for any sudden attacks from others. Strangely, aside from Su He, the others remained inactive. Bai Yi and Lei Zi rushed into the incense chamber, and upon witnessing the scene within, they were taken aback. 5 lifeless bodies lay on the ground, their attire and features unmistakably Mongolian. Bai Yi crouched down, placing his fingers near their noses, hesitating to touch their skin, merely sensing the absence of breath. Pressing his ear to their chests, he found no heartbeat. All 5 were deceased. Tang San and Xiao Shan entered slowly, and upon seeing the corpses, Tang San was equally astonished. Analyzing the layout of the incense chamber, a chill ran down his spine. This was a place of deep darkness. Was Suhi engaged in necromancy? How could they turn against their own? What on earth is happening? Questioned Xia. Tang San, what does this necromancy entail? Just as Tang San was about to respond, Yu Bai's voice rang out from outside. Tang San, you fool. Come out and help quickly. Are you trying to get me killed? The normally languid Yu Bai's tone had quickened, suggesting dire circumstances. Without time to explain the situation inside, Tang San dashed out. Finding Yu Bai locked in a struggle with Suhi, a talisman lay discarded on the ground. It became apparent that Suhi was cunning, having realized their protective charms and talismans. With a swift gesture, he summoned a chilling wind, forcefully dislodging the talisman from Yu Bai's grasp. Deprived of this layer of protection, Yu Bai found himself vulnerable to Suhi's malevolent sorcery, which was more agile than mere spells. In that moment of peril, he urgently called for Tang San's assistance. As Tang San emerged, without a moment's hesitation, he invoked the golden light spell. Just as he began to chant the incantation, the third brother exclaimed, "No, it cannot be. We must not endanger his life. Otherwise, Feng Fei has no hope." This admonition caused Tang San to hesitate. In that moment of uncertainty, Suhi had already counterattacked. With his protective talisman still in hand, Tang San swiftly hurled it towards Suhi, urging, "Yu Bai, do not delay in employing the retire the troops spell." This incantation, a form of Taoist magic from the Maoshan tradition, was designed to restrain those wielding supernatural powers. Tang San's talisman struck precisely at Suhi's forehead, instilling in him a profound dread of the artifact. His movements faltered momentarily, allowing Yu Bai to commend the exquisite timing of Tang San's collaboration as he seized the opportunity to recite the spell. Disciple Yu Bai beseeches the 5 ghosts of the central. Yao Bai Song, the 5 ghosts of the north, Lin Jingzhong, the 5 ghosts of the west, Kai Zi Liang, the 5 ghosts of the south, Zhang Zi Gui, and the 5 ghosts of the east, Chun Gui Xian, to swiftly collect the Yin soldiers and generals back to the altar. Suhi found himself ensnared in a luminous circle, utterly immobilized. The talisman adhered firmly to his forehead, and the light formation transformed into a web of radiance, binding him tighter with every futile struggle, leaving him gasping for breath. Yu Bai exhaled a sigh of relief, remarking, "This should hold him for a while. He appears to be possessed, but thankfully you refrained from using your golden light spell. Your power could have resulted in his demise." Leaving no chance to save that beautiful maiden, Tang San seemed unperturbed by the conversation, raising his hand to inquire, "Yu Bai, what do you see on his forehead?" Beneath the luminous web, a faint mark shimmered on Suhi's brow. The third brother extended his wrist, noting, "It bears an uncanny resemblance to our own marks. Yet we bear ours on our wrists. How could he possess one on his forehead? It seems he has fallen victim to some malevolent sorcery," Yu Bai concluded. "Indeed, there are always greater heights to scale. This individual appears to be ensnared by dark forces himself, while they are also engaged in corpse refinement." Tang San observed, "It is evident that some sinister occurrences have transpired here. Yu Bai, our foremost priority is to rescue Feng Fei. We must first unravel the enchantment that has ensnared this man, compelling him to lift the curse afflicting Feng Fei." "Very well, I shall attempt it," Yu Bai replied. "However, I shall require your assistance. Please use the Tranquil Heart spell to stabilize my spirit." Tang San nodded, and as Yu Bai approached Suhi, Tang San positioned himself behind him, pressing his hands against Yu Bai's back while reciting the calming incantation. Yu Bai formed the Time Mountain hand seal, symbolizing the elevation of Time Mountain to suppress myriad evils and malevolent spirits. Weixian Palace, Zhong Huang begins to turn azure, internal alchemy of the 3 souls. Nurturing tranquility of the fetal light, the divine treasure of the jade chamber, coexisting with my essence, must not act recklessly. The discerning spirit is profoundly aware. If one wishes to soar, one must ascend to the supreme purity of Taiji. If one seeks sustenance, one must drink the essence of the water jade. Thus it is. The golden light on Suhi's forehead flickered as if struggling, its intervals growing ever shorter. Sweat began to bead on Yu Bai's brow. Sensing the dire situation, Tang San conceived a bold idea, deciding to risk his own vital energy by channeling it into Yu Bai. As Yu Bai felt the surge of warmth enveloping him, he inwardly scolded Tang San for such a reckless act, pondering the grave consequences that could befall them both if anything went awry. Nevertheless, with no time for hesitation, Bai endeavored to meld the influx of heat with his own internal power. Reciting the incantation once more, the golden light was finally subdued, retreating from Su-hee's forehead and vanishing entirely. As the light dissipated, Su-hee's body slumped down, the previously palpable aura of menace evaporating without a trace. Tang San promptly retrieved a rope, binding Su-hee tightly. When the others emerged and beheld their successful containment of Su-hee, disbelief washed over them. Their regard for Bai shifted, losing some of its earlier disdain. Bai clapped his hands together, exclaiming, "I had thought it would be a formidable challenge. It appears I was mistaken." He swiftly forgot the earlier moment when he had sought Tang San's aid, causing a bead of sweat to form on Tang San's brow, realizing how obstinate Bai could be. Yet, they were fortunate to have him. Bai continued, "The current predicament is now in your hands. When he regains consciousness, you must compel him to lift the curse on this young lady." Bai Yi chuckled. "I have my methods. Xie, I must trouble you." Xie stepped forward, placing his fingers on the acupoint of Su-hee. With a grunt, Su-hee gradually awakened, his eyes widening in shock as he realized he was securely bound. Spotting the dark figure of Lao San, he exclaimed, "You're not dead? Fortunate indeed, I live." Lao San replied, harboring deep hatred for Su-hee. "You scoundrel, how dare you bring outsiders here? You have betrayed the organization. You shall meet a dire fate." Su-hee bellowed curses at Lao San. "You wretch, I will surely kill you, like you did the five inside." Bai Yi interjected solemnly. Su-hee's expression turned perplexed. "What are you saying? Feign innocence all you want." Lazy growled as he seized Su-hee, dragging him into the fragrant pavilion for clarity. "Look at the 5 corpses lying on the ground. Are these not your people?" As Su-hee beheld the lifeless bodies, his face turned ashen, a splitting headache assaulting him. The haunting images from moments prior flooded his mind, and if his hands had been free, he would have desperately grasped at his hair in an attempt to comprehend the unfolding chaos. Observing Su-hee's disoriented state, Tang San remarked to Bai, "It seems he is possessed by dark sorcery, rendering him oblivious. Otherwise, how could he be here practicing necromancy?" Chapter 543. Lifting the curse. Bai's complexion paled. Although necromancy was commonplace within the practices of Mao Shan, he personally abhorred such methods. Gazing at the 5 corpses sprawled on the ground only deepened his ire. What manner of person is this, engulfed in such malevolence? Tang San had long recounted Su-hee's origins to Bai, yet in this moment of ire, Su-hee seemed to have forgotten everything. As Su-hee appeared dazed, Lao San surged forward. "Su-hee, you placed a curse on her. Quickly, help her break it." Lao San incessantly shook Su-hee, and after several moments, Su-hee found himself significantly more alert. He gazed at Lao San and suddenly smiled, exclaiming, "We are all destined for a terrible end. A dreadful demise. You cannot escape it either. You certainly cannot evade it. The tomb of the great Khan shall remain unviolated. No one shall breach it." Bai Yi felt a stir in his heart, pondering whether the great Khan he referred to was indeed Genghis Khan. Just as Bai Yi was about to inquire, Su-hee leaned closer to Lao San. "You are correct. We are but puppets, devoid of our true selves. Alas, I've come to this realization too late. How wonderful it would have been had I believed you sooner." Lao San was momentarily rendered speechless. He had envisioned confronting Su-hee to avenge his disfigurement. Yet upon witnessing Su-hee's current state, along with the lifeless bodies of 5 cold former brothers sprawled on the ground, he found himself unable to carry out such an act. "Su-hee, she is of great importance to me. I cannot bear to be without her." "Very well. I shall assist in lifting the curse upon her." Su-hee unexpectedly acquiesced, "But you must do one thing for us. Our corpses must be incinerated. They must be burned." Tang San felt perplexed. Su-hee's words implied he was on the verge of death. Lao San proceeded to untie Su-hee's bindings, while the others aimed their guns at him, wary of any further complications. Su-hee approached Xie Fangfei, who, having spent some time there, felt a lingering fear upon seeing him and instinctively recoiled. Lao San hurried to support Xie Fangfei, reassuring her, "Do not be afraid." Though Lao San's appearance was utterly ravaged, he displayed a gentleness towards Xie Fangfei that was palpable to all present. The trials of a hero are often compounded by the allure of beauty, especially one as exquisite as Xie Fangfei. As Su-hee stood before Xie Fangfei, his pupils suddenly vanished, leaving only the whites of his eyes. Xiao Ning promptly turned away, unwilling to witness the sight. Su He's gaze remained fixed on Xie Fangfei as he abruptly thrust his hand into his mouth, fingers digging into his own tongue until blood flowed forth. He withdrew his bloodied fingers and splattered the crimson liquid onto Xie Fangfei's face. She immediately shut her eyes. The metallic scent overwhelmed her senses, nearly causing her to faint. Gripping Lao San's hand tightly, she sought solace in his presence. Suddenly, Su He collapsed, still gasping for breath. Akin to a fish on the brink of death, his eyes rolling back to reveal only their whites. Lao San, having been his brother for many years, felt a pang of compassion and bent down, asking, "What on earth has transpired? What has happened to you?" "The tomb of the great Khan is forbidden. No one shall enter." Su He clutched Lao San's sleeve desperately, lifting his head high. "Do not entertain any false notions. The tomb of the great Khan is not to be breached. Remember, you must incinerate us, burn us." With all his strength, Su He uttered these words, blood gushing from his mouth, quickly staining the area beneath his chin a deep crimson. His hand weakly reached out, as if grasping for a glimmer of hope for life. But alas, all was in vain. The notorious figure, once deemed a villain in the eyes of many, reluctantly surrendered his final breath, departing from this world. Lao San briefly closed his eyes and gently pressed Su He's still wide-open gaze shut. Turning his attention to Xie Fangfei, the searing pain in his abdomen suddenly dissipated. Though he was drenched in blood and in a pitiful state, he had at least salvaged a life. Lying on the ground, he noticed Bai Yi not far away, and his face flushed at the sight of the man he admired, unwilling to confront him in his current disheveled appearance. Lao San turned back and, noticing Xie Fangfei's gaze, sighed inwardly. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine," Xie Fangfei replied. "But please, do not inquire about what transpired until we are outside. Is that acceptable?" This statement was directed at Bai Yi and the others who had come to her rescue. She owed them an explanation. Lao San dragged Su He's lifeless body into the xianggu, placing it alongside the other corpses. As he gazed upon the 6 bodies, a tumult of emotions surged within him. It seemed that after he had departed, they had endured extraordinary trials, but alas, he could no longer uncover the details. Bai Yi was not in haste to draw conclusions. Since Su He had insisted on cremating these bodies before his death, he would heed that command, believing there must be a reason behind it. Bai remarked, "What significance lies in first performing a blood curse, and then refining the corpses?" This was a musing that slipped from his lips, reflecting his own confusion regarding the connection between the two actions. Tang San inquired, "Blood curse?" "Indeed. All 5 of them have fallen victim to a blood curse," Bai stated, crossing his arms with a look of disdain, particularly due to the messiness of Su He's body. The blood curse is a crucial ritual in many forms of sorcery, especially those with lethal potency, as it is through the execution of the blood curse that power is harnessed. Thus, sorcery and blood curses are inextricably linked. A sorcerer must use their own blood as a conduit when casting spells, and should their magic be disrupted, the sorcerer risks being struck by their own spell. An inadequately skilled sorcerer may very well lose their life because of this backlash. Even a highly skilled sorcerer would likely suffer severe damage to their essence, necessitating a retreat to a secluded place to recuperate in order to escape the consequences of their failed magic. Consequently, a blood curse is not invoked lightly. It is only employed in cases of deep-seated enmity, to avoid harming one's own vitality. It is highly likely that the blood curse originated from Su He. Lazy suggested. Possibly. The method of invoking a blood curse is quite simple. The sorcerer makes a clean cut on their right middle finger with a blade and allows a drop of blood to fall onto the object of the curse, accompanied by incantations to amplify its potency. Bai pondered aloud. "What I do not comprehend is why one would invoke a blood curse only to subsequently refine the corpses. What connection exists between the two?" Regrettably, this individual, named Su, he perished too early for us to ascertain whether he indeed cast the blood curse or intended to refine the corpses. Bai appeared somewhat despondent, a rare sight for Tang San, who himself felt a pang of disappointment. "Are you suggesting that there might exist someone more skilled than Su He?" "Indeed," Bai replied, his face lighting up as he looked at Tang San. "I knew you would understand my thoughts." Tang San responded with a sheepish smile, "Of course." Rizy could no longer endure. "You two should cease this bickering." From Sua's words, it seems he believes there is no harm in leaving the bodies here. "Shouldn't we address these corpses first? Perhaps we could drag them out and incinerate them, or is there a place beneath this ground suitable for burning?" Bai interjected. These corpses are currently in the process of being refined. Allow me to ascertain which stage we have reached. Indeed, this fragrant pavilion is a realm of profound darkness. Remarked Tang San. Chapter 544. The refinement of corpses. You by sighed deeply, thus my confusion arises. If Suha possesses the ability to cast curses, could he also be versed in the arts of Maoshan? The refinement of corpses is inherently linked to Maoshan techniques. Tang San added, moreover, whether it be Maoshan or talismanic curses, they stem from a common lineage, sharing numerous similarities. Wait a moment, you two are getting rather animated. What exactly do you mean by refining corpses? It sounds rather terrifying, Xiao Ning said, hunching her shoulders and positioning herself behind Tang San, as though fearing the 6 corpses on the ground might suddenly rise. Receiving a glance from Tang San, Yu Bai elaborated. The so-called refinement of corpses refers to the utilization of the deceased's remains. This process is exceedingly intricate. Do you observe the inbagua on the chests of these 5 corpses? This indicates they have likely progressed to the 4th or 5th stage. They merely await the final moment for spiritual communion, at which point they can be employed by the practitioner. Tang San nodded in agreement. Indeed, these 5 individuals possess a Yin destiny. Their post-mortem forms are perfectly suited for refinement. Furthermore, these bodies must be kept for approximately 7 days. If, after this time, they emit no foul odor, we may proceed to the next steps, cleansing the bodies for use, and selecting an appropriate realm of profound darkness. In Feng Shui, a realm of profound darkness is characterized by decay. Once a suitable site is chosen, one must ignite a soil talisman, recite incantations, and dig a pit 3 feet deep, where the bodies will be interred. A rooster must then be sacrificed, and its blood sprinkled upon the corpses. An inbagua should be placed upon the chest of each corpse to facilitate the absorption of yin energy. The earth must be replaced, ensuring that the surface does not rise above the ground level. Observe closely. Has the earth beneath these 5 corpses been disturbed? Xiao Shan approached, lifted one of the corpses, and inspected beneath it, promptly nodding. Brother Sancheng, indeed the earth has been excavated beneath. This is the perfect realm of profound darkness for burial, Tang San affirmed. They buried the bodies only to retrieve them once more. Yu Bai noted, it appears we have entered the formal stage of corpse refinement. During this process, we must conduct rituals 3 times daily, morning, noon, and evening, at the burial site, burning corpse talismans and reciting incantations. Given that noon is when yang energy is most potent, it is imperative to sacrifice a rooster at midday, allowing its blood to saturate the earth, and covering the burial site with fresh banana leaves to shield the corpses from excessive yang energy. One must avoid using blood from a black dog, or even ordinary dog blood, as this would result in failure. After a period of 7 sevens or 9 nines, only the final spiritual communion remains. Upon completion of the refinement period, the corpses are to be exhumed. The practitioner must then mix their own blood with the spiritual talisman, reciting incantations to infuse the blood into the corpses through a bamboo tube. At dawn, one must capture the nascent energy of the eastern sun thrice and, using the bamboo tube, blow it into the mouths of the corpses, thereby stirring the yin energy within to achieve spiritual communion and control. The corpses could indeed be utilized by the necromancer. Yu Bai pondered aloud. What could be the true purpose of this necromancer? Hey, enough chatter. You've already mentioned that we entered the stage of necromancy. Let us hasten to find a place to incinerate them, Lei Zi inquired of Lao San. Is there anywhere suitable for cremation around here? I have a place in mind, Lao San replied, recalling a location built in accordance with the imperial palace, which naturally possessed a royal kitchen. Without delay, he hoisted the frail Xie Fangfei onto his back and led the group there. The others, except for Yu Bai and Xiao Ning, carried the corpses, particularly Qi Xie, who effortlessly lifted a body in each hand. Upon arriving, they hurriedly constructed a pyre and arranged the corpses upon it. When it was Su Hie's turn, Qi Xie inadvertently dropped a peculiar jade artifact from Su Hie's body. The jade was oddly shaped, reminiscent of a crescent moon, yet distinctly different, with pointed hooks at both ends and faint traces of blood seeping through. The presence of blood seepage indicated that this jade was a burial item, having come into close contact with a corpse, allowing the blood to permeate over time, thus forming such stains. Jade with blood seepage commands a high price in the market due to its rarity. Our Mongolian people do not have an affinity for jade. It is an object favored by the Han, Lao San remarked. I have never heard of Su He having a penchant for jade. This artifact intrigued Tang San, who handed it to Bai Yi, asking, "What do you think?" "I have never encountered a jade piece quite like this before," Bai Yi observed. "This jade is peculiar. Let us keep it for now. Upon our return, I shall consult my colleagues." Bai Yi, being in the antique business, was acquainted with numerous experts in this field. Setting this matter aside, it prompted the group to thoroughly search the 6 corpses for any other valuable or pertinent items. Aside from the jade, they discovered nothing of use. Once the inspection was complete, they cast a fire upon the pyre. As the flames soared, Lao Sen reflected, "Although our fate has been controlled from the very beginning, we have, through generations, caused the demise of so many. Perhaps this is our retribution." Tears glistened in Lei Zi's eyes. If only they had acted sooner. Perhaps their senior would not have met such a tragic end. His heart ached for the lost comrade, who had evaded danger, yet ultimately fell victim to their malice. Now, with the Jin Yingling organization obliterated, he felt a false sense of safety, yet his heart remained burdened with sorrow for his fallen brethren. Suddenly, he recalled the list. "Right, Lao San, did you not obtain a list at some point? Where is it now?" "It should be in Su He's room." "I will lead us there shortly," Lao San replied. "Everything has come to an end. We are but cursed beings, living a life worse than death." Lao San's gaze remained fixed on the flames when he noticed the color of the fire shifting, exclaiming in astonishment, "Strange. Look, the flames have turned blue." "It is due to the blood curse," came the response. Yu Bai appeared unfazed, yet suddenly he became entranced. His right hand gesturing animatedly in the air before he slapped his forehead in realization. "I've got it. Sui cannot possibly be the one casting blood curses or animating corpses, otherwise, upon his demise, these reanimated corpses would be rendered incapable of achieving the final step of spiritual communication, thus becoming worthless. But why has he insisted we incinerate these bodies? What does this imply?" Tang San seemed to share a silent understanding with Yu Bai. There must be another individual involved in the necromancy. Suhi is likely concerned that this individual might ultimately succeed in animating these corpses. Hence his insistence on their cremation. Doing so would render that person's efforts futile and grant them liberation. Their analysis was both logical and compelling. The others began to reassess their opinions of Yu Bai. Indeed, as the ancients wisely stated, one should not judge by appearances. Although Yu Bai's demeanor and manner of speech were not particularly endearing, he undoubtedly possessed remarkable abilities. "You are absolutely correct," Bai Yi remarked. "From the very beginning, the 7 assassins of the Golden Eagle Order and the fixed birth dates seemed peculiar, as if manipulated by unseen hands. Initially, I suspected Su He and his ancestors. But now it appears the situation is far more complex. There is indeed someone lurking in the shadows. Regrettably, we have no leads. Fortunately, it is said that a person on the brink of death speaks truthfully. Su He has untied Xie Fangfei's leather strap and reminded us to incinerate the corpses, which has temporarily alleviated the crisis." "Alas," Lazy exclaimed. "That list. Lao San, we must hurry to find that list." Lao San was puzzled by Lazy's fervor, but he led the way to Su He's chamber, aware of a hidden compartment. If he was not mistaken, the list should be inside. However, upon opening the compartment, it was utterly empty. Chapter 545. "Friends, the list is not here," Lao San mused. "Perhaps it lies elsewhere. Let us continue searching." Bai Yi, however, felt a disquieting premonition. Perhaps the elusive figure behind the scenes had already taken the list, leaving them to toil in vain. Unfortunately, this foreboding proved to be accurate. They scoured every conceivable location, yet the list remained elusive. The sense of relief that had briefly washed over Lei Zi was now replaced by anxiety. Had the crisis posed by the dismantling of the Golden Eagle Order truly come to an end? Upon returning to the site of the cremation, they found that the 6 corpses had completely dissolved in the flames. Lao San sighed, "Let us depart. Allowing them to rest here is not an unwise choice." With a sense of regret, they ascended to the surface, only to be met by the biting wind of the prairie, the warmth of the underground palace having vanished. They were unaware of how much time had elapsed in the subterranean realm, and to their astonishment, it was already dawn. The rare winter sun began to rise gently, and Xie Fangfei instinctively shielded her eyes from the light. Lao San quickly adjusted his position to spare her from the sun's rays. A gesture of care that Xie Fangfei appreciated deeply, prompting her to reflect, "Lao San, I am sorry for the trouble. It would be a greater burden if I could not find you," Lao San replied, his rugged exterior betraying a tenderness that could not be concealed before the gathered company. Revealing his affection for Xie Fangfei, Xie Fangfei fell into a contemplative silence, tears streaming down her cheeks. Xiao Ning produced a handkerchief and placed it gently in her hands, eliciting a surprised thank you from Xie Fangfei. Xiao Ning remained quiet, stepping aside, for this was a most unexpected turn of events. Not long ago, she had regarded Xie Fangfei as an adversary. Lei Zi, with a teasing grin, remarked, "What has come over you today? None of your business." Xiao Ning retorted sharply. The vehicle remained stationary as Bai Yi and Qi Xia approached to examine the tires and the remaining belongings inside, confirming that nothing had been disturbed. "Are you still preoccupied with the list?" Qi Xia inquired. Bai Yi responded, "There are only 3 possibilities. First, we have not yet located it. Second, Suhi may have destroyed it. And third, it could be that the individual who secretly practices corpse refinement has taken it. There is someone lurking in the shadows manipulating the Golden Eagle Order, but who could it be? It does not seem to align with the behavior of the mountain people." Qi Xia mused. "It certainly cannot be him," Bai Yi asserted. "From what we know of their methods, these two are distinctly one righteous and one wicked. No, the mountain people are likely both righteous and wicked, yet we must remain vigilant against this corpse refiner. Let us keep this conversation from Lei Zi. He has finally found some peace." As they whispered, Yu Bai began to yawn, expressing a desire to rest in the car. Everyone else shared a sense of profound fatigue. Xiao Ning retrieved her clothing and helped Xie Fangfei change out of her blood-stained attire, cleansing her face of grime. Xie Fangfei's exceptionally beautiful visage left Yu Bai momentarily speechless, though his admiration stemmed merely from an appreciation of beauty. Observing Xiao Ning as she tidied the dirty garments, Xie Fangfei softly remarked, "I never expected you would help me." "I am not a bad person," Xiao Ning replied. "I simply cannot abide your pursuit of Bai Yi. He has someone he cherishes, and your actions disrupt their relationship, which is rather unethical. Beyond that, I hold no prejudice against you. You are beautiful, educated abroad, and quite capable. I admire you for that. Then, if I were to lose interest in Bai Yi, would you consider being my friend?" Xie Fangfei inquired, longing for a true companionship with another woman. Throughout her life, she had been surrounded by male acquaintances, yet never had she forged a heartfelt bond with a female counterpart. Xiao Ning shot Xie Fangfei a skeptical look. "Are you truly capable of not liking Bai Yi? That is the prerequisite. You must fulfill this condition for us to be friends." "I no longer deserve to like him," Xie Fangfei confessed, tears cascading down her cheeks, catching Xiao Ning off guard. "What's wrong?" Xiao Ning asked, startled. "Although I often lose consciousness since arriving here, I am aware of the changes in my body," Xie Fangfei revealed. "I am no longer pure." Unsure of how to respond, Xiao Ning felt a compulsion to remain silent, but then recalled that the purpose of the cowhide drop was to prevent men and women from parting ways. Was it Suhi? No. Judging by Suhi's demeanor towards Xie Fangfei, it did not appear he held any affection for her. Could it be the one hidden in the shadows? Was he the one orchestrating Suhi's actions? Xiao Ning embraced Xie Fangfei tightly. "Tell me your birth date and time." "How?" Xie Fangfei lay in Xiao Ning's embrace, suddenly feeling a profound warmth. "I believe there must be other matters at hand regarding your capture," Xiao Ning remarked. "Please recount the events that transpired after you arrived here." "I fear I may disappoint you," Xie Fangfei replied. "I cannot recall how I came to be here. During my time here, I have seldom been lucid. However, I have an inkling that the elusive figures you speak of may indeed have existed. I once perceived a shadowy form, though I did not see its face. It undeniably manifested. I contemplated using self-hypnosis to awaken my consciousness, but to no avail. Xiao Ning, I wish to confide in you that my heart is heavy with sorrow, yet I cannot articulate it." Tears streamed down Xiao Ning's cheeks. She understood the significance of such emotions for a woman. Wiping her tears away, she asked, "What did you just say? I did not hear you at all. I only know that you have been in a state of unconsciousness here, oblivious to everything. I will relay this to others. Upon your return, who will care for you?" "Old San will be here," Xie Fangfei interjected suddenly. "Thank you, Xiao Ning. If you need anything, do not hesitate to seek me out." Xiao Ning replied, "Old San is fiercely loyal to you. With him around, I feel considerably more at ease." At that moment, Tang San called for them, urging them to prepare to settle in the nearest location for a brief respite before departing again. Xiao Ning assisted Xie Fangfei into the vehicle, where Old Sin promptly approached, carefully taking Xie Fangfei from Xiao Ning's hands and helping her into the car. Xiao Ning felt a pang of nostalgia, pondering if old San were not in his current state. Perhaps there would still be a glimmer of hope for him and Xie Fangfei. Regrettably, what was she thinking? Tang San nudged her back with his elbow. Xiao Ning shrugged. It's nothing. I merely inquired how she arrived here, but it's unfortunate she remembers nothing. What a pity, truly. There are no secrets in the world that remain forever concealed, Tang San asserted. I have always believed this, he continued. Then hold on to that belief, Xiao Ning said, glancing at the enigmatic Bai. What shall we do about your peculiar friend? Him? Tang San replied. I suspect his time here is nearing its end. Keeping him in one place is simply unfeasible. It's hard to say. He seems quite content, Xiao Ning remarked. Where does he reside? Do not underestimate him. Both of his parents are university professors, Tang San informed her. His parents are quite troubled by his lack of employment and his obsession with Taoist practices. Oddly enough, he possesses a remarkable talent for painting, which allows him to teach part-time at the university. He enjoys a flexible schedule and usually resides in the university dormitory. One would not expect it. Indeed, one must not judge a book by its cover, Xiao Ning mused. Which dormitory does he inhabit? The most renowned one, Tang San replied, causing Xiao Ning's jaw to nearly drop. Is that so? Indeed, Tang San confirmed. There are numerous young women who follow him around. You all tend to judge by appearances, hastily condemning him. Get to know him better, and you will discover he is genuinely a good person. Chapter 546. The hidden burial Bai is indeed a commendable individual. He bore the expense of our meals entirely. In his own words, he has indulged in a delightful experience, one that he can savor for an entire week upon his return. After resting for a day and a night, they set off for home. Bai hurried back to school, while the third brother escorted Xie Fangfei home, leaving behind a plethora of unanswered questions in their hearts. As for Xie Fangfei's circumstances, Xiao Ning insisted she knew nothing, leaving them to analyze Su He's words before his demise. His mention of the Great Khan's tomb undoubtedly referred to the mausoleum of Genghis Khan. Much like the tomb of the first emperor, the mausoleum of Genghis Khan is a dream for tomb raiders. Su He warned that the Great Khan's tomb is off-limits. Did they possess knowledge of its location? They pursued the because they had disrupted the feng shui of Genghis Khan's mausoleum, indicating a connection to the Great Khan. Lazy recalled something. It is said that one of our ancestors once entered Genghis Khan's tomb, a figure well known to you. Qifeng. Bai Yi was taken aback. Could it be that the Golden Eagle Order has been seeking you not merely for vengeance, but to ascertain the location of the Great Khan's mausoleum? Lazy was astonished. They had never considered this possibility. It is widely known that the Mongols harbor a deep-seated enmity towards them, a grudge that has persisted through generations, yet he had not contemplated the underlying complexities. Only Qifeng had ventured into Genghis Khan's tomb. Bai Yi remarked, it seems we must reassess everything. Is it possible that the Golden Eagle Order, driven by sorcery, has been relentlessly pursuing you in their quest to discover Genghis Khan's mausoleum? I find this perplexing, Tang San interjected. They have captured Qifeng. Have they not gleaned anything from him? Is that why the pursuit continues? Despite their efforts to obtain that list, it has now vanished without a trace. Tang San suddenly fell silent, as Bai Yi and Qi Xia were glaring at him. He quickly turned to Lazy, whose complexion had turned ashen. Tang San promptly slapped his mouth. I was mistaken. Recognizing your error is commendable, Xiao Ning retorted. Since we have ventured this far, let us proceed. I am not as fragile as you presume, Lazy declared. Allow me to summarize. We have overturned previous assumptions. Senior Qifeng was aware of Genghis Khan's mausoleum's location, making him a prime target. His demise did not halt the pursuit. Does this not suggest that the so-called secret remains undisclosed to the Mongols? The most plausible reason for the ongoing pursuit is that the secret has persisted within one of our disciples, prompting their desire to uncover this individual and ultimately seize the secret. No wonder we are aware of the peril. Yet our master insists on submitting the list annually to perfect it, a tradition passed down through the ages. If we contemplate it this way, it elucidates everything. The secret of Genghis Khan's mausoleum undoubtedly resides within one of our disciples. Xiao Shan proceeded to examine Lazy's clothing, exclaiming, perhaps it lies within you. Go. Lazy quickly concealed himself, reflecting that if it were him, he would have likely been discovered by now. Unlike Tang San, he bore no markings or birthmarks to signify his lineage. Regrettably, the list that could have guided them was lost. If only they could unearth Genghis Khan's tomb. It might bring joy to his ancestors, serving as a form of retribution for his fallen comrades under the Golden Eagle Order. However, the task was far from straightforward. The exact location of Genghis Khan's burial site remained a mystery, shrouded in secrecy. The Mongolian royal family's funerals were conducted in utmost confidentiality, a practice known as hidden burial, designed to leave no trace for grave robbers to follow. Bai Yi recounted that following Genghis Khan's death, the Mongolian rulers took extensive measures to ensure his spirit rested undisturbed for eternity. To avert the threat of grave robbers, the location of his burial became one of the greatest secrets of the Yuan Empire in the centuries that followed. The descendants of Genghis Khan employed cunning strategies to safeguard this secret. Firstly, the Yuan Empire left no written records regarding the tomb, preventing anyone from discovering the location of the founder's south resting place. Furthermore, according to Mongolian folklore, to obscure the actual site of his tomb, Genghis Khan's generals constructed numerous false tombs, all of which were paraded on the day of the burial. They then summoned thousands of horses to trample down the real burial mound, subsequently planting lush grass to ensure that the tomb blended seamlessly with the surrounding landscape. The 2,000 attendees at Genghis Khan's funeral were all massacred by 800 fierce Mongolian warriors, who were in turn exterminated. After this, the secret of Genghis Khan's tomb remained undisclosed to anyone. Xiao Ning suddenly detected a flaw in the narrative. Wait a moment. You mentioned that thousands of horses were used to flatten the true burial mound and then plant lush grass. Does that not imply that Genghis Khan was interred on the steppe? How extensive could that steppe have been? Lazy frowned. You are being overly naïve. After so many years, much of the vegetation has succumbed to desertification. How can you be certain that the steppe remains as it once was? Moreover, cities have been developing. Perhaps that location is now beneath the city, making it truly impossible to find. The unpredictability of life is indeed daunting. Xiao Shan, however, remained optimistic. Perhaps one day, this secret will no longer be a secret. Indeed, Xiao Shan understood well. Until revealed, it could still be deemed a secret. Qishao remarked, since we are unaware, and the adversary is equally uninformed, it is only fair. Let those hidden behind the Golden Eagle Order be troubled by this for a lifetime. He has already lost those who pledged their service to him, leaving him isolated. No, Tang San shook his head. He has the ability to animate corpses. One cannot guarantee he won't select a corpse to reanimate on an auspicious day. For safety's sake, I must learn from you by how to deal with corpse reanimation, just in case. It was rare for Tang San to consider matters with such foresight, prompting praise from the others. He intended to seek out Yu Bai at the university, which reminded Lazy of Lu Zhishi. I wonder how Lu Zhishi is faring. Did he pass the exam? Speaking of Lu Zhishi, it has been a while since we last met. Xiao Shan had limited interaction with Lu Zhishi, and their bond was not particularly deep. He merely listened intently as others spoke, observing their discussions that often meandered without reaching the crux of the matter. With a dismissive wave of his hand, he remarked, "What's the fuss? Why not just ask?" In every situation, one must discern the essence, and Xiao Shan, in his simplicity, grasped the matter's core effortlessly, transforming what seemed complex into clarity. Lazy nodded in agreement, exclaiming, "Indeed. A quick phone call will suffice." Lazy made the call, prompting Lu Zhishi to vent all his grievances. In light of their upcoming college entrance examinations, they had chosen not to seek him out, and now that the exams were over, they remained elusive. It turned out that Lu Zhishi had completed his tests over 3 days, December 13th, 14th, and 15th, and was now awaiting the final results. When Lazy inquired about his performance, Lu Zhishi exuded confidence, stating, "If I don't get in, then I won T. If I do, it better be to a good place." Wasn't the best option the university that Yu Bai attended? Tang San resolved to discreetly inquire about the admissions list when he visited Yu Bai. Chapter 547. Unclean. Tang San ventured alone, as no one wished to accompany him to see Yu Bai's expression. Yu Bai had a formidable reputation within the school, and upon inquiry, a student guided Tang San to the art studio. The student mentioned that the studio was exclusively reserved for Yu Bai, a privilege not even afforded to full-time university lecturers. This student, a young woman, radiated admiration when speaking of Yu Bai, revealing his significant popularity among the female students. Yu Bai was conducting a class in the studio, and having heard of his artistic prowess, it was Tang San's first time witnessing him teach. At that moment, Yu Bai embodied an artistic aura. Tang San refrained from interrupting, standing outside the classroom until the lesson concluded. Upon seeing him, Bai was startled, exclaiming, "What brings you here?" "I came to observe your impressive teaching demeanor," Tang San replied, now accustomed to their banter. Knowing Bai well, he anticipated a frown followed by, "Stop with the nonsense. Let's head to my dorm to talk." Bai's dormitory was remarkably devoid of dust, so immaculate that Tang San felt uncertain where to place himself. Bai produced a folding chair, explaining, "Space is limited here, so I use this." He invited Tang San to sit, while taking a seat on his meticulously made bed, conscious of not wanting to soil it. "What brings you here?" Bai inquired. "I came to seek your counsel on how to deal with corpse refining," Tang San responded. The simplest solution is to eliminate the corpse refiner," Bai replied with utmost seriousness. "The final connection to the spirit is established between the corpse refiner and the corpse's blood energy. If they are linked, then harm to one begets harm to the other." "But what if the corpse refiner is hidden away?" Tang San pressed on. "I'm faced with the corpse itself. I can barely manage that, let alone seek out the refiner." Bai found himself momentarily speechless, taking a considerable time before responding. "This is a question I have never contemplated before. However, the art of corpse refining bears some resemblance to the creation of zombies. Thus, it should be possible to counteract them using similar methods. By the way, practitioners of corpse refining can capture ghosts and exorcise evil spirits, yet they may not necessarily be able to subdue the refined corpses. Therefore, during the refining process, the practitioner typically selects materials such as tongue wood or willow wood, shaped into a human form, and binds it with the spirit of the corpse. In the event that a zombie becomes uncontrollable, the wooden figure can be destroyed to dispel the corpse's malevolent energy. Finding the wooden figure and dispelling the corpse energy is essential. Tang San remarked, "This principle is akin to locating the corpse refiner." "It is quite similar," Bai replied. "In fact, talismans can temporarily control these refined corpses, but to truly eliminate them, one must resort to the two aforementioned methods." Tang San had been in the room for quite a while, yet Bai had not offered him a drink. Not one to be polite. Tang San found a cup and poured himself some water. However, before he could fill it, Bai took the cup from him, saying, "This is the one I often use. Please wait a moment while I fetch another." Tang San fell silent. After finishing his drink, he revealed another purpose for his visit. This was an easy topic. Bai's mother was the head of this year's college entrance examination, and he had heard that the list had been released. He inquired about it, leaving Tang San alone in the dormitory. While waiting for Bai, a question suddenly struck him. Both of Bai's parents had separate accommodations, conveniently located within the university campus. Why then? Was Bai not staying at home, but rather sleeping alone in the dormitory? He rose, clasping his hands behind his back as he strolled around Bai's room. The space was exceedingly simple, a single room with meals taken in the school cafeteria, and communal toilets and showers located at the end of the floor. Inside the room, there was a bed, a bookshelf, a desk, and a folding chair. The walls were impeccably clean, although Bai taught art. There were no decorations, just the most ordinary white plaster walls, coated with a layer of varnish, rendering the entire space quite pristine. Just as Tang San was about to sit down again, he noticed a talisman affixed to the head of the bed. He recognized this talisman. Was it not meant to ward off evil? Why would it be posted here unless the place was unclean? As he pondered this, a hand unexpectedly clapped heavily on his shoulder from behind, startling him into a loud exclamation. Upon turning around, he found it was Bai returning. Seeing the alarmed expression on Tang San's face, Bai chuckled. "Why are you so jumpy? I merely intended to give you a fright. Now tell me honestly, is this place unclean?" Tang San's question elicited a change in Bai's countenance, yet he denied it. "What nonsense are you spouting? This is a prestigious university. There can be no unclean entities here." "You're deceiving me," Tang San retorted. "I merely suggested that this place feels unclean. I never claimed there were unclean entities present." He pointed at Bai's nose, continuing, "What I find peculiar is that you, living comfortably at home, choose to reside alone in the dormitory. This clearly seems amiss. You're not running away from home, and yet you've affixed a talisman above your bed." Having been accurately predicted by Tang San, Bai scratched his head and conceded, "You got it right. This dormitory was once a place of execution, perhaps 300 years ago. Thus, it carries an air of uncleanliness. There have always been minor disturbances here. I am devising ways to cleanse this place, after which I shall return home. It is rather surprising that you, of all people, managed to uncover this. How fortuitous. Just be cautious. Tang San felt that his warning was in vain. Did Bai not know his own character? By the way, what about the results of your inquiry? I was admitted, and I topped this year's candidates, Bai replied, regarding Tang San with a meaningful glance. I never anticipated that you would have such an astute friend. Tang San retorted, somewhat irritably. Are you not clever as well? Bai chuckled mischievously. Glancing at the time. I must be off, Tang San. I have another class to attend. I cannot keep you any longer. It has been exhilarating being with you. Should you ever require my assistance in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out at school. Are you not concerned that your parents might mind? They have always believed there is something amiss with you here. Tang San pointed at Bai's head. If they were to see me, wouldn't that only exacerbate their worries? After parting ways with Bai, Tang San made his way home, pondering the two methods Bai had taught him. In his reverie, he collided with someone, quickly apologizing. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. Upon looking up, he recognized Ru. Ah, it's you, she exclaimed, also finding him familiar. After a moment of reflection, she realized, so it's you. How is it that you attend school here? At my age? What need do I have for school? Tang San mused internally, responding politely. No, I'm merely here to visit a friend. What about you? Three hands shouldn't reach this far, should they? Ru evaded the inquiry. It's nothing. I must be going now. Farewell. This young woman exuded an air of pride, and though Tang San felt slighted, he bore no anger. As he was about to stride forward, he sensed a pair of eyes scrutinizing him. When he turned to investigate, he saw only hurried passers-by, no suspicious figures in sight. He muttered to himself and proceeded for about 10 meters before abruptly turning back, his expression lighting up. What a surprise to see you. Why didn't you reach out to us? The newcomer sheepishly scratched his head, his attire somewhat outlandish for the city, causing several pedestrians to glance back in curiosity. Behind him, he carried a Mongolian saber, its hilt adorned with silver tassels. It's been a while, my brother Sancheng. How have you been? Brother Bate. What brings you here? Tang Sancheng exclaimed, delighted to encounter an old friend. Standing before Tang Sancheng was indeed Bate. Noticing the absence of Bai Yi, he inquired, where's my brother Bai Yi? Alas, it's a long story. I came here to find him, having roamed about for 7 or 8 days. Bate explained. Earlier, I spotted someone who resembled you and followed discreetly, daring not to greet him. To my great fortune, I have indeed found you. Bart appeared somewhat haggard. Tang Sancheng inquired, it has been quite a while since we last saw each other after the incident with the golden armor. Has Bai Yi emerged? Suddenly, Tang Sancheng heard Bart's stomach rumbling. Quick to react, he said, it has been ages since we last met. I should play the role of the host. Come, let me treat you to a meal. Bart, having exhausted his funds over the days spent searching for Bai Yi, had not had a proper meal in several days. Thus, he readily acquiesced to Tang Sancheng's invitation. They found a fine restaurant, and after settling in and ordering their dishes, Tang Sancheng thought of Bai Yi and quickly borrowed the restaurant's phone to summon him. Upon hearing that Bart had arrived, Bai Yi rushed over within 10 minutes. Seeing Bart again stirred a sense of excitement in Bai Yi, considering Bart and Bai Yi were members of the Golden family, descendants of Genghis Khan, and possessed some knowledge about the tomb of the great Khan. When the food arrived, Bart, famished, devoured 2 pounds of hand-picked lamb, feeling rejuvenated after a hearty meal. With a few drinks, Bart's complexion grew slightly more vibrant. Bai Yi, serving Bart a portion of vegetables, remarked, you seem to have been through a rough patch. Why didn't you contact us sooner? I sought you both when I first arrived, but you were not here. I decided to search for Bai Yi on my own. But I found nothing, Bart sighed. I had initially believed that upon finding the tiger armor, we would be able to live peacefully, but alas, Bai Yi. It's all my fault for not keeping a close watch on him. What truly transpired? Bai Yi asked. With a heavy heart, Bart replied. He expressed a desire to seek the tomb of the great Khan, and that was the last I saw of him. The revelation left both men astonished. They exchanged glances, their expressions somber. After a moment of contemplation, Bai Yi cautiously stated, it is well known that the tomb of the great Khan is shrouded in mystery. Isn't Bai Yi's endeavor a futile one? I advised him against it, Bart lamented, but he would not heed my words. In this harsh winter, I cannot fathom how he is faring. Having grown up alongside Bai Yi and being a protector of the Golden family, Bart felt a profound bond with him. He shook his head, saying, as descendants of the Golden family, it is our duty to allow the great Khan to rest in peace beneath the earth. Why must we disturb his eternal slumber? Yet, Bai Yi does not understand. He is still too young. During their previous encounter, They had observed that Bart needed to be more composed, while Bai Yi's temperament was too impetuous for matters of great significance. Tang San pondered. His sudden decision to seek the tomb of the great Khan must have been fueled by some clue. Surely he wouldn't embark on a fruitless endeavor. I heard that before he left, he encountered a peculiar individual, Bart noted. After this person met with Bai Yi, he vanished. I inquired and discovered that no one had ever seen that individual before. He was an outsider. Rumor has it that he bore scars, had very dark skin, was quite tall, and spoke in a strange manner, always inquiring about people's birth dates. Would you not find that odd? Inquiring about birth dates? Tang San's heart trembled slightly. Was he inquiring about individuals associated with Yinshin? How did you come to know this? Bart replied. He was indeed inquiring if anyone was linked to Yinshin, specifically targeting members of the Golden family. Coincidentally, Bai Yi's birth date aligns with Yinshin. Naturally, we, the Ming people, typically do not concern ourselves with such matters. It was only after Bart's departure that I uncovered this information. Yinshin, pursuing the descendants of the Golden family. Could this not lead to the shadowy figure behind the Golden Eagle token? It appears he remains undeterred, singularly focused on discovering the tomb of Genghis Khan. Bai Yi fortuitously fits both criteria. Seeking the descendants of the Golden family is intended to uncover related clues, while the interest in Yinshin is undoubtedly for the purpose of corpse refining. Bart, how long has Bai Yi been gone? Bai Yi harbored an ominous premonition. It's been about 10 days, Bart responded. I heard they are heading this way. I've searched nearly every alley here, yet to no avail. Given the vastness of Beijing, it's no wonder his complexion has deteriorated. The situation for Bai Yi appears dire. Let us assist in the search. Otherwise, Bai Yi remarked, may my premonitions prove unfounded. In the following days, everyone remained industrious, aiding in the distribution of flyers and publishing missing person notices in newspapers. They explored every conceivable method, yet still no news of Bai Yi. Lazy insisted that Bai Yi might not even be in Beijing, perhaps having departed for another location. Bart felt a twinge of guilt, as all the expenses during this period had been covered by Bai Yi, who reassured him not to worry about finances, as long as they could locate Bai Yi. A week swiftly passed, leaving everyone exhausted. During this time, the seven evils had traversed even the rural areas with Shaoshan. But since Bai Yi did not belong to the treasure-hunting world, Xie Fangfei couldn't provide much assistance. They merely inquired among insiders about any Mongolian individuals resembling Bai Yi, receiving a considerable amount of feedback, yet none proved accurate. Bart was on the verge of losing hope when suddenly, numerous reports emerged within the city, claiming that a vengeful zombie had been sighted in the outskirts, causing public anxiety. Tang San immediately leapt to his feet, sensing that this zombie might be Bart. Bai, eager to partake in the excitement, noted that students often spread the most rumors. Once a piece of information reached the school, it would morph into various versions. Tang San anticipated this and proactively sought out Bai at school. After a discussion, they decided to investigate together, as the zombie was said to only appear at night. By 11 o'clock that evening, they set forth. The group was small. Bai Yi drove, accompanied by Bart, Tang San, and Bai, while the others remained at home. Lazy was more than willing to stay indoors on such a cold night, while Shaoshan clamored to join the spectacle, only to be restrained by Xiao Ning. The four arrived at the location rumored to be haunted by the zombie, which was quite secluded, not far from the cemetery. Any vicinity near a graveyard inherently felt ominous. Bai and Tang San exchanged glances, exclaiming in unison, Furrowed. Furrowed is the site for corpse refining. Bai Yi inquired, where exactly is it? Follow us. Tang San and Bai led the way, departing from the main path and descending a small earthen slope. The absence of rain or snow over the past couple of days rendered the ground relatively dry, sparing the group some discomfort. Upon descending the slope, they encountered a water channel approximately half a meter wide. After crossing it, they found themselves in an open area, a desolate place where vegetation struggled to thrive. The ground bore signs of excavation, and Bai remarked, your friend has not yet been transformed. Since his departure, it has not been the full 7 cycles. So I believe it is unlikely to be him. Before Bai could finish his statement, Tang San darted forward like an arrow, racing westward. Bai's expression shifted, prompting him to hastily pursue Tang San. As they drew closer, they spotted a hunched figure writhing in agony on the ground. Chapter 549. The man's face was difficult to discern, yet his suffering was evident. Bait had caught up and, after a brief glance, recognized him, muttering in Mongolian as he attempted to rush in. However, Bai seized him, saying, "Do not act impulsively. Let's assess the situation first." "It is Bai Yi, it is Bai Yi," Bait exclaimed. Although he was not well acquainted with Bai, he had not anticipated that this seemingly frail man would possess considerable strength, making it difficult for Bait to break free. Tang San stood beside Bai, suggesting, "Let us observe the situation before proceeding." Bai Yi's appearance was drastically altered. His features were contorted, and his eyes were bloodshot. This transformation resulted from the atrophy of the flesh on his face. Bai, upon realizing this, inquired, "What could have caused this?" Tang San, still bewildered by the unfolding events, sought clarity. Bai instructed the others to step back and approached Bai Yi, chanting incantations while pressing his hand against Bai Yi's forehead. Though others could not see, Tang San noticed a dark crimson aura emanating from Bai Yi's brow, an indication of the presence of death. As Bai's incantations resonated, the ominous aura gradually dissipated, and Bai Yi, once restless, began to calm down. His reddened eyes slowly returned to normal. With a deep breath, Bai Yi regained his composure, and upon seeing Bait, he let out a guttural sound. "Bait, is that you?" His voice had changed so much that Bait took a moment to process it. Bai shrugged and remarked, "It seems he is fortunate. This level of harm is not insurmountable." Bait helped Bai Yi to his feet. In the time they had been apart, Bai Yi had lost considerable weight, undoubtedly enduring significant suffering. Bait felt a pang of sorrow and held Bai Yi's shoulders tightly. Bai continued, "He has indeed been subjected to the process of corpse refinement. Fortunately, he is resilient, or perhaps the one performing the refinement was hasty, or this brother possesses a unique constitution, allowing him to enter a state of false death, thus deceiving the practitioner. Nevertheless, he has been invaded by dark energy, resulting in his classification as a zombie. Had we not located him in time, he might have been beyond salvation." "I see he has suffered greatly," Tang San noted. "It seems he will require some time to recuperate. Surviving is what matters most," Bait replied, his expectations modest. Bai Yi interjected, "This location is not suitable for lingering. The time for corpse refinement has not yet arrived, and that individual may come to check on the progress. We should return and discuss this further." Returning to the inn where Bart resided with Bai Yi, Bai affixed several talismans in his room. Tang San understood that these were intended to gather energy, aiding Bai Yi in thoroughly expelling the malevolent forces from within his body. Aware of Bai's meticulous nature, he noticed that although Bai Yi had regained consciousness, his mind remained somewhat dazed. They kept vigil over him until the early hours of dawn, when Bai Yi's awareness gradually sharpened. In an emotional outburst, he wept while embracing Bart, having traversed the threshold of death and returned to life, a moment that could certainly be described as tears of joy. Bai Yi's throat felt parched, and he drank copiously. Now fully recovered, he felt ravenously hungry, yet there was little in the way of sustenance at such an early hour. Tang San ventured out to procure some steamed buns and mantu, which Bai Yi devoured in one sitting, leaving his stomach round and full. However, his voice had yet to return, and he spoke to Bart in a hoarse tone. "This is my own doing. I was swayed by others and ended up in this dire predicament." Previously impulsive, Bai Yi had developed a newfound composure through this experience, which ultimately served him well. Bart, deeply moved, patted Bai Yi on the shoulder and inquired, "What exactly transpired?" "That individual deceived me," Bai Yi confessed, still shaken. He claimed that within the Great Khan's tomb lay a sacred artifact crucial to the fate of our Mongolian lineage. He promised that if I assisted him in retrieving it, I would become a hero of the Golden family. I am to blame. I only sought to surpass your standing in the eyes of arcane, and thus was easily persuaded. Bart had sensed Bai Yi's psychological turmoil long before, and now, even as it was laid bare, he felt a twinge of embarrassment. He sighed. "You are foolish. We are all descendants of the Golden family, and for the honor of our clan, there are no solitary heroes among us." "I once failed to grasp this," Bai Yi admitted. "I grew up believing that my kin regarded you as superior." He decided to speak candidly. "I truly considered you a brother, yet I could not bear the weight of your expectations. It was as if that man knew my thoughts, and he easily convinced me. I even allowed him to view the Golden genealogy. This was a grave matter. The Golden genealogy was an exclusive document, forbidden to outsiders, and even a mere touch was considered sacrilege. The fact that Bai Yi had permitted an outsider to see it was a significant taboo. And if the elders of their clan were to discover this, he would face severe repercussions. Bart sighed, knowing he could not allow Bai Yi, already tormented, to suffer further. He resolved to remain oblivious to the matter. Was this individual scarred on his face? Bai Yi inquired. Indeed, Bai Yi replied, rather than mere scars. It was more akin to a mark, imparting an unsettling impression, as if declaring to others that this person was nefarious. Is it a facial tattoo? Bai Yi suggested. Historically, such markings were used on prisoners, he added. Perhaps, Bai Yi responded. He seemed to have a keen interest in the golden genealogy, but his demeanor suggested disappointment, as if it did not contain what he sought. What he was likely searching for were details regarding the Great Khan's tomb. However, all records had been obliterated, leaving no trace. Although the golden genealogy contained significant events pertinent to the golden lineage, it adhered to the tradition of secret burials and would never record such matters. Not even in an illusion. Bart was certain of this. That is reassuring, he concluded. In truth, Bai Yi felt a twinge of disappointment. The tomb of Genghis Khan, akin to that of the Qin, represented the pinnacle of aspiration for grave robbers. If that were the case, why would he accompany him? Bart harbored his own disillusionment. We are tasked with protecting the Great Khan's tomb. How can we assist an outsider in his quest? I must have been bewitched. Bai Yi lamented, clutching his head. He felt no resentment, merely astonishment. How could he have truly ventured out to seek the Great Khan's tomb? Yet he had been deceived into that cursed place, knocked unconscious, and upon awakening, found himself buried underground, miraculously alive. The very notion seemed unfathomable. It took considerable effort to claw his way out, yearning to find a place with people to seek assistance, only to be met with terror. Perhaps this is the origin of zombies, Bai Yi mused, still perplexed. The failed reanimation was due to Bai Yi not being dead. Yet how could he have been buried alive and remained unscathed? This conundrum left Tang San and Yu Bai equally bewildered, while Bart seemed to possess some inkling of the truth. Bai Yi, did you do something before you lost consciousness? Did you consume the hugua? Bart inquired. Bai Yi gasped and nodded. No wonder, Bart remarked, hugua can induce a state of suspended animation, a privilege reserved for those of higher status within the Golden family. Both Bai Yi and I possess but one, kept for emergencies. I had never experienced its effects firsthand, yet here we are, witnessing its remarkable properties. Tang San felt a stirring in his heart. The effects of hugua bore a striking resemblance to that of Ku Chao. In the Han tomb, he had inadvertently ingested Ku Chao and similarly succumbed to a state of false death, leaving Bai Yi and Ding De Li to believe him dead, while he later revived in that tomb, unaware of hunger or thirst. Upon waking, he craved sustenance and water. Much like Bai Yi. What does hugua look like, Brother Bart? Might we have a glimpse? Bai Yi inquired with curiosity. Chapter 550. Archaeology Department. Without further ado, Bart produced the hugua, about the size of a thumb, emitting a sharp, pungent aroma. It felt soft to the touch, somewhat reminiscent of lychee flesh. After examining it, Bai Yi returned it to Bart, exclaiming, truly astonishing. I have never encountered such a fruit before. It was said to be long extinct, thus exceedingly rare. Hugua was exclusive to the Golden family and could only be acquired by those of certain rank. Elders would permit each individual 2 pieces, as guardians. Both Bai Yi and Bart were entitled to only one, which was already remarkable. Bart recounted with lingering trepidation. Without this hugua, Bai Yi fell silent. And Bart cast a glance at him. The world is fraught with peril, do you now understand? Upon returning with me, fulfill your duties as a family guardian, and refrain from venturing out again. I understand, Bai Yi replied, having genuinely learned his lesson this time. Brother Bai Yi, we are immensely grateful for your assistance this time, but I fear this shall be our last encounter. However, should you find yourselves on the prairie in the future, there may yet be opportunities for reunion. Bart expressed sincere gratitude for their help. I intend to take Bai Yi away this afternoon. Indeed, returning home for rest will be a welcome relief. Tang San did not anticipate such a hurried farewell, as he accompanied Ba Te and Bai Yi to the train station that afternoon. The sound of the train's whistle prompted a sigh from him. Bai Yi remarked, let us depart. This outcome is already quite commendable. That individual should not be an ordinary mountain dweller, should he? Tang San pondered. With such conspicuous features, it is unreasonable for Jiui to have forgotten him. Yet, this person seems enigmatic, shrouded in mystery regarding his origins. He has been in control of the Golden Eagle Order since the Yuan dynasty. Have you considered, Tang San that this person, like us, may also be ageless? Upon hearing this, Bai Yi noticed Tang San brow furrow, clearly indicating he had reached the same conclusion. This individual was unlike a mere mountain dweller. His methods were ruthless, making him a formidable adversary. His intentions were directed toward the Great Khan's tomb. As long as we refrain from disturbing it, we should be safe. Tang San optimistically replied. Moreover, none of us possess a birth date, which does not meet the criteria for corpse refining. However, he scratched his head. I am uncertain of my birth date. Only my parents would know. Tang San mused. I believe the clues left by Qi Feng still exist somewhere. Perhaps one day, when we possess the strength to confront this individual, we can seek the Great Khan's tomb. But now is not the time. Finding the Tai Sui is of greater significance. Bai Yi added. Also, discovering the mystery of your lineage can wait for another time. Indeed. Tang San concurred. Winter is nearly over, leaving only the Tai Sui to consider. Do you have any promising destinations in mind? With less than a month until spring, we can deliberate further. Bai Yi's hands trembled slightly on the steering wheel. Once the 7 elements converge, I can return to the cliff coffin and unravel the longevity curse that binds me. The dream of spending my remaining days with Fu Yu is within reach. Congratulations. Tang San said weakly. You hardly seem to be congratulating me, Bai Yi pointedly replied. Well, Tang San did not deny it. Your success is imminent. But what am I to do? He refuses to see me, and I have no way of knowing who my mother is. Even if she has passed away, I deserve to know her identity. It became clear that he was longing for his mother. Bai Yi took note of this and planned upon returning to pursue the Tai Sui, diligently studying maps with others and researching previous occurrences of the Tai Sui, aiming to select the most suitable location. Lu Zhi was elated upon learning of his acceptance, as his father's prohibition was now entirely lifted. He hurried over to collaborate with his companions. Though Lu Zhi had not visited in a long time, he was not estranged from the group, and with enthusiasm, he remarked, I've heard that the library at the university that accepted me is even larger than the one in the city. And there is a remarkable professor in the archaeology department. Archaeology? Bai Yi immediately felt a sense of foreboding. You didn't apply to the archaeology department, did you? Indeed. Lu Zhi exclaimed excitedly. This is practically my old field. Once I graduate, I can explore ancient tombs without any pretense. His exuberance went unnoticed as Lei Zi's displeasure became evident. What do you mean by exploring without pretense? Are you suggesting that we operate in secrecy? Now that you have become a university student, do you think you are remarkable? Misunderstanding his own intentions, Lu Zhi stammered in frustration. Lazy, that's not what I meant. The more anxious he became, the less he knew how to articulate his thoughts. However, Xiao Ning reacted swiftly. If Lu Zhi excels in his studies, it will only benefit us, not harm us. Cloaked in the guise of legitimacy, we too can gain access to ancient tombs, as long as we do not overstep our bounds. Xiao Ning's reasoning was sound, and Lu Zhi managed to collect his thoughts. Indeed, and the knowledge I can acquire will only increase. After all, I have my own role to play, don't I? Thus, he resolved to study diligently once enrolled. Bai Yi patted Lu Zhi on the shoulder. Our future may very well depend on you. Lu Zhi nodded earnestly, feeling genuinely needed for the first time. He raised his hands high above his head. This time, I shall not disappoint expectations. In the future, there will undoubtedly be a renowned archaeology professor named Lu Zhi. Lu Zhi lingered longer today, only returning after dinner. His presence brought a rare sense of ease, as they engaged in playful banter and laughter, creating a lively atmosphere. After Lu Zhi departed, everyone returned to their beds. Tang San, tossing and turning, found himself unable to sleep. Grabbing the morning newspaper, he flipped through a few pages and stumbled upon a piece of news that piqued his interest. It reported the discovery of Tai Sui near Qingda, uncovered during the construction of a botanical garden. While digging a lotus pond, a piece of Tai Sui had unexpectedly emerged. Overcome with excitement, Tang San rushed, barefoot and clutching the newspaper, into Bai Yi's room. Bai Yi had already tucked himself into bed when Tang San burst in, his face pale. What is wrong with you? You can't even knock before entering. You're not exactly undressed, Tang San retorted dismissively. Besides, who told you to sleep without locking the door? Here, take a look at this. You haven't had a chance to see today's newspaper, have you? Bai Yi accepted the paper and noticed a section circled by Tang San's pen. The content made him overlook Tang San's earlier recklessness. Tai Sui? They found it 5 meters down while digging the lotus pond. Unfortunately, we won't be able to obtain it. We can only hope for a stroke of luck to see if there is more below. Shall we go there? Tang San inquired. Yes, it's not too far. Once the weather improves, we can set off. For now, we shouldn't rush. Let's prepare ourselves. Though the ground may not necessarily conceal an ancient tomb, excavation is essential. We cannot afford to overlook our work. After Bai Yi finished speaking, his gaze remained fixed on Tang San until the latter felt an uncomfortable shiver. What are you doing? You've already said everything. Aren't you going back to sleep? Or do you wish to stay and sleep with me? Not a chance, Tang San replied curtly. You think too highly of yourself. Then hurry up and leave, Bai Yi said, sinking deeper into his covers, pulling the blanket up to his chin. And please, shut the door behind you. Chapter 551. Departure of the young monk. Before setting off, Xiao Ning took a moment to visit Xie Fangfei. Their relationship had unexpectedly improved, as Xie Fangfei now found solace in the companionship of a friend amidst her misfortunes. However, she had to quietly bury her feelings for Bai Yi deep within her heart. Fortunately, her friend Lao San remained by her side, never mentioning the events of that tumultuous time, and continued to care for her with the same meticulous attention as before. At times, Xie Fangfei felt that this was, in fact, quite comforting. Having taken over the responsibilities of the ninth master, Xie Fangfei was busily engaged in her work, managing the tasks she had previously neglected. Her experience studying abroad helped her to mitigate the emotional wounds she had suffered, though she could not comprehend why such misfortune had befallen her, especially since her birth date did not align with any ominous signs. Xie Fangfei gifted Xiao Ning a bottle of perfume, a present originally from Gong Xiaoqing, which she had never used. The fragrance was delicate and well-suited for a girl of Xiao Ning's disposition. As the two sat in the room chatting, Xie Fangfei suddenly inquired, "What kind of girl does Bai Yi like? How should I put it? She resembles a fairy, devoid of any earthly essence, possessing both kindness and gentleness," Xiao Ning replied, a smile gracing her lips as she mentioned Fuyu. "The first time I saw her, I thought how wonderful it would be to have an elder sister like her. Only such a girl could inspire Bai Yi to be so utterly devoted." "Is that so?" Xie Fangfei felt a wave of relief wash over her. "Then I suppose losing to her is not entirely shameful. Although I may have lost in love, I have gained a friendship, which is a fair trade." On the journey to Chengde, Xiao Ning relayed these sentiments to Bai Yi, who immediately felt a sense of relief. "It is wonderful that she can think that way. You men are truly insufferable," Xiao Ning retorted, defending Xie Fangfei. "You always seem to have the upper hand." Bai Yi chuckled. "Then in the case of you and Tang San, who holds the advantage? Such matters cannot simply be quantified as winning or losing, or who benefits more. If it were that straightforward, there would not be so many troubled men and women in the world, would there, Tang San?" Indeed, Tang San, nearly asleep, was jolted awake by Xiao Ning's pinch. "In my opinion, Xiao Shan is the best. He shows no interest in love, living a life of simplicity and contentment. However, have you noticed that he has grown taller lately, and his arms have become quite strong?" "Yes, this child is developing just like any normal person," Qixie remarked. "Yet, I wonder what his future holds. Will Xiao Shan, like Qixie, enjoy an extended life? Or will he, like Tang San, remain eternally youthful, forever suspended at this age? Or will he, like an ordinary person, live a long life, but ultimately pass away as is natural?" All of this remains a mystery. As if summoned by their conversation, Xiao Shan bounced into the room, now nearly reaching Tang San's chin. While Tang San was already tall, he was merely slightly shorter than Qixie. Just months ago, when Xiao Shan had emerged from Changbai Mountain, he barely reached Tang San's shoulders, but in this short time, he had transformed from a boy into a young man, even his appetite aligning more closely with Tang San's. "Brother San, when will we be leaving?" Xiao Shan stifled a yawn, remarking on the prolonged train journey. Suddenly, a lively discussion erupted from the adjacent compartment. "Have you heard? They unearthed a massive taisui over there. That's a form of mushroom spirit, and apparently, consuming it can stave off aging," one traveler exclaimed. Tang San turned towards the source of the chatter, spotting two individuals seated below, enthusiastically munching on sunflower seeds while engaging in spirited conversation. "What a pity. Someone let the cat out of the bag, and now the taisui has been confiscated. If I were the one who discovered it, I would have kept my mouth shut," one lamented. "By the way, isn't your hometown nearby?" "Not just nearby, my family resides in the vicinity of that development zone. Ever since childhood, I've heard tales of hauntings down there. There are even wild stories of ginseng children appearing at night," came the reply. "Ginseng children?" Another chuckled. "Do you really believe in such nonsense?" They say that wild ginseng can transform into human form after 1,000 years, akin to the legends of Bai Yi turning into a spirit. Surely, there are no such creatures in this world. Nonetheless, that place is peculiar. I cannot fathom why they would establish a botanical garden there. It feels eerie. The individual shook his head. Fortunately, my family no longer resides there. Otherwise, you would hear the cries of children at night. I've experienced it myself in my youth. You must be jesting. Who would believe you? Another nudged playfully. Shall we play cards? Tang San observed the others, noting their expressions of disbelief. He had encountered the mythical 1,000-year ginseng on Changbai Mountain, and while it was substantial, it was merely 100 years old at most, nothing more than ordinary ginseng. The notion of a 1,000-year ginseng transforming into human form seemed implausible, despite their acquaintance with the eccentric Xiaoshan. As the train rumbled to a halt in the afternoon, the passengers were eager to disembark. They summoned 2 vehicles to the site of the Tai Sui discovery. The drivers, unfazed, remarked, "I assume you're here for the Tai Sui as well? Let me tell you, it's a lost cause. Once that Tai Sui was unearthed, the area has been thoroughly excavated. If you go now, you've missed the boat." "Are many people coming?" Bai Yi inquired. The driver laughed heartily. "Who isn't greedy for riches? Word has it that the Tai Sui can fetch a handsome sum when sold. Many affluent individuals are scheming to acquire it. This Tai Sui is a rare treasure, indeed." Indeed, the location was not far from the city. As they spoke, numerous vehicles headed toward the site, with tractors carrying people armed with shovels. The driver gestured out the window. "See that? Not just locals, but outsiders are flocking to join the frenzy. With so many people heading there, where will they stay tonight?" Tang San pondered. "They'll pitch tents or find lodging with nearby farmers." The driver answered nonchalantly. "Just think about it. How much Tai Sui must there be to warrant such a crowd? In my opinion, there's likely nothing left. Finding even one wild Tai Sui is already a stroke of luck. How can you remain so indifferent?" Tang San queried. "Why should I be concerned? What is meant for me will find its way to me. Pursuing what isn't mine is meaningless. Besides, although spring has arrived, the nights are still quite chilly. I have no desire to endure that hardship." The driver, displaying a remarkable sense of humor, suggested, "May I propose that you return to find a cozy inn to stay overnight? You can then visit the benevolent Empress Dowager's palace tomorrow." Treating this journey as a delightful excursion, his exuberance was palpable, and Bai Yi responded, "Having ventured this far, we might as well partake in the festivities. However, as you mentioned, accommodations might pose a challenge. Do you have any recommendations?" "Indeed," the driver replied. "I have an aunt residing nearby, though her home is somewhat distant. It is certainly vacant. I can take you directly to her place. She lives modestly, and a small gesture from you would surely assist her." "That sounds perfectly agreeable," Bai Yi replied with alacrity. "As long as we find a place to stay." The driver led the way to his aunt's residence. True to his word, the location was indeed a bit remote, yet it offered shelter for the night. They could manage with a little crowding. Bai Yi handed 20 yuan to the woman, a sum equivalent to a month's wages for an ordinary worker in the city. After some reluctance, she accepted the money. Despite her impoverished circumstances, her spirit remained undaunted. 30 years later, when Bai Yi and Tang San reminisced about this moment, they would reflect on how swiftly human nature can change. Chapter 552. The sound of weeping in the middle of the night. Tang San was stirred awake by a haunting sound of crying. He sat up abruptly, straining to listen, the wails resembling those of an infant, with an unsettling similarity to a cat's meow. Rubbing his eyes, he approached the window, only to be met by an impenetrable darkness outside. "Sancheng, what troubles you?" Qi Xie, awakened by Tang's sudden movement, inquired. "There is crying, an incessant wailing." Tang San replied. "It has been ongoing for quite some time. Could it be the children from the village?" Qi Xie suggested. "Let us not dwell on it. It is quite late." Unable to discern the situation outside, Tang could only await the dawn to inquire with the woman. He returned to bed, yet the sorrowful cries persisted, a lament that only he seemed to perceive, while the others remained blissfully asleep. Tang San tossed and turned, tormented by the anguished sounds. If indeed it was a child, how could such a piercing cry emerge? As morning approached, Tang San awoke, his eyes shadowed by dark circles. Qi Xie sighed, noting that, owing to San Cheng's distress, he too had not enjoyed a restful night. When did the crying cease? "It continued for a full 2 hours, Tang lamented. "It was truly distressing." Xiao Ning recalled the conversation between 2 individuals on the train and appeared somewhat apprehensive. "Do you remember what they said?" I shall inquire with the woman. The driver's aunt was busy in the kitchen, and Xiao Ning, assisting with the bellows, took the opportunity to converse with her. Mentioning the cries heard the previous night, the aunt expressed surprise. Such sounds should not have reached us here. Ah, I almost forgot about this matter. Only Tang San's keen ears could detect such distant sounds. Xiao Ning casually fabricated some words to obscure the truth. The elder sister remarked, only a few households near the edge of our village can hear it. We are situated deeper within, so generally, it goes unheard. Alas, we have known this sound since childhood, though we are unsure of its origin. It has not brought us any misfortune, and we have all grown accustomed to it. However, it is said that if you happen to hear crying while walking down the road, you must never look back. Not look back? Why? Xiao Ning's curiosity was thoroughly piqued. Truth be told, we do not know what might occur if one turns around. Yet, no one has ever dared to look back upon hearing it. They are all too engrossed in their journey, eager to distance themselves from the sound until it ceases. The elder sister recounted, there was someone from our village who returned late from visiting relatives. While walking home, she heard that sound. She described it as quite distressing, causing her heart to race. Who would dare to look back? She felt compelled to run home. When did this crying begin? Xiao Ning inquired. It is said that it started after Empress Dowager Cixi resided here for a time. After her departure, the sound began. Initially, some claimed it was the ghost of a palace maid or eunuch who had met a tragic fate, but that cannot be right, for the crying clearly resembles that of a child. In any case, there are countless theories. The elder sister lifted the pot lid, revealing steaming vegetarian dumplings. Our family's circumstances are modest. This is all we can afford to prepare. I will step out shortly to buy some meat for dinner. We shall have meat dumplings. No need to trouble yourself, elder sister. We are content with whatever is available, Xiao Ning quickly replied, eager to decline. With the vegetarian dumplings and vinegar prepared, Xiao Ning assisted in serving them. The moment Tang San caught a whiff of the dumplings, his stomach grumbled audibly, and without hesitation. He began to eat once they were placed on the table, earning a sharp glare from Xiao Ning. After finishing breakfast, Xiao Ning helped the elder sister tidy up before returning to the room where Tang San and the others were staying. She recounted their conversation, and upon sharing, they felt a sense of relief. Many peculiar tales in the world are merely exaggerations that evolve into the realm of the supernatural. They discussed the situation and agreed that during the day, they would investigate further, allowing Tang San to assess the circumstances. After bidding farewell to the elder sister, they set out. Along the way, they inquired of others and successfully arrived near the developing botanical garden, which was abuzz with activity. Numerous tents were pitched, and many individuals were digging in the open spaces, with wet mud scattered everywhere. It truly is quite lively, Tang San remarked with a sigh. Their arrival drew the attention of those nearby, with one person even exclaiming loudly, "Damn it, another group has come." Lazy, displeased, muttered, "He stole my catchphrase." "Let us move on," Bai Yi said, disinterested in entangling with these individuals, as their purpose was to locate the elusive Tai Sui. The botanical garden has been locked down, prohibiting outsiders from entering. Consequently, these individuals can only excavate in the vicinity, unable to gain access. It appears that to enter, one must resort to clandestine methods. Tang San observed with great scrutiny. This was not an auspicious sight. However, the wailing from yesterday indeed emanated from this location. From where did it originate? Beyond the police line, Tang San glimpsed the temporarily halted lotus pond, which had been excavated to a considerable extent. Judging by the soil beneath, it was indeed suitable for cultivating lotuses, as the dark mud appeared to be naturally rich in nutrients. Lazy sniffed the air and murmured, "The scent from that pond is unsettling. There's an odor of decay." "What is it?" Bai Yi inquired. "I suspect there lies a burial pit below," Lazy remarked, his words startling. "If that is the case, the Tai Sui emerging from here would be steeped in yin energy, precisely what we seek." "And you, Tang San?" Bai Yi asked. "I am certain this is not an auspicious site. It is not a legitimate burial ground," Tang San replied. Bai Yi fell into contemplation, casting glances around. "The defenses to the west are the weakest. We shall devise a plan to enter there tonight." "Qixia, do we have any sedatives left?" "There are still some remaining from when we used them on the fierce dog of the Guan family," Qixia responded. "That simplifies matters. They may prove useful tonight." Bai Yi lamented slightly. "It is unfortunate we lack smoke sedatives. I fear these individuals outside may cause trouble." Qixia replied, "That can be arranged. With spring upon us, various plants are sprouting. I can find a solution. Xiaoshan, accompany me. It would be wise to have support. Having grasped the terrain, Bai Yi nodded. Very well, exercise caution. We shall return first. Xiao Qi and Qi Xie moved towards the verdant area while they retraced their steps. As they passed through the throng of people, a hefty man unexpectedly lunged forward, provocatively taunting. Oh, you clearly are outsiders. Do you wish to meddle with the Tai Sui? Let me warn you. This territory belongs to me and my brothers. Step aside, Bai Yi replied coldly. Good dogs do not obstruct. Are you calling me a dog? The hefty man, having idled too long with nothing to show for it, was merely seeking trouble. Noticing Bai Yi's indifference, he felt emboldened and swung a punch towards Bai Yi, declaring, Let me show you who the real dog is. Bai Yi remained motionless, displaying no intention to retaliate. The hefty man, momentarily pleased with himself, was caught off guard when a foot unexpectedly kicked him from behind, striking his rear leg. Being heavy-set, his balance faltered, and he tumbled to the ground, landing face first. Lazy, who had kicked him, laughed heartily. Now you truly resemble a dog. The hefty man scrambled to his feet and shouted at his companions. Why are you still standing there? Come help me. Xiao Ning stepped back a pace. Even in this remote locale, there were ruffians. Although Qi Xie and Xiaoshan were absent, Bai Yi and Lazy were sufficient to handle the situation. After a brief skirmish, their adversaries were left dazed. Lazy seized one by the hair, demanding, Which of your eyes led you to believe we were here for the Tai Sui? Do not seek trouble, or you shall regret it. Now leave. These individuals here wield their authority, while others dare not voice their grievances. Initially, all had come to excavate the coveted Tai Sui, yet the corpulent group incessantly sought conflict. Today, a sudden onslaught from another faction left them in disarray, evoking silent cheers from onlookers. The stout man, embarrassed, rose and pointed at Bai Yi and his companions, proclaiming, You shall see, we shall ride the donkey and watch the show. In chapter 553, Incineration, a thunderous roar from Lei Zi commanded, You best vacate, or I shall ensure you regret it. The stout man hastily departed, and Lei Zi spat on the ground, muttering, Damn it, do they not realize who we are? Enough of these mere commoners, Bai Yi remarked. Let us depart. Tang San, feeling equally discontented, observed, These individuals fear others will unearth the Tai Sui before them. They wish to expel everyone else, failing to recognize that a collective effort could delineate areas and ultimately serve mutual interests. Why must they exclude each other in a zero-sum game? Such naivety. If only everyone shared your perspective, Lazy scoffed. In our line of work, encountering rivals inevitably leads to competition. It is an unavoidable reality. Tang San found himself at a loss for words, surveying the crowd. Some appeared refined, while others bore the marks of labor. Regardless of their backgrounds or ages, all were consumed by the desire to unearth the Tai Sui and attain sudden wealth. It seemed that gain remained the most alluring bait. Upon returning to the elder sister's abode, Bai Yi and his companions, with idle hands, assisted her in chopping firewood and tidying the house. Their efforts left the elder sister and her family profoundly grateful, urging them to rest. Bai Yi reveled in the tranquility of rural life, contemplating how splendid it would be to share such a peaceful existence with Fu Yu one day. As Bai Yi pondered, Qi Xie and Xiaoshan returned, brimming with enthusiasm. Their haul was substantial. Qi Xie, well-versed in plant characteristics, showcased a grass resembling foxtail and whispered, This grass, once ignited, releases an aroma that induces rapid slumber, possessing a calming effect. If we infiltrate the crowd tonight and ignite it, we shall remain untroubled. Xiaoshan eagerly volunteered. I shall do it. Excellent. I entrust it to you. Your light steps make you the perfect candidate, Bai Yi affirmed. As darkness finally descended, Bai Yi and the elder sister concocted a ruse, claiming they would visit the neighboring village, leading everyone toward the previously scouted location. Xiaoshan stealthily infiltrated the area where tents were clustered, igniting the sun-dried grass in a sheltered spot, and then positioning himself downwind, allowing the fragrance to waft into the throng. The scent was faint, yet as Qi Xie had asserted, its efficacy was remarkable. Soon, the tents reverberated with the sounds of slumber, and Xiaoshan, satisfied, rejoined Tang San and the others. Tang San's keen ears had already detected the chorus of snores, and upon Xiaoshan's return, he gave him a thumbs up. Meanwhile, Xiao Ning and Lei Zi were probing the ground with a luoyang shovel, searching for burial chambers. After 2 unsuccessful attempts, Lazy dabbed a bit of mud on his finger, inhaled, and shook his head, nodded. After traversing several locations, they finally arrived near the lotus pond, where a shovelful of dark mud was unearthed. Lazy, as per his usual habit, took a whiff and detected an odor of burnt grass. Evidently, there had been a fire beneath the surface. Damn it, why would anyone burn grass? He mused. Xiaoning, another scoop. Xiaoning withdrew the Luoyang shovel, and Lazy inhaled again. The scent of charred grass mingled with a foul, acrid odor reminiscent of decomposing matter. Bai Yi, I encountered a similar stench that day. It seems there is something intriguing below. What do you think? Shall we descend? Let's go down. Bai Yi gazed upward at the sky, where a luminous moon hung, adorned by two clouds that partially obscured its light. With such splendid weather, their fortune should be favorable, he thought. As they neared the critical moment, Bai Yi felt an unusual tension, even more so than usual. He clapped his hands, prompting the others to spring into action. Tang San observed Bai Yi's expression, surprised by his evident nervousness. What nonsense are you spouting? Bai Yi retorted, slightly annoyed that Tang San had discerned his feelings. Feeling embarrassed, he hurried to assist Xiao Ning and the others. After digging approximately 4 meters, they uncovered some scattered bricks. This was not a complete tomb chamber. Lazy and Xiao Ning exchanged a glance, and Xiao Ning's face soured. It stinks terribly. We haven't even opened the coffin, and already this foul odor pervades. Pondering, Lazy leaned closer to the earth to inhale again. With a vigorous pull, the stench invaded his nostrils, unsettling his very insides. Damn it. It's as if countless bodies are buried below. Xiao Ning grimaced. Hurry, I can't endure this stench any longer. Let's see what's beneath. With that, Xiao Ning swiftly wielded his tool and resumed digging, and the number of bricks increased, revealing a narrow passageway. However, it could not be classified as a tomb path, as there was no tomb chamber to speak of. Xiao Ning snapped his fingers upward, prompting everyone to jump down. Tang San examined the bricks, puzzled. This is odd. Usually, we either enter the ear chamber directly or find ourselves in the main burial chamber. At the very least, we should end up in a tomb passage. What is going on? This is entirely against the norm. It is not a tomb chamber, Bai Yi asserted confidently. These bricks aren't even properly laid. Lazy, let us follow the strongest scent. Where it emanates from, we shall proceed. Lazy sniffed the air and pointed to the right. That way. The direction he indicated led toward the pond, where the Tai Sui had also been excavated. The passage was too narrow to stand upright. They entered in single file. Crouching as they maneuvered through the tight space, bricks scattered across the ground, causing discomfort with every move. After crawling for about 10 meters, the area finally widened, allowing them to stand upright once again. Bai Yi felt an unsettling sense of wrongness. He shone his flashlight toward the path they had traversed, realizing that the narrow trail sloped downward at a barely perceptible angle. No wonder the space had suddenly expanded upon their entry. Once inside, the foul odor became increasingly pronounced. Lazy swept his flashlight around, and soon discerned charred traces on the ground. More disturbingly, he noticed fragments of bone amidst the ash and grass. He donned his gloves and crouched down, sifting through the ashes, retrieving several small bone fragments. Look, these are human bones. Despite being singed black, the structure suggested they were phalanges, and Bai Yi observed that their thickness indicated they belonged to a youth. Strange, could this have been a cremation site? It was plausible. Moreover, the odor emanating from the soil hinted that the bodies had been placed here initially, their fluids seeping into the earth before being gathered and stacked into a cremation platform with bricks for incineration. The remaining bones were the remnants of that fire. Damn, who would have thought cremation was already the norm? Lazy exclaimed. It's a pity we don't know the identities of these bones. Xiao Ning remarked while scanning the area with his flashlight, hoping to catch a glimpse of Tai Sui. Instead, he stumbled upon a stone chair, upon which sat a desiccated corpse, maintaining a seated posture with hollow, haunting eyes fixed on him. Startled, Xiao Ning gasped and stumbled backward until he collided with Xiao Shan. What's wrong? Xiao Shan inquired. Look, Xiao Ning pointed towards the skeletal remains. Chapter 554. The female official. The corpse on the stone chair had its hands resting on the armrests, legs apart, and leaned back against the chair in a seemingly relaxed manner, its head tilted to one side, a post-mortem tableau. The figure was of medium stature and bore a slender frame, garbed in tightly wrapped commoner's clothing. Bai Yi pondered, how peculiar. Why would a commoner be cremated in such a place? Could there have been a plague? Surely not. Lazy replied, astonished. Those who excavated tombs often encountered various oddities. Many would fall ill after their ventures, likely due to the toxic remnants of the graves, a potential trap, or the lingering effects of a natural plague that clung to the deceased and subsequently afflicted the excavators. Xiaoshan circled the corpse, scrutinizing it from different angles. Strange, but it seems to me that this figure appears to be in great distress. How so? Lazy disagreed. Look at how comfortably it sits, legs apart and hands resting here, directly facing the site of cremation as if watching a spectacle. Where's the distress in that? If it is so comfortable, then why did it die here? Furthermore, the feet are spread apart, yet forcefully pressed into the ground. Look, it has left 2 small depressions. Xiaoshan directed the beam of his flashlight towards the ground, revealing indeed that beneath the corpse's feet were 2 small indentations. Tang San nodded, acknowledging the observation. Indeed, although the ground was devoid of bricks or stones, it would require considerable effort to create such deep impressions. Xiaoshan was right. It was likely that the individual had suffered immensely, causing them to fervently kick downwards, thus leaving behind these 2 depressions. Lazy, momentarily at a loss for words, stroked his chin thoughtfully. At that moment, Xiao Ning made a new discovery. She noticed 2 large copper chests positioned to the southwest of the burning corpses. Drawing upon her experience in treasure hunting, she began testing the stones to ascertain whether there were any hidden mechanisms. Once confirmed, she deftly opened the lids while wearing gloves, only to be met with disappointment, an abundance of clothing. Bai Yi approached to take a look and confidently remarked, "These garments belong to the palace maids of the Qing dynasty, all of Manchu design, judging by the colors and styles. They are likely meant for female officials of the 6th rank or lower, and some were worn by ordinary maids, mere girls." "What a pity," Xiao Ning lamented. "These must be girls of merely 15 or 16, perhaps even younger, 13 or 14. Bai Yi sighed. How could the palace girls meet their demise here? Without even a complete corpse? What sort of officials were they? Tang San inquired. The official title for the 6th rank in the Qing dynasty was Baolin, with the 7th rank comprising the imperial maid and Zhao Sun, the 8th rank including the Kai maiden, and the 9th rank being the Feng Yi. The most unfortunate were the ordinary palace maids, who held no rank, and in truth, they lived less freely than the common women outside the palace, often bearing the brunt of mistreatment. Having concluded this discussion, Bai Yi returned to the matter at hand. Let us not forget our purpose for coming here. There are no valuable artifacts within these chests. We must locate the Tai Sui. This reminder jolted everyone from their shock, and they began searching for the Tai Sui. Yet its presence remained elusive. The greater the hope, the deeper the disappointment. Logically speaking, the Tai Sui, being among the 7 items, should have been the most commonplace. Yet it had proven to be the most troublesome to find. The 6 individuals nearly overturned every stone in their search, but to no avail. Xiaoshan, in a moment of carelessness, accidentally bumped into a stone chair. His considerable strength caused the chair to tremble, yet curiously, the dried corpse atop it remained largely undisturbed. Tang San, perplexed, remarked, "Something is amiss. Why does this corpse not move at all?" As he approached, he noticed a protruding object beneath the corpse's clothing, forming a circular shape. Fearing exposure to the corpse's fluids, Tang San refrained from touching it with his hand, and instead picked up a sharp stone from the ground to lift the clothing away. The sight beneath startled him. No wonder it remained still. The entire figure was secured to the stone chair by iron chains, rendering it immobile. It was evident that these chains had once embedded themselves into the flesh. Bai Yi then used another stone to pry open the corpse's mouth, and immediately, a noxious green gas wafted forth. "Quick, step back," Bai Yi shouted. His timely warning allowed the others to evade the toxic fumes that quickly dissipated into the air. 7 Evil remarked. It appears he was initially bound before being forcefully administered poison, leading to his agonizing demise, yet utterly immobilized. No wonder he could only struggle with his feet. However, his hands remain intact. Why did he not devise a means of escape? Goodness! There are indeed those who await death in a state of despair. Just as Lazy finished speaking, Bai Yi turned the emaciated hand of the corpse over and gingerly pinched it. The phalanges were entirely fractured, rendering those hands useless. Even if he were free, he could not save himself. Such cruelty. Regrettably, he wore commoner's attire, making it impossible to discern his identity. Xiao Ning felt a chill run down her spine. To perish in such a manner must have been excruciatingly tormenting. The nearby garments belonged to court ladies and maidservants, suggesting an undeniable connection to the imperial court. Bai Yi continued to scrutinize the cadaver, sensing something peculiar about its posture. What exactly was amiss? Closing his eyes, he envisioned himself as the lifeless body, forcibly bound to the stone chair, poisoned against his will, struggling, and ultimately expiring. In that case, his head would tilt to one side. However, this angle seemed excessively pronounced. A sudden thought struck Bai Yi. Could someone lend a hand and move this stone chair? Together, they lifted the chair along with the corpse, revealing a hidden mystery beneath. Tang San was thoroughly impressed. How did you conceive of this? The deceased's head leaning to one side seemed normal, yet it drooped too far, as if he had strained desperately to extend his head downward. This led me to ponder. Was he attempting to convey something? Or was there something he could not relinquish nearby before his death? Thus, I decided to investigate further. Bai Yi pointed at the stone slab beneath the chair. I am curious to discover what held his thoughts captive until his last breath. Upon removing the slab, they were greeted with a dazzling sight: prayer beads. A trove of prayer beads. These beads, typically worn by royalty around their necks, filled the space beneath. Gazing at the beads, Bai Yi seemed to experience a moment of enlightenment. The pearls adorning these prayer beads were all Eastern pearls. Eastern pearls, a type of pearl, are not known for their quality, originating from lakes, characterized by a whitish hue and poor transparency. However, due to their rarity, they are deemed precious. In the Qing dynasty, pearls were categorized into two major families based on their origin, with those produced in the northeastern region referred to as Eastern pearls. The regalia system of the Qing dynasty permitted only the emperor, empress dowager, and empress to don Eastern pearl prayer beads, with strict limitations on the number embedded according to the ranks of princes, dukes, and lords. To put it simply, these prayer beads are exclusively worn by the emperor, empress dowager, and empress, Xiao Ning summarized. Precisely, Bai Yi affirmed, reaching for the prayer beads. Lazy hastily stowed them away in his bag, ecstatic despite the foul odor surrounding them. By heavens, our luck is extraordinary. Now, all we need is to locate the Tai Sui to achieve great success. After retrieving the prayer beads, the discovery beneath the stone slab left them all in awe. This space was vast, and in addition to the prayer beads, there lay agate and jade. Chapter 555, Westward Journey. Lazy swallowed hard, glancing anxiously at the others. Isn't this too much? Whoever complains about having too much money? Xiao Ning pushed Lazy, urging him to hasten his actions. Come on, hurry up. Yes, yes, Lazy muttered, spitting on the ground before collecting the jade and agate scattered below. Bai Yi interjected, wait a moment. He took the piece of jade from Lazy's hand, observing. The craftsmanship and style of this jade bear a striking resemblance to the burial items of Empress Dowager Cixi. Could these be relics from her era? Cixi is renowned as one of the most extravagant figures in Chinese history, possessing an insatiable passion for pearls, agate, and a plethora of Eastern treasures. She was also a true jade aficionado, amassing the finest specimens throughout her life. Among her 700 burial items, there were 27 jade Buddhas, 2 jade watermelons, and the world-famous jade cabbages, all of immense value. It is said that a foreign envoy once presented her with a colossal diamond, to which Cixi merely glanced before languidly waving her golden, nail-clad fingers, dismissing the allure of the sparkling foreign gem. The eunuchs of her court, well-versed in her tastes, would procure exquisite jade from the common folk as tribute, and Cixi would generously reward them. Furthermore, Cixi was undeniably a pearl enthusiast. Historical records indicate that she possessed nearly 10,000 pearls of varying sizes. Among her burial treasures, the golden silk pearls draped over her body were adorned with 104 pearls, while her necklace comprised 920 pearls. Countless other pearls adorned her garments, attesting to her profound affection for these gems. Regrettably, despite Cixi's lifetime of opulence and the lavish treasures buried with her, her tomb was ultimately plundered, and there are accounts of her remains being desecrated by soldiers, marking a tragic end to her illustrious life. Bai Yi remained entranced by the piece of jade, while Lazy, unable to contain himself, snatched it back. Have you finished your examination? Empress Dowager Cixi, Bai Yi exclaimed, placing the jade back into Lazy's hands. What connection does this have with Cixi? Tang San queried, puzzled. Although these female officials ranked below the 6th grade, it was not a trivial matter for them to collectively leave the palace. Bai Yi mused. This reminds me of Cixi's westward journey. During the Boxer Rebellion, when the 8-Nation Alliance occupied Beijing, Cixi fled with her court to escape the war. Many events transpired during her flight. She was known for her capriciousness, shifting from sinister to suddenly understanding, leaving her ministers and attendants bewildered. This place was indeed a crucial passage in her westward journey. Qi Xian nodded in agreement. Indeed, these individuals could very well be palace maids who accompanied Cixi on her travels. He gazed at the mummified corpse on the stone chair. Bai Yi remarked, "This individual's pelvic bones appear underdeveloped, and his finger bones, compared to those we previously discovered, are considerably thicker, indicating that he was likely an older male. The possibility of these gems being his private collection is quite high. What about the female officials and palace maids? Why did they meet their demise here?" Xiaoning pondered, still concerned about the fate of the women. Perhaps it was to lighten their burden, came the response. Bai Yi remarked, "The journey westward, ostensibly under the guise of a hunt, was, in truth, a desperate bid for escape. The greater the number of people, the slower the progress. And with myriad tasks at hand, it was not out of character for Cixi to eliminate a few individuals. These were merely low-ranking female officials and palace maids. Fitting targets indeed. It was truly abhorrent. So many lives at stake, and they were but children." Xiao Ning seethed with indignation. It serves her right that Cixi's grave was disturbed. She committed so many atrocities in life. Lazy had already packed away all the ceremonial objects, distributing them among the backpacks to lighten their load. Noticing that everyone was still lost in speculation, he interrupted, urging them to hasten, for dawn would soon break, attracting unwanted attention. Furthermore, he insisted on searching for the Tai Sui. "Why linger here?" His words jolted Bai Yi from his reverie. Since Tai Sui had been unearthed here before, it stood to reason that the soil would exhibit some peculiarities. He approached the wall, tapping its surface. Some sections were firm, while others felt loose. He called Xiao Ning over, and without further ado, she grasped her trowel and began to dig. As she progressed, her expression transformed into one of excitement. For her hands had brushed against something fleshy. She turned to Bai Yi, asking, "Is this Tai Sui?" Embedded in the mud was a dark object. Bai Yi took a glance and nodded. "Indeed, Xiao Ning, continue digging as swiftly as you can. I appreciate your efforts." Xiao Ning did not reply, but redoubled her efforts. As the dirt fell away, Tai Sui gradually revealed itself, but simultaneously, the earth above began to collapse. Xiao Ning understood that her digging had compromised the already fragile wall. The area had been excavated before. Taking a deep breath, she wedged her trowel into the mud and called for Xiao Shan. Xiao Shan rushed over, swiftly extracting the Tai Sui with a deft movement. Just as Bai Yi felt a weight lift from his heart, the wall collapsed. Fortunately, Xiao Shan was quick on his feet. Xiao Ning retreated, lamenting the loss of her trowel, now buried in the earth. At that moment, retrieving the trowel was no longer an option. Survival took precedence. Bai Yi shouted for everyone to run, and they raced back along the path they had come, plunging into the tunnel of thieves. The tremors continued, with debris cascading around them, mingled with small stones that fell like bullets, striking their backs. Despite the pain, they dared not pause. A chill wind swept in, the moon having shifted its position, and dawn had yet to break. Bai Yi was the first to peek outside. Just as he did, Tang San called out, "Be careful." Bai Yi spotted a shadow lunging towards him. He deftly sidestepped and delivered a kick to the figure, hearing a thud that resembled the sound of a shovel striking the ground. With the moonlight illuminating the scene, he recognized the hefty figure wielding the shovel. It was the fat man. How peculiar! Was he not supposed to be asleep? The fat man was not alone. Having failed in his surprise attack, he shouted to his comrades behind him, "Seize the moment, brothers. Let us bury them alive." Bai Yi scoffed internally. Such ruffians thought they could contend with him? Tang San quickly crawled out as well, and one agile individual had already shoveled a scoop of dirt, intending to cast it down into the theft tunnel. Bai Yi, infuriated, drew a flying dagger and hurled it with precision, striking the back of the man's hand. The startled individual screamed in terror, and those nearby were equally taken aback. It was a real-life rendition of the legendary Little Leaf flying dagger, hitting its mark flawlessly. The hefty man approached, and, upon seeing the scene, immediately scolded, "You coward. That was just the back of the blade." Bai Yi retorted with a cold smirk. "This time it was the back of the blade. Next time, I shall not show mercy. Now be gone." The hefty man steeled his heart and swung the shovel towards Bai Yi. With a sigh, Bai Yi lamented the arrival of such a foolish brute, which diminished his joy in finding Tai Sui. As the hefty man lunged forward, he abruptly halted, for a dark muzzle was aimed squarely at his forehead. Fear rendered him speechless, realizing he had encountered a formidable opponent that day. Meanwhile, others still within the theft tunnel had emerged. Xiao Shan and Qi Xie swiftly dispatched two adversaries, knocking them to the ground in mere moments. Xiao Shan even sat upon one of the fallen, pressing down with determination. "Let this be a lesson for your misdeeds." The man, choking on dirt, desperately pleaded for mercy. "I won't do it again, I swear." The others turned their gaze to the hefty man, urging, "Brother Fat, just back down." He wielding the real deal. Chapter 556, The Real Deal Yet. The hefty man remained obstinate, refusing to believe that the weapon in Bai Yi's hand was genuine. With a defiant chest, he pressed against the barrel of the gun, directly over his heart, taunting, "Go on, shoot me if you dare. You think a fake gun can intimidate me? I've been scared since childhood." Bai Yi hesitated. He had not anticipated being challenged by a ruffian. Firing would alert the guards and create unnecessary complications. The more he hesitated, the more emboldened the hefty man became. Turning to his companions to declare, "See, it's fake." Suddenly, Tang San whispered something in Bai Yi's ear, illuminating his mind. He signaled Lei Zi and the others to take the goods and depart with Tai Sui. Although the hefty man claimed the gun was fake, his companions were still too fearful to intervene. Once Lei Zi and the others vanished into the night, a mischievous smile crept onto Bai Yi's face. He raised his hand and fired a shot at the ground beneath the hefty man's feet. The hefty man stood frozen in shock. But Tang San heard the sound of dripping water, which emanated from the hefty man's groin. Goodness, the hefty man truly couldn't withstand a scare. This was merely a warning shot. Though Lei Zi and the others had distanced themselves, they heard the gunshot, perplexed by what Tang San and Bai Yi had discussed. Had he actually listened to that fool and fired the gun? Wasn't that inviting trouble? Qi Xie, ever the sage, remarked, "We possess special authorization documents. This group has seen us during the day. If they witness us emerging from the theft tunnel at dawn, we might face significant trouble. It would be better to voluntarily fall into their net and rely on our special documents to extricate ourselves." Ah, so that was the situation. It appeared that Tang San's wits were becoming increasingly sharp. In a moment of inspiration, Lei Zi thought to himself, these individuals could indeed be troublesome. It would serve them well to experience some hardship. "Let us depart swiftly," he urged. Qi Jie turned back and remarked, "We shall return before dawn." Meanwhile, only Bai Yi and Tang San remained in the vicinity. The gunfire had indeed attracted the attention of the guards, who swiftly apprehended them. The rotund man had initially intended to flee, but his legs felt as if they were mired in quicksand, rendering him immobile. His companions contemplated escape. Yet under the threat of Bai Yi's firearm, they hesitated and obediently crouched down, allowing themselves to be captured without resistance. Bai Yi and Tang San were disarmed. And Bai Yi, unfazed, addressed the leader of the apprehending officers. "Please report to your superiors promptly. Bai Yi and Tang San have been captured." The leader, perplexed by the situation, found it odd that among a group of individuals desperate to flee, one would request an urgent report. However, given the nature of the crime, it was indeed necessary to report swiftly for commendation. The leader made a call, and within half an hour, orders were received to release them. "Release them?" questioned one officer incredulously. "They are armed. I must insist that Bai Yi and Tang San are villains, perhaps operatives sent from the opposing side." The authoritative voice from above was resolute. "Release them. Who is the superior here, you or I? Who is to be obeyed?" The officer dared not argue further and complied, releasing them and returning their weapons. Before departing, Bai Yi and Tang San glanced back at the rotund man, who remained in his unclean attire, now covered in filth. Bai Yi expressed a hint of disdain and pulled Tang San away to observe from a distance. Seeing his impending freedom, the rotund man suddenly collapsed to his knees. "Esteemed sirs, please save me. I now understand you are not ordinary individuals. You are on a special mission, are you not? Speak a good word for us. It is my folly. I have failed to recognize your greatness." As he spoke, he slapped his own face several times. Bai Yi scoffed. "I merely wish to inform you that I have already made arrangements to ensure your safety. Tang San, let us go." Once outside, Tang San, puzzled, inquired, "When did you make such arrangements?" "I was unaware." "Fool," Bai Yi retorted, "I was merely intimidating them. Individuals like those often have a checkered past. Once investigated, they will certainly find themselves detained for some time. He revels in frightening others and bullying the weak. I learned this tactic from him, a minor admonition." "You are indeed cunning." Tang San rolled his eyes. It has been a while since I saw you employ such tricks. I thought you had changed. Yet you remain the same. Change is easy in matters of circumstance, but one's true nature is hard to alter. Much like you, Tang San. You appear to have grown wiser recently, yet at your core, you remain a simpleton. Now let us depart. Bai Yi dusted off his clothes and strode forward, not affording Tang San the chance to retort. Tang San, resigned, reflected that despite the passage of time, Bai Yi was still that bandit leader, while he remained the same hapless pawn, unchanged in essence. Their return was swifter than Lei Zi had anticipated, prompting him to marvel at the efficacy of the special approval documents. How remarkable! Just a single phone call, and the results are immediate. With this, what do we have to fear in the future? Do not forget the words of Xin Wei, reminding us to maintain a certain measure. There lies a boundary that our superiors can tolerate, and this is something we must ponder. Once we surpass that boundary, the remainder of the conversation becomes superfluous. Even without Bai Yi's words, one can deduce that the documents are sanctioned by our superior, and should his voice render them void, they would naturally be discarded. Lei Zi scratched his head in agreement. Indeed, now that Tai Sui has been secured, having gained such significant advantage, Bai Yi is eager to return. The 7 items are gathered, awaiting only to present them to Fu Yu. He promptly resolved to depart, expressing gratitude to the elder sister for her care, and left with a small sum of money. Unbeknownst to them, since they excavated that tunnel, the haunting cries in the dead of night have ceased. Perhaps due to geographical factors, the underground caverns created a wind that generated those sounds. At least they have procured a benefit for the local villagers. Henceforth, the tales of terrifying cries will be no more. Tang San's spirits soared as well. Once Bai Yi's matters are settled, he intends to focus on unraveling the mystery of his origins. As the saying goes, striking a fixed target with great force yields better results. Who uttered this? It was none other than Tang San himself. Upon returning to Beijing, Bai Yi did not intend to linger. He swiftly organized the 7 items and prepared to journey to Xiangxi. This time, he brought only Tang San and Qi Xie along. The others would not remain idle. They were tasked with investigating the hometown of the songs Tang San had heard, specifically the home of the Guan brothers in Hunan, to inquire about events surrounding the year 1911, particularly concerning any women who had mysteriously disappeared or those who bore children out of wedlock. In that era, such occurrences were monumental. Even today, they hold great significance. This inquiry is grounded in reason. When Tang San was abducted by Bai Yi in 1930, he was just 19 years old. Calculating backward, he was born in 1912, and if we consider the possibility of his mother being pregnant in 1911, it aligns perfectly. However, there are always discrepancies. For instance, when Tang San was discovered, he was assessed to be 3 months old, yet his unusual constitution rendered such conventional judgments unreliable. Thus, Bai Yi insisted on investigating events around 1911. Upon hearing this, Lei Zi was taken aback. How could they investigate matters from several decades past, spanning a century? Nonetheless, Bai Yi firmly believed that Tang San was extraordinary from birth. For a man of the mountains, the woman who captured his attention must have been remarkable. With a little effort, they would surely uncover something. Lei Zi wore a pained expression, while Xiao Ning and Xiao Shan brimmed with enthusiasm. At present, 2 groups of individuals hurriedly made their way to their respective destinations. Before departing, Bai Yi naturally entrusted the precious East Pearl Jade to Uncle Hong. Upon seeing such a considerable collection of artifacts, Uncle Hong's jaw nearly dropped in disbelief. This transaction alone would yield him a significant sum in intermediary fees. With a profound expression, he informed Bai Yi of his impending retirement, citing his advanced age and inability to continue the hustle. Bai Yi, accustomed to collaborating with Uncle Hong over the years, felt a sudden pang of loss. However, he soon learned that Uncle Hong had already found a successor, advising Bai Yi to extend his support to the new recruit. When Bai Yi inquired about the identity of this successor, Uncle Hong waved his hand dismissively, stating that he would find out in due course. Chapter 557. The gathering. This matter was not of great consequence, as they would inevitably encounter the higher-ups eventually. Bai Yi chose not to pursue further inquiries, planning to address it after returning from Xiangxi. Throughout the journey to Xiangxi, Bai Yi scarcely closed his eyes. He remained fixated on the backpack containing the 7 treasures, anxious about any potential mishaps. In truth, his worries were unfounded. For the vigilance of the 7 evils and the keen ears of Tang San meant that no disturbance would escape their notice. Nevertheless, Bai Yi's heart surged like the mighty tide of the Qiantang River, rendering him unable to sleep. Having gained prior experience, ascending to the cliff coffin was now a trivial matter. As usual, he listened intently for any unusual noises from above to prevent any mishaps, ensuring that there were no anomalies before he called out, "Fu Yu." Fu Yu had long awaited this call. Upon hearing it, she felt as though she were in a dream and dared not believe her ears. It was not until Bai Yi called her name again that she came to her senses. Stepping onto the central steps of the cave and gazing down to see Bai Yi and his companions. Overwhelmed with emotion, she was momentarily speechless, recalling Bai Yi's words upon his previous departure, when he had promised that he would return at the time of collecting the 7 treasures. And now he had come. Seeing Fu Yu, Bai Yi rushed forward and embraced her, exclaiming, "I have arrived, Fu Yu. I will not become an evil corpse, nor will I seek immortality any longer. We can live as an ordinary couple, growing old together. The happiness your aunt never attained, I can offer you. All 7 treasures have been gathered." Fu Yu looked up, tears shimmering in her eyes as they cascaded down her cheeks. Bai Yi gently brushed them away and nodded emphatically. "Once we exit the cliff coffin, I am uncertain what will happen to me. Perhaps I can maintain my current appearance, or I may revert to the age that is customary for someone of my years. Just as your aunt did. Bai Yi, I am frightened, afraid that I lack the courage to remain by your side. I have grown old. And once the longevity curse is lifted, I too will age." Bai Yi chuckled, "You are overthinking it. In due time, we shall be 2 old fools staring at one another, spending our remaining days together. You will have no choice in the matter, whether you wish it or not." Tang San felt a chill run down his spine. Bai Yi's tender words were a stark contrast to the usual demeanor he exhibited, leaving him somewhat disoriented. As he observed the affectionate exchange between the two, Tang San and the 7 evils hesitated to intrude. Only when the couple reluctantly parted did they approach. The 7 evils addressed Fu Yu, saying, "The 7 treasures have been gathered. We can now commence the process of lifting the longevity curse, correct?" "Indeed," Fu Yu replied. With a gentle sweep, Fu Yu brushed away her tears and suddenly broke into laughter. "Sometimes, I dream of you transforming into an evil corpse. But such dreams need not haunt me any longer." Upon entering the cave, Bai Yi spread the 7 items across the ground. When Fu Yu's gaze fell upon the golden armor, her eyes widened in astonishment. "Incredible. So the golden armor refers to the Zombie King's protective gear. You have truly gone through great lengths to retrieve it." Bai Yi's final concern was whether the 7 items were intact. Fu Yu smiled, her warmth akin to the gentle sun, effortlessly warming Bai Yi's heart. She shook her head with a smile. "There's no issue. However, you may have to reside here for a while. I must fuse these 7 items together before I can unravel the longevity curse for you. Is it acceptable to stay in the previous location?" "Very well." Bai Yi, still somewhat impatient, inquired, "How long will it take?" His eagerness only filled Fu Yu with joy as she playfully pushed him away. "All right, you should take the 7 items and leave for now. Recently, I've sensed a decrease in the frequency of divine descents, and I can feel them approaching in advance. Oddly enough, I wonder if all the knowledge of my ancestors has been imparted to me, which may explain this phenomenon." Fu Yu's words piqued Bai Yi's curiosity, and he wished to ask further, but Fu Yu insisted they leave, stating that a divine descent was imminent. The trio reluctantly ascended. The makeshift bedding from their last stay remained, and they placed their backpacks upon it, sitting cross-legged. As they exchanged glances, it was the 7 evils who spoke up. "Once the longevity curse is lifted, Bai Yi will no longer be ageless, leaving only the 2 of us, me and Tang San." This notion had not crossed Bai Yi's mind, but upon hearing 7 evils mention it, a sense of loss washed over him, rendering him speechless. And he sealed his lips in silence. Tang San chuckled. "What does it matter? We've managed fine without Bai Yi before. Moreover, witnessing our brother with the one he loves brings us nothing but joy." Hypocritical. After saying this, Tang San mentally chastised himself for his insincerity, as he felt a twinge of reluctance. The 3 fell silent, each lost in their thoughts, until Fu Yu's call brought them back to reality. They descended and noticed a peculiar expression on Fu Yu's face. Bai Yi inquired about her concern, and she replied, "Today's divine descent feels unusual. It's happening far too swiftly. Lately, I've sensed an increasing rapidity. Perhaps, the divine descents will gradually fade away." Setting aside that topic, she added, "Now, let me take the 7 items." Fu Yu took the items into her hands, grinding each with a stone. When she reached the golden armor, she found it challenging. It appeared as delicate as a wing, yet was remarkably tough. Even striking it with a stone caused no deformation. Fu Yu appeared troubled until Tang San had a sudden idea, suggesting they position it upright and strike downwards. As he predicted, the thinner it became, the more difficult it was to handle, until each of the 7 items was placed into a bottle. Fu Yu remarked, "These 7 items are of the utmost nature. The larvae will require some time to acclimate to them, at least a week's time." A week? Thankfully, we have waited this long. 7 days is not too long. Especially when one is with their beloved. How short can 7 days truly be? It was a trying ordeal for Tang San, as he spent his days sprawled on the ground, eating when hunger struck and sleeping when fatigue overcame him, living a life akin to that of a swine. At long last, after enduring 7 days, the moment to unravel the Bai Yi's eternal life goo had finally arrived. The goo worm employed by Fu Yu was unlike the previous one. It was a golden silkworm, a creature that could only be trained by highly skilled goo women. This precious being was the sole survivor of a brutal competition among toxic insects, a process steeped in cruelty, which endowed the golden silkworm with the unique characteristics of all goo worms. As the golden silkworm ascended Bai Yi's hand, it did not linger but continued its journey along his arm, inching towards his nose as if intent on burrowing into his nostril. Tang San averted his gaze, feeling a tumultuous churn in his stomach as if he might retch. Fortunately, the silkworm only paused briefly at the threshold of Bai Yi's nostril, showing no intention of entering. However, it instead made its way into his ear. Instantly, Bai Yi's mind dulled as a wave of torment washed over him, compelling him to crouch down and grasp his knees, desperately trying to suppress the agony. The pain was indescribable, akin to 1,000 needles simultaneously piercing his skull. Unable to endure any longer, he hurled his head towards a nearby rock. 7 evils swiftly moved to intercept, but Bai Yi collided with his abdomen instead. Although 7 evil was robust, this impact elicited a pained exclamation from him. Witnessing Bai Yi's immense suffering, Fu Yu felt a pang of sorrow, turning her head away. Murmuring softly, "It will soon be over." The eternal life goo, being a manifestation of the heaviest energy, necessitated an extraordinary degree of suffering to unravel. Bai Yi's forehead bulged with throbbing veins, and beads of sweat, as large as soybeans, cascaded down like rain, stirring up clouds of dust from the ground. Chapter 558. A deception. Eventually, with a thud, Bai Yi collapsed face first onto the ground. Tang San was startled and rushed to assist him, only to witness the golden silkworm emerge from Bai Yi's ear, appearing utterly exhausted, before coming to a standstill. "What a shame for this golden silkworm," Fu Yu remarked, as she carefully retrieved the creature. Tang San began to comprehend. "Is it dead?" "Indeed," Fu Yu replied. "Yet it has fulfilled its purpose by unraveling the eternal life goo, so it has not lived in vain." As she spoke, she placed the silkworm into a golden box, cherishing it as a treasure. "Is it still of any use?" Tang San inquired, puzzled. "The golden silkworm can still be used for goo. Thus it retains value even in death," Fu Yu smiled. "Quite remarkable, wouldn't you agree?" Tang San nodded, observing that Fu Yu showed no concern for Bai Yi, contemplating that perhaps Bai Yi was no longer in danger. Indeed, just 2 minutes later, Bai Yi regained consciousness, opening his eyes to find Fu Yu's luminous gaze fixed upon him. "What has happened to me? Is the eternal life goo dispelled?" Fu Yu remained silent, a smile gracing her lips, yet tears suddenly fell. Bai Yi, mistaking her tears for joy, was met with crushing disappointment by her words. "In truth, I knew from the very beginning that the eternal life goo was indissoluble." "What did you say?" Not only Bai Yi, but also Tang San and the 7 evils were taken aback. The 7 objects could only prevent one from becoming an evil corpse, yet the longevity goo remained effective. Fu Yu continued to smile, though her smile was tinged with sorrow. "I am sorry, I deceived you. We cannot grow old together after all. If that is the case, what is the point? I would rather transform into an evil corpse than live without you. Without you, what significance does life hold for me?" Bai Yi was filled with indignation. "It is all my fault. I recall you mentioning that your ancestral witches developed the longevity goo, yet they did not achieve complete success. The subjects of their experiments turned into evil corpses, just like those lying in the stone coffins within the cliff coffin. Your clan has been choosing witches to guard the cliff coffin for generations. From the very beginning, your ancestors conspired against your happiness. How is this fair? Why should you bear the consequences of their sins? Your aunt was like this, and now you are too." You have squandered your youth, given everything, and still must sacrifice your own happiness. Enough. Fu Yu stepped forward and embraced Bai Yi. In truth, do not dwell too much on this. At the very least, we love each other deeply, just as my aunt and the professor did. They loved each other and once found fulfillment. If I were to emerge from the cliff coffin and quickly age, passing away naturally, do not lose heart. Continue to seek your true love. I believe there is someone out there who loves you even more than I do. Bai Yi responded, that is impossible. Did not my aunt also perish after emerging from the cliff coffin? Although she lived longer than most, it is true. Fu Yu smiled bitterly. Moreover, would you want an old hag by your side while you retain your youthful appearance? You underestimate me. I do not care for superficial beauty. Bai Yi noticed a sudden change in Fu Yu's expression, causing him to feel alarmed. Was she about to undergo divine possession? Fu Yu's body suddenly swayed, and Bai Yi supported her. Fu Yu, are you all right? I am fine. Fu Yu's voice had taken on a deeper tone, and Bai Yi felt something was amiss. You are not Fu Yu. Oh no, Fu Yu has been possessed. Did she not say she could sense the divine possession now? Tang San, having witnessed Fu Yu's unrecognizable state post-possession, had already taken refuge behind the seven evils. I am not Fu Yu, she declared. I am the sinner you speak of. Bai Yi immediately released his hold on Fu Yu. I apologize for my earlier rudeness. Please forgive me. Forgive you? The voice bore a weight of melancholy. You are not entirely wrong. Had I not assured the Qin Emperor that I could successfully develop the longevity goo, these evil corpses would not exist. Without them, my descendants would not have to sacrifice their happiness for generations. My own misfortune is one thing, but it has been passed down to my kin. I have indeed sinned. Previously, Fu Yu had mentioned that once possessed, one would be controlled by their ancestor, unaware of past events, while the ancestor dominated thoughts and actions. This situation bore resemblance to the dissociative identity disorder encountered before. It was a rare opportunity to communicate directly with an ancestor, especially since they were not hostile. Ancestor, if I may be so bold, it was you who first attempted to create the longevity goo, and upon failure, Su Fu led the young men and women to seek the elixir of immortality, correct? Upon posing this question, Bai Yi observed Fu Yu's face twitch unnaturally, rendered momentarily speechless, as if she wished to avoid discussing the matter further. Tang San suddenly stepped forward, expressing his confusion. There is something I do not comprehend. In your witch's manual, among the 7 items, the origin of the golden armor is notably absent. Why is that? Upon mentioning the golden armor, Fu Yu's expression shifted. If you have managed to locate the golden armor, it indicates that you are aware of what it is. It is astonishing that he would grant it to you. Initially, I had to seek assistance to procure just 2 pieces. Tang San was taken aback, recalling that once Jiang Chun had mentioned that his father had inquired about the golden armor, which was ultimately for the ancestors of the witch clan, intended for the purpose of the longevity worm. Such coincidences in this world are indeed remarkable, intertwining in this manner. At a loss for words, Tang San found himself overwhelmed by a multitude of thoughts, unsure of how to articulate his feelings. We likely acquired the golden armor through the same individual. Fu Yu suddenly smiled. I know, he must still be alive somewhere in this world. This time, I feel so close to him, yet tragically, I may never see him again. But you, what is your relationship with him? Such a significant favor, he cannot just grant it to anyone. My son, Tang San declared boldly, realizing that the connection between this ancestor and his father was profound. Revealing this identity might yield unexpected benefits. Impossible. Fu Yu retreated 2 steps, pressing her back against the rock wall. How can that be? Confusion enveloped Tang San. Did she harbor feelings for his father? Yet, his father had with his mother given birth to him. Was that not a crushing revelation for her? He glanced at Qi Xia, who appeared equally bewildered. Looking back at Fu Yu, her expression was one of deep sorrow. He once said he would never be with any woman, let alone father children. He deceived me. He deceived me. At that moment, Tang San finally grasped the situation. Suddenly, a radiant light emanated from Fu Yu, dazzling their eyes to the point of blindness. Fu Yu's body weakened and slumped down, caught by Bai Yi, who checked her pulse. Strange, why is she so feeble? This is not good. Could there be a problem? Qi Xia approached to take her pulse, shaking his head. There is no significant harm. Perhaps it is a result of the divine descent we just witnessed. The earlier events were indeed peculiar. Bai Yi held Fu Yu closely. It was as if Fu Yu's ancestors stood before us, conversing with us. Although it was Fu Yu's visage, I hope her body has not been adversely affected. It is fine. Tang San reassured them. It seems Fu Yu's ancestors were also acquainted with my father. Acquainted? More than that. From her tone, it seems they shared a certain camaraderie. Upon learning you are his son, she appeared quite agitated and somewhat disappointed, Bai Yi remarked. Regrettably, such instances are rare. Previously, we were met with violence. In that moment, Fu Yu awoke, casting a sudden smile at Bai Yi. Bai Yi, heaven has shown mercy. We have been saved. We can be together for eternity. What is happening? Fu Yu, you were just affected by the divine descent. Are you speaking nonsensically now? Bai Yi inquired. Not at all, not at all. Fu Yu grasped Bai Yi's arm tightly. It is true. Just now, I heard our ancestor speaking to me. She instructed me to scatter the powder of the remaining 7 items over the stone coffin, thereby ensuring that the evil corpses can never commit malevolence again. I will be free, and from now on, all the Gu women will no longer have to suffer within this cliff coffin. Bai Yi, it is thanks to you that the 7 items were found. How wonderful. Our ancestor has manifested. Bai Yi exchanged a glance with Tang San. While the outcome was indeed splendid, it felt rather abrupt, as if something peculiar lay beneath the surface, leaving an unsettling feeling in their hearts. 7 Evil remarked. This is indeed a fortuitous event. I never anticipated that gathering the 7 items would yield such remarkable effects. We must not delay any longer. Let us proceed swiftly. Tang San added. This means Fu Yu can accompany us out. Fu Yu nodded but appeared somewhat hesitant. This is a significant matter. Yet how can I convince the villagers? What will I say? The ancestor has manifested. What is there to fear? Bai Yi responded, however. We must remain discreet to avoid drawing unnecessary attention. Fu Yu, you should announce this in the name of the ancestral spirit. I am certain your elder brother will be overjoyed. We shall wait for you here in the cliff coffin. Very well. I shall now scatter the powder of the 7 items within the stone coffin. As Fu Yu contemplated stepping outside, exhilaration coursed through her veins. Yet an undercurrent of anxiety loomed. Once she exited the cliff coffin, she would, like her aunt, regain her appearance befitting her age, and inevitably face the slow march of time. Fortunately, in these final days, she had Bai Yi by her side, which was a far better fate than that of her aunt. Fu Yu sprinkled the remaining powdered 7 items over the stone coffin, and as the powder touched the evil corpses, a foul stench emanated from them. To her astonishment, the corpses instantly transformed into black water, oozing through the seams of the stone coffin. Fu Yu methodically dealt with each evil corpse, finally exhaling in relief. As twilight approached, Fu Yu decided against waiting any longer. She would venture out to meet her elder brother, explain the circumstances, and find an excuse to leave with Bai Yi. Bai Yi and the others escorted Fu Yu to the large stone infested with fat worms. As Fu Yu's hands began to tremble, the notion of freedom, something she had long yearned for, was tantalizingly close, yet fear crept in. After all, she was a woman. Beauty would fade while her beloved remained youthful. Such a reality was painfully cruel. Let us go, Bai Yi urged, holding Fu Yu's hand tightly. I will accompany you. Together, they would face whatever outcome awaited them. Tang San and 7 Evil did not follow, instead watching as Bai Yi and Fu Yu exited the cave, until they were completely beyond the Bagua array. Bai Yi did not return immediately. Tang San heard the sounds of their emotional embrace, uncertain of what transpired, yet he patiently awaited Bai Yi's return. When Bai Yi eventually came running back, exuberantly exclaiming, How wonderful! How wonderful! Tang San exchanged a glance with 7 Evil, bewildered. Could it be that Fu Yu is an exception? They hurried over. Hey, Bai Yi, what is you smiling so broadly? What has happened? Tang San nudged Bai Yi several times, yet Bai Yi continued to beam with joy. After a considerable time, Bai Yi finally calmed his emotions. Nothing had changed. Fu Yu remained unaltered, unlike her aunt, who had aged prematurely. He pondered that Fu Yu might indeed be exceptional, suggesting that we still had ample time, did we not? Tang San, reluctant to dampen the mood at that moment, felt that the outcome seemed rather abrupt, though he could not articulate precisely why. He decided to indulge Bai Yi's joy for the time being. After waiting for a while in the coffin at the cliff, Fu Yu returned with her modest belongings. Upon seeing the 3, she remarked, In this appearance, everyone will believe it is the manifestation of our ancestors, preserving my looks without the need for further explanation, thus saving me from a myriad of troubles. I fabricated a tale that my ancestors sent me to seek something outside, and my elder brother was delighted to hear that the coffin no longer requires guardianship, sparing him the anguish of separation from his own daughter, thus alleviating the suffering I endured. The little girl, whom the three of them still remembered, had once used sorcery to frighten her brother. She was utterly charming. Thinking of her, they felt relieved that she could now live like an ordinary person. As Fuyu stepped out of the cliff coffin, she felt a tinge of reluctance to leave home, having only enjoyed a brief reunion with her family. Her eyes reddened. Bai Yi comforted her, saying, "There will be plenty of opportunities for you to reunite with your brother's family in the future. Do not dwell on it too much. There is ample time ahead." Indeed, Fuyu felt somewhat cheered. "Are we to depart now? Let us wait a moment." Gazing at the bright sky outside, Bai Yi stated, "I do not wish for others to see that we have been here. It would tarnish your reputation. We shall descend when night falls and no one is around." Indeed, I had thought the same upon my arrival. Fortunately, this place is rarely visited. Fuyu responded, "No one has witnessed my return here." The four of them conversed within the coffin, eagerly anticipating the darkness. As soon as the sky darkened, they made their way down the mountain, finding shelter with a local family in the nearest town. They spent the night there and caught an early ride to the train station. Fuyu wore her old clothing, which appeared antiquated and did not resemble that of contemporary young women, drawing many curious glances. Bai Yi procured several outfits for Fuyu from a nearby shop at the station, which she changed into, though the garments were not particularly fine. Bai Yi promised to provide Fuyu with better attire upon their return. Fuyu, however, smiled calmly and remarked that it mattered little what she wore, warming Bai Yi's heart. Observing the affectionate exchange between the two, Qi Xie and Tang San tactfully distanced themselves, trying to grant the couple some space. Qi Xie turned to Tang San, saying with profound significance, "What a perfect conclusion. Qi Xie, have you also learned the art of suspense?" Tang San replied, somewhat displeased, "Speak plainly, it is just the two of us now." The ancestors had suddenly erupted in fury, and then Fuyu awoke. Using the 7 objects to subdue the malevolent corpse, which was entirely reasonable, a notion I did not doubt. However, after Fuyu emerged from the cave maintaining her appearance, her aunt had promptly reverted to an age-appropriate visage, subsequently aging like any ordinary person. Thus, what could be said of Fuyu's current condition? I felt there was a hidden intricacy connected to her ancestors. Upon finishing, Qi Xie observed Tang San nodding repeatedly. "You feel the same, do you not? With your prowess, have you discerned anything?" "There is an aura of darkness surrounding Fuyu," Tang San remarked. "One cannot entirely dismiss the possibility that this may be a side effect of divine intervention. The true nature of it can only be discerned with time." At that moment, Fuyu and Bai Yi approached, with Bai Yi suggesting, "Let us enter the station." Despite having changed into a new outfit, Fuyu's serene aura remained unmistakable, her ethereal beauty drawing the attention of passers-by. She nestled close to Bai Yi, who had assumed the role of her guardian. As the four boarded the train, Bai Yi's gaze lingered on Fuyu, enveloped in a profound sense of happiness that rendered him oblivious to many details he would typically have noticed. Observing Bai Yi's demeanor, Tang San could only sigh and began to nibble on the chicken leg in his hand. Chapter 560. A smile upon returning to the Bai residence. The other group had yet to arrive, and the four were in no hurry. In a state of double joy, Bai Yi took Fuyu to showcase his commercial enterprise and antique shop, eagerly proclaiming to all that Fuyu was the proprietress, finally revealing to everyone that he had united with the woman he cherished. Witnessing Bai Yi's exuberance, Tang San and Qi Xie remained composed, having reached a silent understanding to keep a close watch on Fuyu. They shared the same roof with her, initially oblivious to any anomalies. However, one night, Tang San heard some commotion in the courtyard. Standing by the window, he drew back the curtain and, bathed in moonlight, spotted Fuyu standing alone in the yard. Although her expression was obscured, a feeling washed over him. At that moment, Fuyu was not truly herself. Fuyu gazed upward at the moon, her chin illuminated by its glow, appearing exceptionally radiant, yet melancholic. The word sorrow inexplicably surfaced in Tang San's mind. In that instant, Fuyu seemed to be enveloped in sadness, which perplexed him. How could she be sorrowful when she was ostensibly in a state of happiness? Suddenly, Fuyu turned her gaze towards Tang San's direction. He instinctively shifted his body, concealing himself behind the curtain, his heart racing uncontrollably. After what felt like an eternity, Tang San cautiously peered into the courtyard, only to find Fuyu's figure had vanished. He exhaled a sigh of relief, yet unease settled in his heart. What had she been doing? Had she arisen in the dead of night, unable to sleep? He placed a hand on his chest and returned to bed. suddenly longing for the company of others, wondering how their endeavors were faring. Finally, Xiao Ning and the others returned after 10 days, their faces etched with exhaustion. Xiao Shan's condition had improved somewhat. Upon seeing Fu Yu, Xiao Ning was utterly astonished and immediately embraced her, refusing to let go, addressing her as sister repeatedly. Fu Yu, usually a tranquil maiden, was less vivacious than Xiao Ning, and after years of solitude in the cliff coffin, she had grown increasingly reticent. Under Xiao Ning's influence, however, she began to speak more freely. Bai Yi was overjoyed to witness Fu Yu gradually adapting to life outside. Once Xiao Ning and Lei Zi had organized their belongings, they all gathered in the courtyard. With spring in full bloom, life was rejuvenating, and Bai Yi had embarked on his new journey. It was now Tang San's turn. Xiao Ning and his companions endured considerable hardship during their quest. After so many decades, uncertainty loomed regarding the origins of Tang San's mother, compelling them to explore and inquire within various regions. Since you have returned, surely you must have made some discoveries? Bai Yi inquired, only to find Tang San's gaze fixated intently on Xiao Ning. To some extent, Xiao Ning replied, yet the number of informed individuals is regrettably scant, leaving us with little assurance. We traversed numerous locales, and ultimately, in a quaint town, we stumbled upon an intriguing narrative. Remarkably, an elderly gentleman approached us, recalling a significant event from his youth that had left an indelible mark on his memory. He learned of our inquiry regarding a woman who had given birth many years ago and took it upon himself to seek us out. This venerable man, with hair as white as snow, revealed his age to be 86, but his speech remained remarkably articulate. As it turned out, he possessed an intriguing backstory. He had once been an officer in the Nationalist Army, later choosing to forsake his previous allegiances at a critical juncture. He had held a brief tenure in government before returning to his hometown to enjoy his twilight years. However, the tale he wished to share bore no relation to his later life. At the tender age of 16, he hailed from a well-off family, with parents who placed a premium on education, thus sending him to the city for his studies. What was this elderly gentleman's name? Tang San queried suddenly. Renji Yuan, Xiao Ning responded. His name alone reveals much about his background, does it not? In the year 1911, such a name would indeed belong to a prominent family. At 16, Renji Yuan was a diligent student in the county town, adhering strictly to manners and remaining untouched by external influences. His singular ambition was to pursue a career in governance until a young female teacher, merely 21 and reportedly summoned from Beijing, arrived at the school. Regardless of her cultural prowess, her graceful demeanor stirred quite a tempest among the male students. In that era, female students were scarce, and female educators even more so. Many remained sequestered within their chambers, conforming to the antiquated norms imposed upon them. The arrival of this teacher ignited a whirlwind of discussion throughout the entire county. At the outset, Ren Ziyuan remained unaffected, possessing a clear vision for his future. However, on that fateful day, a fine drizzle unexpectedly descended. Without an umbrella, Ren Ziyuan stood in the corridor before the classroom, observing the scene below. Suddenly, the teacher appeared amidst the rain, adorned in a lake blue qipao, her hair styled in 2 small braids. She stood on the path without an umbrella, lifted her gaze towards the falling raindrops, and extended a hand to catch the droplets in her palm. Ren Ziyuan watched this scene intently, and perhaps sensing someone's gaze upon her, she turned to look at him. Upon spotting Ren Ziyuan leaning against the railing, she offered a gentle smile. That very smile left an indelible mark on his heart, planting a seed of affection in the mind of the 16-year-old boy, a tender bud of love quietly beginning to sprout. Though he remained somewhat naive about emotions, that smile ignited a profound anticipation for class, drawing him in even further. The nascent feelings were exceptionally precious, and even as time wore on, they retained a freshness that felt timeless. The memory of that moment deeply moved Xiao Ning. The care and delicacy with which he reminisced revealed the weight that memory held in his heart. What was that teacher's name? Tang San felt a pang in his heart. How fortunate it would be if such a beautiful person were his mother. Xie Qizhen, Xiao Ning replied, this is crucial. How could I possibly forget? Her surname is Xie, and her name is Qizhen. Tang Sanqing silently repeated the name in his mind. It was indeed beautiful. Could it be her? The location was right, but what of the experiences? What had transpired afterward? What led you to believe this teacher had a connection with Tang Sansheng? Bai Yi inquired on behalf of Tang Sansheng. Ren Ziyuan harbored a secret admiration for his teacher, a sentiment that was unutterable in that era. He understood this truth all too well. Thus he observed Xie from afar. He witnessed her frequent visits to a tea house, even following her on several occasions. To his dismay, she was not alone. She was accompanied by a man. This revelation saddened the young Ren Ziyuan for quite some time, yet being young, he comforted himself with the thought that perhaps the man was merely a brother or an ordinary friend of Qixin. However, upon seeing that man holding an umbrella for her, gently taking her hand, Ren Ziyuan's tender heart finally shattered. Even at a young age, he recognized that the relationship between Qixin and that man was far from ordinary. When he gazed at Qixin thereafter, his eyes carried a deeper understanding. Perhaps Qixin sensed Ren Ziyuan's unusual demeanor. On that particular day, she surprisingly invited him to stay, not in the classroom or the faculty office, but to a secluded spot adorned with blooming rhododendrons. What a pity it would be if it rained today. It would be even more beautiful, she remarked softly. Ziyuan, you seem distracted in class lately. What troubles you? Your father visited yesterday. Ren Ziyuan was taken aback. My father? He is quite concerned about you. Xie Qixin hesitated. Your father has many worries. Chapter 561. Ren Ziyuan had come to a realization. His father must have confronted teacher Qixin. After all, she was a female educator, and due to his recent lackluster performance, his father undoubtedly sought to place blame upon her. Overwhelmed by guilt, Ren Ziyuan whispered, I am sorry. Xie Qixin paused momentarily, then smiled and shook her head. Do not apologize. It is I who owe you an apology for my inability to fulfill my responsibilities, as I must take my leave. Ren Ziyuan felt a profound sense of injustice, his heart brimming with resentment towards his father. It was certainly his fault. Had he not troubled teacher Qixin, she would not be departing. He surmised that the school must have exerted pressure on her. Qixin observed the expression on Ren Ziyuan's face and remarked, how wonderful. What? Ren Ziyuan did not quite catch her words. Qixin offered no response, merely gazing down at the blooming azaleas. After a moment, noticing that Ren Ziyuan remained, she inquired, why have you not yet left? You have not dismissed me, he replied softly, his foot subconsciously tracing circles on the ground. Do go, Qixin urged. I wish to linger here for a while. Reluctantly, Ren Ziyuan departed a few meters, turning back to glance at Xie Qixin. An inexplicable feeling washed over him, as if this might be the last time he would see her. Qixin knelt by the vibrant azaleas, her face radiating happiness. At that moment, Ren Ziyuan was yet unaware of the true meaning of home, yet an indistinct emotion whispered to him that such a teacher Qixin was indeed remarkable. Xiao Ning listened intently, swallowing hard, her nose tinged with emotion. The depth of feeling was contagious, compelling her to focus more intently. Mr. Ren, what happened next? In truth, it was not long before the next chapter unfolded. The following day, teacher Qixin did not return. Strangely, no one mentioned her. She had appeared as if a celestial being, arriving gracefully and departing just as elegantly. Life continued as usual, yet within Ren Ziyuan's heart lingered a persistent concern. He assumed he would never see her again. However, 5 years later, fate smiled upon him, and he encountered her once more. Though time had matured her, her unique essence remained unchanged. She stood once again in the rain, by the lake, her head raised as she extended her hand to catch the falling droplets. This time, the rain was not a gentle drizzle, but a torrential downpour. Her hair and clothes were completely drenched. Ren Ziyuan, now a young man of considerable poise, recognized her immediately. He rushed forward, holding an umbrella. The rain is so heavy. Let us find shelter. Xie Qixin turned to him, her gaze unfamiliar. This was understandable, for their time together had been fleeting, and over the past 5 years, Ren Ziyuan had transformed from a boy into a young man, his features now more defined. A smile graced her lips. She remained as beautiful as ever. Thank you. Are you unhappy? Ren Ziyuan felt a twinge of disappointment, realizing she did not remember him. Yet a flicker of joy ignited within him. Their reunion was entirely unexpected. Xie Qixin's subsequent words struck Ren Ziyuan like a thunderclap. She smiled faintly, saying, It is merely due to longing. It is raining, and I wonder how my child is faring. Is there anyone to hold an umbrella for him? Though Ren Ziyuan was aware that this moment would eventually arrive, hearing her speak it aloud filled him with profound sorrow. The dreams he once cherished shattered like glass. He managed to smile, asking, You have a child? Yet Xie Qixin fell silent, her smile tinged with melancholy. She offered Ren Ziyuan a brief smile, before quietly stepping into the rain. Suddenly, she turned back, saying, Yes, today she turns 5. Watching her vanish into the curtain of rain, Ren Yuan felt his legs weaken. Tears welled in the eyes of the 86-year-old man. I wonder why I did not pursue her back then. She was so lonely, so helpless. Xiao Ning felt a surge of excitement. By the timeline, it indeed aligned with a conception in 1911 and a birth in 1912. Moreover, from Xie Qizhen's words, it appeared she and the child were not together. Xiao Ning exchanged a glance with Lei Zi, who inquired, "What happened next? Did you see her again?" "No, never again. The last time I saw her was in the county town," Ren Yuan replied. "After that, I joined the army and began a tumultuous life. Yet, I have never been able to let go of this matter. Who could have caused her such sorrow? Losing her child must have devastated her." Lei Zi recited a nursery rhyme that lingered in Tang San's memory. "This rhyme? I taught it to her," Ren Yuan exclaimed with enthusiasm. "Very few people know it now. I wrote it on paper out of boredom in class, and she discovered it. She was very intrigued and asked me what it was. Being a non-local, she was unfamiliar with it. My mother used to recite it when I was a child, so I remember it vividly. How fortuitous. The connections intertwined so intricately. Yet, what transpired between Xie Qizhen's sudden disappearance and Tang San's separation? Xiao Ning had already come to believe that Xie Qizhen was indeed Tang San's mother. Having concluded his narrative, Bai Yi doused their fervor with cold water. However, there is no concrete evidence to prove that Xie Qizhen is Tang San's mother. What if it is all merely coincidence? Xiao Ning's enthusiasm waned, but she replied, "I have a strong intuition that this coincidence is extraordinary. The woman named Xie Qizhen must be connected to Tang San. The rhyme fits, and the child's age aligns as well." Bai Yi, fearing that the greater the hope, the deeper the disappointment, spoke deliberately. "In truth, it is not difficult to investigate further, knowing the name. I can enlist the help of friends to look into historical population records from Beijing. It may prove challenging, considering the passage of time, but it will require some effort." "Really? That would be wonderful," Tang San exclaimed, brimming with excitement. "When can we begin?" Tang San, Bai Yi's expression turned serious. "Do you not see what time it is? It is already evening. Please grant me a moment." All right. Tang San realized he had been overly eager. "I apologize." Suddenly, Lei Zi smacked his forehead. There's something else. Mr. Rin has seen the man before, hasn't he? We asked him to describe the figure. Although too much time has passed, and he couldn't clearly discern the features due to the angle, his impression was quite similar to that of others who have encountered the mountain hermit. It was this shared sentiment that led us to conclude the relationship between Xie Qizhen and Tang San. Indeed. No wonder I felt something was amiss. This was it, Xiao Ning added. Moreover, although Ren Yuan hasn't seen Xie Qizhen recently, his persistence led him to inquire about her whereabouts. It is said she has moved to another place and begun studying medicine. Unfortunately, due to various reasons, he ultimately could not find her. Studying medicine? Bai Yi pondered. It seems we have another lead to investigate. Chapter 562. Pursued. At this point, Tang San found it increasingly difficult to sleep. Previously, in the dead of night, Fu Yu would stand in the courtyard, lost in thought, which piqued his curiosity. Now, with the addition of this woman named Xie Qizhen, he was utterly sleepless. Not long ago, it was Lei Zi who needed medication to calm his nerves. Was it now his turn? As the night deepened, Fu Yu stood in the courtyard once again. How many times had it been? Currently, Fu Yu shared a room with Xiao Ning. Had Xiao Ning not noticed? Perhaps he was simply too exhausted from his travels. Tang San had grown accustomed to Fu Yu's restlessness and was about to lie back down when he observed Fu Yu heading towards the door. What? Was he going out today? Previously, he merely stood in the courtyard. Tang San felt uncertain about what to do. Should he follow? It was too late. Fu Yu was already opening the door. Tang San descended the stairs quietly, careful not to make too much noise as he trailed Fu Yu. Fu Yu walked with such lightness that his footsteps were nearly inaudible. Tang San dared not breathe too loudly, fearing he might disturb Fu Yu ahead. Fu Yu's movements were not those of a sleepwalker, whose actions tend to be stiff. Rather, Fu Yu moved with grace, and he seemed to be heading towards the outskirts. Did he intend to venture out to witness the sunrise in the dead of night? While Tang San's mind spun with thoughts, a hand suddenly rested on his shoulder from behind, causing his heart to nearly leap from his chest. For some reason, he thought of the night demon, and his hair stood on end. Yet, he heard the voice of Qi Xie. Don't go out alone. It was Qi Xie. Tang San patted his chest. You gave me quite a scare. Come on, or we'll lose him, Qi Xie said. Noting that Fu Yu had just turned the corner, and was about to vanish into the dim night. The two hurried after him, but Fuyu had already gone quite far. Finding Tang San's footsteps too heavy, Qi Xia hoisted him onto his shoulder. With profound strength, Qi Xia moved with such lightness that the gap between them and Fuyu diminished, yet Fuyu remained blissfully unaware. The trio, one ahead and two behind, continued until they reached the outskirts of the city, where Fuyu finally halted. Qi Xia set Tang San down, and the two concealed themselves behind the trees. Observing Fuyu's actions, they beheld Fuyu pulling out a box, an insect box. Was she about to perform a sorcery? Both individuals felt a twinge of anxiety. Fuyu retrieved a box, yet no insects emerged from within. However, Tang San discerned a faint sound, a delicate tinkling that did not resemble the snapping of a twig. He also caught a whiff of a fleeting fragrance that vanished almost as quickly as it had appeared. The entire sequence transpired swiftly. Fuyu executed these simple actions, sealed the box, and turned to depart, nearly colliding with Tang San and Qi Xia. Fortunately, Qi Xia tugged at Tang San, and they concealed themselves deeper into the foliage. Observing as Fuyu exited the thicket and rejoined the main path, heading back homeward, Qi Xia and Tang San ceased their pursuit and approached the spot where Fuyu had stood moments earlier. They scoured the ground for a considerable time, yielding no results. Tang San remarked, "Why would one come to such a place in the dead of night? Was it merely to open the box and peer inside?" "Regrettably, we did not witness whether any insects emerged." "None did," Qi Xia affirmed. "However, I did catch a hint of that aroma. It came swiftly and dissipated just as quickly. I wonder if it is connected to the box." "You noticed it too?" Tang San replied. "I have a peculiar feeling that Fuyu was touched by divine influence just now. Is it possible to be graced by the divine outside of the cliff coffin? Could Fuyu's ancestors have accompanied her?" Qi Xia, unusually unsettled, felt a shiver run through her. What could she be intending? "Are you referring to Fuyu or her ancestors?" Tang San's inquiry left Qi Xia momentarily speechless. With a sigh, she remarked, "Your father certainly has drawn the attention of many. Let us not speak foolishly," Tang San countered. "We are unaware of their true connection." Qi Xia shook her head. "Let us return for now. Fuyu is acting strangely. I wonder if Bai Yi has noticed. With his keen perception, he must have. Alas, Fuyu's identity is peculiar. We risk making her overly cautious by speaking too much." "Indeed," Tang San furrowed his brow. "Let us keep one eye open and one eye closed. Although Fuyu appears odd, she has not yet acted against us." "Very well, let us return," Qi Xia asserted. After all this commotion, dawn approaches. As they made their way back, the sky was not yet fully bright. Tang San's stomach growled in protest, prompting him to pull Qi Xia towards breakfast. Afterward, he purchased some provisions to take home. Upon entering, they unexpectedly encountered Fuyu standing in the courtyard. Upon seeing them return, she smiled warmly. "What brings you up so early?" Tang San found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Fuyu seemed entirely unaware of their activities from the previous night. Ruffling his hair, he confessed, "I was hungry, so I dragged Qi Xia out. I will rise early from now on and bring you breakfast." Fuyu responded with an innocent smile. "There's no need for that," Tang San quickly declined. Bai Yi emerged, adding, "Indeed, there's no need to be so courteous. We are accustomed to our freedom. Your kindness might make them feel uncomfortable. Fuyu, I must step out shortly. If you require anything, seek out Xiaoning. She will attend to your needs." "I understand. Xiaoning instructed me yesterday," Fuyu replied with a gentle smile. Bai Yi approached Tang San, meaningfully patting him on the chest. "In the future, don't rise so early for no reason. Although it is said that the lazy must be the early bird." Tang San sensed the underlying message in Bai Yi's words, but, in the presence of Fuyu, refrained from commenting. He merely responded ambiguously, expressing his intention to fetch breakfast for Xiaoning, and promptly departed, casting a furtive glance at Fuyu, who seemed blissfully unaware. Otherwise, her acting would have been too convincing. Upon seeking out Xiaoning, Tang San found her lost in thought, staring blankly at the mud on the floor, completely oblivious to his entrance. "Xiaoning, what are you looking at?" he inquired. "Oh." Xiaoning snapped back to reality, her expression tinged with worry. After closing the door, she pointed at the mud and said, "It's strange. There wasn't any before I went to bed last night. How could there be mud in here this morning?" Tang San hesitated to mention the events of the previous evening. "There's nothing strange about that. There's mud in the courtyard. I won't discuss this any further." Xiaoning interjected, tugging at Tang San. "The mud must have been brought in by Fuyu last night. Speaking of which," Xiao Ning was truly in a deep sleep, completely unaware of Su Yu's departure. Xiao Ning quickly forgot about the mud as she dashed out for breakfast, where she engaged in girl talk with Su Yu, while Lei Zi and Xiao Shan exchanged playful banter. Everything felt quite serene. Yet only Tang San heart was in turmoil, filled with anticipation. He knew that even if Bai Yi made arrangements today, immediate results were unlikely. Yet he could not quell his anxious heart. Tang San was unaware of whom Bai Yi had sought out, but given Bai Yi's extensive experience over the years, he likely had connections with various individuals and would not be disappointed. Bai Yi returned rather late, spotting Tang San waiting at the entrance of the living room. Without waiting for a question, he preemptively replied, "I have contacted all the necessary individuals, but time has passed far too long, and the previous records have long been destroyed." Noticing Tang San's disappointment, Bai Yi cleared his throat. "However, there remains one final opportunity." "What opportunity?" Tang San felt as if he were drowning, on the verge of sinking, but now, upon hearing Bai Yi's words, he grasped at a glimmer of hope. Bai Yi hesitated, finding the words difficult to articulate. "We can investigate death records. Those from more recent years might still be accessible." Tang San fell silent, while those nearby averted their eyes, feeling the tension in the air. If they were to search the death records, the proximity of the dates could lend some credibility. Yet, this also implied a grim precondition, that Xie Qizhen was indeed deceased. Given her age, she would be over 90 this year, making her passing a plausible reality, especially considering she had lived through tumultuous times. Bai Yi's voice grew heavy. "From the outset, you must have anticipated such an outcome. As long as we can uncover the ultimate truth," Tang San replied through clenched teeth. "Yes, we should receive a response in the coming days," Bai Yi assured him. "Be patient and do not dwell too much on this. Perhaps take some time to go out and clear your mind." "All right," Tang San replied, feeling utterly drained. Rizzi approached with ill intentions. "Tang San, I still have some leftover medicine from last time. Would you like some? I can bring it over for you, and even pour you some water. How about that?" "Go away," Tang San replied curtly. "Hee. Rizzi chuckled with a sense of schadenfreude. "Look who's in a predicament now." "Stop teasing him," Fu Yu interjected, unable to bear the sight. Curiously, while Rizzi dared to jest with Xiao Ning, he was rendered speechless in the presence of the gentle Fu Yu, obediently retreating to the side. Indeed, a case of like begetting like. At long last, Tang San relished a moment of peace, yet he was still morose. He retreated to his room and fell into a deep slumber, having had a restless night. It was not until Xiao Ning came to rouse him for dinner that he was forcibly awakened. With a look of concern, Xiao Ning asked, "Tang San, are you all right?" "I'm fine. I can eat and drink, so what could be wrong?" Tang San yawned. "I just didn't sleep well last night." "Unwell?" As she spoke, Xiao Ning took his hand, leading him downstairs. Tang San felt a tinge of embarrassment. "Don't let others see us. They're already accustomed to it." Just as Xiao Ning began to lead Tang San down, they encountered chaos below. Fu Yu lay on the ground. Bai Yi was frantically trying to help him up. Xiao Shan was busy pouring hot water, while Rizzi and Qi Xie stood helplessly to the side. Tang San and Xiao Ning rushed over, noticing Bai Yi's pale face and the beads of sweat dripping from Fu Yu's brow, merging with the dust below. Tang San whispered, "What happened?" "I don't know. Sister Fu Yu just collapsed suddenly," Xiao Shan replied, recalling Fu Yu's behavior from the previous night. An unsettling feeling gripped Tang San. Could it be linked to last night's events? Bai Yi had already carried Fu Yu to the bed, and as he observed her pallid complexion, his expression grew increasingly grave. He turned to Tang San. "What did you discover last night?" "Of course I knew," Tang San murmured inwardly, considering Bai Yi's keen perception. How could he not have noticed something odd about Fu Yu? He and Qi Xie recounted the events of the past few days, including last night's occurrences in detail. Bai Yi remarked, "It seems Fu Yu's ancestor is at play." The situation began to shift after she heard about the mountain folk. "It now appears to resemble possession. Isn't it divine descent?" Tang San struggled to comprehend the situation. Fu Yu had never exhibited such torment after a divine descent. It was likely more complicated than that. Bai Yi accepted the warm towel Xiao Ning offered and placed it on Fu Yu's forehead. "Your conjectures may not be incorrect. It is indeed the ancestor causing this disturbance. I fear that if this continues, it may harm Fu Yu's health. Unfortunately, we cannot communicate with the ancestor to discern her intentions. She probably seeks to confront San Cheng's father for answers," Qi Xie suggested. "Historically, a woman's stubbornness can be fatal." though her body perished. She laid the final curse with her flesh. It resembles a situation where the body is destroyed, yet the essence remains. Tang San remarked. She is revered as an ancestor, undoubtedly possessing remarkable abilities. Currently, her primordial spirit is tethered to Fu Yu, utilizing her body to fulfill a certain purpose. The fragrance we encountered last night must hold significance. Yet, why the prolonged delay in its execution? 4 days now, she has merely stood in the courtyard each night, gazing up at the sky, or rather, the moon. Is the moonlight a medium? The 7 evil spirits stirred. Last night, we did not witness any emergence of poisonous insects. Only a fleeting aroma. Indeed, Tang San replied. At the very least, she must first gather her medium before proceeding with the poison from last night. Once Fu Yu awakens, we shall inquire further. Suddenly, Fu Yu began to breathe heavily, causing Xiao Ning to feel anxious. What should we do? Should we take her to the hospital? Is this a matter that can be resolved within the realm of medicine? Lazy interjected. Tang San stop standing there idle and think of something. I am at a loss, as this situation is beyond my expertise. Tang San confessed, equally helpless. Fu Yu abruptly opened her eyes, reassuring them. I am fine. I merely need to rest a little longer. After half an hour of rest, her sweating ceased. Xiao Ning removed the towel from her forehead and promptly handed her a glass of water. Fu Yu glanced at her with gratitude, saying, Thank you. What just transpired? Fu Yu? Bai Yi inquired. I heard everything you said. You were correct. She is indeed an ancestor, Fu Yu explained. However, the ancestor harbors no ill intent. She merely seeks to borrow my body to locate someone. Last night, she utilized my form to cast a locator spell. A locator spell? Tang San echoed. It lacks a physical form. We only detected a fragrance. This type of spell has long been lost. Fu Yu responded. I am not privy to the intricacies of its execution, but I am aware that implementing it will undoubtedly prove challenging. While it will affect me, it will not harm my body. The ancestor is not malevolent, so you need not worry. Is she attempting to locate the mountain dwellers? Tang San queried. If found, would you be aware of it? I do not know. This is my first experience with a locator spell, and I am uncertain of its manifestations, Fu Yu replied. I can only adapt as circumstances unfold. The effects of the locator spell manifested again 3 days later. Fu Yu began to experience visions. Initially, they were mere indistinct shadows, hard to discern. She also suffered from dizziness, but gradually, the scenes before her grew clearer. Fu Yu adjusted to this phenomenon, focusing intently on the details each time a vision appeared, striving to ascertain the location depicted. The visions became increasingly frequent until they ultimately crystallized into a specific place, a vast bamboo grove, resplendent in lush green foliage, particularly vibrant during the leaf-sprouting season. Adjacent to the grove stood a house constructed of bamboo, exuding an aura of tranquility. The gentle sound of flowing water from a nearby stream reached Fu Yu's ears, a quintessential experience of immersion in one's surroundings. Sadly, with only these images, Bai Yi had no clue where to begin searching. Bamboo grove, stream, house. These 3 vague features were far too scant. Fu Yu began to engage in painting. While at the cliff coffin, she would burn the front end of a piece of wood black to pass the time, then start to draw on the ground. Over time, her realistic skills improved significantly, and she gradually depicted the scenes she observed. Bai Yi would often study her paintings during his idle moments. During the day, the group split into several teams to search for the location or to inquire if anyone knew of a similar place. After several days, they had not uncovered a single clue, and the tracking spell showed no new developments concerning Fu Yu. The only leads they had were minimal. On another front, Bai Yi's contacts had been diligently investigating the whereabouts of Xie Qizhen. Just as they were becoming anxious, good news arrived. It was confirmed that Xie Qizhen had perished in the anti-Japanese war. Before her death, she had protected a high-ranking officer, and posthumously, she was honored, which allowed her information to endure. Otherwise, like countless others from that era, she would have vanished completely into the annals of history. Xie Qizhen's date of death was December 31st, 1938. Tang San meticulously read the details on the document. According to the records, she had indeed been engaged in medical care on the front lines, consistent with Ren Ziyuan's account, and her age also matched. Qi Xie glanced at Tang San. It is possible that these 2 individuals are one and the same, though regrettably, no photographs remain. Tang San clutched the paper, feeling a whirlwind of emotions. He was simultaneously relieved to have found Xie Qizhen's information and saddened by the confirmation of her demise. Now, they were only one step away from confronting the mountain dweller to question whether Xie Qizhen was indeed his biological mother. Fu Yu approached, glancing at the paper before taking it into her own hands. The thin sheet, a symbol of Xie Qizhen's life, had barely touched Fu Yu's palms when she felt an invisible force pulling her. This force seemed to lead her toward an unfathomable vortex, and fear gripped her as she reached out weakly towards Bai Yi before losing consciousness. Bai Yi extended his arm, embracing the ethereal Fu Yu. Drawing from past experiences, he remained composed, carrying her to rest. He sat beside her until she awakened. As soon as Fu Yu regained consciousness, she sat upright, gazing at Bai Yi. I have seen the path, Bai Yi. We are about to find our ancestor. What do you mean? Fu Yu quickly sat on the edge of the bed, hastily putting on her shoes. I can guide you. Just follow me, quickly. How fast, she wondered. But suddenly she felt remarkably well acquainted with the routes in Beijing. Under her guidance, Bai Yi's vehicle swiftly navigated out of the city, heading westward toward an entirely undeveloped mountainous area, devoid of any pathways. They would have to proceed on foot, and with little preparation. They were bound to face considerable challenges ahead. Indeed, the winding paths within demanded their utmost vigilance as they ascended along the rocky cliff to follow the direction indicated by Fu Yu. True to her upbringing amidst the mountains, Fu Yu displayed agility rivaling that of a nimble goat, effortlessly putting a distance of 4 to 5 meters between herself and the others. Tang San, trailing behind, constantly called out for her to wait. Little did they know that Fu Yu was not merely hasty. She was unable to govern her own body at that moment, as an urgent voice within her urged her to hasten towards their destination. Time and again, loose stones rolled beneath her feet, tumbling into the abyss on her left. Witnessing this, Bai Yi felt a pang of anxiety, unable to match her pace, and could only loudly instruct Xiao Shan to keep a watchful eye on Fu Yu. Xiao Shan shielded Fu Yu as they raced forward, until they finally crossed the narrow mountain path. Ahead, the landscape opened up before them, and at that moment, the sun was rising directly to the south. The spring sunshine, though gentle, was warm and bathed the bamboo forest in a golden glow, making it appear vibrant and full of life. It is the bamboo forest, exclaimed Tang San, his excitement palpable as he hurried to catch up. Is this the place? He inquired of Fu Yu. Indeed, there has been a voice guiding me all along, she replied, equally astonished. Let us descend into that bamboo grove. Lazy, catching up, wore a look of resignation. I never expected to find myself so out of shape. Enough chatter, follow Fu Yu, Tang San snapped, his mood sour. Lazy patted his chest, unfazed, and merely exchanged a wry smile with Xiao Ning. Deservedly so, she quipped, relishing in their plight. The bamboo grove was now within sight, a truly breathtaking sight, with its favorable feng shui, surrounded by water and sand. However, the descent to the grove was devoid of a clear path. Qijie leaned forward and noticed a rope made of green vines hanging there. Testing its strength, he found it surprisingly sturdy, though it would pose a challenge for the two ladies. Qijie first took hold of the vine and descended. It was smooth to the touch, providing no discomfort to his hands. Just as his feet were about to touch the ground, he heard Tang San shout, "Be careful." Looking down, Qijie was met with an unexpected fog enveloping the ground, obscuring his view. In contrast, the surroundings were clear, but this thick mist rendered his footing uncertain. For a moment, he hesitated, unsure whether to leap down. Tang San then heard rustling sounds from below, murmuring, "What else is down there?" Observing Qijie's predicament, the others grew anxious. Their gazes fixed on Tang San. "What should we do?" "I'm not certain. Let me give it a try," Tang San replied. "This fog is an illusion conjured by magic. To discern what lies beneath, we must disperse the mist. I shall attempt the earth god incantation." Just as he was about to cast the spell, he hesitated. Being a practitioner of Taoism himself, he realized that his incantation would surely attract attention. Would anyone still be able to see him after that? As Tang San lingered in doubt, Bai Yi's expression shifted with concern. "This is bad. The commotion below is growing louder, sounding like waves crashing." Indeed, even if Tang Sancheng is not present, the others have also heard that sound, the crashing of mighty waves against the rocks. Qi Xie, entangled in the verdant vines, felt an overwhelming sensation as the mist beneath him transformed instantly into a vast abyss, a powerful pull tugging at his very being. Alarmed, Qi Xie began to ascend. Tang Sancheng bent down to grasp Qi Xie's hand, which was slick with sweat. Even the typically composed Qi Xie was taken aback, illustrating just how astonishing the earlier illusion had been. Tang San was certain it was merely a mirage. After all, we are in the mountains. Where could such oceanic waves originate? Yet, that sound resembled a colossal wave about to engulf them, instilling an acute sense of impending doom. As Qi Xie climbed up, he scrutinized his palm for a moment and, with resignation, remarked, "That was perilously close. I felt as if I were to be swept away by the waves. The tumultuous waters crashing towards me, accompanied by the immense suction of a whirlpool, threatening to drag me into the depths of the sea." "Unbelievable," Bai Yi interjected. "We merely perceived a white mist." "What about you, Tang San? You may lack cultivation and thus not sense it. But Qi Xie and I share the same feeling. There is danger ahead, and we cannot charge in recklessly. It is a barrier he has established. We must breach this defense to enter his domain." Tang San gazed thoughtfully at the bamboo grove. "However, this also indicates that the ancestral summoning charm of Fu Yu has succeeded. He must be below us, not far away." Fu Yu's breath quickened, and Xiao Ning expressed her concern. "What is wrong?" "Perhaps it is due to our proximity," Fu Yu replied, her countenance pale, her hand resting on her throat. "I sense a force within me pressing down, causing discomfort." "Once again, the ancestral mischief," Bai Yi urged Tang San. "You must think of a solution swiftly. Regardless, since he is within, whether I desire to meet him or not, I shall." Tang San positioned his hands before his chest and intoned, "Yuan Shiren Jun. Proclaim to all spirits. You do Zhengguan, land deities and spirits. Left and right, do not disturb unnecessarily. Redirect to the righteous path, clear within and without. Each side in its rightful place, guarding the altar. The highest has commanded, seek out the malevolent essence. Guardian deities, protect the chanting. Return to the great way. Prosperous and steadfast,